The deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen all this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Fighting through another turn. And the Paladin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Mamma mia, here we go again. The name of the game is the Pokemon Trading Card Game, and we are coming to you live from the Stockholmsmässan here in Stockholm, Sweden. 14 islands make up this absolutely beautiful city, but we are all congregated here together to crown another Pokemon Trading Card Game regional champion. I'm Freya Pierce. I am joined by Joe, Ross, and Shay. And Joe, what an exciting event we have on our hands today.
Absolutely right. It's the first time we're here in Stockholm, and it seems like the metagame has had a massive shake-up. We all basically have to forget everything we thought we knew about temporal forces, because last week proved that there were some hidden gems in the format and some true contenders to Charizard's throne, and we didn't really see that coming in the first couple of weeks where Charizard has been so dominant. So this weekend, anything could happen.
Anything absolutely could happen. Now, Ross, we're actually getting towards the end of our competitive season this year, aren't we?
Yeah, it is wrapping up. This is our last full regional of the season in Europe, though we do have a special event in Bologna in a couple of weeks' time. Definitely the foodiest of the regional level events we've got. Then, of course, we are over to New Orleans for the North American Internationals and finishing up the season with the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And like so many of the players out there, I booked my flights to Hawaii the day after EUIC. As soon as we knew the dates, one way or another, I'm definitely going to be in Hawaii.
Very wise choice, I think. Now, Shay, of course, in order to make your way to Hawaii, you're going to need some championship points, aren't you? What's on the line for our players today?
Yeah, so today the name of the game is Championship Points, because if you want to get to Honolulu, Hawaii and compete at the World Championships and you live here in the EU, you need 500 championship points. If you're a master, if you're in North America, you need 600. And as you can see there on the right, the various levels of CP that you need. But it's not just championship points that we can win here today. If you was to win the whole event, not only do you get 200 CP for your travel awards and any of that, but you also get an auto invitation to the World Championship. So it really is all to play for. And also, as you can see there on the left, you can earn, 50, 60, 80, 100, depending on how you do. But not only that, Freya, you can also win a little bit of money.
Money. Yes, you can. Joe, why don't you tell us about the prize breakdown for the cash prizing here today?
They're giving it away, Freya. There is so much prizing on the line. We've had a big buff this season, so now winning a regional will get you $10,000, not too shabby, as well as a cool chunk of booster packs to rip into as well, one of my favorite things to do. Oh, yeah. And as you can see, it's very generous, going down to top 32, still getting $1,000. That's easily going to pay for the trip itself and hopefully fund more travel throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, it used to be that you had to win an international championships to get $10,000, but for this season, no, but win a regionals and you can get that tasty 10K. But of course, we had a regionals just recently, didn't we, Ross, back in Indianapolis? And as we were just alluding to, things got shaken up a little bit.
things did get shaken up, and initially it was as we expected. Charizard was the most played deck in day 1, most represented deck in day 2, everything going according to plan, but we did feel a bit of a chill in Indianapolis. We saw the rise of Chen Pao as a real legitimate contender, and there were some other decks that popped up, and look, we had Gardevoir, we had Lost Zone, we had Arceus, we had Giratina. We had all the old favorites coming out, but we had the rise of Chen Pao and a rather surprising deck take home the whole thing, and they were the 2 real big stories out of Indianapolis.
They really are. Very accurately reflected in our top 8 for Indianapolis, which we can show you now here. Shay, talk us through.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew that Chen Pao was, a very strong deck, but yeah, it really had its stamp on the metagame here in Indianapolis. 4 making up half the top 8 slots there, and I guess a sort of an interesting little storyline is there that the Charizard, even though it was the most played deck in day 1 and the most popular in day 2, only Ian Robb was able to sneak his way in there, piloting the Charizard EX archetype. There was also 1 Pidgeot control, but also there was 1 deck very close to my heart. I played it for EUIC, so I absolutely enjoyed seeing it there in top 8. Andrew Hedrick piloting the Origin form Dialga V-Star.
Living vicariously through Andrew's performance there, and we can now reveal, of course, if you were watching along, that Andrew Hedrick did indeed take down the whole tournament, beating Grant Shen in the finals. It was a phenomenal finals, wasn't it, Joe?
It really was. It was a stacked top 8. Grant Shen, one of the most experienced Chen Pao players that we have out in the field. Certainly an expert in his craft with that archetype, knows it inside and out. But Andrew Hedrick bringing a new build of Origin Form Dialga, really changing the perspective of how this deck likes to draw through its deck. Normally you're using Arven to just cherry pick a piece here and there, relying on a few abilities to draw, but instead just going back to good old traditional Professor's research, digging deep into the deck, getting your board set up, and Star Cronus is one of the most versatile V-Star powers we have in the game. You can use it defensively, offensively, for board control reasons. There's so many things you can do with that V-Star power. It's no surprise that once Andrew got the engine right, you can really capitalize on every opponent you face.
Absolutely can. Star Chronos, a ferocious V-Star power. Now, it's going to be interesting going to Stockholm specifically, because, I mean, we've alluded a little bit to it already, but with Charizard not really being as dominant as it was before, how do we think that's going to shape things up going into this tournament? How are the players' mindsets going to change? What do you think, Ross?
I mean, it really depends on how much stock you put into the Indianapolis results, because you can look at that and go, oh, Charizard's still the best deck, I need to either play it or counter it. Or you can look at Indianapolis and go, you know what, the rise of Chen Pao, Dialga taking home the whole tournament, only 1 Charizard in top 8, and you can make that prediction, maybe Charizard isn't going to be as well represented here. So maybe playing it isn't the best idea. Maybe I don't need to counter it. Maybe Chen Pao is the thing I'm going after. Maybe that new Dialga list, which I never really tested before, I saw it win Indianapolis. Maybe that is going to be the way to go, and it's a prediction game at this stage. One tournament like Indianapolis that shakes up the meta doesn't give us enough information. It gives us a tease, it gives us a taste. We don't know how to react to that, and that is the game this weekend.
It really is. Now, speaking of predictions, Ross, we do have some caster predictions this weekend, so let's take a good look at those. So, of course, before the tournament, we get together and we pick 2 cards, or like a deck and a card that we think will do well. I'm going to start with you, Shay. Metal Energy? What's going on there?
So, obviously, I picked Dialga V-Star. Everyone can see that there. And I just really wanted to hammer home that I love Dialga. So, I could have put Metang there, sure, but I thought, you know what? After seeing Andrew Hedrick's list, a lot of problems for Dialga get solved just by having more Metal Energy attached. I'm just going to put that Metal Energy there with Dialga and keep an eye out.
People at home need to know, we made these predictions before Indianapolis. This is not Shay responding to Dialga winning at Indianapolis. Shay predicted this when everyone thought Dialga was not that good.
That is dedication right there. Joe, talk about your predictions as well, because I think perhaps something a bit more sensible, I think it's safe to say.
So Shay doubled down on his prediction. I kind of covered my bases a little bit more. The barrel can show up in so many deck lists. It's a fantastic engine Pokemon. I'm playing it safe with that one. Giratina's more of my risky pick, I think. With the amount of Chen Pao that's just done well, I feel like it's actually a really good metagame call. Possibly even a throwback to Bradner's list that we saw at the EUIC. Incorporating that Banette, we saw that was basically in the deck list to help with Chien-Pao. So having a decent time into Chien-Pao with these tech inclusions, and we know that Giratina, especially with that Iron Leaves, has a good time into Charizard already. I think if you're covering the two most popular, and in general just having a number of switching outs and jet energies, you play around control, I think that's covering a lot of good matchups in the field right now.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be fair, Giratina did, of course, take second at the European Internationals.
Yeah.
We know that it is proven in this format, so it makes sense they would have every chance to have more success. Now, we'd love to hear from all of you at home to see what you think is going to happen this weekend, so make sure to get in touch with us on social media. Of course, you can tweet us using the hashtag PlayPokemon on X. You can also follow along, Shay very kindly pointing out there, on /Pokemon on YouTube, Facebook, and also on Instagram. You can make some posts with the hashtag PlayPokemon, and we might be featuring some posts from people over the weekend, so look forward to that. Make sure you also follow along on our YouTube and Twitch channels, so again, at /Pokemon on both, so you can miss, so you don't miss all the action from this weekend. We have the trading card game going on. We also have the video game and Pokemon Go, so you can follow along with all the action along at home. I think that's it from us, though, right? I mean, we got a tournament to get on with.
Probably should at some point, right? Like at some point we should show some games.
Yeah, we should show some games. So we're going to throw to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be right back with our first stream round of the day.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a two-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of Basic Energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides one energy of its type or one colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have one Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
So now all of you at home know how to play. Maybe one day you could find yourselves here battling for a regional championship top 8 spot. But for now, we have a tournament to cast, so let's get right into it. I am Freya Pierce. I'm here joined by Joe once again. And like we said at the lounge, I think it's going to be a phenomenal tournament today.
It's impossible to predict, honestly.
Yeah, it really is.
It's going to be a really tough one for our players out there. Like we said, just that 1-week turnaround. Taking you back to the start of the Temporal Forces format, at the EUIC, Charizard dominated. Our most well-known, probably best player that we have, Tord Reklev, innovated Charizard. It became the apex predator at that point, and I think across the globe, players were agreeing. Charizard was over and over again winning tournaments. I think 5 of the 7 tournaments that followed the EUIC was all Charizard victories. We're talking in Australia, we're talking in Brazil, we're talking in America. It's been dominating the entire planet. And then suddenly, Indianapolis, a meteor comes in, slams into the earth, causes an ice age. Chen Pao is now announcing itself as a contender to Charizard. Charizard didn't quite go extinct in the Ice Age. It still did get a top 8 placement, but I do think it's going to have to adapt to survive, and I think that's going to be one of the critical things to follow this weekend.
Absolutely it is, and so if someone wants to add themselves to this upcoming list of European regional champions, that's what they're going to have to bear in mind. We do see that, yeah, speaking of, Chen Pao, Owen Kammerman, like very renowned Chen Pao pilots, did win 2 regionals, not both with Chen Pao, did win one with Chen Pao and one with Mew, I believe.
Yeah, playing at that one last ride with Mew was the second victory for Owen. Incredible. Actually, a few Mew VMAX gamers were winning
no longer
this season. It's no longer playable. It has rotated out. Another one to bear in mind, Wukash there, our Gdansk champion, played Snorlax Block, the non-Pidgeot control. I think so far in Temporal Forces, the Pidgeot control decks had the lion's share of the points and the best placements, but I do know a number of top players out in the field are choosing to go with a pure Block Snorlax this weekend, so that's also a storyline we have to follow.
Absolutely, perhaps a reaction to this meteor impact of Chen Pao. Now, of course, it's not just an invite to the World Championships people are competing for. There are different levels of qualification that you can get, and of course we can now look at the current standings for those travel awards to see how people are doing in Europe towards towards their invitation, because you can get, of course, that tier 1 invite, which means that if you're in the top 22 in Europe, not only do you get your travel paid to the World Championships, you do get that round 1 bye.
You can see there's some rejigging going on. Alessandro Cremascoli getting into that top 4, which is really solid after the European International Championships, where they did get such a fantastic performance with control, actually. Tord Reklev, again, how many times do we see them at the top of the list with that huge chunk of championship points, over 1,000 accumulated? Same as Juho Kalama, who's had a fantastic season themselves, has picked up Iron Hands, played it in every deck possible, and has had some fantastic results with different deck lists. Really an impressive player that I think has always been respected, but has really truly made a benchmark for themselves this season, and is having some great tournaments throughout the year.
Yeah, it really is. It seems like this is almost the season for sibling success. You know what I mean?
That's a great coin.
We got Owen and Brennan doing phenomenally well. We got Consta and Juho doing really well as well. And it really goes to show, if you have a testing partner that not only is someone obviously family you're very familiar with, but is also as strong as you can kind of like push yourself up and up, and kind of it's that back and forth between, oh, I want to do better than my sibling, that's true. That back and forth. And I know Owen and Brennan have talked about that at length.
Yeah, some healthy rivalry is never a bad thing, and like you said, any chance you get, there's a flat surface you can just get playing with your partner, and you're gonna have the best experience possible, where you can talk out strategies and game plans. And when they're both such high-level players, everything is useful, and you're always getting very realistic expectations of the hardest situation possible, because you're coming up against a fellow very high-level competitor. So it's great to have close friends and people you can travel to quite easily, and in this case siblings, to battle it out with day to day.
Whenever you mention flat surface, I always think of our good friend Phil Holm, of course, at TPCI, who worked with us on some of the early streams, and it was constantly calling us out for, you TCG players, flat surface, you can't help yourselves. Shout out Phil if you're watching from home.
Yeah, the casters like to play as well. We're always trying to brush up on the formats, and that brings us on to this weekend.
Yes.
What decks we can expect. We've said it's going to be chaos out there. There's going to be knee-jerk reactions, heavily to Chen Pao, but possibly also the winning deck list, Dialga. Are people going to bring that to the table, Fred?
Yeah. Is it Dialga's time to shine? That is indeed the question. I think the answer has got to be yes to some degree, right? I mean, a deck wins. You can't just expect that people will see that and then think, oh no, that was just a one-off fluke, right? That doesn't really happen, especially because, and I think you've alluded to this earlier, or certainly we've talked about it before a little bit, Andrew built the list very, very differently, and I think that was a big part of his success during that tournament. He kind of put a different focus on Dialga, didn't he?
Yeah, Dialga's sort of been known as a possible deck you could play. It's typically just had 4 copies of Arven in it, and you're really reliant on EUIC getting 1 or 2 cards, maybe that Greninja getting you 1 or 2 cards, and really crossing your fingers that you can get into your V-Star and this, that, and the other to actually get rolling. But sort of scrapping the old list, forging a new one, ironing it out, and making it a much better Dialga 60. It was exactly what Andrew's done. And I think previously, obviously, has a long list of accomplishments in the last couple of seasons, has been playing safe archetypes. Andrew's completely gone against that and said that Dialga's so strong and so under-respected that if I can craft a new deck list, you can catch opponents by surprise, knowing that your list is actually way stronger than what most people expect.
Yeah, and it resulted in him metal blasting his way through the competition.
Absolutely.
I think it's safe to say, and perhaps denying Chen Pao a chance to take. We saw this dominant performance for it in top 8, but actually 3 of them lost their top 8 matches. It was only Grant Chen who was able to make it all the way to the finals, and then falling at the last hurdle to Andrew.
Yeah, Chen Pao is also a really interesting story to follow, because I feel like you have to be an expert with the archetype to get these really high placements.
Very much
There are so many sequencing puzzles every single turn of the game with the archetype, knowing when to go for the Radiant Greninja draws versus the barrel draws, trying to go up in hand size whilst also holding enough back to continue drawing with other pieces along the way. It's very untraditional for a deck that's sort of known for just being a one-hit KO merchant, because there are so many puzzles that you have to go through, and also you have to be super aware of your own prize map. You have multiple prize strategies from Iron Hands, Radiant Greninja, and of course the Chen Pao, just knocking anything out in your path.
Oh, hold on. I just had word in my ear, Joe. We actually have the metagame analysis for today ready already. Let's have a look at that.
Well, Charizard's still the most popular, but below that 20% mark. I think that's the first time in a couple of weeks, actually. Lost Zone Variants, a very popular strategy. I know in Europe we have always sort of been drawn to these sorts of strategies. I feel like it has a reasonable matchup spread across the board, so it can be a safe play for many pilots because you have so many different attacking options. You can play a one-prize strategy. You can bring in these multiple prize threats for huge knockouts. And of course, there are different variations of Lost Zone. There's so much going on in a deck list. Flipping over a Confei is only half of the story.
Yeah, that's a very interesting reaction, I think, especially because I think it's fair to say we did see a bit of a downtick in Lost Zone decks in Indianapolis, didn't we? It was still there, of course, but to have it...
Dean Nizam had a good placement with Lost Zone.
Yeah,
Possibly that was something. And of course, Pedro Eugenio Torres, a well-known European player, might also be getting some fans on board with the archetype. Chen Pao in that third place, obviously still did well. Does have to worry about possible mirror matches as well, which is a bit of an issue these days. Ancient Boxing at fourth as well. This could be that knee-jerk that we were mentioning, Freya, because Ancient Box is one of the few archetypes that can really have a good time into Chen Pao.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you're picking off like lower HP things. There isn't anything that has a really insanely high amount of HP in Chen Pao. 220 is like the maximum. So yeah, Ancient Box can really prey on that. And yeah, maybe this is the kind of reaction that we see already, and this continuing. It's very cool to see a constantly evolving metagame. That kind of feels like, although Charizard, has been very dominant, there has been this story of that evolution within Temporal Forces specifically.
And then we get to the decks that are still in the room, but a little bit less likely to hit. We have Roaring Moon EX. I imagine that's with the Dunsparce a lot of the time with that engine. We saw it get a top 8 placement at the EUIC, and Dialga didn't quite make it onto page 1, but at least 5% of the room are believers out there.
Yeah, so 5%. I mean, I think considering where it was before, still like a pretty good showing, especially considering, Stockholm, perhaps not as many players here as there have been in some of the previous regionals, so as an overall share, still like very impressive. And yeah, like Andrew Hedrick has definitely converted a few believers this weekend, and let's see if they make their way to day 2.
And despite Snorlax Control being only 2% of the room, those 15 players, that percentage of players themselves, the pilots themselves, are incredible. So the density of great Snorlax Control players we have in the room is terrifying. I think it's going to be something to follow this weekend. It could be that we're going to see block in a number of rounds this weekend.
Yeah, do not let that number deceive you. Like, quality over quantity in this instance, and I will not be surprised at all if, exactly like you said, we see more than a few Snorlax blocks on the stream this weekend.
Yeah, I think we have some players to watch coming up who might be taking risks with those archetypes. We have Azul. I think he's actually one of the pilots of Snorlax this weekend, which is incredible. Yuho is going to be sticking with some Iron Hands shenanigans. I think a future box deck with a few tweaks from the EUIC. And Alex Szymanski, who has had phenomenal success coming across the pond and heisting our championship points, has, of course, won the European International Championships and got second place in Warsaw. So hopefully we get to see more of them.
Unfortunately, I think I've just heard Alex is actually not here this weekend, unfortunately.
That is a shame. I think they registered for the tournament, but didn't end up coming. But regardless, there are lots of US talent who have made the trip over. So I think heist narrative is still on. I'm sure there are a number of Americans trying to give themselves a good chance in a much smaller regional championships than what they're used to. We've seen over 2,000 player tournaments in the US for the last couple of regionals, and here we're below 1,000 for the Masters division. So in theory, it's going to be an easier tournament for them, but the density of good players is still very high here.
I've got to say as well, looking at that graphic, something that comes to mind, every single one of those players on that graphic was an international champion. And granted, it makes sense. The more tournaments we have, the longer things go on, the more international champions there'll be. But to me, that just proves that the competition really is fiercer than ever. It's one of those cliches, but it's completely true.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've mentioned on the sofa, with prizing as great as it gets, with travel stipends on the line, we're in the business end of the season, aren't we?
So.
Where there's only a couple tournaments left to accumulate those last few points to leapfrog opponents and make sure you're getting that round 1 bye in the World Championships. Of course, we've changed the structure. It's no longer a day 1-2 structure. So giving yourself 3 wins in that tournament is really important to give yourself the best chance of making it far in the World Championships, which is always the top player's end goal.
Yeah. So, Joe, you were, of course, playing in the European International Championships this year, so you've had a bit more of like a direct feel. I've not had as much of a chance to play in a big tournament in this metagame so far. How does it feel playing in the Temporal Forces meta compared to some previous metagames that you've played, of which there are many?
Yeah, so I went with Arceus Giratina. I was going to an international championships. I know that the point payouts is so good the further down you go. I wanted to play something very safe, very secure. I even just added in 4 trekking shoes so I could play play the game more with a deck that can already choose 2 of any card in its deck. I am a pansy. I just want my deck to work every single game. It went okay for me. I did make day 2, but made nothing of it beyond that. But that's basically my play style. I'm just trying to get in the mix and do what I can and make everyone draw well and play the game and have good deck lists against me, because we were right at the start of the format, so there's no telling how well other players have tested and whatnot. Now that we've worked our way through, I'm expecting very, very high-level deck lists out there, very high-level play at this stage as well. I'm sure everyone will know the majority of matchups. I imagine this week there may be a few more people playtesting into Dialga and into Chien-Pao. Those will be the big reactions, but I think everyone will have had a huge number of games under their belts against all the top-tier stuff, and it's going to be about tweaking those 1 or 2 card changes that might make the difference this weekend.
Absolutely. Now, we just talked about EUIC. We do actually have a recap video of EUIC, so in case any of you guys missed what happened at EUIC, here's a quick look back at what happened.
EUIC 2024 was certainly an event to remember. It was the first tournament with the standard format rotation and also the first one with the electrifying Temporal Forces expansion. In the Junior Division Finals, Peter Shapkin and his Lugia V-Star faced off against Johan Kote and his Lost Zone Gudra V-Star deck. Unfortunately for Peter, a lone Luminian V start in Game 1 and a single Archeops in play Game 2 wouldn't be enough, and Johan's Gudra V-Star was able to roll its way to an IC title.
And a final boss's orders commanding one of these 2 Pokemon on the bench to come up will clench the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion.
The Senior Division Finals featured Benny Billinger squaring off versus the reigning world champ Gabriel Fernandez. In 2 games straight, Benny's Charizard EX deck was a bit slow to get going, which swung the matchup heavily towards Gabriel's Ancient Toolbox deck. In the end of each game, Gabriel was able to perfectly map out a path to victory, ensuring he would become the champion.
Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
The Masters Finals lineup was one that would ensure an exciting match. 4-time international champion Tord Reklev aimed to add another trophy to his already impressive collection, while Isaiah Bradner was seeking redemption after falling short at NAIC 2022. Would this finally be Isaiah's time to claim this coveted title? A lone Shuppet start in Game 1 would leave Isaiah scrambling for a potential win condition. Though he eventually found a Colress's experiment, it did nothing but draw the game out for Tord's eventual victory. In Game 2, things seemed much more promising, but in the middle of the battle, Tord played an Iono and attacked with Radiant Charizard. Isaiah's hand after the Iono was not very strong, and he could only muster up an attack with Cramorant, not even taking a prize card. This was the turning point, which ensured Tord would win the prize trade and also win his 5th IC title.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout, Tord Reklev, the 5-time international champion and the greatest player of the modern era.
EUIC set the stage for an incredible final stretch with NAIC on the horizon and Worlds in sight for many trainers. Make sure you continue to tune in at Pokemon.com/compete so you too can be a part of the journey.
Welcome back, trainers. Our players out in the field are finishing off their round 2. I think we're in overtime, so not too many tables to wait out here for. It's myself, Joe Bernard, at the desk. Alongside me, the suave, I can't even say it, sophisticated here in Sweden. Fred Pierce, much more sophisticated than I. It's still a mouthful. And
I appreciate the thought.
I tried something. It was a risk. I'll accept that. You can get in touch with us on the socials, of course. You can see them all down there. there. We want to hear from you. There's going to be community votes throughout the entire weekend as well, so you can have your say on what decks are going to be shown up, what players we want to follow along the way. So make sure you're getting involved. Those community votes are only on Twitch, of course, as well. So if you do want to have your say, that's where you have to be watching us. But feel free to have every tab open and watch from everywhere. We don't mind that whatsoever, whichever platform you prefer. We were once again, just on that break, chatting about how players can adapt to the massive changes that we saw in Indianapolis, Freya. So looking at Charizard, still the most popular archetype, still a safe choice for a number of players, but trying to decipher what matchups to tech against and how they can most sufficiently, with like 1 or 2 card changes, change their fortunes is going to be a really important story, I think.
It is, and I don't know about you, Joe, but I've heard some murmurs of a very interesting tech card that I think makes a lot of sense, and that is Entei V. And the logic being, Chen Pao needs to really fill up its bench to set up. So it means in an early game scenario, you can maybe attach to it early and get a big knockout on a Chen Pao EX without using a Charizard, which is huge.
Absolutely huge, especially because Dialga doesn't have easy ways of responding with Entei either.
Yeah,
the Retaliate
absolutely.
becomes 10 damage short. Dialga doesn't want to send in multiple V-Star. It's not too easy, especially when you force all the Metal Makers to come down in one turn.
Yep.
Sometimes if they have a number of turns to Metal Make throughout the game, they can guarantee these high damage plays. But even just Charizard accelerating that game, forcing an Entei threat to be KO'd, can help ramp Charizard into being a higher threat and using Radiant Charizard as well. So Entei seems like a really smart one. Ian Robb's one of my favorite ones for me. His innovation in Indianapolis was changing the A-Spec. That's been a debate for Charizard a long time. It's going to be, well, Prime Catcher from Tord was kind of the new normal, but I think a number of pilots was playing Maximum Belt in the beginning of the format and in the EUIC themselves, and Ian Robb brought it back. I think it can be very useful in mirror matches, and I think it can be really useful in Chen Pao so you can initiate the aggression.
And on that exact note, I am feeling very, very chuffed right now, because if we had a look at those caster predictions, I didn't quite get the chance to talk about mine. Was that a number 2 on my prediction?
There you go, the Hero's Cape. Trying to be defensive against the Chen Pao. Very rarely do they ever play Lost Vacuum. They don't really have the space for that in their deck list. They have to focus entirely on their own consistency internally. So Hero's Cape can force just much more out of a Chen Pao player. Sometimes they need to find double superior energy retrieval. That's no easy feat. As we know, they can sometimes clog up with their item cards, and it's really just down to how much they can cycle through the deck. But of course, Hero's Cape, also a versatile pick. We're going to see it in controlling variants. It's obviously very useful in Gardevoir EX as well. So I think you've covered your bases with that one.
I think
but you still have your own favorite of Lugia
as well. Of course, absolutely. And for me, this pick is purely, we know that the deck is strong in its own right. It won the first tournament of this format in Japan. It didn't really see a massive amount of success in terms of the top 8s, at least, in the European Championships, and not as much throughout the other tournaments. But I just think it's a solid pick whose time has come. It still has all of its inherent strengths. Chinchino is a phenomenally powerful attacker, and yeah, that's just me throwing my favorite out into the wind and sort of saying I think that now is the time for it to have its success.
Yeah, and I'm not going to defend Ross's picks. I really don't want to. I'll let him do the defending of those picks.
We'll get him on later. He can explain himself.
There are a couple of good pilots rocking the Future Hands this weekend, so he's not alone in his thinking. No. But I don't necessarily want to be the one to say they're fantastic choices. Prime Catch is a great pick. That's going to be showing up, no doubt. We're going to be slamming Prime Catches here, there, and everywhere, and they're going to be game winners. But the Future Hands is a bit of a more rogue choice with the amount of Charizard in the field.
It is. Now, we talked a little bit about how this is, the first post-rotation tournament. Why don't we take a quick look at rotation? Because this, of course, this is the first regional championships that we've had post-rotation. The previous tournaments have been over in the US. It's been the European Internationals. I mean, this rotation was so impactful, Joe.
Yeah, I think just in the top left of your screen, the Path of the Peak is a monster change because so many rule box Pokemon with abilities are now unlocked. They're going to be sitting on your board, giving yourself Iono protection, and you know that your opponent can only do so much. Now they have to weave in Hand Disruption plus Gust KOs of your engine Pokemon in a lot of situations. That's why we're seeing combinations of the Counter Catcher in addition to Iono to make big comeback plays. Previously, you could just go for a Hand Disruptor and Path to the Peak to lock down these engine Pokemon. So that on its own is a huge shift. There's a lot of good consistency cards that we lost to rotation. That Battle VIP Pass somewhat replaced by Buddy Poffin, but only in a handful of archetypes. The more aggressive decks like the Miraidons that used to use Peony engines, looking for Squawkabilly early, same thing for Roaring Moon. That's had to adapt to the new format where you can no longer get your early Greninja on the board to try and get an early Moonlight Shuriken off. So these sorts of engines, the very aggressive, low to the ground, all basic deck list, has really been punished by Battle VIP Pass. Level Ball losing out as well, that's a big one. Certainly for Gardevoir as well, they've had to adapt.
Yeah, and also, I mean, big in terms of the tech inclusions, although it didn't see that much play at first, Avery is actually a really, really big one.
Yeah, and I think possibly part of the reason why Chien-Pao is so much safer as a play.
Absolutely.
Avery was definitely a great counter to Chien-Pao. It loves to go wide on the board, sometimes getting double bit barrel set up, as well as having Frigibacks and one Baxcalibur, so you always have your backup strategy if your opponent is going to try and take out some of your engine pieces. It's such a specific deck that you need to be cycling through as many cards as possible to give yourself that best chance of having a power spike turn by turn. Chien-Pao is so good at turning the game into 4-turn games, and an Avery can completely throw that into a helter-skelter. It can all go awry if the bench is tackled. And I think the big deck that we're losing to rotation is, of course, Mew VMAX. Here in Europe, we're terrified of Mew VMAX. It has won so many tournaments this season. It's been absolutely dominant. Obviously, won the World Championships as well.
I think if you just listen very, very attentively, I think you can just about hear in the background the sound of Shay going,
Shay weeping. A weeping Shay.
Still,
having to move on to new archetypes. But these aren't the only cards that we're losing to rotation. There were even more archetypes that have kind of had to adapt and shift around as well. Rapid Strike, we completely lose entirely. It was a fantastic archetype for a long time. Since its release in Battle Styles, it's basically had ebbs and flows, but also always found a way to weave itself back into the metagame in different variations. Lost Zone, similar story, where you can change your type coverages for what's most popular to hit for weakness. You can have turbo engines, where sometimes just 250 damage on turn 1 is too powerful, and Kyogre. What a crazy attack to build around. I never thought I'd see the day, but players made that card work, and it was an exceptional flourish.
I've got to be honest, in any tournament I played against, if I was up against a Lost Zone deck, that was the card I was most terrified of. It's just like, because, I mean, if you play Manaphy, yeah, sure, that's fine, but you know, some builds even you could play around that, and just knowing that you could be so far ahead, but Kyogre could still come in and take that double knockout for the win. It's just absolutely terrifying to play against.
The problem is that you won't know they have Kyogre, but there may be signs. Every now and then you're going to see a Recycler hit the Lost Zone, and then you're like, oh no, that's in their range now. Now I have to play around 500 damage on turn 5. How is that going to come together? Arceus as well. It's not gone out the window. Arceus, of course, stays, but a lot of its friends, a lot of its partners, they have had to rotate. No longer options. We've seen Duraludon paired with Arceus for a long time. Very powerful. Flying Pikachu, of course, a world's winning deck in its own right. And Adventurous Discovery, great for an engine piece as well.
Yeah, and Arceus, Duraludon, Umbreon, of course, are very big at the last year's North American Championships. A very popular pick. Arceus, a deck I played myself at the NAIC last year, but with Aerodactyl. But that you can still do. Aerodactyl's still around.
Aerodactyl's still around, But that fighting coverage, not too bad right now.
Yeah, no, not at all. But yeah, the Adventurous Discovery, a huge loss. It kind of really made that version of Arceus work. So yeah, Arceus deck list having to adapt for sure.
And then let's have a look at a couple of archetypes that are still around and kicking, but again, they've had to adapt. Control, certainly in the room, but now it's going to be in the form of a quad block Snorlax, or going to be in the form of Pidgeotty X and a smorgasbord of one of Pokemon that can be really frustrating. I feel like Peonia is a massive loss for Control. Having that means of accessing your prize cards, because of course you're not looking to take prize cards throughout the game. As a controlling deck, you're looking to just slow the opponent down. Although these control decks can take prizes, it's not always their primary goal.
No,
so Peonia giving them that control, allowing them to cut corners and have one-ofs within their deck list is no longer possible.
No, and of course on the other side, another deck very close to my heart, Lugia Single Strike. Of course, much like with the Rapid Strike engine, all of the Single Strike cards are gone. But of course, as we just mentioned, Lugia isn't gone as a whole. Thankfully, Chinchino came in to sort of save the day with that archetype. But yeah, I mean, the Tyranitar is such a ferocious attacker.
Yeah, very dangerous. That type coverage is really important. And Professor Burnett's actually a low-key star of the show. We're having to play Jacques out here right now, Freya, to really do our best to keep that turn 2 summoning star alive. And then just a couple other pieces that other archetypes have lost. Once again, Gardevoir somehow has still managed to survive. It no longer looks for big brainwave KOs or goes for those early Zacian Vs. Fog Crystal was a great way to access not only your basic Pokemon, but also get energy flowing throughout the deck. Now we're looking towards Drifloons, we're looking towards Screamtail, we're looking to buff them up with capes and with charms and kit them out.
Yes.
That's the new way that Gardevoir's found a way to survive.
Yeah, and of course, Palkia still around in some aspects. You know, it's often used as a support Pokemon for Goldengo, and so you can play it by itself, but it loses, especially Melanie, I think, is a pretty big loss for it.
That's a big one, for sure.
And along with losing the option to attack as a backup attacker with either Suicune V, or of course that Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Yeah, a very dangerous attacker. Certainly when the V-Star Pokemon were roaming the formats, that 280 threshold you could hit was absolutely huge. And then Miraidon, only a couple pieces. Obviously, Flappy's a big one, because a lot of your attacks, not only to chain attacks, but also Raichu looking towards working your way to a massive KO in the later stages. Losing out that guaranteed energy can be a little bit awkward. And we saw the Peony engine was kind of established late in the career of Miraidon, but was a great way to be as aggressive, as on the front foot as possible. I think the new ways to play, well, certainly Iron Hands is going to be alongside the future toolbox, where you have Iron Crowns and your Miraidon trying to peak accelerate your energy around the board and still have those generators at your disposal. But Miraidon has fallen off a little bit. It's certainly cooled off. I think Charizard might be a big reason for that.
Yeah, definitely. The Charizard matchup is definitely a tough one. Still around in some aspects. It wouldn't be surprised at all to see some people playing it today, but not in the same numbers as it was before, for sure. We are almost ready for our round 3. We're just getting the last few players finishing up now, but yeah, gosh. What do you expect to take the downhill tournament today? Like, if you were to just put finger in the air, I know we had the captain prediction. You're thinking with that.
What's really intrigued me from the sort of day one field, though, is Ancient Box. I think it's spiked a couple tournaments. You know, we've seen it do well at the EUIC in lower age divisions. We've seen that it's got a second place in the regional championships already this season, and because it's decent into Chempao, that's intriguing me. That's certainly an interesting one where you're going to have that one prize game plan. Also good into the amount of lost box that we have here as well, which is important, because you can have such chunky single prize Pokemon. 200 hit points if you're slapping on these booster capsules onto all your Pokemon. That's a real problem. So I think Ancient Box might be a nuisance out in the field for a number of players.
Absolutely, and we talk about Chempao, right? These single prize Pokemon have such a big amount of HP, especially as you mentioned with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. You can't. This isn't a single prize deck where you can do those shenanigans with the Moonlight Shuriken. So that makes it very, very tough for Chempao to trade favorably.
Yeah, and I always am fond of these sorts of strategies where you're building up a discard pile and giving yourself that inevitability of having this monster damage output in the later stages. Reminds me of good old B Revenge, one of my favorites back in the day with Vestigwen. And now you can fill your deck with literally 30 odd cards. So half your deck is going to be these enablers. So even though they're doing useful things for you, you've got your Fluttermanes trying to be disruptive. You've got Koraidon, which can come in and give you a different attacking option. Sometimes you even see things like Great Tusk sneak into the deck list to give you a sly win condition of milling the opponent by removing cards in their deck and leaving them with nothing. So you have these Pokemon that are filling a quota, a minimum amount of ancient cards you need in your deck, but they can also come in clutch in different moments.
Yeah, it's a really, really phenomenal archetype, and we will see if that ends up panning out, if this response ends up being effective enough to take it all the way. How can I put this? This is the last regionals of the season, right? Yep. So it's been for me personally, it's one of the most special seasons I feel like I've been a part of. It's been absolutely wonderful to be a part of this whole ride. This has felt really special in many ways. I'm talking a bit fluffy here, but to be honest, it's just been you know what I mean, right? It's just I'm just having a moment of reflection here, and it's really, really cool to be able to sort of bring it home here. Kind of close to home for me as well, because I am, of course, living in Copenhagen now. Stockholm is not too far a train ride away. It's a gorgeous city as well.
We've had time to wander around. It's been great. The weather's held out for us for the most part as well, which was something I was a little bit concerned about. But yeah, it's fantastic stuff here in Stockholm. The first time we're in this city as well, so something new to explore for us and the players out here. It's all part of the regional experience. Obviously, when you're getting down to it, when you're in the hall playing, you're putting your all in, but there's more to a regional championships in general. You're going to see the sites with your friends, coming up with strategies together, talking Pokemon and sharing the same hobby and doing what you love together is fantastic. And that's what the sort of behind the scenes is really for a regional. There's more to it than just out here in the hall.
Yeah, there always is. Usually, of course, we're in Malmo for our Sweden regional. A little bit busy this weekend, I think it's safe to say.
But we got booted out.
Yeah. So we're here in Stockholm instead, and I, for one, could not be happier for it. What was your, like we just mentioned, you had a chance to walk around. What was like your favorite thing that you got to see yesterday?
Well, I didn't get to see it myself, but I've heard a lot of good things about the big Viking ship, like museum thing going around. Apparently, the scale of it is monstrous. So I think that's going to be a great destination. Hopefully, we get time for that on Sunday.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Now, we want to get you guys involved at home. So we mentioned it already briefly. We do have the community choice bracket ready here for you. So this is where we take 8 different things related to Pokemon. In this instance, we are going for the best deck out of this bracket. So the way this is going to work, we're going to go through the bracket, like one for each round, basically. The 2 casters, whoever on the desk, are going to make their arguments, one for one, one for the other. And then you guys at home get to vote on which one of us you think made the most convincing arguments, or which one you want to vote for, regardless of our arguments. So first up, we have Charizard against Arceus Giratina. Now, remember, you can only vote on Twitch, so go there on twitch.tv if you want to vote along. You cannot vote along on YouTube, but of course you can watch along anywhere else if you want to. Are we going to do this now? Are we throwing down?
Well, you know me. I love an underdog story. So I'm going to be taking the Arceus Giratina. A bit of a risk from me, but I feel like it's going to be a pretty decent call for the weekend. I feel like it's always a safe archetype because you have Starbuff at your disposal, so you can at least get into games. You also have the Squovit the Barrel Engine, a phenomenal way to cycle through cards. You can hit for weakness into Charizard and have one-hit KO potential. You have Iron Leaves as a threat. You have that Giratina V-Star where if you can slam the maximum belt on, you can reach into Charizard. So my step 1 for every tournament in this format is how do I tackle Charizard?
Stop you. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, I got the early cue there.
I didn't realise this was timed. I had so much more to say.
It's 30 seconds, Joe. That's all you get. 30 seconds. Okay. Now you're prepared for the future, but okay. Sorry. So I'm getting ready now. I'm going to be talking about Charizard in 3, 2, 1. Okay. You heard all that stuff. Very fair, but forget about all that. Literally, the words from Joe's mouth. What was the deck that up until now has dominated every single tournament?
Until now,
it is Charizard EX. It has won the EUIC. It has won all the different regionals. Even with like a huge counter response, it still made its way into top 8. It has energy acceleration with Infernal Rain. It punishes your opponent for winning by doing more damage the more prizes your opponent has taken. It has the consistency of Pidgeot and Bibarel to set itself up and to get into the game every single time. It is a phenomenal archetype. There's a reason
that'll do, Freya. That'll do. That's all you got time for. Good arguments, I think. But I don't know. I mean, team vote goes through, and then it's just going to fall in top 4 anyway. Whereas you can play a different archetype. You can make your choice go as far as possible. So that's also something you got to metagame for.
And I will also say, in the interests of a good grace of competition, considering your back was against the wall, I do think your arguments are very valid, even if you didn't realise that you didn't have quite as much time as you thought you did.
Well, it's what it is. Yeah. I feel like all my points were valid. I just had so many more, but hopefully we can maybe even...
In my ear, we have the results in for the community vote. Let's see what won...
You're joking. You're joking! That's insane! I tried my best.
Yeah.
It's Charizard, right?
Honestly, 76-24, considering Charizard is...
enemy number 1 and knowing that people are going to target you. And also, right now, the deck lists have to adapt. We've seen Dialga, we've seen Chien-Pao, adding in some tech cards that being worried about some niche or more fringe matchups, which may only be 2% of the field, for example, with Snorlax, is going to be critical to the success of Charizard this weekend.
It's going to be interesting seeing, as like the community bracket develops, how people will react to this development in the metagame. Will people's predictions, change following along with that metagame development that we've seen in Indianapolis?
Yeah, well, we could be stunned just by, say, for example, in round 3, we see a random archetype that we haven't voted. I'm not saying you're a fickle bunch, but you can see something and be really impressed by it. And as we saw with Andrew Hedrick last week, something we didn't quite expect from an archetype completely changes our narrative around the deck.
Yeah, it really, really does. But of course, the community bracket prediction is one thing. We are round 3. We promise you guys it is ready very, very soon. We are currently, players are sitting down, and we are going to have our round 3 feature match very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. We're not going to a break, but just don't go anywhere.
I'm just looking down the list of 2-0 players. Some names that stick out to me. Rahul Reddy and Caleb Gedem are both on 2-0 records. Faraz Sakum also on 2-0 as well. Definitely a name our UK contingent know very well. The Sakums, some of the best players back in the day, and they're getting back into the scene as well this season, which is fantastic to see.
It's been a bit of a theme throughout the season. I remember at Stuttgart Regionals, we had a lot of the German old guard sort of coming back, and we now can bring you.
On the field, Eric Puyol, the brother, of course, of Fabian, who got 9th at the EUIC and is a very well-known pilot, doing well themselves. I've definitely played them a few times playing Giratina. Bologna. Maybe that's something they've chosen to go with today. And Pedro Eugenio Torres, of course, a very well-known and respected player here in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. And going to the UK, Kai Wainwright, of course, a very successful UK player, also making a name for himself. But of course, it is very, very early days. These aren't even all of the people who are currently on
2-0s.
Yeah.
Not to discredit a 2-0. It's exactly where you want to be, but there's still a lot to be following the stories of throughout this weekend.
Yeah, it goes back to what we said right at the beginning, right? Quality over quantity almost. It is like all of the best players are absolutely here.
I'm looking at every table right now, Freya, and it's stacked. There's a good player against good player, all of the 2-0s already in the field, and that's just the case when you come to every single tournament, especially at this stage in the season.
Yeah, of course.
Invites could already be secured, but you're battling out for those stipends and those travel awards, so you're going to be coming up against top competition.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder, if that's going to be the case here, how's it going to be in Bologna?
Yeah, even more so the case, absolutely. But with it being the last regional championships, there's also those prizes on the line, and bringing their all this weekend. I think we're going to be following Rahul Reddy into, it's going to be table 107 here. Obviously, 2-0 play.
Overlapping extreme anyway.
That's some good air miles.
Yeah.
You're racking them up as you get those championship points along the way as well. It's a fantastic system here.
I mean, I think an example of that in a person, Brent Tonneson, probably the one who's gone to like the most regionals across like all parts of the globe.
Yeah, there are some very dedicated players. Rahul's definitely one of them as well, where so many play points come into factor in here as well, which is another great thing to achieve, just knowing that you're playing the game as much as possible, and that gives you the best chance to do as well as possible in these tournaments as well.
Yeah, it does. And Rahul very much in that contention for the top. He currently is in the top 16, I believe, for NA. I mean, he's been so in tournaments, you think he kind of has to be, right?
Yeah, so many great results. Has been breaking into a number of top 8. Still sort of hunting those victories, but going so far into these tournaments. Yeah. And when you get that far into a tournament, you're guaranteed to be up against a great deck list and a great player. And it comes down more to the sort of luck element, the chance of the game. We're still playing a TCG at the end of the day. There are going to be elements of fortune. And as you get later on into the day, that becomes more and more apparent.
Yeah, it does. We talked a little bit about Rahul, but maybe for those of you who might be new to the stream, might not be a little bit familiar with him, we have a little Hello Trainer video featuring Rahul so you guys can get to know him.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
So there's Rahul. You guys know him a little bit better, but here he is, right here, live at the desk here at the Stockholm Regional Championship, up against Lukas Koski. And both these players will be wanting to etch their third win and start to make their way up the ranks into day 2.
And we can finally talk about deck lists. You can see the headsets are on, the players are shuffling up, getting ready for this round 3. And Rahul is playing Ancient Box. This was one that we just highlighted. It's definitely a metagame called Rahul. We've just established that he is a top competitor. Top 16 in the World Championships, top 4 in OCIC, top 8 in EUIC 2019. He's hunting that win. He's so hungry for it. And you saw in his interview there that he will do anything, anywhere to try and get that championship win.
He absolutely will. And of course, up against him is Lukas Koski. Not a player I'm as familiar with personally, I've got to say, but of course, perhaps the underdog story here, but sure, a fearsome player in his own right. And
there
he will be playing.
It's Dialga. It's coming.
What a showdown for our first stream game.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild one, honestly. Not a matchup I'm super familiar with, and it may not be a matchup that both players are that familiar with either, with such a quick turnaround with Dialga. How many archetypes can you really get big testing against? An Ancient Box, not necessarily top of that list in terms of archetypes you'd expect to see in a tournament. Both of these aren't featuring, in over 10% of the metagame, so they're more on the fringes, but they still have great selling points, great power behind them. They've had very deep finishes in regionals and other majors this season already, so going to be a real interesting battle for both players here.
Yeah, very much. So we do see the prize cards now going out. Let's see if anyone prizes anything, untoward or difficult to work with. Looks okay for both players, actually.
The EUIC can sometimes be a little bit of a worry. You like to have that in the latter stages of the game, but Rahul's deck not really known for hand disruption too much regardless, so I think you can just about get away with that here. So overall, not too shabby. We see the handshake, and we're into round 3 here. Our first round of the day, and Rahul kicks things off.
Yeah, so Rahul starts off straight away with an Earthen Vessel, a phenomenal card. Of course, we were talking about how the Ancient Box deck has, because the way the Vengeful Fletching attack works, it's not every Ancient Pokemon in your discard pile, it's every Ancient card does boost damage by 10. So playing that Earthen Vessel, not only do you get the energy in the discard pile for the Professor Sarda's Vitality, not only do you get 2 energy out the deck, you also start to ramp up that damage with the Vengeance Fletching.
Yeah, Earthen Vessel is just good. You see this card in so many different decks because the effect is solid. We like to have discard synergy, especially in Rahul's deck, and we play multiple energy types, as we see him searching out a Darkness energy as well as a Fighting energy, so he can try and get Koraidon attacking early on. So this is going to be really handy for Rahul to thin the deck out of these energy cards. They're also a big part of his draw engine, and combined with Radiant Greninja, of course, which is the Radiant Pokemon of choice in the deck list. So he can hopefully thin the deck out, improve his draws, and also get to work on fueling that Ancient discard pile. I think I already see 2 Vessels and 1 booster capsule, Ancient energy booster capsule, as we see the attachment and pass over to Lucas, who started with one of the bulkiest single prizes. So that's a really good lead, actually, I think, in the circumstances where you don't want Rahul to get an early advantage on prizes whilst he's trying to ramp up his damage with Vengeance Fletching, or with this Koraidon, where you need to have multiple Ancient Pokemon on your bench to improve your damage output. So overall, I think Lucas can be quite happy with the start. Even if Zamazenta's not going to be that dangerous early on, it might give him a nice buffer and deny Rahul early prize cards. As Rahul's going to take a quick peek here. It has 130 hit points, but with its ability, it's actually effectively 160 to get a one-hit kill on this Pokemon. As Lucas is going to do the usual thing here, your first search of the deck, you're going to check your prize cards.
Yeah, going to check prize cards and grab, of course, that Radiant Greninja, so vital in so many different archetypes with that Concealed Cards ability, letting you discard a energy card from your hand and draw 2. Now, you think to yourself, hold on, you know, I don't want to be discarding too many energies because I want them in the deck from Metal Maker, but of course the way it works is that in the early game you use that as setup, and then later on you can play those Super Rods to get the energy back into the deck and make Metal Maker hit for the 2, 3, or if you're very lucky, sometimes even 4 energy. I did that once.
Yeah, there's no surprise that there's quad Super Rod in the deck list for exactly that reason, Freya. As your Pokemon get KO'd and as you spam Greninja throughout the entire game, you're getting your deck size into that position where hopefully you can Metal Make essentially the whole deck. So when you are using these Super Rods, with enough Metang on board, you'll actually see all the energy you put back all in one go, so you can have better reach. Yeah. You don't have to reach that high in this matchup because you're going through single prizes throughout the entire game, but making sure you can make the most of Star Chronos is going to be really important in this situation, I think.
Yeah, it is, and you know, it's going to be so easy to set up a situation where you can make the Star Chronos take 2 prizes, so that's not an issue, but the key for Lucas is going to be making sure that he takes 2 prizes whilst also doing a devastating, you know, setup, setback to Rahul, because, you know,
has 4 copies of the Iono. Yeah. That's going to be important, and like you say, if you can take out 2 Pokemon that have energy attached to them as well, especially when you're hand disrupting, a lot of the time Rahul might require Professor Sarda to burst an attacker onto the field all in one go. So if you can do that combination, that's going to be possibly a game-winning strategy here, as Lucas has already got a few basics into play, now has Ultra Ball to play, so can continue filling this bench. A really nice start for Lucas here, with the Dialga already established, finally getting some Beldum into the mix as well, which is the best way that you can ramp your energy onto the board, and it's going to be used throughout this game, no doubt. So all things considered, very good start here.
It's very interesting looking at the Lucas's list. It looks very similar to, you know, the list that Andrew played to win, but there are a couple of interesting changes that that Lucas has made.
Yeah, there's the Irida in there, which is certainly an interesting one. Greninja is such an important piece, we've already mentioned that, but it can also just give you access to early Buddy Poffin as well, which is cool, and the Lost Vacuum as well, another tech inclusion, whereas Hedrick just chose to play 4 orbs of basically everything good.
Yeah, exactly.
And no techs whatsoever.
In fact, I think the exact changes I can see here, it's -1 research and -1 Pokegear for the Vacuum and the Irida. So it's literally 2 cards different.
And the Buddy Poffin off the Iono, this is huge. This is the ideal board state. Lucas going wide here and getting possibly triple Beldum established. It feels like a very good position to be in.
Especially given that, you know, Rahul is right now did have a pretty, you know, okay turn 1 himself, but, you know, just that Koraidon with the fighting energy, and Lucas has gone, you know, very wide on the board here. Has got all those Beldums down with the Buddy Poffin, has an attachment for turns, has a Nest Ball as well, so could even grab
Dialga.
Oof, wow,
this is it. You're set up. You've done it. You've completed Dialga. You're there. That is phenomenal stuff.
You could even, you know, if you have a Metal Energy in hand, you could even attach that to buff, but it looks like Lucas went for the attachment on the bench, Dialga instead, so just going to opt to pass after that S-Ball.
Rahul has a couple of draws. There's Greninja in the hand, and I believe a Pokegear as well.
Okay.
But I think we're still looking for stuff to really get going.
Well, there's a Pokegear.
So fire off Pokegear. We do see the Explorer, which is certainly valid. You've already got an attachment this turn, so you can just manually attach to get the Koraidon swinging with Primordial Beatdown.
I think the big thing here for Rahul is going to be making sure that he can find himself a Roaring Moon. And not only for the factor that you want to be able to set it up, but you also want to get more Ancient Pokemon down because, of course, Koraidon's Primordial Beatdown does 30 damage for each of your Ancient Pokemon in play. So you also want to go wide as much as you can.
Yeah, it's an interesting trade-off. You need to be able to reach 280 damage to one-hit KO V-Star Pokemon, in this case the Dialga, but you also need to fuel your Koraidon as well. So that's going to be something that Rahul has to juggle in this situation. As we do see the Explorer here.
Oh, there's actually an interesting thing here I just noticed. With Lucas opting to attach the Metal Energy to the bench Dialga V instead of the Zamazenta, that means if Rahul's able to get 4 Ancient Pokemon out, he will actually be able to do enough damage to knock out the Zamazenta.
Yep, it's a bold one. It's still a lot for Rahul, let's be honest.
It is.
Especially with only one on turn 1. But we'll see how the Explorer's treated Rahul. There are methods to get there.
I did see...
I think there is Ball Search coming in now. Oh, it's going to be another Vessel fired off here. We don't quite have the full count of the Ancient cards. I think Rahul's trying to fan them out, though, helping us out a little bit.
Much appreciated.
Give us a counter as we go. Because this is going to be such an important thing to track throughout the game.
It is. There's a few energies in hand. It looks like it's going to be a Koraidon coming down, maybe a Concealed card as well. Yep, there it is. It's guarding that Dark Energy. 2 more cards drawn.
There is Ultra Ball in hand. That's Fluttermane. That's going to get you the 4, I believe.
Yeah, that's it. He's got it. But is there anything...
Can you afford to get rid of resources here? I think that... Is there Pokestop in the hand as well?
Yes, there is.
Could possibly spin the wheel. No, Rahul going to go for the slower approach here and just poke into the Zamazenta for 90 damage here. As you mentioned, Freya, the Metal Shield ability not online at the moment with no energy attached. So let's see what Lucas can make of this. And the Metang starts. I think just Ball Search in hand. Not much draw outside of Greninja here.
Thinking about it more, though, this is very clever because now what this means, Rahul is recognizing, first of all, I don't want to go, I don't want to deny myself too many options to discard to do more with Vengeance Selection, but also now Lucas needs to retreat this Zamazenta in order to attack with Dialga.
Right, just that baseline of 100 damage with a Retaliate isn't that powerful.
No.
So forcing Lucas to find or spend Prime Catcher early could be a big consideration here to get something else into the active position. That's the only switching effect that's in the Dialga deck list, and obviously Prime Catcher can be strong in so many turns of the game. As we see a second Metang developed here for Lucas. They're running on fumes. They don't have anything in hand, but they'll be able to Metal Make a few times. And I think they might be, once again, content to pass with Zamazenta and just build up their board of energy. That's what I imagine we'll see this turn.
Yeah. Now, the nice thing about Metal Maker, of course, there is kind of a dual purpose going on. Obviously, you want to use it to accelerate as many energies as you can, but you're also getting those energies out of the deck and then improving your draws so that you have more outs to things you actually need that aren't energy.
Yeah, it's a similar case to when you see Archeops in Lugia. You're thinning the deck immediately, so the longer you can use... Oh, there you go, 3 hits. A miss from the first, 3 on the second, and now the decision comes. You can attach energy how you like. Rahul's not getting too... heavily ramped with Ancient cards in the discard pile, but still going to split the threats. I think this is the safest option for Lucas right now. Maybe putting 1 energy on the active to threaten the retreat next turn is reasonable if Rahul wants to get funky and just ignore the Zamazenta, look to pick off other Pokemon. That could be something playing on his mind, but just happy to split the threats with Dialga so far.
And here we see a Pokestop. Oh, that's a horrendous Pokestop there. Triple miss. But although 1 Ancient Energy Booster Capsule in the discard is not too bad.
It's 20 damage.
It is.
It's a Sada and it's a capsule.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
You've got to get there somehow.
Yeah, it's true.
And the Pokestop can help out in that regard. It's, once again, a dual-purpose stadium in the deck where you can fuel your discard pile with Ancient cards as well as any hits you get you're happy with. So it is something to track, but there is Palpad in Rahul's deck list, so can access those Sadas again if required.
Oh, and there's another Sadas in hand as well, so that's going to be 1 more in the discard, 2 energies accelerated, 3 cards drawn. This is pretty ideal for Rahul as he's going to be able to set up his bench, but then also get the knockout on the Zamazenta and take the first prize of the game.
Yep, it's great to get the initiative. It's great to have so many threats ready on the bench as well, because Lucas's main disruption is going to be Slam Iono, try and Chronos 2 Pokemon at once.
Yeah.
So by having almost 3 threats developed in this case for Rahul. He's safeguarding himself very nicely.
And safeguarding a little bit more as well with that Ancient Energy booster capsule.
I really like this choice. If you are going to make Lucas reach for that KO, you are getting extra cards in your discard pile to help you out. But there's then that chance that he can't reach and can't get the KO on the Koraidon as well. So this seems like a great choice.
It does. So now it's going to be on Lucas to respond here. Do see a Super Rod. So
there's V-Star in hand as well, drawn for the turn. So we at least can get into 280 hit point range very nicely.
And safeguarding a little bit more as well with that Ancient Energy booster capsule.
I really like this choice. If you are going to make Lucas reach for that KO, you are getting extra cards in your discard pile to help you out. But there's then that chance that he can't
respond here. Do see a Super Rod. So
there's V-Star in hand as well, drawn for the turn. So we at least can get into 200. Well, that's what we're seeing here.
No, yeah, forget the one in hand already. I want to play this one. It's free energies back into the deck, and I imagine gonna fire off that Ultra Ball as well. Yeah.
You're again not really drawing much, but as long
discarding the Nest Ball, but then you can just discard the other Ultra Ball instead.
Discard this turn, maybe wants to keep that bench capsule. So we're going to need a few hits from these Metang.
Here we go, maker number 1. How many does Lucas get? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many is it? It's 2.
2 energy.
That's pretty good.
That's sufficient.
Yeah, that'll get there. In fact,
just making sure it's just a V in the active position right now, but there is a V-Star on the bench.
Yes.
So again, splitting the threats, making sure that you can reach 200, which is the combination of 140 hit points of Koraidon as well as the 60 bonus from the Ancient Booster. So Lucas is looking good, has the response lined up, and 3
wow.
energy. There are matchups where that's going to be absolutely game-winning. This isn't one of them,
no, it's not.
But it's still really nice to thin the deck, especially when you're just in top deck mode. Putting yourself in that situation to just see more supporters in the deck now and churn through is going to be really handy.
Yeah. And it was very interesting that after the first Metal Maker, Lucas didn't attach 2 to the active, because there could have been a little bit of a risk there. If Lucas missed the second Metal Maker, he actually wouldn't be doing enough damage for the knockout.
Yeah. As it stands, Metal Blast does reach the perfect math of 200, and Rahul's forced to send up one of those Roaring Moon. And I feel like it's at this stage in the game where we're trying to Roaring Moon every turn, essentially. We've played enough cards, we've cycled through the deck, we've used a couple Explorer's Guidance at this stage, so you should be fueling that discard pile quite sufficiently here.
Yeah.
Rahul doing a great job of deck thinning every single turn.
Do you see a little bit of agonizing from Rahul, a little bit of a tougher Explorer's Guidance, looks like.
Sada's not great.
No.
You probably need to keep that around. The Nest Ball would be useful as well. It's going to be the Super Rod that goes.
Yeah, and then one more.
There are 2 copies of Super Rod in Rahul's list and a Superior Energy Retrieval, so you can just about get away with that.
And the other Super Rod is actually in the hand already, so yeah, I think this makes sense. Keep the Nest Ball, keep the Sada for next turn. You have the other Super Rod ready in hand to go, and just next turn you can just fire off the Sada's Vitality and pretty much set up all the attackers that you need.
I don't think Rahul's close to getting a 1-hit KO, so it's most likely going to be, I'm looking to 2-hit KO this Dialga, and then I'm looking at the second one that's on the bench, and I'm hoping I can ramp up all the way up to 280 by that stage of the game.
Yeah, and then the Quad Moon is out. All 4 are out in play, just ready to, sort of take do attacks and take prizes one after the other. And of course, every single time Lucas knocks out one of these Roaring Moon, that is another 10 damage that the next one can do with the Vengeance Fletching.
Still potentially more draws for Rahul. There's Poker Stop available. I imagine you're just going to be attaching the Darkness Energy that's currently in hand. Do you find the Pal Pad? That could be handy, because you know as you start taking prize cards, you need to have more and more Sadas lined up. So Rahul's got to do some quick calculus. Is it relevant enough for me to get Sadas back in the mix now? Possibly even Professor's Research back into the mix. Also eyeing up energy cards that could be super rodded back in, as you mentioned, Freya. These are all things playing on Rahul's mind, because he really has to procure his deck at this stage. It's already quite thin, there's not many cards remaining, but you know that you're going to go down to like 1 or 2 card hand sizes later on in the game, but you really need to make sure you only have the good stuff left in the deck at that stage.
Yeah, and this is really where the skill of the Ancient Box deck comes in, is recognizing when it's right to put things back in, when it's not, and like you said, Joe, doing that calculus to make sure that you're doing the maths in the right way to put yourself in the best position possible. So it's going to be not quite a KO on the Dialga, but it's going to be a lot of damage still.
220, not too shabby.
No, not at all.
We're getting there, and as these Roaring Moon get KO'd, they have to be KO'd because they're threats. It's going to continue to fuel the discard pile as well. So I imagine Rahul's not too far away from, certainly if you can clean up this Dialga and then by 2 turns, you'll easily be able to hit 280.
Yeah. Interesting choice there from Lucas, opting to put that, or get the last Metal Energy and the Dialga V-Star back into the deck with the Super Rod, not opting to try and get the maximum free energy value out of it.
I'm a little surprised by the Dialga V coming onto the bench as well, because we know Rahul is hitting 220 damage. That could be an easy way for Rahul to take another 2 prizes.
Yeah.
And that space can be used for the likes of Zamazenta again, try and force Rahul back onto an awkward prize count as well. And it doesn't feel like it's an issue for Rahul to reach damage-wise at this stage.
No, not at all. And actually, Joe, I'm glad you mentioned that, because this goes on to something I was thinking about earlier, which is, although you mentioned about, you know, they're leaving a bench slot free for that Mew, of course, but that is a very big liability to be easily knocked out by Roaring Moon as well.
Oh yeah, I mean very late in the game. When you're digging for your own win condition, I imagine would be the time that Mew gets into the mix.
Yeah.
But regardless, we see some Metal Makers, another Dialga's getting powered up. There's been no issue chaining attackers here for Lucas. Maybe some retreat shenanigans are on the cards here, make it as difficult as possible for Rahul to have this easy prize map. There's, you know, only 60 hit points remaining on the active, so you probably want to get that one out of here. As we see, the Metangs have been hitting quite nicely, and both players have actually quite thinned their deck well here. Another turn attachment onto Dialga on the bench.
Oh, are we going to see a Prime Catcher here?
Maybe it's 2-turn time.
Maybe it is. I mean, I was going to say, because if otherwise it's a bit weird attaching to the bench room, right? Because
I feel like there's at least a retreat.
Yeah.
The debate is spending Prime or not.
Yeah, which it looks like the answer is going to be yes. Okay.
Switcheroo, it's going to go for the Radiant Greninja, the only real engine Pokemon that Rahul has.
Yeah. And
which makes a good amount of sense.
Yeah, I like this a lot, because it means that you're not putting another ancient Pokemon in the discard pile, and you are setting up for that late game scenario like we already talked about, when you hand disrupt and you know... wait,
huge Star Chronos. It hits boss's orders, so now you can boss back the Roaring Moon that you just put onto the bench. That has to be the play here. When you have the 2-turn capacity, you could have retreated, gone through the active, then used Prime Catcher on your 2nd turn.
That's true, yeah.
But that would have been a couple of painful retreats. Now that you've just hit boss's orders from your prize cards, now you can get the absolute maximum value here.
That's
incredible prize card to take there for Lucas.
Absolutely the best one it could have gone for. Now, we do see that, interestingly enough, there was a Metal Maker, but opting not to attach it, wanted to leave 1 energy in deck. You know, you don't necessarily want to store yourself by...
Lucas knows exactly what they have access to. They can cycle their entire deck every turn now.
It's legit 8 cards, right?
Yeah, a couple Ionos, another boss's orders in the deck, 1 energy to muck around with. It's going to be the research. I'm so surprised there's no boss's orders here. We're running so low on cards. There was also a Super Rod that was discarded there.
Is there something we're missing, maybe?
Is there enough turns for Lucas to win the game here? You can Iono yourself back down to low hand sizes. Maybe you're just committing yourself to spamming Iono from here on out.
Yeah, I guess so. It must be that. I wanted to keep your deck thin enough whilst doing that, given that you've already set up all your attackers. That's the only thing I can think of.
Very interesting play from Lucas here, foregoing the final Super Rod as well. And just keeping track of their resources. A real puzzle for Rahul now, who might also be having this thought in their mind that maybe there is this sort of other resource. There goes.
Wait, hold on.
There was a chance that Great Tusk could have instantly won the game with a land collapse there.
And that's the thing. Lucas, of course, doesn't know Rahul's list. Like, not all of the Ancient Box lists play Great Tusk, but if Rahul can set this up, he can just steal this game from Lucas.
Super Rod in hand. Is there any ball search for Rahul? Is there a means of going Sada? There's no draws from Greninja now, of course. That was the only thing taken out.
I think that was...
Rahul's really trying to piece together. Can he not only get... Oh, here we go.
Not going to be this turn, it looks like. So,
it's going to be a Sada to draw 3. So there's not going to be a Great Tusk coming down this turn. Great Catch is open to him. Counter Catch is open to him, which is going to be huge. Now he can take a 2-prize knockout at the very least.
But... Oh, I just realized something. In this specific instance, you wouldn't even need to specifically play a supporter to use the Great Tusk, because if you play an Ancient supporter, you mill 1, right? But you
need to attack with the Great Tusk. Right?
Yeah, you attack with the Great Tusk.
You need to Sada to get the 2 energy.
Yeah, I guess so. So it doesn't matter. But like, say if there was another way to power it up, like milling 1 would still be enough to win the game here.
Yeah, 1 is all you need apparently. Wow, that's a huge risk from Lucas now that we think about it, because even though it's a bit cheeky, the Great Tusk, it's pretty common, I would say. It's not necessarily a staple, but you'd expect it.
It's definitely not something you want to put yourself in range of just in case, right? It's not something that maybe Lucas just forgot about it. Maybe he thinks the Iona's going to be fine.
Rahul's board is so robust now, even without the potential to land collapse for game and steal it straight away, with basically 4 Roaring Moon ready to rumble.
Yeah,
there is no problem just churning and burning. And with the discards here, we saw the Sada played. There was extra ancient Pokemon hitting the discard pile. That's a clean KO on a Dialga. And Lucas can only take 1 prize a turn now. They're still 3 attacks away. And I think Rahul has a very simple map to attack twice and win the game here.
And we talked at the beginning of the game, right, about how the key for Lucas would be to combine, hand disruption with a Star Chronos to devastate Rahul's board. The Star Chronos is used. There is no potential for Lucas to make a play like that this game anymore.
And even hand disruptors at this stage, they're not going to be that effective.
No, exactly.
There's another Roaring Moon ready to just announce an attack. Rahul just needs to find an energy over 2 turns, and we've just seen a superior, so he's grabbed a bunch of energy back. So there is the Iono strategy from Lucas. That's what's been identified, but it doesn't really affect Rahul. He's so well safeguarded.
He is, and also I just want to do a quick count of the deck. Is it still going to be, how many cards are left in Lucas's deck?
We're already
still?
drawing 3 for Lucas, right? 3 prize cards remain, so...
No, but there's 4 in the deck, so...
Still 4 for a land collapse play, potentially as well. It's still on the cards for Rahul. As we do see another KO from Lucas. Goes down to 2 prize cards remaining. Still 2 turns to win. Rahul hits the Drum of Awakening here. Can draw 3 cards and fuel your discard pile even more.
You can drop along on the table at home if you want.
Yeah. Rahul seeing if he can collapse here to win the game immediately. Checking cards remaining in his deck. Going to see just the Sada. I feel like Rahul is so safe with this line of play.
Yeah, you just don't need to dig the risk.
You don't need to do the highlight reel moments.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're going to see the concession here from Lucas. Sees the writing on the wall. There are too many Roaring Moon powered up and only need to attack twice with Rahul's damage output through the roof at that stage in the game. Very cleanly played from Rahul there. Lucas with a couple of questionable choices, maybe not going for that boss's orders line and digging for Iona themselves was questionable. But let's face it, Lucas was a little bit supporterless in that game as well.
That is true, yeah.
Still had more to work on. They got the engine, they got the Pokemon online very nicely, but they weren't able to throw that hand disruption in when it mattered.
No, absolutely, and that ended up, that meant that, Rahul could just set up all the Roaring Moons. What were there, 3 powered up by the end of that game? So
not too bad.
Yeah. So even without the highlight reel Great Tusk moment, there was just no way for Lucas to really come back there. So you've lost it, you're down a game, and you're into game 2. How does Lucas adapt going into the second game now?
I think it's a great question, Freya, because I feel like Star Chronos has to come alongside Hand Disruption.
Yes.
We didn't see it last time. We saw that it was taking out an engine Pokemon, that's great, but you left a 2-energy Roaring Moon. So Roaring Moon could just easily meander back into the active, swing and take 2 prize cards. You want to deny that at all costs. You want to make Rahul, from low hand sizes, have the Sada combinations, have some rods, have some superiors, have that all coming together in one go. That's when you can try and buy a turn, because as we've seen with the number of ancient cards in Rahul's deck, the way he's built the 60, it can easily ramp to V-Star range.
Yeah, Lucas almost made Rahul's job too easy, right? He wasn't throwing in enough disruption to kind of stop Rahul from getting to that critical mass point where he's just taking one-hit knockouts on Dialga V-Stars, at which point Rahul can just run away with the game, as Lucas very rightly recognized at the end.
Yeah, and partially the star power of Dialga is mostly that you can ramp into huge KOs, and that's not really shown off in this matchup.
No, not at all.
You only have a couple of pieces of disruption at your disposal, so you really have to make the most out of that this game as well. I'd like to see Zamazenta, well, obviously starting Zamazenta wasn't great either, and weaving that in to force additional attacks from Rahul, try and find gusting options is another great way to skew the prize race.
Yeah, so we are off in game 2, and just going briefly over the prize cards, we did see that Lost Vacuum was a prize there for Lucas. So it might not be, massively as relevant in this matchup, but of course maybe it might be relevant at some point to use a Lost Vacuum on a Ancient Booster Energy Capsule just to get a KO a bit more easily, and to also prevent it from going into the discard pile to fuel the Vengeance fletching damage. But yeah,
a couple of things where it can come up, but just with a one of and only one Irida, it's still not that reliable. It's not like an Arven build where you can cherry pick it for the perfect occasion anyway, so I don't think it's going to be too detrimental, as we're seeing the early deck search here. Looks like a very strong hand from Lucas. I saw multiple Pokemon in there. I saw a Professor's Research as well, so can establish a board quite happily. I imagine we're going to see Beldum early. And it's the ideal start with Dialga there. There is the small worry that Rahul can get some chip damage in because he's led his favorite Pokemon, the Roaring Moon, as well. And there's always the chance for him to get attacking turn 1 with a Sada plus attachment combination. So that's a small thing to be concerned about, but looks like Lucas is having a look through the deck. There's not going to be too much scary prized cards, so we can get the Beldum established and get working on our setup, because that's still going to be mandatory every game you play with Dialga.
Yeah, going to want to find those Beldums, find those Dialgas. Found one of each already, but of course you want to try and go wide and end up where you can do as many Metal Makers as you can to get this Dialgas nice and powered up, especially to get to that Star Chronos.
Yeah, all things considered, as long as we get a turn attachment, I'm pretty happy with this turn. Extra Ball Search, always great, but the fact that we're shuffling up here means there may not be any more access to Beldum. Yeah, just another Dialga, and there is the turn attachment, so I think it's a pretty reasonable start here. Not as rip-roaring as game 1, but at least you're holding on to some plays for next turn.
And I guess as well, against Ancient Box specifically, you're not as worried about putting down as many Beldums as you can turn 1, because you don't need to do as much damage with Metal Blast in order to take knockouts as well, so that goes in your favor too.
So the mission for Rahul this turn is going to be, can I work towards a Professor Sada? Because getting this chip damage in, even 70 damage, you know, 70, 80 damage or so, going to be fantastic for you. So if you can, Greninja, get an energy in the discard pile, then Sada into play and get an attachment, that could be huge. I didn't quite spy the hand. I think I saw Explorer's Guidance, but that's, even though it's a fantastic supporter, you'd much rather get the Sada pressure going turn 1 here.
Yeah, especially given that you're going second here, you have the chance to put in that chip damage, and then taking a follow-up knockout on the Dialga V-Star is so much easier if you can get that in, especially if you can make it a little bit bigger by doing some of those, early discard plays with the Earthen Vessel, and the Sada itself will boost by 10 as well. We do see
taking a few notes there. I think it's a great habit for players to keep track of what is in those prize cards. Do you see energy? So there can be a couple draws from Radiant Greninja here. If we can get towards a Sada, that would be huge.
Yeah, good as well, because that sets up the energy in the discard pile to be able to accelerate with the Sada. Exactly. So double utility there. Another Roaring Moon coming down. There is a Pokestop. We could be maybe seeing that being spun. Nope, just going to go for the Explorer's Guidance.
So going to have to settle for no attack this turn and just set up your discard pile, fueling as you go, and still trying to build a fairly robust board here. Is the best thing you can do. I think there's already an Ancient Booster Capsule. We saw Rahul use that in game 1 to try and buff up their Pokemon and force more Metal Makers from Lucas. And especially with only one Beldum developed, that additional hit points could be massive early on in the game here to tank a hit.
It's something very important to mention here, just whilst this deck search is going on. Rahul, of course, known for playing Vespiquen. This is basically the Bondi Vespiquen. I think literally like this in.
I've seen the comment.
For context, we can leave a comment when you submit a deck list on the system, and Rahul's comment is just bees. Make of that what you will.
Bees. Always has been, always will be.
Yeah. There goes the nest ball.
Yeah, the Pokestop's been spun, supporters played, a few ancient cards already finding their way into the discard pile. Just like in game 1, as many Roaring Moon as possible going to be put into play here, so you can have those multiple threats established. Depending on if there's extra energy floating in hand here, Rahul may just want to attach to the bench possibly even as well this turn, expecting the active to get KO'd, but you can still swing the booster capsule into that position to sort of hedge your bets. We'll see how his hand's reacting.
Yeah, you could
Superior.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so another ancient card, the Fluttermane. Going to be the Palpad as well.
Ooh. I do believe there's only
small
one.
risk of
yes.
When you spin the stop, you lose supporters as you go. And yeah, as you said, just one Palpad, so making it a little bit riskier and hoping that with this extra buff hit points of the Ancient Boost Energy Capsule, that the active attachment is going to be what Rahul goes for.
Yeah, and I do like the active attachment because in a worst case scenario, sure, you get KO'd, and that's not great, but in a best case scenario, you can just attach again and attack, so I think the attachment to the active makes a lot of sense. Oh, that was a good Pokestop.
That was a really good Pokestop, Freya, because also I believe there's Super Rod in hand, so you can reload the Metang and Metal that just hit the discard pile, and you get a free Buddy Buddy pop in. You're looking for these Beldums, and you don't play maximum copies like some of these other setup decks. You just play 2 copies and hope that this combination, in addition to the other ball search you have, is sufficient, and finding the Buddy Buddy Poffin is huge here. Keeping enough ball search, or space, sorry, on the bench open for still your own Greninja and other attackers seems wise for Lucas, but it's great to get another Beldum established because that's still going to be a big part of your mission here. once again, looking to hit 200 damage this turn. Going to need one big hit from Metal Maker. From the one Beldum established on turn 1.
Yeah, and it's interesting seeing this because I don't believe there were 2 Beldums prize, were there? So no.
This is the choice to keep your space open for Zamazenta, for your own Greninja, I would imagine. Maybe even going triple Dialga like we saw in the last game.
There's a Super Rod. Going to put that Metang and the Metal Energy right back in there. And then are we going to see the Metal Maker straight away? I mean...
So far, there's only Dialga V. I believe there's a V-Star in hand plus a draw supporter. So we're looking towards more energy, obviously. There's a turn attachment. That would only get us to 120 damage. So we do need Metang to hit and hit big.
Yeah, we do. Two will do it, yeah. But 2 is quite a lot to ask for when the deck is as thick as it is. So let's see if it pays off for him. There's the Prime Catcher in hand as well.
That's a Prime Catcher, yeah. So you might just get rid of it. If you're worried that you're not going to hit, you could just go into the other Dialga, and it's actually 1 less energy required if you go into the Radiant Greninja maybe to take out early. That could be reasonable, especially with no energy in the discard pile for Rahul. You're then basically shutting off Sada.
Gonna go Metal Maker first, and makes sense. You want to see what you hit. Oh, there it is.
So now you probably just discard your Prime Catcher. No, it is going to go onto the bench still.
Okay.
So now from your, I believe it's Professor's Research in hand, from that we need to see V-Star plus energy attachment for turn if we're going to try and take out the Greninja. Oh, we do have the energy attachment, so that's the line that's being spied here for Lucas.
And yeah, there's the Prime Catcher going to go for that. And yeah, take out that Greninja, recognize that it's important to shut off the lone draw engine that this deck has.
It's the strategy that was employed in game 1.
And you said there was a V-Star in hand? No, there was not a V-Star in hand. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I saw a lot of shiny cards.
Yeah,
there was going to be a V-Star, but it was Prime Catcher plus Research.
Yeah,
so fresh 7 here. Do we see the V-Star?
Yeah,
yes,
there
we
it is.
do. So that's a great knockout secured for Lucas here.
A lot of metal energy other than that, it looks like. So
be expected, right?
Oh,
that's going to happen. That's going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
As the prize race has been initiated, and Rahul can still get the army of Roaring Moon established.
Yeah. Oh, another very good Pokestop.
That's great, especially with Palpad gone. Let's not forget, it's a much bigger risk for Rahul to spin or not to spin, and in this occasion, hits big.
Yeah, 1 more Koraidon in the discard pile, a Nestball and a Pokegear for good measure too. Gonna fire out that Super Rod to get that very important Radiant Greninja back. Makes a lot of sense, and just Nestball to grab it straight away.
Yeah, re-establish that engine that's just been taken off the board. Really handy to make sure that you're maintaining as much of an engine as possible. There's not many engine Pokemon in the deck at all. You're really reliant on supporter draw, so getting the Greninja back in the mix is huge. I don't think Rahul needs much at all this turn. It's really just going to be a mission of ramping the amount of ancient cards in the discard pile this turn. We already know we have access to Pokegear as well, so plenty going on for Rahul. I think I've just seen a Sada as well. There's the drum, drawing 4 cards from an item card. That's why it's in the deck list. You get to draw 1 card for each ancient Pokemon you have in play. Yeah. So it's only specifically good for this deck, but boy is it good in this deck.
Yeah, it really is. It is funny because, you know, we did see first perhaps a little bit of a change in the weather, I say, with the A-Spec choice in Ancient Box. So some people were saying, you know what, you need the early gust, you need the Prime Catcher, but the drum draw power is just too much to pass up, I think.
Yeah, it could be great at all stages of the game, essentially. Yeah. Giving yourself late game burst is phenomenal to look towards combo pieces. And in this case, where Rahul's trying to dig towards more discard synergy, it can be great.
Yeah. And of course,
only a couple ancient cards, I think.
There's a Fluttermane. The Pokestop, yeah, don't need that, can get rid of that. And Nestball, don't need really...
It's not the best.
This is going to be, that makes a lot of sense.
And Fluttermane, obviously you can still play the Earthen Vessel from hand and get even more discarded here. Is there Counter Catcher in the hand for Rahul? If there is there any way we can reach a 220 this turn?
That would be pretty good.
Failing that, maybe you take out Metang?
I don't think I see the Counter Catcher. Oh, wait, no, is that it there in the hand?
I think there is one peeking in the far left of the hand.
Oh, yes, yeah, I think you're right, okay.
And it's currently live. Seems reasonable. We've seen that Rahul can reach into a V-Star easily later on in the game.
Yes.
So ignoring a V-Star now is reasonable.
Yeah, there is a Earthen Vessel in hand. That would get 1 extra. And looks, yeah, we got the count there. He has spread out a little bit.
10 in the discard pile for ancient cards right now.
So that'll be 170. Can he actually get... He might be a little bit short, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, maybe it's Metang, though.
Oh, that would also be very, very good, of course. Just
taking 1's better than taking none.
Yes.
Well, there's 2 discarded. That's the Vessel being played to discard an Explorer's Guidance.
Yeah. So that's 11 in a discard now. He's done it in rows of 5, I've realised.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's so helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rahul.
We appreciate it.
So that, yeah, that's 11 in the discard. So that will be Vengeance Legendary, 180. So if you can get 4 more in the discard pile, you can go for that after that Dialga. But I don't know if Rahul has the means to do it with his current
Ultra
hand.
Ball in hand, I believe, but that's still going to be one shy. I feel like looking to Gust here is quite reasonable.
You could...
Or you just accept that you're punching into the active, knowing that you can still one-hit KO stuff later.
Yeah, it is a bit tough because, you know, if you go after the Metang, you do go after their engine, but also you don't end up, you know, the prize map becomes like a little bit weirder. But I think in this instance, yeah, Rahul, recognizing that taking out the engine is the right call, goes for the counter catcher and takes the first prize of the game.
Yeah, I think
the second prize of the game.
Yeah, I do like the call there from Rahul. It's a close one because taking, you know, a 2-shot on a 2-prize Pokemon is still the equivalent of taking a 1-prize KO, right?
Yeah.
So it's certainly reasonable, but I do like trying to put the pressure on Lucas. If you are going to one-hit KO certain Dialga throughout the game, you're still making Lucas re-establish Beldum as he goes.
Yeah, and it looks like before the Nest Ball, just going to go for another Metal Maker, wanting to keep that deck order as is for now. Does find 1.
Yeah,
so
that's fine. That's sufficient. It gets you over the hurdle now with the Ancient Booster Capsule on the active.
And if you wanted to now go for the manual attachment, you could go for a Star Chronos turn here. It might be a little bit early, though.
Well, we see the attachments. Possibly not too early. It's never too early to get 2 turns, apparently.
Yeah. I guess maybe you could do something nice here where you can, you know, take a KO on this, dig for a boss's orders, and then next turn use it, bring up the Greninja and KO that again. That would be, I think, as good of a disruption as you could do on Rahul's board this turn.
Certainly a reasonable line. If you can weave in Iona this turn, possibly it could be huge as well. Rahul's grown his hand size quite nicely with the use of those Explorers. Greninja being spammed, even though it was KO'd on a previous turn, has been brought back to keep gaining value.
Yeah. Is there an Ino in the hand? No, there isn't.
There is Iono.
Oh, there is? Oh, okay.
We're looking good. It's going to be, as you say, Freya, the hand disruption plus KO combination, which is kind of what we were yearning for in Game 1.
Yeah, and then if you can find another card to bring up something on the bench next turn, then it's going to be bring up the Greninja, and then Lucas is going to be in a very good position. Oh, no, he's
hasn't seen any cards. There's no peeking, so I think we're good. And that's a great habit to get into.
Yes.
Throw your cards on the table face down before you've seen anything.
There's something I
avoid a big mistake.
Avoided the whoopsie there, so yeah, got to be feeling good about that. And it's always good to like draw in a good order as well, so because Lucas remembered which one it was, they can just put it back on top of the deck.
Avoiding those Freya faux pas is really important.
Excuse me.
No shade, no shade.
Where did that come from?
When we were playing on the desk yesterday, there was a Freya faux pas. We were doing our tech rehearsal. maybe a bit more calculated though.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
That's just a joke for us. No one else is going to get that at all.
Oh, where was I? Yeah, so yeah, knockout. There we go. It's going to be, but it's not going to be the Star Chronos. Interestingly enough,
just taking the one. I prefer this because when you are going for the Chronos play, you have to be taking out multiple Pokemon. With that Sada, you're getting multiple threats powered up. So if you can establish KOs on both of those Pokemon, you force another Sada out of Rahul. And the big difference between this game and last game is that there's no Pal Pad in the mix. So the Sadas are vital resources, and as Rahul is forced to play them, which he will be this turn, for example, he's going to have less and less of them rooting around the deck for later on.
Yeah, it's going to make a very big difference, and Lucas sort of calculating that, adapting very well to this game too, I think, learning from what went wrong in Game 1 to kind of take a different approach, and for now at least, it's really paying off for him.
Yeah, looking good so far. Rahul gets the draws in with Radiant Greninja here. Has plenty of Darkness Energy in the discard pile to Sada up. Is there Sada in the hand, though?
No, I think it's an Explorer's Guidance.
That's a big miss for Rahul. No access to Professor Sada, so has to forego an attack altogether this turn.
That's rough. That's really, really rough.
The easy map a little bit dicier now. We're in a position that Rahul didn't really miss a beat last game, and this is the first time he has missed a beat. Draws into all those poker gears. Such an insult when you were looking for a Sada this turn.
Yeah, it's like one of those in my hand, not in this Explorer's Guidance. Give this guy the counter catcher.
Counter catcher. I think because there's just so many energy in the discard pile, having the access to more super odds important.
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But Rahul is just going to have to pass here. It's not the worst thing in the world because he's still ramped a few additional cards into the discard pile, so going to be another capsule again, trying to force even more ancient cards into the discard pile to reach 280 cleanly next turn.
And I think, yeah, like you just mentioned, Joe, I think this is the next best thing they could have done. One of the nice things about playing a deck like this Ancient Box is that it is a purely single prize attacking archetype, so that does give you more time. It means that if you miss a beat, you can maybe afford to just take a turn off, and then your opponent takes another KO, and then you can still make a comeback because you know there are 2 prizes that you can go up against to kind of make that prize trade back in your favor again.
We start to see some more draws from Lucas here, who has Boss's Orders. Has been pretty routinely trying to take out that Greninja.
Yes.
It's once again going to make the play.
Yeah. But again, it makes sense here, right? It's you take out the engine and you're playing around getting that Ancient Boost Energy Capsule and the Roaring Moon, 2 more Ancient cards in the discard pile.
Yep, and an extra turn to make these Metal Makers count, so you can start building up your second Dialga V. Definitely pretty handy at this stage, because we're looking to take another prize one at a time here until you can get that Star Chronos off. I once again think it won't be this turn. We want to make it as disruptive as possible. So loading up this bench Dialga is going to be important. Can we see another V-Star on the bench this turn? Maybe another objective for Lucas here.
Yeah, that would be really great to set up. So, you have 2 attackers ready and raring to go. Just have the
DC Ultra Balls and Iono.
Yeah,
it's looking great,
it's
to be honest with you.
Really looking great. A complete contrast to game 1 for sure.
Even though Rahul's hand size isn't massive, because he's procured 2 cards from that Explorer, there's good cards in that hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially when you're seeing things like Countercatcher and Pokegear hit the discard pile from the Explorer, that he's got a piece of something. So throwing another hand disruptor in the mix, once again KOing Greninja's going to be handy for next turn.
Yeah, and doing it this way around is very nice as well. You use the Boss's Orders, you bring up the Greninja, that's the thing that you guaranteed want to pick off. And then next turn you go for the Iono because Rahul is going to promote a Roaring Moon no matter what. So you don't really...
Ooh, it's going to be 2 turns now. This was unexpected from us. We felt like just taking 1 is fine, but I suppose the way to go Boss's Orders and Iono is to take 2 turns.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, that's I think now is the turn to do it. Absolutely.
Do you think now's the? I would wait. I would wait until another starter was played to go Moon. Personally,
okay.
I would like this turn. I would like to just go Boss KO active. Then next turn, there's still a forced starter from Rahul, and that's when you can go KO Iono whilst V-starring, and then take another KO.
But here's the thing, you go for the Iono now, Lucas has taken the 3rd prize, he's going to take a 4th. Rahul has no way of outpacing on prizing. As long
That's reasonable.
Yeah, as long as Lucas just sets up a 3rd Dialga, it's almost a checkmate.
Yeah, and another Dialga has been established as well, so that mission is certainly on Lucas's mind here.
Yeah. And another Metal Maker as well. I think that if Lucas can almost get to a point where every single Dialga can take a knockout, and then if that's the case, there is no way for Rahul to come back.
Yeah, as long as they're all V-stars, of course.
Yeah,
We'll get into V-star
that's
range.
good. That's a very good point, yes.
So these energies are flowing.
Yes.
No doubt about that, Freya. There's still pieces to come. Lucas is in touching distance now of this win, so much closer than the last game where Rahul just had far too many turns to do what he wished.
Yeah. And now with the Iono, depending on how many V-stars Lucas has in hand, gonna want to evolve as many as possible and hope that this Iono means that Rahul does not have any gusting out.
Yeah, just gonna hold everything, knowing that Ancient Box not known for hand disrupting.
Yeah.
And let's see, ooh, the Sada off the top.
Oh, that's big.
That's gonna keep Rahul possibly in this game. We see an Ultra Ball getting rid of Fluttermane as well as the Great Tusk. I think that's plenty of Ancient cards now in the discard pile to cleanly KO V-Stars.
That's 21. That's exactly enough.
We're there with the discard.
21 plus 70 is 280, which is the exact amount of HP on Origin Form Dialga V-Star. So as long as it's Sada...
I think we're going to see, Pokegear first, because we not only need to Sada this turn, but we also need to get a turn attachment.
Yes, we do. So gonna Fin by 1 card with that Boss's Orders, so you can draw into that Dark Energy, very important.
But Rahul's back is against the wall in this game. He was looking fine until he missed a Sada in the middle of the game.
Yeah, here we go. For Silent Vitality.
Big 3 cards for Rahul here.
3 cards drawn, what does he get? Is that, he gets a Dark.
You see energy.
And
we're still in the game. We're still in the game, which is good. Rahul also very aware of game 1, how low Lucas went in cards remaining in deck. Maybe that's playing on his mind, keeping him in the game at this stage, thinking that there's that backdoor win condition available. We see a turn attachment to Roaring Moon here. And it's probably just going to be a swing. I think there's no other actions for Rahul that make too much sense. Maybe a Super Rod, but also reason to hold this as well. Going to have a scout of what's played so far for Lucas.
So I'm trying to think a little bit farther ahead here, and I'm thinking, okay, you take the KO here, that's down to 3. Lucas takes a KO, that's down to 1. Rahul takes another 2-prize knockout, that's down to 1. But then Lucas just takes a KO and wins, right? So Rahul needs to do something in order
Rahul needs to find booster capsules and hope that Lucas can't re-establish another V-Star.
Yeah.
That's where we're at this stage.
Yeah.
He is in a lot of... Oh, and there's another Ultra Ball.
Oh, boy.
So if there's another V-Star floating around, that could be massive for Lucas.
I don't remember there being 1 prize.
Maybe has to... Well, maybe has to wait until Super Rod, because one's just been knocked out.
But I think there's one still left in the deck, isn't there?
Yeah, I think there's 3 V-Star, as long as one's not prized.
Yeah, I don't remember. That's what I was just saying. I don't remember there one being 1 prize, and I think maybe Lucas is doubting himself a little bit. Like, did I see it? Did I not? But
yeah, possibly if there's... Yeah, I think there is another V-Star.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
I think possibly as soon as we see double V-Star, Rahul may be in that mode to concede.
Yeah.
There's only 5 minutes on the clock, so it's going to be a little bit awkward here. But it looks like the door's shutting on Rahul.
Because yeah, of course, now with both the V-Stars established, there's no way to like easily deny a KO, especially if as long as
V-Star should definitely be in hand.
Yeah, as long as
yep. That's the one you want.
Whoopsie, whoopsie.
You just went and got that.
Yep.
Going to see draws from Greninja possibly here. Metal Energy is the last card in hand.
You just need 1 more Metal Energy on that bench to Alga V-Star to get the checkmate. That is all you need. So
I mean, possibly you just hold the energy as well. Yeah, that's another factor.
There's not one there. Okay.
Nothing from Metal Maker here. But again, you're holding on to energy, so maybe you don't even want to draw cards with Greninja, you just hold energy and chill.
I like that a lot.
Scouting how many cards remain in the deck here for Lucas, because we're low enough in cards in deck that you can actually sort of procure your bottom decks. You kind of get close enough with a spam of Metal Makers that you climb your way back from the bottom to the top.
It's one of like the sneaky sort of like hidden features of this deck is that you can have some idea, not fully of course, because you have to shuffle the other cards that you don't attach, but it is a way of kind of manipulating your deck order in a totally like, legal way to have an idea of what you actually...
And from that 4, we've just seen like a bunch of Pokemon, for example. Now it's safer to maybe slam Pokestop on another turn, because you know your Pokemon are all at the bottom. As it happens, just going down to 1 prize card now, Lucas. And Rahul needs to make a play, needs to make it happen fast, because he's in trouble. The only good news right now is Lucas doesn't have many hand cards. Maybe you can make a trapping line. Maybe Fluttermane can take like a random multi-prize turn over multiple Pokemon.
Possibly, yeah. You can maybe Fluttermane the
Metangs for 90. It's going to be a long-term strategy. There's no doubt about that. At least there's the energy booster capsule.
Yes, that's a good start.
It's only forcing 1 energy.
So you can't even... Okay, you can if you Super Rod, I was going to say. So now you can start it.
Yeah, there's going to be the Great Tusk coming back as well.
Does it have to be a Great Tusk, Trap Metang, and start milling some cards line, maybe? Is that...
That could be a great line as well.
Yeah.
If you can mill like enough Super Rod. I'm not sure how many have been played. I think only 1's been played so far.
It's not many, for sure.
It's going to be the turn attachment from Rahul.
Okay, so
Hold the lot, I think. Just hope at this stage. Just going to be the KO.
Just hope.
Rahul goes down to 1 prize card remaining.
But Lucas has the energy
in hand. So with no hand disruption available, it's going to be a turn attachment. And we're going to game 3 here with just 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, really, really well played from Lucas. Adapting perfectly, I think, to the matchup. Recognizing where it was the right time to do the Star Kronos. Could have gone slightly different line, as you did mention, but the taking out the Greninja and another Roaring Moon in that instance just paying off. And bringing the series back to 1-1.
Yeah, impressive adjustment from that first game where things didn't quite go to plan. Rahul was in the same groove as game 1, not too much changing, just happened to whiff on Sardas, and that is one of the only kinks in the armor for the Ancient Box deck, that you are so heavily tied to both of your Ancient supporters. And the Explorer's Guidance is essentially a Hapu reprint, but has a tag of an Ancient card on it, and we've seen that as a bit part player supporter. It's not really like the strongest card effect in general, but it makes it into the deck that's an Ancient card. And Sada, it's only a draw 3 effect, so you're not guaranteeing turn by turn that you're going to continue your chain of attackers.
No, you're not. But and we did see the big turn where Rahul missed was that 1 turn where missing the Sada had to go for that Explorer's Guidance, and therefore missed an attack. And were it not for missing that attack, I actually think that would have been the difference.
Still on a good map.
Yeah, still on a good map. But that turn was all that Lucas needed, and then in the end it was a 1-1 and all Lucas needed was that last energy to take the last knockout and win.
Yeah, and Ancient Box sort of prides itself on being that purely one-prize archetype, forcing the game as long as possible, but Lucas can circumnavigate that with the powerful Star Kronos that we saw, and it's still going to be a weapon in this third game, and we don't have much time for it, but maybe we can see some action to see a deciding match here.
Well, I was going to say, got to point out, these are two decks that in theory can be very aggressive early on, depending on the start from either of these players. If one of them doesn't have too many Pokemon, there could maybe be a chance for a quick win.
And of course, going into turns of time, you can steal 2 turns away from Rahul if you can Star Kronos.
Oh, you can as well. Oh, that's big.
Going to see some prize cards for our opponents. I don't think it's super relevant because it's going to come down to what we can KO in 40 seconds, basically.
Yeah.
Plus 3 turns of time, let's not forget. Rahul can at least get some extra Pokemon established, and that's going to be an important way to at least not lose this game. And Rahul's going to immediately grab the Radiant Greninja here. And we'll get confirmation on time as it comes.
Yeah. Oh, there's too many Pokemon search cards, Joe.
There's a lot of, okay, so Rahul has safeguarded himself. And it's got a lot of Pokemon already established onto this board. So that's a huge sigh of relief from him. It's just going to be a pass over to Lucas. I think as long as we see this Buddy Putty pop in, I think both players are going to be aware at this stage that we're likely going to be tying.
Yeah, there
you see the handshake. Both players know the situation. They know there's no time left on the clock, and there are too many turns remaining in the game. No 6 prize card swing available, so they're both going to accept a tie in this occasion.
Yeah, and it was a really, really great match. I'm really glad that this was the first round we streamed today because it featured the deck we talked about at the start that was the kind of the surprise new development, but also the winner of the previous stream, and I think it's cool to see those two go up against each other, and it looks like a pretty even matchup, honestly.
Yeah, a closer one than I expected. I thought there was going to be a slight edge towards the Ancient Box, and Rahul made light work of game 1. Game 2 it got a lot more murky, but you can just see the versatility of that Star Kronos, how defensive it can be with those hand disruptions, with the potential to back-to-back gust even in certain occasions. That line was open to Lucas in game 1 where there was Prime Catcher into potential boss's orders. So the fact that you just have so much versatility around this V-Star power in many different situations, you're always kind of in the game thanks to it.
Yeah, so just wrapping things up here for this round. Actually, the next round is going to be a lunch break here at Stockholm, so we're going to wrap up here and just go to a break, but don't go anywhere. We will be back with our next round as soon as the lunch break is over. Into 25 minutes, don't go anywhere.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. You're joined by myself, Shay, Amy, and Mike. And I'm going to pick your brains, guys, on a deck which has started to do well rather recently, Roaring Moon. So, Mike, would you say you're surprised at how Roaring Moon has started to do really well recently?
When the first few tournaments with the card introduced, everyone was a bit worried about it, to the point where people were putting techs in for Roaring Moon. We hadn't even seen its success yet, and it sort of fell off at LEIC. And after that, we started to wonder when will it start to resurface, what decks will come out of it, and people have found out lots of different ways to play. I think that's where its success has come through, is using different tools beyond just the Roaring Moon attack. Fitting in Greninja, maybe Iron Hands, other dark attackers. So it started to find a new place in the format.
And that's one of the scariest things I think about playing against Roaring Moon, I should say, is that if your opponent flips over Roaring Moon, you're thinking, goodness, is there going to be a Greninja coming? Is there going to be a Cramorant coming? Amy, what would you say is your favourite way to play Roaring Moon?
My favourite way is the ever-spicy Thornton version of Roaring Moon. Although arguably slightly less consistent than your traditional Roaring Moon list, I really like the adaptation of being able to transform any Pokemon in your deck into one from the discard pile to allow you to surprise your opponent. And I think that's very Roaring Moon in and of itself. And I like the element of surprise within that, and being able to use lots of different energy types, energy switch. Jobs are good in.
It's not the only way Iron Hands and Roaring Moon come together. Sometimes we see it paired with the Lost Engine, with Lost Box. Tord coming in with that amazing Lost Box variation. And I think a lot of people have taken that and tried doing their own little thing with it, because Amp You Very Much and Roaring Moon, both of its attacks are so good in the format right now.
I remember, I think we saw one of the Brennan Cameraman brother, I believe, was playing it, popularised it in the Lost Box archetype. And as soon as I saw that, I thought, why didn't I think of that? It's so brilliant, because sometimes, as we see with decks like Giratina, sometimes the Lost Box just needs that one get-out-of-jail-free card, just take an immediate KO, and we see Roaring Moon is fantastic at that. But, Mike, let me pick your brains a little bit on the Greninja, because sometimes we see some of the decks play the water energy as well. Do you think that's the way to go?
I think with Greninja, the fact that you've got access to the energy through the moving of it with energy switch now, it was an obvious fit to put that in, because it's already in the deck, using it just for the concealed cards anyway. So chuck a few water in there, you get enough on your Pokemon anyway, so you can move it onto it. But also, I think we've seen with Palkia, it's been putting Greninja in decks up with, the Gold Dengos partner with Palkia. Some people put decks with Palkia in general. So you can see how having a burst of Greninja at any moment is so powerful, because that alone is what makes that deck better into certain smaller Pokemon archetypes, ones with 70 HP to 90 HP Pokemon, like other Lost Boxes or evolving Pokemon, like in Charizard or Gardevoir. It gives you that early aggression, which is very natural for Roaring Moon, which is looking to be early and aggressive as a deck.
Yeah, 100%. But then what I love about Roaring Moon is that we just saw in the top 8 placement via Ross Cawthorn is that he was playing straight dark energy, no water energy at all. So it just goes to show you how versatile Roaring Moon really is.
I think that's one of the beautiful things about Roaring Moon. You don't need all the bells and whistles. You have potentially infinite damage output with Frenzied Gouging, so you don't need to worry about any rogue decks that might come your way. It does not matter how big the foe, Roaring Moon can take it down.
Charizard as well, looking quite good at the moment, and a lot of them have taken Radiant Charizard out, so that makes it more accessible for Roaring Moon to knock out those big Charizard EX. So as a deck, it fits quite nicely in the meta currently, but I think people are keeping their eye out for it, might be adapting for it.
Yeah, I think you could be correct. If it's now on the radar, maybe players will start to adapt for it, and maybe it will get pushed out the format. There's only one way to see if Roaring Moon will be doing well at this event, though, and that's by keeping here and watching the stream.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lostbox. Lostbox utilizes a plethora of powerful one-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using one-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? While their opponent is only taking one prize card against a certain Pokemon, this ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lostbox player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lostbox is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in one turn, normally resulting in Lostbox taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lostbox, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an H prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lostbox deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attack of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2 prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single prize Pokemon within Logan's Lostbox. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of Trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench protecting Wave ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yehoshua happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continued to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
Right then, Pokemon TCG fans, I'm here now on the mic. I'm very excited. You could say I'm excited like a dancing queen right now. I'm Bert's PTCG, and I'm joined by the one and only Ross Gilbert. How are we, my friend?
I'm feeling pretty well. I sat watched that whole last round. I like that Ancient Box deck. I really wanted it to be good. It's not done what I hoped it would do. It's not proven to be a real top deck in the format so far, but we got Rahul coming over from the US, clearly has faith in the deck, and showed us in that last game how it could be effective. So, you know, I'm not saying I'm playing favorites, but I am saying I'd love to see Ancient Box win.
Ancient Box is a really fun deck, you know. You got what, it won in a seniors division at EUIC, right? So it's definitely in and around there. I wouldn't be surprised to see it do really well. It was quite high up there in our metagame here, actually, in regards to player percentage. So yeah, but you know what? I'm a Dalga fan, me, as you can see there on the badge. I played at EUIC. That's a deck close to my heart, and when we do get into our Carter predictions, it's something that I had to pick earlier before EUIC was done. So yeah, I'm a big fan. But Ross, I'm gonna have to call you out here a little bit, my friend. Now, viewers at home, when we do our Carter predictions, we like to go out there a little bit. You know, we like to push the boat out. And Ross, my friend, Prime Catcher. That's about as spicy as this desk. What's that about?
It's still spicier than basic Metal Energy, but also Prime Catcher, right? Great card. Good ace spec, seeing a bunch of play. That was my safe pick. And what I'm not appreciating, Jay, I love you, good man, right? But you're calling me out for Prime Catcher, while simultaneously giving me no credit for picking a Pokemon, which is definitely a terrible pick. Which I'm going to be honest with you, I knew I'd done Prime Catcher. I forgot what my other card I'd picked was. It was a while ago. I've done a lot since then. We're sitting on the sofa during the intro. I see the cast predictions come up, and I'm like, single prize Miraidon. Yeah. And here's the thing, right?
Okay.
You go to EUIC, there's 2 future decks in the top 8.
There was.
After coming out of EUIC, that was a good deck, well positioned, and the player base just went like, nah, we can deal with that, mate, we got this. And now Future Box, I have to accept, it is not that good. We're going to see Iron Hands, but we're going to see it in a Lost Zone build. We might see it in Chen Pao popping up a little bit. That Future Box has dropped off the map, so to speak. And I don't think Future Miraidon is actually that good anymore. But the potential is amazing, and all it takes is one player to come out. So in that context, I need Prime Catcher. It's the only way I'm going to nail the caster prediction this weekend. And I'm sorry, but if they're asking us to pick a good card, I picked a good card.
Yeah, you did, and I would say maybe that's a bit of karma there. You know, you're going to pick the Prime Catcher at the bottom. You thought, I'm going to pick a good card there with Miraidon, and actually the meta has developed where chances are we might not be seeing that Miraidon. But you never know. We might see it. There's only one way for you to find out if we do, and that's by watching this stream, as we have some more rounds coming up real soon.
But it's also fair to say, right, I've been predicting Miraidon every tournament since last EUIC. I could not predict Miraidon EX. It is not good in this format, so I had to find another Miraidon. But here's the thing, right? We're like a month away from North American International Championships. And that is where we get Twilight Masquerade entering the meta. And at that point, you know, we saw the Sapporo Champions League last weekend over in Japan, which was won by
Miraidon.
It was won by Miraidon. So when we get to NAIC and the format shifts with the introduction of Twilight Masquerade, all of a sudden my boy Miraidon EX, it's back.
Yeah, I mean, to be can't argue with that. Well, we're not quite at Twilight Masquerade yet. But so what we're going to do now is have a bit of a community debate, community vote bracket. So yeah, as we saw last time, we had Charizard versus Arceus Giratina, and that's a tough matchup there, 76%. So viewers at home, what we're going to do now, me and Ross will get one of these brackets. So we could have Dialga versus Control, Chen Pao versus Gardevoir, Lost Zone versus Lugia. We will get some amount of time, could be 30 seconds, could be less, could be more. We actually don't know.
I think they should give me Dialga this and make you argue against Dialga. That's what should happen here. I want to see the internal conflict. It's not up to us. It's up to the people backstage. But I think they should let me argue Dialga, because I think that would be fun for you.
I mean, they can try. They can
What's the verdict?
They can try.
Oh, they're letting Shay have Dialga.
Of course
Fine.
they are. So viewers at home, real quick, we're going to get about an X amount of time to pitch the decks to you. You then, the power's in your hands at home. You get to vote on whose pitch was better, or realistically what deck you prefer. prefer. So, apparently I'm getting Dalga. Do I get a timer? Is that starting soon? Oh, okay, so 30 seconds for me. 2, 1. Okay, so Pokemon TCG fans, what is one of the strongest things you can do in this game? Stop your opponent playing. So how about I'm going to take a KO, I'll take a third of my prize cards, I'll say, hold on, wait a minute. It's still my go. I get to top deck, do some other shenanigans, a little bit of gusting, you know, a bit of boss's orders, prime catcher. But it's not all about Dalga, though. As crazy as that is, Metal Blast, by the way, has an endless damage cap. You can one-shot anything in the game. Metang, one of some of the best energy acceleration we have.
There's no more time for Metang.
Some of the best energy acceleration we've ever seen.
Oh, mate.
God, at least let me finish the sentence.
No. If you wanted to finish the sentence, you should have finished it in the 30 seconds we allotted you.
Well, I finished it anyway, so you know what I mean.
Right before you destroyed your own argument, you made it easy for me, Shay.
Okay, right, so you've got, what have you got? Control.
I'm talking about control, and here's the thing. You said, you know what's fun? Stopping your opponent playing the game. Well, you know what does that better than anyone? Control. Want to attack? Got it. Want to get out the active? Got it. Want to keep the cards in your hand? Got it. Want to keep the cards in your deck? Got it. Want to keep the energy on your field? Got it. No matter what you want to do, you don't get to do it. Dialga, oh yeah, it did well in Indie, brilliant. You know what? Control has been consistently good. It's been there being played by players every single format. I'm not just talking in the Scarlet and Violet era, I'm talking basically forever. See, that's what happens when someone tells you to stop. You're supposed to stop.
Yeah, you were lucky that you managed to finish your sentence in time. So, I must say, that was a pretty good argument there. I like the multiple use of gutted. That was good. That's good.
I feel it appears more to the British viewers who may use that word more often than some of the other people watching. But hopefully, there's going to be some people now who are like, you know what? I'm going to use that. Gutted is going to enter my vernacular.
Yeah. And hopefully some people will be using Dalga more as well. So fresh off a regional victory as well. But I think our results are in.
Ooh.
Whoa, okay. Oh, it's open. Sorry. Yeah, we're ahead of ourselves.
I was going to say, how did that happen so quickly?
Very quick. So the vote is now open. So get yourself on Twitch, open up that chat panel, get in that poll, and vote on which deck or which argument you think was better. Ross's Control, or a bit of Star Chronos. It's Dalga's time is right now, everybody.
I mean, really, if we're honest with ourselves, it's Miraidon's time, because Dalga was like 5 generations ago. Like, let it go. You had your time.
I mean, you could make the argument it's Miraidon's time maybe in VGC or something, but TCG, not now, no. Dalga just won the last regionals. Of course it's Dalga's time. That was a bit silly.
No, I'm all about Miraidon nowadays. Like I say, give me a month. Just let me have like 1 month to just, you know, chill. Miraidon's coming back. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. Oh, I'm hearing some beeping. We've got some results coming up. One of us is going to be sad. It's going to be
36. What's going on?
Not even close, mate. Not even close.
Chat. What's really? You want to just announce pass every time? A little bit of tempting trap. Fair enough. Well, that says more about you than it does me, in my opinion. So fair play, Ross. You won that there, and that was convincing fashion as well. Like.
It was, and the funny thing is, like, I haven't played. That's a lie. I play Control every so often. I haven't played Control like seriously in years. I will play like when there's a new Control day. Oh, I'll jump on TCG Live. I'll play a few games with it. You know, get my feet under it, so to speak. But no one actually likes playing Control. It's a good deck, don't get me wrong, it should have won the vote. But no one likes playing Control, except for people that are really good at it, because it's fun to play. It's kind of more fun if your opponent can't play.
Yeah, I'd say I have played a little bit of Control myself in the past, actually. I would say it's always really fun. You know, when you're attempting to start your lock or whatever you're doing, and then your opponent, you know, they have some way of playing, right? But eventually, if your lock's good enough, they have to just go pass, and it's like, yes, got ya, there it is. So I will admit that is, you know, mildly amusing. Definitely not as amusing as Star Chronos for 4 prizes, but you know, we'll take it.
I want to say it was Sander. I was chatting to somebody at some point, I think it might have been Sander, about Control, and the way they put it to me was, when you play Control, you go to time every round, which means you play the maximum possible amount of Pokemon in a tournament. Like, you will play more Pokemon Pokemon than anybody else in the entire room because you are using every spare minute of Pokemon action. And we love the Pokemon TCG, Shay, as to many people watching at home. Surely more Pokemon is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you count just slamming a Snorlax in your active and saying pass, I mean, if you count that as playing, then I guess by the letter of the law, that would be correct. So, but very strong deck right now, actually. 2 variants. Got the Pidgeot control that we saw the video about EUIC via Alessandro Comasoli, or you've also got the Snorlax version where you just sort of lock your opponent in the active. So, to be fair, if you are a control fan, it's quite a good metagame for you.
And I got 2-year-old son at home. Even he has realised how amazing Snorlax is.
Okay.
He's not great with the pronunciation. It's Norlax, but in our house, Norlax gets a lot of love. we got a little flip book, and he shouts, "Wake up, Norlax!" and then he opens up the flap, and Norlax wakes up, and he finds it hilarious every time. Everybody loves Norlax.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a Snorlax fan, then there's 2 good Snorlaxes as well, because you've got the Ancient Origin one with the unfazed fat and the thumping snore. So yeah, if you're a Snorlax fan, it's a good meta game for you as well.
It's a good time to be a Snorlax fan. So, last round, we saw Dialga, we saw Ancient Box. They are not actually the biggest decks that we've got around this weekend. It is still Charizard #1. Does that surprise you?
It's just, Charizard, it's just what it just does so well, right? As soon as that Charizard comes down, 330 HP base, it says, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. I've got your ability that plucks out 3 of fire energy from the deck, so it's very self-sufficient. And we know how good that Burning Darkness is. At the start of the game, 180 can pick off some things, but towards the end of the game, you're swinging for massive damage. So you know what? I'm not really terribly surprised to see that there, to be honest.
It was a big question I had coming in. After Indy last weekend, I expected a little more Chen Pao. Now, I don't know how relevant it is that Charizard's fallen from 24% in Indy to 19% here. There is a slight drop-off, as 1 in 5 decks rather than 1 in 4. But I did expect more Chen Pao. After seeing the domination, really, last weekend of the deck, having 4 in top 8, I was expecting more Chen Pao this weekend, and to see Lost Zone beating it by a bit of a margin does surprise me a bit.
Yeah, well, it is worth noting that the Lost Zone variants there does sort of include all the different variants. So like, a Sablezard is in there, the sort of Mirage Gate, Iron Hands, Roaring Moon variants in there. So it is encompassing all the littler variants into one. But yeah, you're correct. If you run them all together, seeing that a second is a bit of a surprise. I think what was more telling for me, though, is it seems to be the player sentiment was, instead of seeing the amount of Chen Pao that was in top 4 and people wanting to play it, instead they've opted to go for that Ancient Box, which you saw was just behind it, which traditionally does have a good Chen Pao matchup. So people might be saying, right, well, I don't want to play it, I'm going to sort of counter it there instead. As we do see it here on this graphic, that Roaring Moon was such a good addition to the deck. That Vengeance Fletching, 70+10 for each Ancient card in your discard pile. Doesn't say Ancient Pokemon, so Earthen Vessel, Awakening Drum, all counts towards that. But that Professor Sarda's Vitality, Accelerate Energy to 2 Pokemon, never a bad thing. And you know what? If you're in a bit of trouble, Koraidon comes swinging out too.
I love Koraidon in the early turns. If you go second, all you need to hit is a Professor Sarda's Vitality and an Energy, and you can get decent damage, like 3 Ancient Pokemon, 90 damage. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but you'll get the majority of your smaller support Pokemon, you'll get your evolving basics. That will KO a decent chunk of Pokemon that you're expecting to have on the board in the early game, and actually it's a really nice weakness. You can get cheeky Arceus V KOs, cheeky Iron Hands KOs.
It's Dragon type though.
What's that? Oh, it is. Oh, you've got me there. It's not
if you are playing Slithering, though, some do play Slithering occasionally.
Yeah, I'm thinking Slitherwing. Thank you.
That would get there. That would get there. But if it was fighting type, oh goodness gracious, yeah,
it would be amazing. But you're right. No, I do like Slitherwing as an early game attacker. It can get some good damage off, but it's not one we tend to see in the deck. It's one I played around with quite a bit. But I think I found, like a lot of people did, Koraidon, very efficient early game attacker.
Yes.
Roaring Moon builds up to very good damage. Fluttermane blocks abilities. Slitherwing's kind of cool, but it doesn't really force its way into the deck because you've got the other 3 that do their role so well that Slitherwing, it's a fun little thing, and if you get it going turn 1 or turn 2, you're like, that was really fun. But then you actually start testing against really good players, and you're like, this is superfluous to what I need.
Yeah, and I think having that double fighting energy cost as well makes it so a little bit more awkward, because you do traditionally play a lot more dark energy to satisfy your Roaring Moon. So, and the Koraidon only needs one fighting energy, which is a lot easier to find off Earthen Vessel that you do play, you know, really high counts of. But needing a second one kind of has a bit of anti-synergy with the Roaring Moon, which we all know is going to be your late game attacker, as we saw in the EUIC Seniors Finals. So, but yeah, Ancient Box, you know, the Chen Pao counter is the third most popular deck here, Chen Pao. So, and it has got a good matchup into other stuff. That Vengeance Fletching's never a bad attack when it gets going, so could be one to keep an eye on.
I really like Ancient Boss because you can do the whole kind of, hey, I've started Flutter Main, oh, I locked down your entire deck, that's fun. Yeah. But also you can have fast starts. That Koraidon might be a dragon type, nailed it, but you can still get early KOs. And sometimes if your opponent doesn't set up quickly, you can just use Koraidon to take 2, 3, 4 prizes early, and then all of a sudden you've kind of stolen a game. If you get that Koraidon turn 2, or turn 1 going first even, not going second, turn 2 going first, you can basically say to your opponent, you got 1 turn to get going. If you don't get going in 1 turn, it's over. I've gone too far ahead, but I loved watching Rahul's setup at the end of game 1 in that first round. Having like 3 Roaring Moon, all with energy on going, you literally cannot KO enough of these to take the threat off the board. Oh, and just so you know, they're all one-hit KOing a fresh Dialga V-Star while they're here.
Yep, and they'll give up 1 prize card. And if you have the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, they've got, what, 190 HP? Was it 200? It's a silly high number for a basic 1 prize Pokemon. So, yeah, the Ancient Box could be one to look out for. Do you have any other decks that you're sort of keeping an eye on?
I mean, I'm still holding out hope the Future Bots can end up being good this weekend. It's one that I'm absolutely loving. But if we're talking about decks that have an actual, genuine, realistic chance, we'll talk about those later. Here's a little spotlight on Future Bots. Right, here we go. Peak Acceleration on Miraidon does 40 damage, but it accelerates from the deck. And you've got things like Iron Crown and Future Boost Energy Capsule, so it's not really hitting 40. It should be hitting kind of 80 plus, which gets your evolving Pokemon, your support Pokemon. Early KOs, big. You're accelerating from the deck, so you don't need to get energy in hand. You don't need it in the discard. It works beautiful. And then, of course, Iron Hands. You take extra prizes. Taking extra prizes is always good. And the big downside of Amp You Very Much is 120 is not that good a number. But if you start building in your Iron Crown and your Future Booster Energy Capsule, it's awkward, but you can get up to 220 there. Now, you need all 4 Crown, which a lot of decks don't even play. A lot of decks will go free. And you need your Future Booster Energy Capsule. It's a lot to ask, but I will get a straight 1-hit KO on basically any Pokemon V and a lot of basic EXs for free prizes. If you want to overextend, this is a really fun deck to do it. So if it really here is the question, do you go for the super hyper fast hands list, or do you want to go a bit more techie with things like Iron Leaves for Charizard?
Yeah, you can even incorporate the Iron Treads as well. That has that dual typing with the booster capsule attached. So yeah, I mean, it's not a deck I would be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see it do well, but for some reason the player base hasn't really been taken to it in drove, which is, like you said, kind of odd considering it had, what, 2 top 8 placements? EUIC.
It's got too many awkward matchups. It can really struggle against higher HP Pokemon when they hit the board. You do sometimes run out of a little bit of steam. It's a phenomenal early game deck, but it's one of those decks where, you know, if you've gone 3-4 turns and you're not in a super strong position and your opponent is now set up, that can be a little bit bad for the deck. It's one that I really want to see do well, but I do worry that it's just maybe not going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, with Dialga, with Dialga traditionally being a bad matchup, and now that's, you know, creeping in a little bit more, could be a little bit scary, because, you know, when that Star Chronos is taking 2 prize cards initially and you've got nothing but 2 prizes in play, can get a little bit dicey. But I tell you what, Ross, as well, though, with the Lost Box decks being the second most popular, I'd be intrigued to see if there's been any developments with those. You know, have card counts changed? Like, because with the Mirage Gate engine, you can literally play any attacker you wanted. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something, you know, a little bit spicy, as it
one of the most fun and versatile cards in the entire metagame. But we do have 4 choices for community choice, and you'll have to forgive me as I look down to read these to you. But we have got John Eng with Chen Pao against Ashley Baldry playing Lost Zone. I believe that's Giratina. We got Charlie Lockyer on Snorlax playing against Reagan Retzloff playing Chen Pao. We've got Tom Patrick Christensen with Iron Hand against Pedro Yenio Torres, player we're very familiar with, playing Lost Zone Roaring Moon, Iron Iron Hands, so big Iron Hands face off there. And of course, we got Tord Reklev playing Charizard against Fabian Puyol with Guardy. Wow. And if I could, you know, steer you in a particular direction, I kind of like the idea of seeing 2 Iron Hands decks facing off there. That would make me happy.
Yeah, I think that would be a fantastic one, you know, just 2 Iron Hands just slamming into each other. That last one as well, the Tord Reklev versus Fabian
Puyol.
That would be...
And Charizard against Guardy, the old Great Stage 2 deck against the slightly less old Great Stage 2 deck. They are the big Stage 2 decks of the Scarlet and Violet era. You know, you've got Gardevoir from where we got Scarlet and Violet base, and then when we had the 3rd set, your Obsidian Flames coming in, that's when Charizard really roared into contention. So that would be a pretty fun matchup too. I'm just saying there's not much Iron Hands in that matchup.
We were talking about Iron Hands earlier, so it would be fun to see how the mirror match would go, as it were. But the community choice, you know, you get to choose. That's not up to me and Ross.
Not up to me.
You get to choose at home. So when that poll is open, you can get involved, get your vote, and whatever is the majority, that will be our round 4 feature match here in Stockholm Regionals. And you have some core-cut choices there. I mean, I don't think there's any objective bad one.
No, that's one of the best community choices I've seen in a while, sincerely. Oftentimes, you know, there's one where I don't like the matchup, but then these look all right. I mean, look, there's a Snorlax on there. Not everybody actually really loves watching Snorlax, but I like watching a good control play by a good player.
What do you mean, Wash? Wasn't you just debating Snorlax for 30 seconds, pouring your heart and soul out to the chat,
I said it's a great deck,
how good it is, but now you just said you don't like what's going on?
Hey, if I get to see some Snorlax on stream, I will still be a very happy boy. Do remember, of course, that it is Twitch where you're going to be voting for that, not YouTube, because we sometimes get comments from people being like, I can't see the vote. It's because you're on YouTube. Make sure you're on Twitch if you want to get the community vote. Come back to YouTube afterwards if you want. That's absolutely fine by us. As long as you're watching, we're happy.
Get them both open, 2 tabs, mute 1. There you go. That's optimal strats. We would appreciate that if you could. But yeah, get involved on that community choice. And obviously, we didn't even mention Tord Reklev, EUIC champion as well, right?
Yeah, so defending EUIC champion, started off, I want to say they're 3-0. I'll have to double check that one, but they probably are if they're on the community choice. I mean, Tord, the consistency is amazing. And I remember interviewing him a little while ago, and I was like, look, it was at a special event, so there's no cash prizing on offer. And I was like, you've got your invite from where you came 2nd at Worlds. You came into this season with an invite. Yep. So you're not playing for an invite, and there's no cash prizing at this tournament. You're just really playing for booster packs and points, but you don't really need points. And Tord was like, I just really like playing Pokemon, and I love that attitude of somebody who's got that many accomplishments, you know, going and winning EUIC this year, adding another international championships, and then still having that love for the game really is pretty impressive. But what about Guardy? Like, is Guardy still a relevant deck?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, it has a bit more of a different sort of attacking quantity we're used to. You know, you've got the Drifloon, and you've got the Scream Tail, and you've got the Hero's Cape. You just sort of, you know, try and manipulate your damage of all your HP boosting tools. But I still think, you know, anytime you can attach any amount of energy from your discard pile to your Pokemon, you're never truly going to be out of it, right? You still get to draw a ton of cards as well via your refinement. But yeah, the deck, I'd say, it's probably lost a little bit of power level since, you know, you had Brainwave, Sharingan, Gardevoir, but it's still by no means, I still think it's a very strong deck.
Yeah, I always find it interesting to see how the choice of top players change. You know, we saw Tord, you know, tournament after tournament after tournament, just Guardy. Tord was basically showing us, look how good Guardy is, I like Guardy. And recently, you know, what deck did Tord win EUIC with?
He won it with Charizard.
He won it with Charizard. Back here with Charizard again.
Yeah.
So when you see these top players going Charizard tournament after going Guardy, that's often a sign that, you know, Guardy's time has passed. It's Charizard here, which means that when you see Guardy coming into the tournaments, Gardevoir, it's still a great deck, don't get me wrong, still a strong deck. But if you see some of the top players who have been championing it, jumping off of the deck, that might be a sign that actually it has, you know, like you say, it's lost a little bit of that power. But then sometimes, as soon as people stop worrying about a deck, they don't counter against it, they stop testing against it so much, and that can open a door.
It really can. And, you know, Gardevoir has got some, you know, tricky sleeves, so some people are playing the Mimikyu as well, just to safeguard and prevent some damage. You still got an insane high power level, you know, with your Balloon Burst and your Scream Tail, was it Roaring Scream, I think the attack's called, and your predominantly a one prize attacking deck. So yeah, the basis is still there, but I think you are right. If you do see players like Tord hopping off it, then chances are, well, he spotted something that everyone else hasn't maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we saw a big change in Indy, right?
Yep.
We saw Chen Pao doing way better than they had before. We saw Dialga taking down a tournament, which is not really one we were necessarily expecting.
Yep.
Could we see a similar thing in Stockholm? Because for me, like, I love seeing these tournaments when they get the interesting results like in Indianapolis.
Yep.
But I love seeing the reaction from players. Do they play the deck that's suddenly good? Do they counter the deck that's suddenly good? And we've seen, you know, in this tournament, Charizard still huge, Chen Pao still big. But then we see the Ancient box coming in. So we've had kind of a lot of, we're staying with the same deck, but then a decent chunk of players going, nah, you know what? I'm going to be countering that deck. And, you know, I always like seeing the choices of somebody like Rahul Reddy. Great player.
Yep.
It is a lot more effort for Rahul to get to this tournament than a lot of the players in the room.
Yep.
So that means that, you know, you're flying for a lot longer, you're taking more time out to come. You are going to think, I always thought this when I went abroad to play, you know, things like the old European Challenge Cup, for those of you that are a bit older like me, your deck choice is always a bit more important when you're traveling further to a tournament, because you really want to make it worth it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's really hard to hop on a plane going across the ocean if you're not 100% confident in your deck, or you feel as if it's a riskier choice. But yeah, I think you raise a good point, actually. We seem to be in a bit of a counter or reactive meta, maybe you could say, where instead of people just all hopping on the same deck, people say, oh, okay, so that one there, so how do I get around that? And then, oh, 4 Chen Pao were in the top 8 of the last regional, so Ancient Box is a good matchup against that, so let me take that instead. And you're right, and that, in all honesty, I think leads for a bit more of an exciting tournament, because we ain't got a clue what we're going to see. Like, I'm guarantee at Indianapolis, if someone said Dag was going to win, I mean, I would have done, by the way. You know what I mean? But there wasn't many of us.
Pre-Indy, you picked Dialga as the deck, so
yeah, but you see,
you get credit.
But you see, the frustrating thing could be if I was there and I picked it, I get all the glory. I pick it here a little bit early, and chances are, chances are I might not win. But we do have our community choice, our round 4 feature match here. Tord Redcliffe, the defending EUIC champion, piloting that Charizard EX archetype, versus Fabian Pujol, who he said is playing that Gardevoir archetype. So here we go, a clash of titans. And I tell you what, folks at home, that accomplishment list could fill the whole screen realistically, but there are some there. EUIC champion, world's finalist, LIC champion, NAIC champion. There's another EUIC champion that could be there as well as OCIC champion. All the ICs! Tord has collected them and notched them on his belt there. So, you know, one of the game's most premier players, I'm sure everyone would agree, and he is piloting that Charizard archetype, the deck that he just won EUIC with.
Yeah, Tord wins community choice like Tord's win international championships.
Yay,
always a favourite going into community choice, but let's not sleep on Fabian Pujol. NAIC top 8, World's top 16, LAIC top 8, World's top 32. If you've been around the game for a little bit of a while, this is a player whose name will be very familiar to you. Lots of big finishes, lots of impressive tournament results over the years, and like I said at the beginning, I'm excited to see. Actually, yes, I'm excited to see Charizard against Gardevoir. I had the wrong deck list open for a minute, that's why I had a little bit of a pause there, but it is going to be Charizard against Gardevoir. And we finally, like, for years, people were like, Stage 2's back. Yeah. But I'm saying it, right now, Stage 2s are actually back. In the Scarlet and Violet era, we have had Stage 2 decks, we've had Guardy, we've had Charizard. I know we're not there yet, but, you know, keep an eye out for Dragapult is all I'm saying. Look up to the sky, see if it's flying around overhead. It is coming to get you.
Everyone close your windows, there weren't no Dragapults flying in, that's for sure.
Throwing Dreepy at you all day long.
Goodness gracious me. But you are correct, you know, you've got Chen Pao. I mentioned that's a Stage 2 deck as well. Multiple Stage 2 decks, but we do have our basic decks as well, and I love it when a metagame has multiple different styles and decks in format. It just makes it a bit more entertaining if you ask me. As we do see our dice roll, we can't see what that was, but it looks like our players are getting ready. But yeah, the old traditional matchup, as you say, Charizard versus Gardevoir. Right, Ross, going to put you on the spot. Who you got?
I got Torb Charizard. I mean, if you're giving me the EUIC winner with the deck with which they won the EUIC just a few weeks ago in the same format we're playing in today, I'm afraid, you know, that's got to be coming in the presumptive. And like I said, you know, Gardevoir seems to have lost a bit of its power. And also, you know, Tord is the accepted master of this Charizard deck. And this deck list is wild. If you look at this compared to the early Charizard deck list, it is bizarre. Lots of one-offs. So, right, we really need to pay attention to these prizes.
We might see some of these one-offs here.
Fortin, that's a one-off.
That's a one-off.
Chi-Yu, that's a one-off.
3 fire energy, though.
Oh, how many
Only
we got?
plays 4.
Oh, my goodness.
That means Burning Darkness is not available for Todd until prize cards get taken. But it looks like our Swiss round 4 feature match here is starting. Fabian Pajot with a quick attach pass over to Todd Reclev. Let's play some Pokemon.
Yeah, Drifloon of an energy is not your perfect start, but Tord probably not going to be punishing that too much. Not exactly this big, fast, aggressive deck. It's a deck that wants to set up a little bit.
Right, so I'm going to take some time now to try and work out what Tord can do, as he's going to start his turn off there with Buddy Buddy Poffin, going to grab a Pidgey and a Charmander, and he will be most likely prize checking right now. So, with 3 fire energy in the prize cards, and there is no special energy to make up that second energy cost, I'm trying to work out how Tord can take some prizes. So, I think we could be looking at a Luxray V, funnily enough, spoiler alert, or we could even be seeing some Blustery Wind from Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, Pidgeot EX's Blustery Wind does 120 for 2 colorless energy. That's an option. We've obviously got Luxray V, who's an option. Fang Snipe does 30 and lets you discard a trainer card from your opponent's hand. You do have Radiant Charizard, but the problem is you can only accelerate 1 energy to it.
Oh, true.
And before your opponent's taken prizes, that is a full 5 cost. So it's absolutely doable, but you would have to kind of... No, it's not doable. You've only got 4 energy in the deck. You've got 1 double turbo, you've got 1 mist energy and 1 fire. So no, you literally, you would have to let your Fabian take a prize before you can even attack with Radiant Charizard. So it is Pidgeot and Luxray. They are basically the options. It's not looking great.
Not looking great. I'll tell you, if anyone can get out of this, I think Tord Reclev is quite high on that list, as Tord does actually play an Ultra Ball, discarding that Radiant Charizard and a Mimikyu, and I'm going to play an Arven to grab a Forest Seal Stone and an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, Arven is such a good supporter card because of the existence of Forest Seal Stone.
Yes.
Lets you grab an item and a tool, but your tool can be Forest Seal Stone, which searches out any card whatsoever, and that makes it amazing. You've got to attach it to a Pokemon V, but there is the Luxray we mentioned a moment ago, and I think Tord has kind of seen, there's not much I can do here, and we do just see Cleffa drawing a few cards and for 0 energy and all, and then we are back over to Fabian with another Arven.
Going to start the turn off there with an Arven at Cleffa using that grasping draw. So let's have a look for Fabian then. So unfortunately didn't have the greatest of turn 1, just has the Drifloon attached partially, but we do see the Arven now, as you say, going to grab an item and a tool card. Looks like Buddy Buddy Poffin will be considered there. Does actually have the Hisuian Heavy Ball in hand as well, so if there is a basic Pokemon, I believe there was at least 1 Volt in Fabian's prizes, he will be able to grab that.
I believe so, but certainly turn 1 Arven going second is great. Used to be you would go and get your Battle VIP pass. Here instead you go for an Arven. Actually eyeing up that Mimikyu a little bit there, popping it to the front. Can be good against Pokemon that are EX and V, stops damage from them, so that might be an option for block a little bit in the early game, but you can just get a bunch of routes here and just start going for Gardevoir as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, Fabian isn't to know this, obviously, but if Tord can only take prize cards via well, can't even take Radiant Charizard for now until some prize cards get taken, and you can only attack with Luxray and Pidgeot. Mimikyu says no to both of them, funnily enough. So
yeah, Mimikyu's kind of busted right now. Like, Mimikyu will block the only real attackers to which Tord has access. I mean, sooner or later that Radiant Charizard will come back and then will be able to attack with that 1 fire energy. But if Fabian knew what we knew, and he might, to be fair, because that Mimikyu's on the board with an energy.
I mean, it looks like he will be eyeing up the TM Evolution Evolution as he does play the heavy ball, so we'll be able to grab that second Waltz now as well. So that TM Evolution will be able to pluck out 2 Curlier from Fabian's deck and evolve those Waltz. Very nice. But yeah, you're right, with that energy, it's not inconceivable for Fabian to think, well, let me just put another one on and start doing Cursed Eyes. I believe the attack is 7 damage counters on your opponent's active. See if I was right about that.
Yes,
Ghost Eye. Oh, it's close.
Well, you got the effect. That's the most important thing here. So we do see that TM Evolution coming down here, getting both of those routes on the bench into Curlier, which of course is going to be your draw engine going through for the next couple of turns. It's got that refinement that lets you discard a card from your hand and draw 2. It's one of the reasons why it's been such a good deck Gardevoir since it came out in Scarlet and Violet base, and actually ends up with that Mimikyu in the active, which is unintentionally kind of amazing.
Yep, for sure, that Mimikyu, it will put it in the finest of work as it is over to Tordad to start his second turn. Now, it does have that Forest Stone available, so we'll be able to grab any card he like on that V-Star Alchemy ability, and does obviously have the Grasping Draw cards to work with as well. We do see the Pidgeot in hand, we do see the Defiance Belt. I don't see, oh, there is a rare candy actually, so Pidgeot will be available. Ooh.
Nice, so now you can search any card with Pidgeot, and you can search any card with Forest Seal Stone. But that means this is going to give it away though, because Tord now can very easily go and get rare candy Charizard.
Yes.
And if you don't get that, or you get it but you don't get a second Fire Energy, that basically gives the game away. So there's almost like a secondary part of the game here where you're kind of trying not to let your opponent know that you can attack with very much of anything. And that's a problem. Like, Tord's deck has so many different cards. It's like the anti-winning Dialga list. It's the complete polar opposite. It does mean there will be games where your prizes let you right down.
Yeah, and it's interesting. If you do try and fit a load of one-offs in, they have to come from somewhere. And I guess you could make the argument that since Charizard can just pluck 5 ranges out of deck very efficiently, you can afford to cut a few of them. But unfortunately, that can come back to bite you if you prize a lot of them.
And prizing free is not exactly that often going to happen. So we see another Arven here going for that Hero's Cape. That is the ace spec of choice in this Charizard list. Give you an extra 100 HP and then a rare candy as well. So we can have a very big beefy Charizard coming down here if we so wish. And if anybody's wondering, Hero's Cape is a choice in both of these decks here, which is not that surprising. These are decks that love the old cape.
Yep. Making the Pokemon very heroic in the way they feel when they don their cape. We are going to see an Ultra being played. They're going to discard a Defiance Band and that Reggie Lecky, something that we have seen crop up a little bit, the EUIC. There's that letting you grab back a trainer card. Can be very good for enough against the control decks. We do see it get sent to a discard pile though, as a Charizard EX is taken, and it's that very nice special illustration rare one as well.
Yeah, Kira Ogawa's been knocking it out of the park lately, and that is one of their better artworks we've seen from them. So we're going to be getting 1 Fire Energy.
Yeah.
And not a second. And I mean, is there any reasonable situation where you'd go, nah, mate, I only need 1. I'm good. 1 will do.
No, I don't think so, not realistically. I mean, you could maybe make the argument since there's a Mimikyu in the active, well, I'd leave the energy in deck then, I guess, but...
Maybe if you got 1 in hand and you really don't want to set up a backup attacker. But here we go with the Luxray, and I kind of like this. You're not evolving up into the Charizard yet, although that is obviously an option. But when you evolve up into Charizard, you are going to give away your prizes. That is why you hold off on the evolution. And actually, there's an argument here that Tord's going, oh, no, I can Charizard whenever I want. But Disruption with Luxray right now, that's where I'm at. Now, Luxray can only get rid of a trainer card. But obviously, and I mean, it's nice to get rid of something like a Super Rod, but if you look and your opponent has no other supporters, nice to get rid of the Ino. Means evolving up the Curlier last turn was a very big thing. Otherwise, you'd be in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah. No, 100%. But it does mean that those refinements might have started discarding stuff that they otherwise wouldn't have. But I think Fabian would love to be discarding Psych Energy, since Gardevoir EX can accelerate them from there. So that first refinement was a fantastic target. Let's see what Fabian gets discarded of here. Professor's Churro Scenario to draw 2 more.
Yeah, not too bad there. No energy in hand to attach just yet. And we see an Arven coming down. That's going to get you a tool and an item card. And it looks like going straight for the nest ball there. No thought about that. And it looks like another TM Evolution, which I don't mind at all. There's 2 in the deck. It's not good in the mid to late game because you don't really have time to play it at that point. And, you know, if you can get, say, a Routes down with your nest ball, then you can have, you know, a second Curlier because one of your Curlier turns into a Gardevoir, and you've still got 2 Curlier there ready to roll.
Yeah, I've been intrigued to see, was it just going to get discarded? Yeah, I thought so. Just get discarded Ultra Ball fodder just to make that a bit more, well, manageable. So are we going to see a Gardevoir EX here? Yes, we are. There we go. So that means we could be seeing that Ghost Eye from Mimikyu. I wonder if Fabian has, you know, oh no, as we do see a Scream Tail come down, I apologize, off the Nest Ball as well. So maybe we're going to see that Roaring Scream, but 30 for each damage counter, I believe, on the Scream Tail, and that accelerates very fast.
Oh yeah, the damage from Scream Tail builds up very, very quickly. Scream Tail's a great card, and yeah, it's just gets a threat off the board, but it doesn't have to be the active. You know, it is for 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So there's no mana fee on Tord's side of the board, so you can fire it anywhere you like. And oh look, the only Charmander. Who could have seen that coming?
Wow, that Scream Tail, fantastic addition to the deck. As you say, can target anything. So that Charmander is down for Tortue. I'm not going to see any Charizard coming out this turn. So over to Tord now. Does have Forest Stone available, does have DTE attached to it, does have Pidgeot EX as well. But I'm not, I mean, are we just going to be trying to put down maybe 2 Charmanders this turn? Or maybe 1 plus Mana Fee?
I mean, he only plays 2 Charmander in the deck, so he would need to recover 1 in order to play 1. There's only 2 in the deck. We do see Pidgeot coming down here, or using the ability, so you can get another Charmander down. The problem is, if you play 1 Charmander, it is definitely going to get KO'd. There's no Mana Fee in the list. There is no Mana Fee, yeah. So you're not going to be able to protect it that way, and you can't just bench 1 Charmander, because we just saw what happened. And unfortunately, you know, your Luxray V, it only does 30 damage, but there's a double turbo on there.
Yeah.
So you do 10, but somehow...
Kind of helps out the Scream Tail though, doesn't it?
Yes, Scream Tail, it's not a big Pokemon, but it is easily out of range of the Luxray right now. And, you know, Tord can do a little bit more disruption. Now, there is the Penny picking it up. And, yeah, this is the way to go, because now you can attach a double turbo to the Pidgeot, and it might have been out of Luxray range. It is not out of Pidgeot range. And we got the Hero's Cape there as well, but choosing instead to use Counter Catcher to bring up one of the 2 Curlier on the field. So on the only Curlier on the field, in fact, because 1 got evolved, and that is going to take away Fabian's draw engine, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all, since you do see the other evolution card get discarded as well, so we won't be seeing that. So yeah, Pidgeot, yeah, it's coming active. Quick search ability if it has been used. But yeah, Blustery Wind going to do 100 damage after that double turbo attachment. So everyone batten down the hatches. It's getting a bit windy in here. Pidgeot takes the Tord's first prize card, the second prize card I should say, and then we'll maybe take the Fire Energy out there as well.
Oh, and I wonder if we can get a quick peek at the prize cards to see if it was an energy taken or not here.
It was. And it was his first prize card. I apologize.
Oh, lovely.
But yeah, there we go. That was a Fire Energy.
So now Charizard can actually attack in this game, which is pretty gosh darned important. So that's wonderful there. That's a big win for Tord. And that was good, because there was a 50-50 chance. And if you whiff that too many times, that is basically the game. But Tord did what he needed to do. He took a prize, and now he's back in the game potentially. But we've still got the awkward issue of there's no Charmander on the bench still. And Pidgeot is not your main attacker here.
No. I mean, you could make the argument against Gardevoir. Blustery Wind in 100 is often quite enough, actually. But you're right. We do want to get our Charizard swinging, as we do just see another Scream Tail attack onto that benched Pidgey, as Fabian takes his second prize card to leapfrog into the lead. And let's see what Tord Ratcliffe can do here, Ross.
Yeah, we can draw a Rotom off the top of his deck. Don't know if that helps too much. But if we're going to be seeing it, like I say, we kind of need double Charmander here. Now, you can just put 1 Charmander down and KO the Scream Tail and then hope that Fabian's not able to hit the bench again. That is absolutely something you can do.
Yep.
But that is a risky strategy a lot of the time that I wouldn't necessarily recommend. Really trying to get 2 down there is the way to go to make sure you've got that evolution next turn.
We are seeing Tord use his quick search here, just to bait him on what to grab. Like you said, there is 1 Charmander in discard pile. Does only pay 2 copies. So if we did want to try and double up, we'd have to play a Super Odd to do that. But that's a good thing about quick search though, Ross. Whatever you need, you can just go and grab.
Yeah, being able to search any card out of your deck every turn is absolutely absurd. It's so good, it is hard limited to once per turn, regardless of how many Pidgeot you've actually got out on the field. What did he grab there? I didn't actually see it.
Oh, it was a little bit naughty. It wasn't airy. Letting you look at your opponent's hand and discard 2 items. Let's see what Fabian's got. Oh, does get 2. Super Rod and that Hisuian Heavy Ball. So they get sent to the discard pile there, leaving Fabian with 2 copies of basic Psychic Energy.
But remember, Fabian has no Curlier right now. Tort took out the only Curlier. We've got a Rouse, we've got a Gardevoir, we don't have any Curlier. There's no Greninja on the board for Fabian, so there's no draw. Fabian has got 2 Psychic Energy and his top deck. That's all he's got to work with next turn.
As we do see Tord there using his V-Star, Power Star, Alchemy by benching that Luxray and attaching Forest Hill Stone. Can grab any card he likes. Also, he's going to opt for that Body Putty Puffin, which will be able to liberate that Charmander from the deck. I would imagine there it is. Yep. I love that artwork as well.
Wonderful.
Saying, let me get involved. I'm behind a window. Don't worry, little fella. You might be evolved soon. And yeah, that hits the bench for Tord.
Leaving one Charmander out is potentially awkward, though. Screamtail could potentially come back and get a KO, or just a simple Gusting could get a KO on the Charmander, and then that is going to leave Tord in a very awkward position. Fabian is already up by a prize, and the only 2 prizer, obviously Tord's going to, even it up this turn, but the only 2 prizer on the board is that Gardevoir EX at the moment. So right now, we're trading 1 for 1, but Tord isn't getting his big attacker, and remember, that's what Charizard does. Charizard comes out and goes, hey, I do more damage because you've taken prizes. Oh, and my trainer, he's going to INO you. So you get a low hand size. And the combination of Charizard hitting hard and a low hand size for your opponent gives that comeback potential of the Charizard. But you need a Charizard to do that.
Yeah, we would need one of them. As we are going to see the Mimikyu coming into the active here. A card that's traditionally very good against the Charizard EX archetype. But it looks like we are going to see that Ghost Eye, I would imagine, being used, placing 7 damage counters on your opponent's active. Now, 7 damage counters is, it's okay, it's usable. But when your opponent has a Hero Escape attached to a 280 HP EX Pokemon, 7 damage counters could take a while.
Well, there was another little cheeky play there. Fabian got a couple of energy onto the Drifloon and retreated it. So now there's 1 energy on there ready to potentially Balloon Blast, but there's 6 damage counters on. So Drifloon right now is going to be hitting for 180 damage. But of course, I don't think Fabian's Hero Escape has come out yet. So that could come out next turn and create some very fun interaction. So that might be what Fabian is building up there. Mimikyy's in the active, but don't sleep on the fact that that Drifloon is on the bench with 6 damage counters. That was a nice little setup play, a nice tease for the future from Fabian.
Yeah, could even use the Luxurious Cape to get there as well if he draws into that instead. But we are just going to see that Ghost Eye being used, and it's over to Tord as that Terra Charizard EX does finally hit the field. Now going to pluck 1 energy out of the deck, and then the other one is in hand from taking it from the prize card. So that Burning Darkness will be used. Charizard's Infernal Rain is activated. Here we go.
Yeah, and of course Fabian had just that 1 turn to try and take down the single Charmander, wasn't able to do it. So now we see the Charmander actually coming out for Tord. We see Pidgeot using Quick Search, because we didn't actually need Quick Search to get Charizard out even. So now we're cherry picking whatever card we want with Pidgeot, and Tord is in a much better position. An awkward first couple of turns, but it seems to be working out quite nicely. And how do you remain this calm when 3 of your 4 fire energy are prized?
Just by being one of the best in the world, Ross, I think. That's any other man would be terrified. As we do see a boss's orders was just taken off that Quick Search, might I say, to bring up that Curlier.
And I love this, because Tord is basically saying, in this game, I want your Curlier. I've been super clear about that. Last turn, I got your Curlier. This turn, I'm getting your Curlier. And if you get 1 Curlier next turn, which you won't because there's no Rouse down, I'm going after that as well. He's really starving Fabian's draw engine, and then you see things like the cheeky Eri, like the cheeky Luxray, just really... Tord is able to be taking prizes here, but he's actually done a really good job of controlling the board at the same time.
Yeah, he's just really manipulated the board there, as Fabian does top deck a Body Puffins, and so can grab 2 more Rolts. And it's interesting, because like you said, if Fabian is going to try and work towards that big Balloon Blast play, that Mimikyu having 2 energy attached is actually kind of annoying, right? Because energy attached in Gardevoir can be argued the worst place for it, because you can't accelerate it from when it's in play. We're going to see a memory skip. Oi, oi, let's go. That's going to memory skip, preventing your opponent from using one attack of your choice. So that means that Charizard cannot use Burning Darkness. So it's going to have to just sit there unless we see a multitude of switching options.
Yeah, I mean, could just switch into the Pidgeot and just get the easy KO that way. Pidgeot does more than enough damage. But then you've got your Pidgeot in the active, and we've seen Quick Searches. It's a really nice engine. It gets you a card every turn. You don't necessarily want to leave it in harm's way, especially with that Drifloon sitting on the bench, already threatening that big amount of damage to come in afterwards. So double switch would do it. Clefairy's one of those Pokemon. You often look at that and be like, oh, that must have free retreat, doesn't it? It does.
It does.
So all you need to do is switch and retreat. You're fine.
Definitely does. But I think you're underselling the Pidgeot engine there by saying it's really nice. I'd say it's fantastic. Grabbing any card you like from your deck. Worth noting, viewers, as well, if you are watching at home on Twitch, make sure to get involved with that extension, click that Pokeball, and make fun of all the glorious stuff you can do there. And if you are watching on Twitch as well, we just saw this was our community choice. We will be doing some more over the course of the weekend. Now you can only participate in those polls if you are watching on Twitch.
Very well said. So we got Tord here. He's got the Charizard in the active. It's not able to attack because of the memory skip. We see a second energy attached, came off the prizes. We see a manual retreat. And then we got a Pidgeot in the active. Now we see a Super Rod going to get that energy back into the deck, along with Radiant Charizard, which, let's face it, was never going to stay in the discard.
No.
You don't mind discarding it early because you know you've got Super Rod. Radiant Charizard, it's not for the early game, but it's always coming back late game.
Well, it's always coming back. That a terrifying Combustion Blast Pokemon can deal 250 damage for 5 energy. Ross, that is a ridiculous amount of damage for a ridiculous amount of energy. So I'm sure that Radiant Charizard will be rearing its head soon as it's back in the deck. So let's see what Tord does here. Has retreated already. So we do see the Pidgeot EX in the active, and we are going to see the blustery wind again, ban down the hatches again, folks. Wow. As Tord takes his 4th prize card, Ross. Fabian, what can you do?
As soon as we saw the retreat, we knew that Pidgeot was going to be attacking. You would have to have switched if you wanted to attack with Charizard again. So, yeah, as I thought, we do have the Drifloon. We do now have the Hero's Cape on there. So, Pidgeot's got 380. Minus 70 is 310.
Yep.
So, there's so much maths going on here. So Drifloon needs to hit 310. That is 11 damage counters. There's 12 on there at the moment because remember they go on in pairs.
Yep.
So this now will do enough to KO the Pidgeot. Could have just waited for Fabian to do it himself, but no. I had to test my brain. This is how we stay sharp.
That was a big balloon burst there, everybody. That little Drifloon that could taking down the mighty Pidgeot, who realistically has been the main attacking force here for Tord in this game.
But then you lose Quick Search as well. It's not just the attacker.
Yes, it's
You've lost your Quick Search. So you've still got Charizard as an attacker. You only need a single basic energy to pull it off, and they went back into your deck. But now you got to play like everyone else, Tord. There's no Quick Search available. Now, like every other deck.
Now this Iono could be huge. Fabian hasn't got any draw potential on board right now. So those 2 cards, did he get an Iono, one of them, could be really important. And for Tord to get a Hisuian Heavy Ball, I think the second Charmander hasn't been taken. No, it has been taken. I apologize.
Hisuian Heavy Ball and an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball, of course, not playable because you need to discard 2 cards to play it. Hisuian Heavy Ball has no valid target, so Tord just gets a peek at his remaining prizes, a Thornton and a Fire Energy, and forced to Clefairy because there's no energy with which to attack, which is going to give a free attack, a gusting here onto the Rotom Luxray or Charizard. Maybe not Charizard. Yes, or Charizard will get the KO. A boss's orders will end this game, but I don't think Fabian has it.
No, I think if she Screamtail, Gardevoir EX, and an Iono. But this Drifloon is going to be swinging for a lot of damage. What do we see there? I think Iono and a Buddy Puffin. Would love to see maybe a Curlier there even. But Fabian hasn't got a lot to do this turn, so we'll just have to Balloon Burst. Could pay the Buddy Puffin to shuffle the deck if he so desires.
And the problem is he has got that Gardevoir on the bench, and Charizard is very, very much doing enough to KO the Gardevoir. So Tord's got the potential to win next turn. Fabian does not have the potential to win this turn. There are a couple different options. He's choosing to retreat into the Flutter Mane here. So looks like we're playing a little bit of keep away for the time being.
Screamtail.
No, that's Fluttermane.
Is it a flip? Oh, I apologise. It looks like the sorry, it looks like the illustration rare.
That is the illustration rare, but it's the one from the Elite Trainer box of Fluttermane.
So that's interesting. So it'll turn off the ability of anyone thing that's in the active, 90 to the active, and a 30 damage. 3 damage counters get placed, or 2, I should say, get placed as well.
So you take a prize, and you're turning off the ability of active Pokemon. But Energy Gusting will end the game here. Energy Gusting will get the Charizard.
Oh, that Vacuum's going to KO that the bench.
There we go. Lost Vacuum KOs the Drifloon, and now we just need an Energy. 50-50 chance. It's a... Oh, it's oh, don't do this to us,
Goodness gracious me!
Oh, I got the wrong one! Oh, that would have been game!
You need to get much closer than that, folks!
Oh, that was a moment for the stream. Tord, ever the showman. But I don't think he's got a bravery charm and Thornton in hand now. I don't think he can win the game. And Fabian... I mean, it's not over yet because it was the Drifloon that was the threat to Charizard. But, he KO'd the Drifloon by using Lost Zone to get rid of the Hero's Cape, bringing down that HP, took a prize. Were it Fire Energy, it would have been game. But he couldn't attack with a Charizard, so we carry on, and Fabian plays an INO. Both of these players are getting a single card. Curlier would be actually pointless. You
can't discard it.
It is a Curlier, and it's pointless.
So I was going to see a retreat into Mimikyu. I love that. Force the Gust plus energy off a one-card hand. What have we got, Tord? What have we got? Oh, we now see the Fire Energy, funnily enough.
2 Fire Energy, but nothing else.
2 Fire Energy.
Oh, that's frustrating when your hand is just Fire Energy. Oh, man.
Yeah, I was going to see the instant charge to draw 3.
Draw 3, end your turn. This is it for Fabian. You need,
Raging Greninja. Can discard it off the refinement, though. 2 cards off the top, Fabian. Counter Catcher, can't use that. And Buddy Poffin.
Which
oh, no, is that Power Pad? Sorry, I can't. Oh,
it's Buddy Poffin. It doesn't really do very much. So it looks, was that just a gesture back towards Tord?
It was.
Because Rotom is helping out. Tord is going to draw out of this sooner or later with that Rotom drawing an extra 3 cards per turn. He just needs any gusting whatsoever. He's only got 1 prize remaining to take, but that Mimikyu is not going to let him take it as it stands. He's got a bunch of cards in hand, but there is no gusting.
I guess there's a world in which, if you was to grab back that Thornton as well, you could Thornton away Rotom V. Oh, no, wait, the Charizard's not in discard pile anymore, is it? Oh, no, it's not. The Radiant Charizard.
Radiant
there it is.
Charizard.
And yep, there we go. That's going to wrap it up. We'll see the retreat into the Radiant Charizard attack Combustion Blast as Tord Redcliffe takes our Swiss round 4 feature match. Game 1.
The only game 1. Only one game,
Only game 1. There's so much excitement going on.
We're tired like we've done 3 games, but we ain't done 3 games. We've done 1. And of course, important to note that Mimikyu, it blocks attacks of EXs and Vs, not rule box Pokemon. And of course, although Radiant Charizard is a rule box Pokemon, it is not an EX, it is not a V, it is not blocked. So Tord eventually, like I say, drawing those cards of Rotom, he was going to draw out of it, and that was a problem. Fabian did not have the draw that Gardevoir often has, and that Rotom being able to draw is really what just pushed Tord over there.
Yep, and there you can see those early KOs on the Curliers. Might have seen less impactful at the start of the game, but at the end you saw just how it could grind Fabian down to a halt. And those Ionos, traditionally for a Gardevoir deck, you play the Iono, you can draw 4, 6 off refinement afterwards. When it is just an Iono to 2 or 3, can be devastating for you in the late game.
Yeah, and Tord was very, very clearly going after those Curlier in the early game. No surprises there. Absolutely making a beeline to hunt down those Curliers and go, I want your draw engine. I want to get rid of it. I don't want you to have a draw engine. And it took a while, but eventually we got down to the end of the game and it paid off absolutely beautifully. Now, we've only got 23 minutes left here. That was a decently long game 1. We've got time for a game 2. I don't think we've got time for a game 3, Shay. Not unless this next game is quick.
No, and not unless some shenanigans happen, but we did see 3 Fire Energy get priced out of 4 in the last game, so I'm open to anything happening right now. As we do see, Fabian did have a mulligan, so we'll have to shuffle his hand away. Tord will get to start the game with an extra card to start the game from the top of his deck as well. We're going to kick it over to Fabian now. Let's see if we can get this game started. I do see a basic Pokemon, probably not the one he wants.
But I mean, he's got a basic. You can start the game. It looks like we are all ready to set up. Prizes are coming down.
Right.
Cannot be as bad as last game for Tord. Oh, okay. One Charizard. Not the end of the world. Clever. We saw how much he liked that. That's a one-off. That's gone. The single fish is unfortunately in the prizes as well. Oh, but Tor starts his own Mimikyu this game. Anything
cheeky.
you can Mimikyu, I can Mimikyu better.
Oh, now that right there was a good one. As Fabian's going to start the turn off there with a Buddy Poffin. Grab 2 basic Pokemon with 90 HP, or no, it's not, 60, 70 HP, I should say, 70, and put them straight onto your bench. A little bit like Battle of our P-Pass, but just for the little fellas.
And you can use it any turn of the game, which it's generally an early game thing, but you know, that mid-game refresh, sometimes getting those basics out can be a nice thing. Of course, you've got the Jirachi out. It's going to be taking a bench space. It's not really doing very much against Tord's deck.
No.
So you don't love that that's, you know, they're taking up that bench space. And Tord's not going to KO it. Tord loves that that's essentially a collapsed stadium for Fabian for the rest of the game now. But Buddy Poffin 2 routes. Anything else?
No. That is it. As we are going to kick it over to Tord now. Going to start the game 2 off for himself. Hisuian, Heavy Ball. Does have a couple targets there, I think, right? Did have the Luminion.
Luminion
and
yes.
And the Fluttermane.
Fluttermane as well. I thought it was in there. So yeah, there's a bunch of targets there for whatever you want. Caesar Charizard is prize, but 1 Charizard out of 2 is fine. Tord's deck with the Pidgeot, with the Forest Seal Stone. Tord can cherry, and that's why Tord is able to play such an awkward list here. So many one-offs and low counts, because you can cherry pick out of the deck so often that it does. And it's obviously gone for the Fluttermane there, as you can see. Oh, Luminion.
Luminion.
There is no
I think Fluttermane was in Fabian's forest.
There we go. Yeah, so it has gone for the Luminion there. Great option in the early game. Goes and gets you a supporter card.
Just a great option. All parts of the game, being able to just bench it, Luminion, sign and grab any supporter you like. Fantastic. As we are going to see Tord play the Buddy Poffin. Going to grab a Pidgey and a Charmander, pop them straight on the bench.
And here comes the fish straight away. And yeah, we see Arven is often a very good turn 1 choice here. Gets your Forest Seal Stone and an item card. And that does seem to be what Tord is going for immediately. No mucking about, rare candy, and of course, Forest Seal Stone. That's not a surprise. It is one of the main reasons Arven is so good right now, that it can get that Forest Seal Stone.
Yep. Arven, fantastic supporter, only gets better as A specs get printed as well. We see that Mist Energy get attached to the active Mimikyu, Forest Seal Stone get attached to the bench Luminion. And looks like it was a pass over to Fabian.
And that's the other cool thing. Like, Luminion doesn't just get you your supporter card, it also gives you a Pokemon that can use Forest Seal Stone. You've got to attach it to a Pokemon V, so Luminion kind of gets it and then uses it. It's really quite lovely.
As we do see that Curly come down Fabian, I'm going to discard a Psychic Energy, draw 2 Psychic Energies. They're going to play Ultra Ball as they immediately get discarded.
That's
to
nice.
Grab another Curlier. Oh, there we go.
Double Curlier all the way across the sky. Free Psychic Energy into the discard pile. That's where you want to be.
Yes.
The ideal situation here is that you just keep discarding Psychic Energy, so when your Gardevoir comes out, you can attach it to all of your Pokemon anywhere you like and just start using that variety of attackers. And we saw how close Fabian came back in game 1. That game really could have gone either way.
What a clutch draw off that well-trained Curlier there, drew into an Iono. So that's going to continue to turn for Fabian as both players put their hand to the bottom of their deck and draw 6, because they both have 6 prize cards remaining. That was a well-timed Iono there for Fabian.
Yeah, don't really know what Tord's hand was like, unfortunately. He's got a new hand now, but another Buddy Poffin. That's beautiful, because that's going to get you another 2 routes if you want another 2 routes, which it seems like Fabian absolutely does. And honestly, from here, you'd love to get your Radiant Greninja, and then you've got the complete opposite of game 1. You're going to have draw for days at that point.
As we do see the charge energy attack from Jirachi, then you grab 2 basic energy cards from your deck and put them in your hand. Not an attack I've seen used too often, but makes a lot of sense when you got some Curlier in and they can just discard those energy next time.
Yeah, you got cards you want to discard with Curlier, and you get Psychic Energy in the discard. It's a very niche attack you don't want to be using very much, but here, in the absence of anything better, it actually works quite nicely. So we go back over to Tord, and the question is, as it often is for these Stage 2 decks, can you get a turn 2 Stage 2? Well, we've got the V-Star power coming out from that Forest Seal Stone, that V-Star Alchemy. It looks like he's probably going to be able to work towards it and straight away iron up that Pidgeot.
Pidgeot, fantastic card, isn't it, really? Free retreat cost, grab any card you like. Can attack as well. We saw it attack in the last game. Goodness gracious me, Pidgeot. As we do see the rare candy Pidgeot come down, so a quick search is now available. You can grab any card you like from your deck. And just think about this for a second. Tord Redcliffe has just searched 2 cards from his deck. Hasn't even played support here, Ross. That's just, what's going on?
Yeah, and the thing is, Pidgeot leads you into Charizard. You oftentimes, not always, there's exceptions, but a lot of the time you go and get the Pidgeot first because that will get you one of the 2 bits to get your Charizard. So if you've got a candy or a Charizard in hand or an Ultra Ball or anything like that, you can guarantee the Charizard as well. And we actually see Luxray coming down again with a Bravery Charm for a bit more beef. We see a Pidgey hitting the bench, and then an Ino comes down again, giving both players a new hand of 6.
Yeah, very good. Don't mind it. And let's see what this 6 does for Tord here. I can still continue the turn, of course. So see a Devolution, a Rare Candy, Counter Catcher. So not too bad.
If we've got Rare Candy, I don't think Quick Search has been used yet, has it?
No, definitely
So
not.
Rare Candy means if you want a Charizard, you can absolutely get that Charizard here.
Yep.
Here comes a Quick Search. You can just search out Charizard, get the Rare Candy, and you are off.
Wow.
Or we can get anything else.
Could get whatever he likes, Ross. Whatever he likes in the world is towards oyster, or Shelder, I should say.
Yeah, whatever you want,
now.
as long as it's a Charizard.
As long as it's a Charizard. Which then grabs the energy as well. I just think about how efficient this deck really is when it gets rolling. So we are going to see, I would imagine, that Rare Candy Charizard.
Oh, 100%.
Infernal Rain activation. This time can actually grab 3 energy from the deck. A little bit suspect in game 1. This time we'll be able to grab as many as you like. So I'd imagine, we're going to see 2 on the Luxray. Now that's actually interesting. That means Fang Snipe now will actually be swinging for the 30 instead of 10. Could be relevant.
It's a lot better than it was in game 1. One of the problems with Fang Snipe back in game 1 was that you only did 10 damage. So yes, you got the disruption, but the damage was largely irrelevant.
Yes.
Whereas here, you can actually do 30, which, I mean, you're still a way away. You're still free hit KOing a Jirachi. Let's not pretend it's lots of damage, but it's enough to just get a bit of damage around the board and try and slow down your opponent. Problem is, Fabian has 2 Curlier and 2 routes on the field. But the other thing, don't sleep on the fact this gives a lot of information to Tord.
Yes.
This tells him what Fabian's got in hand, and a player as good as Tord is going to go, okay, here's your likely line next turn. Yeah, we got the draw from Refinement, which is going to mess it up a little bit, but it gives a lot of information.
As we do see Tord, as you say, consulting the discard pile as well, trying to really meticulously work out what resources Fabian has available to try and steer Fabian down a different game plan that he'd otherwise like. So we do see the Iono being targeted off that Fang Snipe, I should say, as Fabian now plays a Hisuian heavy ball. So now that Flutter Mane could come into play.
There we go. That's where the Flutter Mane was prized.
It's fluttering away. Well, we got you now. Come on, get in the hand, you little rascal.
Didn't do a huge amount last game, but it is there as an option. Turns off abilities of active Pokemon, which is always fun.
Yep. Could be really good into those Lost Box decks that are the second most popular here. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's where you really get your money. When you're turning off Comface Flower Selecting, it's kind of hilarious and kind of mean, but in a hilarious way.
And as you did allude to, not really the most useful in this matchup, so get swiftly sent to the discard pile via Refinement. And we see the second Refinement being used as well. That hand, I mean, we do have an Arvin. We do have the TM Evolution, which could also be used as well, but not the greatest. I mean, Arvin could, you know, find
what you really want here, you want to be getting a couple of Curlier onto those routes, and then you want to be involving at least one of those routes into a Gardevoir EX, so that you can start accelerating energy and get some real attackers down. And that Luxray is kind of awkward.
Yes.
210 HP is a very awkward amount of HP because you're not really overextending with something like a Drifloon to KO a Charizard, and of course it's not really 210, it's 260 with a Bravery Charm, but you're kind of out of range of something like a Gardevoir EX.
Yes.
So it's actually really annoying.
Really is, and you kind of want to deal with it because it's going to just keep plucking stuff out your hand. You don't really want to be, you know, letting it carry on like that, especially since we saw, you know, Penny, it was played at EUIC for Toro. It's not a crazy thing to think could be playing Pennies or Toro scenario, so you do kind of want to dispatch it in one go, otherwise it just sort of absorbs the hits, and then, you know,
there's 2 Penny and 1 Turo in the deck.
Yeah, exactly, so you kind of want to deal with it in one go.
You really do, and of course Drifloon can overextend. Generally speaking, during the game, you've got your Hero's Cape. Drifloon can overextend to take 1 big KO, right?
Yeah.
You don't want it to be the Luxray. You want it to be the Charizard. And actually, we're down to 4 Refinement Curlier. Fabian did what he needed to do there. Got both of those out nice and easily. with the help of our old pal Arvin. So we got at least 4 more cards being drawn here. If we want.
Could say Fabian's board is looking very refined right now, very efficient. Come on.
But he's had enough. He's passing over to Tord here. He's got a board of refinement Curlier. And this basically says to Tord, don't bother hunting the Curlier. It's not working. You're not getting rid of his draw engine at this point. It's too well established. So now you can just go after, well, basically whatever you like. You can go after the active. You can go after something else. You can still get rid of the Curlier to weaken the draw engine. But you're not going to shut it off like you did in game 1.
No, you can't just immediately remove all of them, as you say. So is over to Tord now going to be using that quick search, just debating. Oh, looks like that was an Eri taken again, Ross. So maybe, you know, Tord saying, well, if I can't remove all your refinement, how about I just remove the cards from your hand instead? Make it potentially a lot more costly to use the refinement. You know, if you remove good cards from the hand via Eri, then all of a sudden refinement has to get rid of stuff that you otherwise would want to keep.
And worth noting, we changed the rules recently so that tool cards are no longer item cards.
True.
Very important with Eri. It means you cannot get rid of something like Hero's Cape, for instance. So it does make it. And there's actually an Eri in Fabian's hand as well. It's an Eri party, apparently.
It's an Eri party. Everyone's invited to party items.
There's a lot of shared cards between these two decks.
Really
Even
is.
though they're completely different archetypes. They're both playing, you know, they're both playing your Eri, they're both playing Hero's Cape.
We just said that everyone's invited to every party. Just got Fang sniped away, so Fabian will not be able to do that, as we do see Fabian start to turn off there with the Earthen Vessel, discarding Manaphy to grab 2 Psychic Energy. But you are correct, there is a lot of disruption cards in both players' decks, which traditionally is not something you see from the Stage 2 decks, but if the metagame allows it, I'm all for it.
Yeah, and worth taking a quick look at the clock here. We are 10 minutes in, 10 minutes left, sorry. No prizes going in this game so far, so this is very much advantage Tord at this stage. Fabian really playing to try and get a tie here, trying to make sure they can win game 2 in order to force a 1-1 tie. But if the game doesn't finish, Tord is going to be the winner of the match. So for as long as this game goes on like it is, Tord is happy, frankly.
Well, we do see the Luxurious Cape get drawn into. That is a very nice HP buff needed for that Drifloon. If the Drifloon wants to go to work, as we do see it getting attached, going to boost the non-rule box Pokemon. It's attached to HP by 100, but it does give up an extra prize card if it gets KO'd.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of like Hero's Cape, but you have to give up an extra prize card. Not ideal, but what else have you got right now in Gardevoir that's going to take out that 260 HP Luxray? The answer is not a huge amount.
As we do see that Power Pad being played from the boss's orders, and I believe it was an Iono as well. TM Evolution getting attached to the Gardevoir EX, and an Iono being played as well.
Could have put both players to 6 cards in hand still. No one's taking a prize. Actually, Fabian's deck is starting to get a little bit, not horrendously low, but he's gone through a lot of cards. And with 3 Curlier still on the field, Fabian's going to have access to almost anything he wants at this stage.
Yeah.
So this game is going very differently for Fabian than game 1.
We are going to see a pay retreat now into the Drifloon. We're going to see Gardevoir activating that Psychic Embrace. That's any amount of Psychic Energy you like from your discard pile to Psychic Pokemon.
Nice.
2 damage counters get attached for each one. So there we go, each energy accounting for 60 damage. And there we are going to see that Balloon Burst for a big KO again. As Fabian takes his first prize cards here in our round 4 feature match game 2.
Absolutely. Yeah, 6 energy, 12 damage counters. That is enough there to get all of the KO, but it's going to give up an extra prize back. And right now, maybe Tord doesn't. But I mean, you've got to think Tord's probably got... No, he does, because he can always just Pidgeot for a double turbo and guarantee the KO with nothing else. Or Pidgeot for a fire energy retreat into Charizard. So there's multiple routes that guarantee the KO is 100% on the board right now.
Could Pidgeot for the Lost Vacuum.
Well, that's literally why I just said ooh. Because you don't get the extra prize.
No.
But you do get a prize before you attack, a cheeky mid-turn prize. So you get an extra card from your prizes, and then you still get 2 prizes this turn, but you're taking out 2 Pokemon rather than 1. So it's not necessarily the only play to go for, but it is an option. Going to get that Lost Vacuum to get the cheeky mid-turn KO on the Drifblim.
We do see that Lost Vacuum getting moved to the front. I believe Tord did have access to the Arven in hand, so could still pluck it. Was there a counter catcher in hand hand as well.
When I got a fire energy for the Charizard, that's what we got off the Pidgeot, off the quick search. So Charizard tagging, here comes the Arvin, so that item card could be Lost Vacuum and Hero's Cape. It is. I really like this play. I'm not 100% sure. There's a couple different ways to go. This is the way I would go, though. I love mid-turn KO share. They make me very happy.
Yeah, it's always fun when you can do it, and Tor's done it twice. That Lost Vacuum would remove that Luxurious Cape. Reducing that HP down for that Drifloon, meaning it would get KO'd. And it looks like what we're going to see now is Lost Vacuum will be getting rid of an Ultra Ball, whoa, maybe not, for Tord, and then we'll remove that Luxurious Cape. And then Fabian has the chance to promote anything he likes, as it does get KO'd, so straight to the discard pile, please. And let's see, going to promote the Gardevoir EX.
Makes sense. Gardevoir EX should still be able to take a... Oh, no, because Fabian's taken 2 prizes. So Charizard's hitting...
Well, for ×2, it's Dark type, right?
Yeah. So easily enough. It's hitting 240 normally. But then, of course, Gardevoir, like you say, does have that weakness to darkness. And it's not a Fire Charizard, it's a Terra Charizard. So Charizard easily gets a KO on Gardevoir here and takes 3 prizes in 1 turn. Tord has taken a prize. Just to be clear, there has been a prize taken by Tord there, so he's down to 5, and hopefully he's going to, well, I mean, it seems like this KO on the Gardevoir should be pretty straightforward.
Seems like it. I mean, maybe Fabian's going to try and stick an Iono to try and, you know, limit Tord's options. So let's see what Tord opts to do now. Does have the Fire Energy in hand yet? Well, we saw it off the quick search. Yeah. Can just retreat and attack. And we're going to see the Hero's Cape on the pit. I like that play a lot. It's going to make any Scream Tail a lot harder. And yeah, it's going to see that Burning Darkness KO the Gardevoir EX, and now Tord takes 2 more prize cards, meaning he's taken 3 in total over to Fabian.
He's jumped ahead in the game, and here's the thing, like, it's a very different game for Fabian because he's had his draw engine, but he hasn't had all of those cheeky little attacks he had back in game 1, like the early Scream Tail on the lone Charmander, you know, things like that were making Fabian's game work even without the draw engine.
Yes.
And yet in this game, he's not, the attackers don't seem to be streaming quite as easily. You've lost your Gardevoir EX now, and the problem is if you get another Gardevoir EX, it's Charizard fodder, but if you don't get another Gardevoir EX, then you don't have enough energy to really attack with very much. So, is it time for Drifloon Hero's Cape? That's where I'm going with that.
I think it is. This is the turn. That Drifloon taking a big balloon blast KO, getting super up back in. Now he's going to feel all heroic, get that cape on, and that take a big swing KO. Because now we know that Lost Vacuum has been used. Fabian can probably safely assume that there won't be another one. So yeah, I think that seems pretty. Ooh, we do see the counter catcher. Oh man, that must have been to Pidgeot then.
Yeah, I really like this. Yep. There's a reason Tord put the Hero's Cape on the Pidgeot. It's because he really doesn't want it to go down because it is got that quick search engine. This turn, or even on Iono, if you can get it going here.
There we go.
I mean, it's almost like you can hear me at this point. Because now you're putting Tord down to a free card hand, but there's no draw on the board. You take away the quick search to be able to search out any card you want. And now all of a sudden, Tord's actually got his free card hand. And here's the thing, right? Yep. We saw, there was a counter catcher, right?
Yes, it was a counter.
Because there's one boss in the list for Fabian. Only one, but there is one in the list. And Gardevoir EX will just get a KO on Liminion. So there is a fairly easy prize map here where if you KO the Pidgeot, you can, if you can get your boss's orders, just use Gardevoir EX to KO Liminion, and then boom, that's it. Game's over. We go to game 3, and it probably ends in a tie, but Fabian doesn't lose the match.
Yep, as we are going to see Psychic Embrace use ×2 to get that Curly out of the active, as it does pay retreat. See that Balloon Blast being eyed up now, each energy counting for 60 damage effectively, so more than enough there in the discard pile as Fabian's going to use that Psychic Embrace on that very heroic looking Drifloon, if I do say so myself, and Balloon Blast for a big KO.
Yeah, doing a rather ridiculous amount of damage here. I believe that's 450 damage? So 30 times damage counter?
Yep.
15 damage counter, that's 450 damage.
There we go.
That's quite a lot, frankly.
That is a lot on a little basic one prize Pokemon, isn't it, to be fair?
And now Fabian is just the boss's orders away from guaranteeing the win next turn. Tord cannot I don't believe Tord can take free prizes here because the Lost Vacuum has already been used. I'm just double checking it is a singlet. It is a singlet in the deck because that would be one option, Lost Vacuum, and then KO a Gardevoir EX, but that's not on the board right now. So I don't think Tord can take free prizes this turn. No. But what he is going to try and do is take a KO of a single prizer, which of course is definitely going to be Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, there we go.
Radiant Charizard out. Take the KO with that, and then basically force Fabian to have Gust to win the game. Yes, and then if Fabian doesn't, then you come back in and Tord has got KO the Gardevoir for game. So we might be back into that whoever gets boss's orders first scenario.
Yeah, I mean, the Screamtail could, there is a world where the Screamtail can reach the KO on the Lumineon if you see a HP boosting item. I believe we do see the Bravery charm there. Or just have the boss anyway, because can see the whole deck via refinement. And then we're going to see the Miracle Force from the Gardevoir EX. Fabian Pijol wins our round 4 game 2 feature match here. Wow.
That was good. That's what we said. If he had the boss, he had the game. Brings up the fish, uses Gardevoir. And that's the thing about Lumineon, right? Very useful fish, because we got the supporter card in the early game.
Yes.
And used it as a way to actually activate our Forest Seal Stone.
Yep.
But it's got 170 HP. And one of the things about Gardevoir is Gardevoir EX is a sneaky, really bad attacker.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like Gardevoir EX as an attacker.
No.
Because it just misses out most 2-prize KOs.
Yep.
But it's a 2-prize Pokemon that is your energy acceleration.
Yep.
So you really don't want to use it to take a single prize KO, while it's bad at taking 2-prize KOs. But Lumineon is one of the rare examples of a Pokemon where Gardevoir becomes a very good attacker into it.
Yeah, and I think if Gardevoir was an even better attacker, then the Gardevoir deck would be a lot more stronger. So I think they had to kind of limit that damage out. But you're right, if that Gardevoir...
You're right, absolutely.
Yeah, because you're right, if that Gardevoir can ever pick up a 2-prize KO, it's very good for you, I would like to say. So yeah, it looks like both players are now shuffling up for game 3, but it looks like they're just going to say, you know what, let's just agree this will be a tie, and that will end up our round 4.
Yeah, we're 10 seconds away from time. By the time it sets up, we are already going to be in extra turns, and essentially both players are just going, I don't have a single basic Pokemon for you to knock out in 2 turns. I also don't have a single basic Pokemon. Let's go to a tie. And it's, I mean, that was a good game. We saw 2 good games, 2 long games, back and forth games, and really fun games, lots of interactions. But we didn't get our answer, Shay.
What was it? What was the question?
The superior stage 2 deck.
Oh,
the older Gardevoir or the less old Charizard.
Well, I guess there's only one way we have to answer that question then, Ross. That's why I keep watching the stream and see what ends up doing better. And you know what? I quite like that conclusion, if you ask me. Whatever your favorite stage 2 deck is, let us know down there on the socials in the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Every chance that your tweet gets features, and make sure you follow the YouTube and the Twitch to make sure you don't miss any Stockholm regional action. But if you want to get involved with all the Twitch polls and that handy dandy Twitch extension, you're gonna have to be on Twitch then for that, really.
Yeah, pretty gosh darn important. And yeah, we got a lot of rounds left, so we will probably get our answer, don't get me wrong. And you know what, as casters sitting here, I mean, I'll take that all day. 2 fun back and forth games, both of which could have gone either way. Both of them, you know, in both games, in game 1, Fabian was in a position to win, but couldn't quite pull it out. In game 2, Tord could very easily have won the following turn, but Fabian just pipped him with the boss's orders, and those are the games I like to see. I want to see good back and forth games. And game 2, both of those decks really set up. Game 1 was awkward. Tord didn't really have access to Charizard. And Fabian couldn't keep Curlier on the board. And then game 2, we saw both decks really set up and do their thing, and it was fun watching players that good with decks that are that good, really going back and forth. We didn't get an answer, but we did get 2 very good games.
We really did. Let's not forget in that game 1 tour with the prize cards, like, whoa, which one is it gonna be? So yeah, really highly entertaining action there. But I think that's going to wrap up our round 4 coverage. What I want you viewers to do at home, don't go anywhere. Keep your ghost eye on this stream, because we'll have our round 5 as soon as possible.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspired to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Well, I don't know about all of you guys at home. I'm feeling nice and relaxed, but I had to make my way and rush back here because I heard, Joe, I was on break that last round. Yeah, I was just chilling, taking it easy, checking out the venue. I heard there was a bit of a stonker of a game that I missed.
You missed a cracker. I was up and down out of my seat multiple times that game. You see game 1 for Torto's prize cards. You see 3 of his 4 fire energy in the prizes. You think, how is he going to get out of this one? And then he gets into a position where he top decks a Lost Vacuum to 50-50 his prize cards for a fire energy, does a little carousel for the camera, misses, and then both he and Fabian were missing the winning combination of cards, so slinging Ionos back and forth at each other. It was classic Pokemon, one of my favorite games for a long time.
That's what I guess. That's what I get for going on break, I guess. I'll have to watch that one back on the VOD. That's something you can do, of course. You can watch back previous tournaments. They were uploaded to see, and definitely worth checking back a few of those old tournaments because if you miss moments like that, that's the way you can catch up on them, right?
Yeah, I wish we had time for an interview there, even though it was a tie, because I just had so many questions. I came away with more questions than answers, I think, from that last game, because Tord once again innovating, staying on the front foot, adapting. Is it even Charizard at this point? It's a mash of Charizard, Pidgeot, and Pidgeot Control, the new archetype that he's sort of constructed. We have seen things like Eerie come into the list in the past with Regieleki. Tord's added those elements, but then added even more one-ofs. I counted down his list, 21 one-of cards in the deck list. It's
21?
Chaotic, and Tord actually added this to his sort of resume, his reservoir of deck decision and deck list choice, because they now have gone away from just playing maximum copies of everything. When Pidgeot EX is in the format, you can get away with these one-of wacky lists, because you can cherry-pick them for the right time, and Tord has taken full advantage of that and created some insane deck lists in the last few months.
Quick search, perhaps dare I say, one of the strongest abilities ever printed on a Pokemon card. It was way back when with the non-EX Pidgeot, and now with Pidgeot EX showing its full strength. And I think it's safe to say it's one of the reasons why Charizard has been so dominant. It is just the deck that can make use of Pidgeot the best, to be honest.
Yeah, it certainly is, as well as the Pidgeot control archetype. They're both doing such great things. You can have defensive avenues where we see the Fang Snipes coming in. You can even see hero-caped Pidgeots to attack with, which we saw in that game. So fantastic to see. I also would have loved to have seen the perspective of why Tord has jumped ship from Gardevoir, whereas Fabian has stuck with it. They were playing it pre-rotation, and they've still found a way to have great success with it in this format as well. So would have loved to have racked both of their brains, to be honest, because they have so much knowledge in there that I wanted to get out there for the cast. But hopefully we'll be seeing them again, because they're still on fantastic records today.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. It's always a bit weird, right, when it's a tie, because like doing like a tie into, it's sort of like, I mean, especially in a match like that, you really want to, but like usually we do the winners interview, so yeah, not really how it usually works. But it's funny you mentioned with Gardevoir and the fact that Fabian stuck with it and Tord didn't, because I guess maybe one of the reasons for that, Gardevoir is a deck that's changed a lot, hasn't it, compared to how it used to be played?
Well, it's entirely changed. Its attackers has changed. The way it draws cards is the same. That's kind of the only element that's stayed. But now we have to kit out some basic attacking Pokemon to push their damage output. You can see Drifloon there only has 70 hit points, so that Balloon Blast only has a small damage cap. But when you start throwing the Luxurious or Heroes capes on, or the Bravery Charms, you can get into wild amounts of damage. We saw it was KOing other Heroes caped Stage 2 EXs in the last game, so you can really have insane damage output available on a one-prize Pokemon.
Yeah, it is funny seeing Drifloon as like the main featured attacker in this deck now, especially considering before it was considered as an option in Gardevoir, but it was kind of outclassed by, of course, that Shiny Arcana Gardevoir and the Zacian V, but now with those gone, this is kind of the way that it has to go, and it's still, proving its success. Not being played in the same huge numbers as it was before, but with a good spread of good and bad matchups, so you can definitely go far in a tournament with it.
And what I love about using these Screamtails and using the Drifloons is you're maintaining your Curliers nicely on the bench the entire game. In the previous format, you would have these crazy pop-off turns where you'd be using all your Curliers, then evolving into Gardevoirs, then using a bunch of Gardevoir draws as well. But then when they were KO'd, you could kind of fizzle towards the late game. You'd only have like one Curlier left to draw off of. In this case, you can have 2 or 3 still on the board in the latter stages of the game, so it can really help you secure that late game. And I think it is really a difference in how it plays now, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, it's a big difference of the fact that now, those Curliers, all they ever serve a purpose for is either for being draw or for evolving into Gardevoir EX to accelerate all your energies. We do see some lists taking that Gallade, that can, of course, can search for a supporter from the deck, but it's not been super common as far as I've seen. But yeah, generally speaking, your Curliers are either drawing cards or becoming the thing that lets you accelerate energy.
Yeah, and Gardevoir may be a little bit bit less popular, but Fabian really is championing the
Absolutely,
deck.
yeah.
He's had a 9th place finish at the EUIC. I think it was on Resistance as well, so could have made it into that top 8, and is once again on a tear. Tying to Tord Reklev is no bad thing,
No, not at all.
especially when you're already on an X and O record. Having a scout at some of the other tables around, some great players, some great names out there. I can see Reagan Retzloff with Chempao EX once again in the top tables, actually in a clash of North Americas, because they're up against Rowan Steven now. This tournament actually has a real feel of an international championships, because so many players have made the trip over this weekend.
Yeah, it is funny, isn't it? And again, perhaps it's even more noticeable because we have just less players at this regionals than we have done at previous European regionals, and a big chunk of the American cohort have come over, and yeah, very much, as you mentioned, that international championships feel because of it.
Yeah, and the deck decision is wild. We've touched on it a few times throughout the weekend. Tord sticking with Charizard, kinda? Not really.
Yeah, kinda not really. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Making some adjustments to the new format, and there's some Snorlax making a big comeback. We're still seeing Pidgeot control. There's still a number of Chempao players out in the field. These are the things that sort of finding their way to the top right now. I see some Dialga V-Star, I should say, towards the top table, still on EXO records. So there's a good amount of diversity in the field right now. It's not just Charizard everywhere.
Yeah, and to be fair, given what we were talking about at the start of the day, we wouldn't expect it to be Charizard everywhere, right? You know, it has been not completely gone extinct, but it has been dethroned. The metagame has had a massive spanner thrown in the works, a massive Dialga-shaped spanner, I should say, along with the Chempao-shaped one. And yeah, so here's a very easily represented, going back to the day one analysis of the decks, and you can sort of see the spread there.
Yeah, still without a doubt Charizard is a popular pick, and there's nothing against that, but there's going to be adaptations to the deck list, but also I imagine these sort of 5 and 6%ers we can see of the Ancient Box, the Lugia, the Arctina, they may continue to steal back percentage points from Charizard and from other decks throughout the season as they sort of gain confidence in how they can tackle Charizard, possibly with their own tech adjustments or this, that, and the other, because it feels like there isn't just one standalone deck. I think Chempao made that claim that there are these archetypes that can certainly have deep runs into tournaments. You don't have to be piloting this archetype. So with so much diversity sort of re-entering the meta, thanks to Chempao kind of leading the way in that case.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit curious. You were looking through the tables earlier, of course, with my prediction of Lugia. Is there on the day one deck analysis? Is it making its way to the top tables, or is it floundering again?
I don't see too many X and O records with Lugia, but that's not to say that it can't still make a few cases for it in day 2. It has had a couple placements here and there. It's not the highest consistency archetype, but we know that when it is firing on all cylinders, I think it actually boasts a decent Charizard, and not many decks have that. So there's a big reason to want to play Lugia just on that basis alone. Also, with the amount of control picking up, specifically for this weekend, that can also be really, really good for you, because you naturally have so many attacking threats in your deck, and of course you're playing all those jet energies, so you can get around the trapping shenanigans quite easily. So I think it's not badly placed for this tournament, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, definitely will. Jet Energy is such a good card, right? It's probably one of my favorite special energy cards sort of around currently. Just goes in so many different decks. I even had it as my individual card prediction for the European Championships. But yeah, but in Lugia, when you have like 4 of those, you can very easily get out of a Tempting Trap or any other, like I said, stalling shenanigans, block Snorlax as well.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why Giratina was my caster prediction for the weekend, because you have that inbuilt protection around these disruptive archetypes. It's something that, even though it's not that popular during the day, I always expect if I start to get on a good record, there's going to be very capable control heads who just play the archetype religiously and will just continue to jam it and be very, very capable and competent with the archetype. So I want to be able to take on the control players. Even if I only hit 1 in the day, that can be the difference between the day 2 or not. So I want to be prepared for it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Now we do see our feature match players already on the table, ready to throw down and throw cards. That's Kai Wainwright on the right.
Sure
and
is.
Who is that on the left?
Gianmarco.
Oh,
here.
okay.
And we're actually showing some Ancient Box again. That's what Gianmarco is going to be choosing to play. And Kai is on the Charizard EX. This is an interesting one, folks, I think, because certainly Ancient Box has the beating of Chempao. That's one of the big elements of the deck. But the question mark is Charizard. How well can you tackle that matchup? As we do start to see our players here, here is Kai Wainwright, a regional finalist in Bremen, some LAIC high placements, as well as a Stuttgart regional top 32. Kai Wainwright has been knocking on that door the last couple of seasons and just has a lot of consistent finishes. And they're typically known for playing some of the higher tier stuff. I know they've enjoyed playing Gardevoir in the past, enjoyed playing Mew, VMAX as well for a little bit of time. So likes to stick with the top tier stuff, and is once again bringing Charizard to the table.
Yeah, well, definitely one of those players who had like a breakout season in 2022 and has never been sort of out of the contention since then, right? They've always been, at least like you said, Joe, knocking on the door, but really, I think, really trying to dig for that big finish again, like they had at Bremen in 2022. That's what they're really going to be gunning for.
Gianmarco, it's about that Roaring Moon again. Actually does have a couple of the EX in the list as well, so not a Puritan single prize build. Does have that big one-hit KO potential thanks to Frenzied Gouging. So that's something we're going to try and follow during the game. It's actually the 4 of the single prize Roaring Moon and 4 Fluttermane in the deck list, foregoing the Coridon altogether, actually.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so very different take on this list. Just thinking, you know what, I would rather, I'll trade off some of those extra chances at early game damage and the extra sort of fodder in the discard pile for Vengeance Fletching, and instead I want to give myself, that sort of emergency one-hit KO button that is the Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, this is really cool. This is like a hybrid of old Roaring Moon EX builds, as well as having just enough ancient cards in your deck list to still reach on basic EX Pokemon and a few multi-prize Pokemon when you have to with your single prizes. So it's almost like having your own Radiant Charizard as you work to the late game, but in the form of a Roaring Moon single prize Pokemon. But I imagine we're going to see some heavy lifting of the EX during this matchup, because that's a great way to race into some Stage 2 EXs.
Yeah, it really, really is. And meanwhile, from Marcus's side, he was playing the, that's going to be Ancient Box and Kai's playing the Charizard. Now, it's going to be, what kind of list has Kai gone for with Charizard? Very much going on with that, playing the Tier 1 archetype kind of thing.
Yeah, a little bit less chaotic than the one we've just seen on screen from Tord. A little bit more traditional. Does have the 1/1 barrel, as well as Pidgeot as the backup. So it looks like just a few tweaks here and there, a couple of spicy things to keep an eye on, as well as the Mist Energy is actually in Kai's list, and that's, of course, huge for the matchup. This could be a way to protect yourself around Frenzied Gouging.
Yeah, it's often an include in Charizard exactly for the Roaring Moon EX, so definitely a deck building decision paying off in this feature match already.
Definitely something we have to follow as the game progresses, because there can be situations where Charizard will sit nicely out of range, and possibly even the Pidgeot if you want to protect that. Also, the Mist Energy, normally you have a free floating attachment because you get to pull so many energy out of the deck via Charizard EX for free with that Infernal Rain ability. As our players are getting set up here, going to be a really interesting one to follow, because of course pre-rotation Roaring Moon EX was one of our top contenders. I think most people would consider it a top 3 archetype in the Paradox Rift metagame, and it's had to make a big adjustment as we start to see some prize cards coming down.
Let's see.
First for Gianmarco here.
And there's like a couple of energy going in, but I mean, you do play good chunks, so that's not the end of the world.
Couple Charizard for Kai, that's a little bit more awkward.
2 fire energy too.
3 copies of Charizard EX. Obviously there are Super Rods in the deck list as well, so hopefully you can still circumvent that. You've also got Radiant Charizard, which can come in later game. As we see the fist bump, and we're underway here. Kai is going first, has a Charmander lead, is staring down a Fluttermane, and has a lovely Buddy Poffin start.
Yeah, gotta love that, of course. Buddy Poffin, the real replacement for Battle VIP Pass, especially in these, well, only really in these evolving decks, lets you grab any 2 70 HP or less basic Pokemon from the deck and put them straight onto your bench. Such a great setup card for evolving decks.
And unsurprisingly, another Charmander gets into the mix, as does a Pidgey. A big part of Kai's engine is going to be that Pidgeot EX. Cherry picking a card a turn is incredible. Kai's going to have a quick look through the prizes and make sure nothing's too obnoxious. Does have to definitely take note of the Charizard EXs, of course.
Yeah, 2 of the 6. Is it 6 fire that Kai's playing? Is
I think 6 is the standard count when you, 6 energy when you play the Mist Energy. Holding on to Ultra Balls, I think, not looking to use that Rotom V. Just going to pass things over to Gianmarco here.
Right, so let's see what Gianmarco can make of this. We're starting with that Fluttermane in the active. Pretty nice. It means that Kaya has to be careful to not do a whoopsie and evolve the active Charizard and make sure, and therefore not get that Infernal Rain ability. But it looks like Gianmarco's starting hand is pretty strong here. A lot of searching cards, it looks like.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges for Roaring Moon decks these days without Battle VIP Pass, because you have such high hit point basics.
Yep.
You have to do it the old-fashioned way with Nest Balls and Ultra Balls. So the more of those you see in the opening, that's going to be phenomenal. You still have a bit of a mini goal of getting some ancient cards in the discard pile as well, so Ultra Ball can help in that regard, as can Earthen Vessel. It's kind of just selecting the best of the ancient cards that we have available and not having any fluff in the list. As we see a Radiant Greninja as the first choice here. No energy in the hand, so it looks like it's going to be an Explorer's Guidance to help out Gianmarco get moving here. So certainly no earlier pressure from them.
No. I'm feeling pretty okay about discarding this Sarda's Vitality. Of course, you can always get this back with the Pal Pad and... wait, what's that Roaring Moon from?
That's an Ultra Ball.
Is it? Oh, wait, sorry, that was Explorer. Okay,
yeah, we're going to go into an Explorer from this, I think. Hoping to find some energy. That's why we grabbed the Radiant Greninja, so we can hopefully continue to draw and unlock this hand a little bit more.
Right, yeah, there it is. So now Explorer's Guidance, and interesting that Gianmarco is actually playing a Switch card in the deck.
Yep. Just helping out, because unlike the pure single prize build, you're much more reliant on Dark Patch.
Yes, exactly.
So having a couple of pivots in the list can be handy. Gianmarco chose to get rid of the Sada, and I think of the 6 cards here from Explorer, there's no other supporter cards.
Oh, okay.
Chose to actually hold a Pokemon Catcher, which is a really aggressive line. Oof. Now we're just relying on Greninja Draw and Pokestop to help us out, because otherwise it's a Pokemon Catcher and a Switch card.
It's, I mean, it's bold.
Let's spin the wheel, I guess.
There's a Super Rod, there's a Roaring Moon, there's a Roaring Moon EX.
Moon EX. Well, yeah, 1 Moon EX, 1 basic Roaring Moon. That's not much help. Now it's a big 2 Greninja cards here.
And now you, like you mentioned, Joe, you kind of have to go for this concealed cards here, otherwise you just have no draw.
Yeah, I think concealed card was always part of the plan. It was searched so early in the turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, finds Pokegear. That's going to be big in a little while.
Definitely.
It's going to be a booster capsule to the bench. That certainly makes sense, as Gianmarco's not taken any prize cards just yet, so it can push the Roaring Moon out of range of Charizard pressure. Kai does just have to bear in mind, as you said, Freya, you don't want to be evolving the active. You can evolve your bench Charmander, though, and slap 1 onto the active to retreat, and then go into a Charizard EX.
And Kai, maybe just asking, so how many ancient cards are in the discard pile already? It's a fair few. It's what is it? 1, 2, 3. If it's up 5, I think it was, something like that.
Something along those lines. There is Ultra Ball, so Kai can use Luminion V this turn. That's, I believe, a Boss's Orders and a Roxanne hitting the discard pile.
Yep.
Fluttermane's Midnight Fluttering only affects the Pokemon in the active spot, so this Luminion can still freely use its ability and grab Arven and really unlock this hand for Rare Candy plus Forest Seal Stone here.
Yeah, because now the chain begins, right? You grab this Arven, you grab from the Arven the Rare Candy, and you can grab the Forest Seal Stone, you can put that on the Luminion you just benched, and then you Star Alchemy, and you are good to go, you're set up.
I'm pretty sure there's some evolutions available for Kai as well, so it could easily be Pidgeot and Charizard coming down onto the field this turn.
Very, very strong.
Already Pidgeot EX before using your Forest Seal Stone or your Quick Search, so that's your means of getting into a Charizard as well here.
So Quick Search, undoubtedly going to find 1 of the 2 pieces to get this Charizard out. Yeah, just finds well, we know it's a Charizard EX, as far as Gianmarco's concerned, it's a mystery card. You don't have to show what you get off Quick Search, because you don't have to prove it's anything. It's just a card from your deck.
As is the Forest Stone that's immediately flipped as well. That's the 2-piece combo we're looking for. To candy into our benched Charizard and then retreat into it and get swinging. Kai making no mistakes. Could be a little bit of a blunder, but fully aware of their opponent's Fluttermane in the active position and not falling for that one. No, you've got to get up pretty early in the morning to fool Kai with one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. But no such thing here. I was going to say you could go for a Heat Tackle here, but I mean that would basically achieve nothing, right? The move is always just retreat and just attack with a Charizard.
Especially when Charizard's just so tanky.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty safe to go for this line. Kai has already seen 1 Roaring Moon EX, so has to expect that it is going to be a sort of hybrid build. But I think especially with a backup Charmander already in play. Ooh, going to see the Prime Catcher here as well. Yeah, it's a retreated Charmander. Goes into Pidgeot because it looks like it's trying to use Prime here to go into take out the Greninja here. This is a smart play because we've seen that there's no supporter in hand for Gianmarco. Discarded Asada turn 1 and now is lacking draw. Still has that Pokegear, but really it's going to be feast or famine based on that.
And as we mentioned before, of course, as well, these Ancient Box decks, Greninja is pretty much the only draw engine they have. So you're taking that out, as we saw in the earlier feature match, that was Donovan 2, can really put the pressure on them. So it's going to be on this Pokegear to find anything. Is that, okay, there is an Explorer's Guidance.
Well, yeah, it's a guidance, so we're still drawing cards, but still no pressure from Gianmarco. A lot of the time you're looking to take little dinky 1 prizes or at least start setting up some damage into this chunky Charizard so you can set up a 2-hit KO. Having to pass again for Gianmarco Marco is really awkward. You want to weave in these one prizes when you can, and the issue with using Roaring Moon EX as a means of taking multiple prizes is then you're also putting multi-prize Pokemon into play, and it's heavily damaged as well, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
After a frenzied gouging, so it's easy for Kai to throw one prizes back at him.
Yeah, this is the whole trade-off that you make, right? You give yourself that one-hit KO option, but you give up that advantage of being able to, make the prize map very much in your favor by only playing one prize Pokemon. We do see the Explorer's Guidance, and that's a lot of energy
as well. So Sada's been kept to hand, and I think another Roaring Moon. So a sigh of relief there that we're taking another turn off, but we've got something for next turn. Oh, it was a Darkness Energy kept, actually, not another Roaring Moon.
I guess that he wants the manual attachment this turn, because without that you can't. Next turn you can go Sada plus to retreat. Whereas
that's also true.
Yeah.
I'm expecting the Fluttermane to get KO'd regardless.
Yeah, that is a good point.
We see a coin flip from Pokemon Catcher. Maybe it forces Kai into a more awkward quick search. Just has to find energy to retreat, for example. But I wouldn't be too worried about that. This is mostly just trying to negate a quick search effectively.
Yeah. Just by forcing the switch out. But it is a bit of a missed opportunity, because of course you're talking about how the Ancient Box deck wants to pick off these dinky one prizes, but what you can also do is when your opponent benches a week 2 prizer like the Luminion, you can maybe get an early KO on that and make your prize map ramp up that way.
This is almost making Kai's decision to cherry pick a Professor Churro next turn too easy. It's such a good choice to do that now, because as you said, Freya, then you take away this easy 2 prizes whilst moving, getting back into Charizard and continuing your pressure.
Yeah, and we know for a fact that the Turo isn't prized, because we saw it in the prize cards earlier, and I can even sort of double check here to make sure I'm not imagining it. Yeah, nope, it's not there.
Kai top decks Charmeleon, so can also get an easy evolution there, and we're going to see the quick search, and immediately it is for that Professor Churro scenario, as expected, Freya.
Yep.
So Kai's going to keep up the pressure and just go back into their Charizard EX and just keep swinging.
Yeah, and there's the Turo. Yeah, they don't really need that anymore. And yeah, I really love the way you phrased it. You almost made that decision too easy, right? Now, not only does Kai have the means to switch, but now that easy 2 prizes is just like gone as an option for Gianmarco later on. Really, really strong move there from Kai.
Going to be 3 cards to help Gianmarco out here. We're at least attacking, but now we need some backup Pokemon, because it's one Roaring Moon against the world right now.
Yeah, it's Earthen Vessel, and Ultra Ball.
We're still in the game.
Coming in clutch right at the end. I guess you could also bench that Iron Bundle if you really wanted to. It's not really where you want to be to sort of not lose, but at least now you can get another attacker down. So yeah, very, very important bind.
Ultra Balling away Vessel and Iron Bundle, knowing that you can at least get another Pokemon to play via this search card. You go for Radiant Greninja now. You can use your second Vessel in hand to just get a couple more cards. No, it's just going to be a backup Roaring Moon. And you're still on fumes for next turn. That's my concern here for Gianmarco.
Yeah, and I guess the reason why he went for the Roaring Moon is because he needs another attacker for next turn, but you also need some kind of draw engine, right? Now you're in the same spot again. Like you said, you're running on fumes. Like, what do you really do here?
Once again in top deck mode. Unfortunate for Gianmarco here. Can get an attachment in this turn.
Yeah.
You're starting to get a bit of pressure down. You've got a few more ancient cards in your discard pile, but without a runner top deck, essentially,
yeah, I mean,
you're going to be in an awkward spot. You can't prime just yet, because you've already committed Sada this turn. Maybe something you use next turn with no other Pokemon in play, so you're essentially just using it to bring something up.
Almost like a boss's orders.
Yeah, like a boss's orders or a catcher heads.
Yeah. Or a pre-errata catcher.
Oh, yeah. Showing our age.
Yeah. Where's the sepia filter again? That's what God always jokes about. Anyway.
A decent chunk, 190 damage. Definitely a threatening amount from Gianmarco here. How can Tai continue to turn the screw here?
Is there some way to get this Turo back and play it again? Because that would be devastating.
There is Palpad in the deck list for Kai. Not sure if you can get it into the deck and then back out again.
Yeah.
Even just retreating this Charizard could be reasonable.
Yeah, honestly. Just grab another Charizard EX. We know that there were 2 prizes, but Kai did take one out of the prizes already, so...
I don't mind this choice either. Just quick searching to continue to develop your bench. Maybe get your Bidoof into the mix.
Yeah.
As well as another Charmander.
Yeah, I mean, you've got such a big lead here, right? You take another knockout here, your 3 prizes up, so if one Charizard goes down, you really don't mind at all.
Yeah, you've got your value from this one Charizard.
Yeah.
More than enough. So you're happy with this exchange.
Yeah, so there's Buddy Poffin. Imagine, yeah, going to grab another Charmander, and yeah, that Bidoof.
I love this choice. Yeah. You're just making sure that your board stays the same and is still in a really powerful position, so you can't end up finding yourself with no cards and in an awkward position, the barrel is such a great way to top up on cards here and there, knowing that you have the fallback of Pidgeot to help you out. Going to have to boss his orders around this Ancient boosted Roaring Moon because of its hit points. So you can just take a knockout with 180 base here from Burning Darkness, and Kai keeps up with the prizes.
Yeah, so now Ancient boosted from Gianmarco.
Not much help from the top, so it's going to be an attack, and we're going to take 2 prizes.
But that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, unfortunately attacking then allows Kai's next Charizard to do the rest of the work here.
Although there is a little bit of a spot of bother here because Kai has yet to take one of those energy out of the prizes, so there's actually only...
You can Pidgeot for Super Rod. There's already the Charizard in hand.
Oh, there is? Oh, okay, then...
Yeah, I think we're chilling here.
Yeah, so I didn't realize... Yeah, I forgot. Like I said, yeah, I even mentioned it earlier that the Charizard was already in hand for the prizes.
Kai doing the due diligence of
Yep.
getting the Fire Energy back, as you mentioned, Freya. Good spot from the prizes, but once again, Kai not going to falter here.
Yeah,
can get
there it
Charizard,
is.
and immediately that's enough because Gianmarco took prizes on the previous turn. That's going to allow Kai to ramp up the damage of Burning Darkness to KO the Ancient boosted Roaring Moon. Pretty simple stuff there. Essentially, Kai got the absolute best setup possible, and that's far from what we saw there from Gianmarco.
Yeah, really not an ideal sort of setup from Gianmarco at all. Just really just like ran out of steam, but just very, very quickly. Had like an okay setup at the start, but you know, some of those early decisions really wasn't able to keep up that chain of attackers going, and in the end, yeah, Kai just kind of running away with the game.
Yeah, I don't think the matchup's necessarily terrible for Gianmarco. It's just the fact that it kind of fizzled a little bit.
Yeah.
I think possibly the Pokemon Catcher keep was on the greedy side compared to just keeping a Sada, but you were hoping that from your 6 cards from Explorer you could get back into the game a little bit there, but it didn't quite pan out with the first Explorer finding you another Explorer, and then you're just not attacking for too many turns, and I feel like you do need to be the aggressor in this matchup.
Yeah, you very much do, and that's just what Gianmarco wasn't able to do at all, right? Not even able to really make use of that Prime Catcher in the end, and just not setting up enough attackers, and as soon as he takes his first prizes, that means then the Charizard can come in and take a KO even on a Roaring Moon with an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on it.
It's so spicy to see Gianmarco's this, because we saw that one Coin Flip Catcher, and that's because they only play one copy of Coin Flip Catcher. They have one counter, one Coin Flip, and one Prime Catcher, so keeping the opponent on the toes. As soon as you reveal one as well, your opponent has no idea of how many you're actually choosing to play. So Gianmarco has a few tricks up his sleeve for sure, and might keep Kai on his toes in terms of how he wants to develop his bench and whatnot. So I saw that opening hand wasn't that strong for Kai there.
Oh no, it wasn't.
We'll be getting the benefit of a mulligan by the looks of things from Gianmarco at the very least.
Yeah, so we can find an extra card if nothing else, and maybe that can help bail Kai out if his hand is not that strong.
I saw a Radiant Charizard lead. It's not great. You're going to have to make it out of there somehow. There is the Prime Catcher in Kai's list, so it can be done via an item rather than having to use
the Turo or something like that.
Or
discard
a huge chunk of energy onto it. That's a big commitment. But at the same time, it has high hit points, so it could be denying Gianmarco those early prizes that we've mentioned from the single prize Roaring Moon. So it's not necessarily the worst thing that's ever happened. It depends really on the remainder of the hand. I saw like Power Pad and Vacuum, some of the like situational cards. I don't think I spied any supporter, so that could be one of the only things holding back Kai from taking a 2-0 victory here.
Yeah, so that's a good
prize cards seem pretty reasonable. Eerie can be scary because you can get rid of Dark Patches.
Yeah.
Some Ball Search cards as well at times. As we're getting into game 2 here, Gianmarco going to start things off, has the Roaring Moon lead, and a decent chunk of Ball Search cards. Lacking energy right now, which is a little bit awkward.
And
nowhere to draw whatsoever, actually.
Oh, so we were talking about Kai having a bad start, but Gianmarco has a horrendous start.
Just yet. Yeah, that is terrible. Ooh. Sada is only unlocked if you can get rid of your energy cards. By playing this Ultra Ball as well, you're taking a card out of your deck, but it also means now you can't discard an energy immediately.
Oh, yeah,
so your top decks are hurt, unless you take Greninja, and then you can still top deck energy and reactivate your Sada.
Yeah, I know obviously it doesn't actually matter, but the energy was the next card on top of the deck too.
It's always like that.
Yeah, every single time.
Be like that. I think you're basically locked into taking Radiant Greninja now.
Yeah, you have to.
Because now you retain your top decks of Vessels plus Darkness Energy to be immediately unlocked with your Greninja and then into Sada, so you could burst 5 cards from that one energy spot.
Yeah.
But without a top deck, Gianmarco's once again not in a strong position.
No, not really great. And I mean, you know, the one thing going for him is that he knows that Kai can't really do a significant amount of damage turn 1, so it's not like this Roaring Moon is going down. But yeah, just benching the Radiant Greninja, then the Roaring Moon, and then it's just going to be a pass. Sorry, the benching the Fluttermane rather.
Okay, so Kai-san does have Ultra Ball, so we can at least see a V Pokemon coming onto this board, maybe just a Rotom early game.
I mean, you could just go for...
Can you Churro and Cleffa, perhaps? There's Churro in hand.
Oh, possibly, actually, yeah. Although, I mean, I guess you could go for the Luminion and Arven, but then obviously that you're in that same scenario where you give your opponent...
Poffin, Forest. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere.
But it is, of course, that thing of, do you want to give your opponent that sort of easy 2 prizes later? Although in the last game it didn't matter because Kai was just able to pick it up with the Professor Turo.
Yeah, I feel you're right. I think the Luminion Arven is fairly standard. You don't necessarily have to use the Forest Stone this turn either.
No,
you can just
not
bank
at all.
that.
Especially given how slow Gianmarco's start was, right?
It is going to be the Buddy Poffin as well as that Forest Stone. So Kai's at least getting a couple of pieces into the game. It's just a little bit more troublesome when you're only getting 1 Charmander and only like 1 Pidgey in this case. But that's what you got to go for in this spot.
So does it grab Charmander, Pidgey, feeling fairly safe in the knowledge that they'll both be, unlikely to be knocked out given Gianmarco's slow start, unless, maybe the one thing Kai is worried about is, is Gianmarco kind of sort of semi-bluffing and just holding on to an absolute monster hand, but I mean...
And again, the coin flip catches.
Yeah.
They become so scary now, because your opponent's got them in the locker. So they could, let's see the top deck. Pokéstop could be huge here. We actually need to discard energy more than we need to find items in this spot.
Absolutely. So let's spin the wheel, I guess. Let's see what we get.
Earthen Vessel would be the absolute best thing to hit.
Yep.
But anytime we can discard energy here would be huge.
So Pokéstop. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Well, Pokegear can get us into a different supporter. We can get into our Explorer's Guidance.
That means
we won't be launching an attack unless we can do some crazy shenanigans with Dark Patch.
So Pokegear, 7 up from the top. Can Gianmarco find a supporter to get himself into this game? There it is. There's Explorers.
So both players slowly making their way into the game here. It's not been the textbook opener for either player. But this Explorer can do some pretty funky stuff, actually. I think there's already a Switch Cart in hand. So if you can get some Switch Cart, Dark Patch shenanigans, maybe if you can get into Vessel and draw more from Greninja after this 6 cards, you can do some stuff.
So Explorer's Guidance, and then, maybe you can just start to find something to get yourself in here. Going to be able to keep 2 cards, has to discard 4. Well, there's some easy discards there already. Oh, but no energy.
Well, it looks like it's all fodder.
Yeah,
you can keep probably Dark Patch in the single prize Roaring Moon. Maybe holding on to Roaring Moon EX. Yeah, just going to throw away a lot of the single prizes and 1 Ancient Boost Energy Capsule. And it's going to be a development turn for Gianmarco here.
Just... Still
Sada not unlocked for next turn. That's a bad feeling when you were able to discard so many cards.
Yeah. At first you're thinking, hold on, maybe I can find something, but now still really it's fumes again, right? It's just barely holding on. The Flutter Mane inactive is a good shout. It means that Kaigan has to be careful before he gets anything set up. But
it's a strange one because it unlocks Prime Catcher that little bit more for Kai.
Right?
I suppose you'd probably Prime Catcher Radiant Greninja anyway. Yeah. Because there's been no prize cards taken. Was that a top deck of Pidgeot for the turn? I think it was a Pidgeot top deck for the turn.
Oh, was the Pidgeot not already in hand?
One of them was a top deck, no doubt. Because I thought it was going to be a Forest Hill Stone Slam for a piece.
Oh,
so
okay, but
not
needed anymore.
To draw the Pidgeot pieces. And now we can see some quick search shenanigans.
Yeah, and of course that Forest Seal Stone still in hand, so can slam that down and then go for the Star Alchemy and find the other piece you need, and all of a sudden Kai's just good to go again.
Yeah, once again we can go grab 1 Candy, grab 1 Charizard, do the Charizard from the bench, and then Churro up the active as a play and start getting some damage in.
Does mean you're giving up using Turo to pick up the Luminion V, but I mean, if you're attacking this turn, I mean, especially considering how bulky the Radiant Charizard is.
You got to do what you got to do.
Finds the rare candy.
You could also evolve into your Charizard EX on the bench and then spin Pokéstop. Maybe you find Prime Catcher in the best case scenario or something else to get more basics developed as well. That's one of the only fear factor moments for Kai right now, is that there's no backup Charmander. If you go in swinging with Charizard EX and it does get hit into with a Roaring Moon, you could be in a bit of trouble there.
Yep. I think Kai just checking, yep, it's only the active that it affects.
I'm on to you, Flutter Mane.
Can't get anything past me.
Before.
Yeah. So Infernal Rain coming in, that ability on the Charizard EX, free fire energies from the deck. Oh.
So this is a play that Kai can go for because you can't expect to find anything from Pokestop here to get like additional Charmander or anything else into play. So you guarantee that you still have attacking threats after this. It is risky to sort of threaten the Pidgeots because your hand is quite weak after this.
It's also probably fine, right? Because, again, although Gianmarco did a lot, he kind of did nothing whilst doing a lot at the same time. So I don't think you're that scared of losing this Pidgeot here.
Ooh, possibly. Ooh, that's not a bad Pokestop. It's the Prime Catcher that we mentioned.
Not at all.
We can still retreat. No, well, I think with Pidgeot developed now, you have to just go for the active.
Could have maybe gone for the Pokestop first just to kind of decide the line.
Well, you're always going to you wanted to get the energy out of the deck for the best odds, right?
Oh, right. Of course, yeah. That's why I did that way then. And going to fire that Power Pad as well, get that boss's orders that was milled earlier back.
Not sure how much I love this, because if Pidgeot EX is taken down, then you've just put 2 non-draw supporters back into your deck that you could potentially draw into.
Oh.
I know I'm expecting the very worst case scenario, but at the same time, Roaring Moon doesn't play Hand Disruption. So you could hold on to this Power Pad for as long as you wish, knowing that you can always use it when it's the best case scenario, but it is going to be a Pidgeot KO here, and let's see what Gianmarco can pull together.
Oh, and of course, very important here. Actually, this is why Kai went for that attack. Of course, Blustery Wind, as well as doing damage, it discards the stadium, so it means that Gianmarco has less ways to find another out.
And a top deck of Super Rod is terrible.
Yes.
It's another passing turn, I think, for Gianmarco here.
Yeah.
We really haven't seen the best of this deck list at all. On this great record so far in day one. They're 4-0, let's not forget. So the deck's been running smoothly up to this point, and now things are turning sour, unfortunately. Going to send things straight back over to Kai.
Yes, it's good. That was I didn't even think about the stadium discard from a Blustery Wind, but that was absolutely huge.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. You spot your opponent on an awkward situation. You see them putting their head on their hands when they're going for the Explorer's Guidance and the Pokestops and being a piece away from what they actually need.
Yep.
And just denying all of those options is really well spotted from Kai.
Yeah, and now, of course, you can Ultra Ball and go for the Charmander, so you have the means to set up a backup attacker. You go for the Quick Search, find the Fire Energy, you can just attach that, KO this Roaring... Oh, no, wait.
I think the Vacuum's been in hand for a while. I'm not sure if it's been Ultra Ball just yet.
No, it hasn't. It's still in the hand.
Yeah, that's been held from turn 1.
Yes.
So it can be another means. Well, we're going to continue to pick apart the engine.
Yeah.
It's once again targeting more draw, making the Sada just far less live.
And it just makes so much sense, right?
Yeah.
It's very important, even when you're in a leading position, to not give your opponent a means of, coming back from that lead. And that's exactly what Kai's doing here.
It's a Sada top deck. We needed it to be Vessel. It's going to be another pass here for Gianmarco.
Absolutely brutal draws.
It's heartbreaking. Yeah, it really is, because it's such a cool deck. Deck list. We wanted to show it off. Again, I'm not too happy with the Super Rod, because you're putting 3 cards that aren't bailing you out immediately into your deck.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go for this, maybe just bring out the Greninja, Ultra Ball that out, and then pass.
Yeah, that's a solid line. But you need to hold the Ultra Ball as well, because if you don't draw Greninja, you need to draw Vessel, and then you can get energy out the deck, then Ultra Ball them away. Right. You need to have multiple discard cards.
Right. I see. Yeah, it's. But I mean, if you get the Greninja out now, then the joining energy isn't out.
It can just get dusted though. It can just get taken out immediately again.
Yeah,
when
you're right.
Pidgeot EX is in play, it can choose what it wants to do. You're not going to miss boss's orders when you can choose it.
No,
right
you're not. And you just saw him Power Pad it back as well. Oh dear. Does Gianmarco?
I'm not a fan of this play.
No, actually, the more I think about it, the sort of less sense it makes.
Sometimes it's a less is more situation where you know your back's against the wall, and sometimes just holding off on everything is still the best line.
Yeah, because now, I mean, I guess in this instance, maybe Gianmarco's thinking it means that my attackers are preserved, but yeah, you're just going to go for that Greninja again.
Here we go again. It's going to be another means of an easy prize. Kai had no way to take a prize outside of the Vacuum. So now that you're just giving more prizes away, it's really looking awkward.
Yeah, it's such a tough position, right? Because, you're drawing so badly. Your back is really, as you mentioned, Joe, the back's against the wall, but you have to, try and give yourself the best odds possible. But, Gianmarco was just giving more of, the opening there for Kai to really, lock the draw shot on the game.
Because now I don't know what draw you want. You want to draw into another Explorer's Guidance now and take another turn off to unlock Sada at some point, sometimes maybe.
Yeah, but then Kai was
just drawn a Roaring Moon and it's a pass again. You've just rodded back in a Roaring Moon.
Yeah, and now you can just bench as Bidoof. You don't need those rare candies. You can vacuum one of them away just to get rid of the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Kai can even wait, honestly. He could just attack and hold Vacuum. Again, you don't know that. I mean, you're pretty aware that there's very few hand disruptors available.
Yeah.
You can just punch, knowing that you can
do it next turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Too strong.
Such a commanding position here for Kai.
Yeah, let's play, not like devil's advocate, but let's try and think this through here. What actually is Gianmarco's route back into this game, if there is one?
I'm racking my brains. I'm worried. I don't know what single draw helps.
For those of you, obviously you can't see our face right now, but I'm looking over at Joe, and yeah, like the brain cogs are turning.
There's even a mist energy coming onto this Charizard EX as well now. Yeah, Kai's doing everything to just make it harder and harder for Gianmarco to make any sort of comeback play. Holds onto the vacuum, top decks into another super rod. I mean, this is just a bad beat at this stage. Gianmarco's in a horrible position. It's such a shame because the Roaring Moon deck is still on those fringes. We've seen it with the Dunsparce.
Yeah.
We've seen it all one prize build so far today, and has been doing well in some tournaments. I feel like it's fair to get rid of the catcher at this stage. As we're going to be going down to 2. And yeah, where does Gianmarco go from here? Kai going down to 2 prize cards, sends up another single prize Roaring Moon for Kai to once again gobble up. With this Charizard EX, it's just got so much value this game. More quick searching, you can even develop the barrel. Oh, Kai's just in a commanding position. The Charizard's basically just been untouched all game here. And it is really down to Gianmarco not having the best of starts, obviously. But it would have been great to see a highlight reel moment from Roaring Moon and see a real back and forth for this deck, because I do think it deserves some spotlight.
Yeah, it definitely does. And we saw a good Roaring Moon game earlier on, of course, not with the EX as much, but of course with the Ancient Box. But yeah, the Roaring Moon EX really not able to put on the demonstration of its genuine fearsome power. What does Gianmarco top deck here? Oh, it's a Nest Ball.
Doesn't help. It's going to be a pass because anything else you put into play is bad for you.
Yep. And Kai can't win this turn.
Nope.
No, just 180.
Doesn't even quick search, just attacks. Has everything they need.
Yeah, and what does Gianmarco see now? Finally draws the energy, but that's it.
Gianmarco has had enough. No surprise there. Really not getting into the game, unfortunately. Kai isn't going to have an easier round than that, I don't think, today. Because in both games, they set up pretty nicely. They had a bit of a precarious turn 1, had to do just a cheeky buddy popping and pass play, but thanks to the lack of pressure from Gianmarco's deck, also not really on full cylinders, not even close actually. Kai was eventually able to rebuild the board and get into a really powerful and dominant position, and that's what Charizard can do. It's one of the best setup decks in the game. Given time, you can get your multiple stage 2s online, you can get that big barrel back up as well if anything was to go wrong, and yeah, Kai was able to cruise, but a lot of that was down to smart play as well. Shutting the door from Pokestop, as you mentioned, shutting the door from Radiant Greninja not once but twice. These are the things that make a big difference. Even when you're ahead, pushing that advantage more and more.
Yeah, because when you look at that game, right, if you're looking at it from the perspective of someone who perhaps isn't as familiar with how things go, you might think, oh, that was just a complete blowout, there was no chance. But the reason why it was a blowout is exactly because of what you said, Joe. Kai made sure that it was a blowout. He took away every single opportunity that Gianmarco might have had to come back and said, no, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. And so he really, he took that lead and he cemented it.
Yeah, and so often you'd see people just go in with the Charizard EX. This is my attacker. This is what the deck's named after. I got to attack with this one. But Kai found the reasoning, the logic was sound to just go for 120 damage to deal with a Flutter Mane, whilst also having backup threats established and still being prepared for basically all outcomes. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, really impressive. Showing his true mettle as a very skilled player. And I think, honestly, Kai's one of those players where it feels like his list of accomplishments doesn't really accurately reflect how skilled of a player he actually is.
Kai just needs to play in more tournaments.
Yeah,
they
does,
need
exactly.
to keep playing, and the results will come because the process is correct. They're always choosing decks quite appropriately and are piloting them, as we saw, very, very skillfully. So Kai's going to keep turning up again and again and placing highly in these events.
Yeah, he sure is. And who knows, maybe this is the event for them to do it. Maybe they can make day 2 and make it all the way to the top 8 again. And this is their chance to add their extra, really meaningful notch on their resume.
Yeah, well, they're making the climb. They're on a fantastic record so far. Just one more win will secure their day 2. And hopefully, at that stage, the goalpost shift.
Yeah.
You keep going for more wins. You keep going for more wins, and you're getting yourself even closer for day 2. That's what's so exciting about day 1 of competition. You're not only trying to secure your place, but you're also trying to push all the way to give yourself a much easier time in this day 2 of the competition.
Yeah, because the more wins you get day 1, the better your record will be for day 2, and ultimately that's what matters in the end. It's not just your day 3 record, it's your combined record from day 1 and day 2 that determines whether you make top 8 or not. So often when we see players go 6-0, they won't go for the intentional draw round 7 to make it guaranteed in. They say, you know what, I'm going to keep playing because I have 3 more rounds, and that's 3 more chances to get wins to kind of cement my spot in top 8 the day after.
Yeah, I like to think of it as lifelines almost. You don't want to go 6-2. Well, you do want to go 6-2-1.
Yes,
but if you do even better than that, you can then take risks in those last couple of rounds. And if you lose, it's fine. You still have other lifelines available to you. So, but if you want to make that top 8 push, you can really only afford like 1 or 2 losses maximum with the amount of players we have in the field. So pushing for those additional wins is huge.
Yeah, it really, really is. Now, I don't know if we're quite ready over on the lounger to hear from Kai. I would love to hear his thought process on sort of everything. We talked about him a lot, and they always give a really good interview, I think. So it's really lovely to hear from them. But I think, oh, wait, just got word. Yeah, we're ready over in the lounge right now. So take it away, Kai.
Mamma mia, I'm now joined with Kai Wainwright, who just turned up the thermostat and turned off the lights by using that burning darkness to get himself a win there. My first question, Kai, how are you feeling after that?
Pretty good, pretty good. I mean, I got pretty lucky. His setup was very good, and I had pretty strong setup, so I was quite happy with that, yeah. And any game I see Pidgeot is pretty good, so...
Pidgeot very good, that quick search, and you grab anything you want, and we saw it get used a little bit. So talk to us then, Kai, currently 5-0.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
It feels pretty good, pretty great. It's been a while since I've had like a good tournament run, so it feels pretty good. And EUIC didn't go very well, so it's nice to have a better run up than that.
Okay, fair enough. What was you playing for EUIC?
It was actually Charizard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't have any churros. I was like, nah, I'll close my eyes against Stall. And then 3 Snorlax showed up, and my tournament ended.
Oh. Goodness gracious me. Well, that's actually one of the questions I was looking to ask you. So I can see you're playing a sort of, don't know how to describe it, like a Tord-esque style Charizard with a barrel and Pidgeot. Have you had a lot of time to practice with that deck?
Yes. So after EUIC, I was like, okay, that's a better Charizard deck. So I copied that deck, and then was like, I'll only play this deck for like the month, and then here we are. So yeah.
Okay, very good. So you had some time to practice with it. That's good. That's what we like to hear. But be honest, was Ancient Box a deck that you actually tested against a lot?
Not this build. No, definitely not. Not this version, no. So it was quite interesting to see the cards that come up and focus up and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely. And the switch cards and him moving into the flutter main was quite different, but I quite liked it. So yeah.
And that Pokemon catcher come flying out as well.
Yeah, that was a surprise, definitely.
Whoa! Where's that come from then?
So, yeah, and it makes sense. I quite like it. It makes sense in the deck, definitely. So
yeah, I mean, if you flip that head to get a big KO, anything can happen. So you said you was playing Charizard for EUIC. You're still playing Charizard now. Was there any other decks at any time that maybe got a look in, or?
Well, I mean, there was Gardevoir for a little bit, but I was like, I want to do Charizard, so we just got Charizard. That's pretty much.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Pretty strong, isn't it? Very efficient.
Yeah.
We love to see that. So I'm going to put you on the spot here now, though, Kai. Currently 5-0. What's your goals for this event, my friend?
The plan is to win or go as far as possible.
We'd love to hear it. Heard it here first. Kai Wainwright going for the tournament win, everybody. Currently 5-0, doing a fantastic job of doing that. But Kai, I'm going to let you go now. I'm going to let you get some break before our next round. Thank you so much. Viewers at home, don't go too far. Our round 6 will be here as soon as possible.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Go.
He has done it. He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yeah, Covervich is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! What does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
The
the back-to-back champion. Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again, like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion!
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to go away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing EUIC because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone.
Rob and Emmy with him. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
it would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
I'm Owen Kamerman and I played Pokemon TCG a lot. With my win, the meta was definitely changing up. People suddenly started playing more Ching-Pao again, and that resulted in also Gardevoir taking in cards like Avery, and there were things that didn't make it good for Ching-Pao, so that's one thing I had to calculate for. The rest was mostly just looking at how the meta developed. There are many reasons I went for Meet of VMAX. So first of all, I was already comfortable with the deck. I played it to like multiple events already, so I knew it in and out. The most important part is that the meta changed in such a way that, so there was Ching-Pao being played and Mew had a good Ching-Pao matchup, for example. It was fun to counter your own deck. And then in the rest of the meta also shaped up to a decent meta. So yeah, day one already went like crazy. Like I faced 2 Charizard and a Roaring Moon, which are usually very unfavored matchups. Roaring Moon is winnable. Charizard seems very bad. But I somehow managed to clutch those into wins, and then end of the day 8-1. That was already crazy. Then day 2, I faced as again Charizard and Roaring Moon. This time I lost, but then won the other things, and then all the way then until the end, it just kept on going. I don't know what to say. Well, honestly, the coin flip was very important here, and I won the coin flip, so I was able to go second. And then when I saw my hand, if you're able to attack turn 1 with that hand, then you're like happy. So I saw that and I was like, okay, I can work with this. And then I had that both game 1 and game 3, so I was like, those were both the moments where like, okay, I have a shot. And because that's exactly what I need. So every tournament is also testing for Worlds, so I first of all need to stay in shape. So if I'd stop, I could technically stop now and not play, but that doesn't make sense. So I just continue competing, and I love competing in general. I love playing with my friends, against my friends. I really love the game, man.
And welcome back to the Kingdom of Sweden for the Pokemon TCG Regional here in Stockholm. We've not crowned a winner yet, but we do need to get a lot of people in today too until we can get there tomorrow. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by I think it's fair to say, shy and reserved, Shay Burton. How you doing, Shay?
The shy and reserved, but let's roll with that for as long as we can. But yeah, I'm super excited after seeing that last round pan out. Got to talk to Kai Wainwright. You know, didn't quite see the Roaring Moon action, you know, roaring terribly amount, but love the deck, love the idea. Wouldn't be surprised to see more of it moving forward.
No, you don't, you know, unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't work. And I love having Roaring Moon EX in that deck.
Yes.
I like a one-of Roaring Moon in that deck, the EX, of course, because I love the option. And we saw with already earlier in the stream, that single prize Roaring Moon absolutely can get up to one-hit KOing Dialga, and you can even push a little bit further, KO Charizard sometimes, but just having a whack-free energy on KO anything option, I like. Yes, you probably give up 2 prizes in return, but you get to control when you get the KO. You're going to give up the prizes after, but you're controlling that prize race. And a lot of the time, if you can just take that one big KO on a fresh Charizard, that can get you over the line. It didn't work last game, but I'll be honest with you, I'm still a bit of a fan.
Yeah, no, I'm a fan as well. Anytime you can just say, well, I don't care what's in your active, mate. It's going to get KO'd. I think that's never a bad option to have. And, you know, on the off chance that it survives, you can just not do it again. Or you got that Calamity Storm as well. So, yeah, big fan of Roaring Moon, the little one and the big one. So, yeah, maybe we'll be seeing some more. Who knows? Only one way for you guys to find that out there, and that's by watching all the way to the end.
It is watching the end. That's how you do it. It's weird seeing Charizard. Like, Charizard's the ultimate comeback deck. That's what it does. It goes behind, and it uses, you know, its attack and INO to build those big comebacks. It's not supposed to rush out ahead, but you know, sometimes it just works.
Yeah, sometimes it just works. That's the place to be right there, and you'd rather sometimes just have it working as much as possible.
Yeah, it's a bit sad that when you're playing against Charizard, when they jump out to a big lead, you're just like, no, this is not how the matchup goes. I take a lead, and then you try and come back, and that's where the real kind of clutch point of the game is. Can you come back from my big lead? Well, if you take the big lead as Charizard, then that's basically going to be the game from there. And we talk about the rise of Chen Pao, and we talk about all these counter decks, but Charizard has been the most popular deck tournament after tournament. It is again today. And we've seen 2 rounds in a row we've had Charizard on. We've seen the power of the deck.
Yep, very powerful deck, and I'm not be surprised if we most likely got it on a little bit more. But you know one thing I want to see now, Ross, I'm going to be honest. I want to see some of your posts at home, and I believe we have some ready to go. Let's have our look. So we have from Cheesecake EXE, love the username, hashtag play Pokemon, Natu, Xatu, Supremacy. And yeah, I think they're right there, Ross, because I can count, 1, 2, and a third Natu, Xatu. Taking over our desk. What's going on?
You can count to free shape. Proud of you, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not such a big fan of this one, I'll be honest with you. Xatu's not my favourite Pokemon. How did that happen? I've already told people I'm going to go and buy just a whole bunch of Mamoswine plushies, and the next time I'm on the stream, it's just going to be a herd. You're barely going to be able to see the casters through all of the Mamoswine, and it's going to be a thing of absolute beauty. But I'll tell you what, Freya's happy, and if Freya's happy, maybe I can be happy for a little bit too.
Yep, Freya's happy, I'm happy, Ross happy, viewers are happy, Cheesecake EXE is happy. You know what? I'm all for it, all things considered.
I mean, it's weird that that's a thing that people are taking away from that. Hey, hi, Marty, who is watching, probably with Joe. Hi, Marty and Joe. Lovely people. Happy Pokemon TCG Twilight Masquerade pre-release and regionals weekend. Hashtag play Pokemon. Marty's a big Victini fan. She's got her Twilight Masquerade build and battle kit ready to go, and watching the stream every so often. Marty and Joe, they'll send me a picture of them watching the VG stream. Try and wind me up a little bit, but it's nice to know it's in public here. They're on TCG this weekend. I appreciate the support.
Now, I think that's the setup right there. You got the new set builder. Yeah, look, not only did it look very comfortable, might I say, but you've got the regional stream down the top end of the room. Love that. But you've also got the new set build and battle in your hands as well, so you can open up the new cards while watching the old cards dominate at regionals. You know what? I've had a mighty good setup, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to from Twilight Masquerade. It's not legal until the North American International Championships, but as we mentioned earlier, we've got Dragapult, which is going to be a huge impact on the metagame. Bit of Blissey coming in a bit cheekily. There is quite a lot to look forward to from Twilight Masquerade. Yeah, always nice to hear from friends on the stream.
Got the unfair stamp as well. Gotta keep an eye out for that. But I also want to keep an eye out for some more social posts. I believe we have another one rolling. Let's have a look for me. Ancho, all the way overseas, a North American caster. Love to see it. When it's date night, but it's also regionals is up. Love to see that. Hashtag perfect date. Hashtag play Pokemon. Love to see that. That's dedication right there. So when there's a regionals on, it's the most important thing, or at least joint most important thing.
Yeah, Juanjo's a lovely dude. Bumped into them at the European International Championships. I've never got to work an event with them yet. Hopefully that can be on the cards at some point in the future. But it's nice to see, our lovely counterparts from the North American region, our North American casters, showing a bit of love and solidarity for us European casters over here. And that's a game that we were casting last time, Shay. That is the Tord Fabian game. So, yeah. Cheers, Juancho. Appreciate the support.
Yeah, love to see the support from the overseas casters as well. Think we got another one, though. Let's have a little gander from Peter Bagley. Joe on comms at Stockholm Regionals. Sorry, man. I can't come for lunch. I've got a live stream to watch. Hashtag play Pokemon. Joe did an absolutely terrific performance right there this weekend. Love to see it from Joe.
Oh, Joe's crushing it. Joe crushes it every stream, but Joe is definitely crushing it this weekend. I feel confident your nan will keep that food in the oven. Keep it a bit warm until you're ready to go over and the stream is done. I feel confident she'll do that for you.
Yeah,
I'm calling that now.
And you know what? If Nan isn't cooking your lunch, how about you get some lunch delivered? How's about that? So you can keep the regional action on, and then you can just have your lunch as and when you like. I want to see your eyeballs on this screen, because we're going to have some high-octane Pokemon TCG action here at Stockholm Regionals, and I don't want you at home to miss any of it.
Yeah, make sure you keep using that hashtag play Pokemon. Talk to us throughout the weekend. Share your stories with us. Show us where you're watching the stream, how you're watching the stream. Tell us your highlights. highlights.
Yep.
Tell us what you're enjoying watching this weekend. Tell us if you're also enjoying Joe's phenomenal commentary this weekend. We would love to hear from you. And we're literally looking for that hashtag. We're looking for tweets that we can put up on the stream. So if you use it, we're going to see it. And if we like it, we might even get it up on the screen. And of course, don't forget to follow those channels, YouTube and Twitch/Pokemon. Although if you're looking specifically for this stream, which you should be, it's twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG. Don't forget that TCG at the end. VG's lovely. It's no TCG though, is it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, very nice. Like you said, not quite the old TCG though, is it? And if you do want to get involved on those community choice and any polls and that fun Twitch extension, well, you got to find yourself on Twitch there for that one. So make sure to get involved there. We just had the community choice for round 4, I believe. We are going to do some more throughout the weekend. And if you want to, if you want to have the power to choose what's on our stream, then you got to get on Twitch and get involved at the polls. So I think that seems like a pretty easy decision for me.
Oh, it absolutely does. I vote on the polls. If I'm not on the desk, I've got my phone out, voted on the polls on Twitch for who I want to see.
Yep. 100%.
And then it's usually Tord. We put Tord on and Tord wins, just like he wins regional championships. So, we've seen a few rounds here, Shay.
Okay.
Is anything jumping out to you? Anything new? Anything weird? Anything surprising? Or is the tournament going a bit like you might expect so far?
I'd say a bit how I expect. I think the biggest surprise for me has been the abundance of Lost Box decks, not Lost Box decks, Ancient Box decks, but also how they're managing to navigate their way up to the top tables as well. Now, traditionally, Ancient Box is a good deck, don't get me wrong, but not a deck that's ever been played in like mentally high quantities. It's always been a bit of a, a lesser played deck, but here, was it 3rd most popular, I believe, or 4th, something like that, and it's doing really well as well. So, yeah, right behind the Chen Pao there in terms of popularity, but it's always good to see a deck not only being played a lot, but if it's also converting to the top tables, that means we could have a little bit of a storyline on our hands.
Yeah, we might have seen it lose in the previous round, but we saw it lose from a 4-0 start. But we're talking about decks. I don't want to talk about decks anymore. I want to argue about decks, Shay.
Okay.
I want to get the bracket back up, and I want to have an argument, and we want to let the Twitch chat decide who is actually going to be right about this. I believe we're going to be arguing Chen Pao and Gardevoir, and it's going to be the same deal like we've had previously. Shay and I are going to have 30 seconds each. We're going to be assigned a deck to talk about. We are going to try and convince you that our deck is the right deck, and you are going to vote as to who made the most convincing argument or which the best deck is, and then Shay's going to be sad because I won again. So, we just need to figure out who's having which deck. So Shay is going to be starting. Do you know what deck you've got?
I do.
Oh, I don't.
What deck do you want me to have?
I don't really care.
Okay. Well, is it confident? I have myself Chen Pao.
Oh, very nice. I want Gardevoir, so this is good.
You? Okay, 2, 1. Wait, who's starting? I'm starting. Okay.
You're starting.
Right, Chen Pao.
Shay.
Chen Pao, very strong. If you want to use Iron Hands to get extra prizes, pow! You can do that. If you want to use Cancing Cologne and a Moonlight Shuriken to take 2 prizes on low HP Pokemon, pow! You can do that as well. And if you want to turn the thermostat down a bit and get chilly in here, you got Shivery, Chill, Super Cold, Chen Pao, Hellblade, Endless Damage, pow! You can do that as well. 4 in top 8 at the last event there. Strong deck, always been really good. Only gets better with Prime Catch-Up.
And you're done. Learn to cut it off at 30 seconds.
I'm just so excited. I have so much to say. Limiting me to 30 seconds. Come on now. Burst needs longer than that.
Gardevoir's easy, man.
Is it?
Oh, Gardevoir's easy.
Go on then, off you pop.
You know what's fun? Not drawing dead. Oh, I'm playing Chen Pao. Oh, I bricked again. Brilliant. I've gone 3-3 because I brick half my games. Oh, not Gardevoir. You've got Curly's Refinement drawing card after card after card. And if that's not enough cards, you've got Radiant Greninja to go and draw some more cards. And then you're accelerating as much energy as you like. And I'm sorry, but a deck that gives you as many cards as you like and lets you attach as many energy as you like during your turn, that's probably is going to lead to some success. Screen Tail, Drifloon with a giant K-bomb.
I've had enough. Chat, the poll's open. Go vote for Chen Pao. I love the way you mentioned, I think I'm going to pick your argument apart a little bit. You mentioned Radiant Greninja in as if it was a USP almost for Gardevoir, correct? Chen Pao has Radiant Greninja and can attack with it as well.
Well,
so what's
that
all that
feels
about
like something you could have mentioned when making your argument for why the deck is good. It's not my fault if you forgot to mention one of the good things about the deck.
No, I did. Clearly, you wasn't listening. I said you can use Moonlight Shuriken and Cancel and Clone, take 2 prize cards, right? us, maybe. You know, we're not paying attention to Albert.
I mean, honestly, I was just kind of like, he's just making an argument on a deck that can't win. So.
It can't win. It was 4 in top 8. We're just in the finals.
Every few months, I'm just kind of like, you know what? I'm going to play Chen Pao again. It's going to work. And every time, I'm just kind of like, I bricked exactly half my games. And sometimes I'm like, this deck is brilliant. I'm using Moonlight Shuriken to take multiple prizes. There we go.
There we go.
And then sometimes I'm like, oh, my hand is 4 water energy and a Frigibax. Oh, wait, that's okay. I've also got a couple of random item cards. Brilliant. Oh, I've lost already.
Oh, goodness gracious. You also mentioned in your argument for Gardevoir that you can accelerate energy. Well, it's almost like Super Cold can do that as well. No? Yes, of course it can.
I mean, yeah, it can, but again, these are things you could have said when you were making your argument for the deck. The point of Gardevoir is that you're drawing cards and accelerating it, like literally everything you need. What do you need? Cards and energy. What does Gardevoir give you? Cards and energy. Oh, we've got results.
Come on. Come on, chat. Don't do me dirty again. Come on. Ooh, 71-29.
Oh.
Goodness gracious me. Almost 3/4 there, Ross.
I mean, that's some generous rounding you've got going on, Shay.
What, 4? 4?
Rounding up a whole 4%. It goes down to 70,
Oh,
mate.
look at him. Come on, come on. Can I get the camera on me for a second, please? I'm going to adjust the chat. Thank you so much. That was, you know, this is what I was feeling a bit on the ropes after the now gone. Not going to lie, chat, so I'm glad you picked up Albert. And I'm excited to see how it's going to pan out. Sure. I think that was a hard matchup there, to be fair, Ross, all things considered. I mean, just had 4 in top 8.
You had 4 in top 8 in Indy, second most played deck last weekend, third most played deck this weekend. I mean, let's face it, Chen Pao was the prohibitive favourite going in.
Yep.
And then you kind of cheated by making your argument again and again and again after our allotted time was up. So,
come on.
I mean, to be fair, we could take 20% off of yours, add it onto mine as a punishment, and you'd still win.
There we go. So.
At least it'd be close, 51-49.
Chen Pao army coming out in droves there. Could be a dark horse, could be a favourite to win the whole community vote bracket, to be honest. And if you want to see how the rest of it pans out, then you've only got one choice, really. I mean, you've got to watch this stream all the way through, and I don't think that's a bad idea, all things considered. So I'm intrigued to see how that bottom one pans out. I think it was Lugia versus, I can't remember now, but Lugia.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was locked in on our bracket.
Lost Zone.
The way I see it, turning off the stream before you've seen the whole of the bracket is like eating half a piece of a delicious cake and then being like, I've had enough cake, I'm off now. Who does that? Nobody does that. No one eats half a piece of delicious cake and then leaves it. No. You finish the cake, stay around, finish the bracket. I mean, the way I see Chen Pao this weekend, there's so many of them. Some of them are going to not brick much and they're going to get into day 2. Yeah. And then there's going to be a bunch in day 2, and it is actually a very, very good deck. And I do think Chen Pao is one of those decks where you do get rewarded for really playing game after game after game with it. I think if you play enough games with Chen Pao, your sequencing does get so much better that you can pull yourself out of some of those situations that maybe less experienced players are not quite so easy to do. It will brick sometimes. You will have games where it doesn't work, but I think Chen Pao is one of those decks where if you really know your sequencing absolutely perfectly, you will really up your winning percentage with the deck, because it is a very difficult deck to pilot, and it can be something as simple as getting rid of a couple too many energy in the early game. 6 turns later, you're 1 energy away from winning, and that's it, it's done.
Yeah, no, everything you've said there is so correct. I find myself playing Chen Pao, it's just, you know, it gets very awkward, to be honest with you. You think, oh, I missed this here, missed that there, and all of a sudden you watch someone like Owen Cameron play it, and I'm like, that's why I haven't been doing very good, and that's why he's, back-to-back regional champion.
Yeah, of course, we saw, you know, when we had that, the Chen Pao Golden Go final, we were like, this is weird, this is not the way it's supposed to be, this is not what we're expecting from this final. And since then, Golden Go has very much remained a fringe deck. It's out there, but it's out there in fairly small numbers. It's not making huge waves in the metagame, but Chen Pao, since that victory, has really just gone strength to strength. It is absolutely everywhere, and the numbers are huge. And the thing is, you know, like pre-Indianapolis, there's an argument that the player base as a whole wasn't really gunning for it, where it was there, but it wasn't in big enough numbers for people to be actively trying to play counters. Now it definitely is in enough numbers, and we've seen things like Ancient Bots coming in as a potential counter. So I'm going to be really interested to see the conversion rate tomorrow and see how many of them, or the end of today even, and see how many of them we can get into top 8, because Chen Pao has proven it can do very well in a metagame that isn't really ready for it in huge numbers. Now we've got a metagame that is ready for those numbers. is it going to do as well?
Nope. Fantastic point, fantastic question. There's another deck, though, that I need to see, you know, now that it's been played a little bit more, if it will continue its success. That's Dialga. So we're going to have a quick game of underrated or overrated. Ross, do you think Dialga V-Star is underrated or overrated?
I still think it's underrated. And the reason I say it's underrated, it literally just won a regional, and it doesn't make the graphic for the most played games on day one, most played deck on day one. How is that right? How can a deck win a regional? And it's not just that it won a regional, it's not some fluky win a regional. We have a new version of the deck, built in a better way. You know, we all looked at that deck list after Indianapolis and went, oh yeah, obviously. That makes sense. This is why it's suddenly good. It's not some fluky win. It is a group of players found a better way to build the deck, built it, took it to Indy, had phenomenal success, and it wasn't just the winner. There were plenty of day twos, all from basically the same group who found a better way to play it, and yet we're still not taking it seriously as one of the top decks in the format. Oh, I mean, we've done a few underrated, overrated. This is one of the easiest underrated you've ever given me. It is absurd how underrated that deck still is.
No, I agree. I think Dialga is super underrated. Dialga's just saying someone needs to take a chance on me, give it a go, and good things will happen. But I do believe our players are ready for our round 6. They're currently at the table, so let's have a look at what we're dealing with here, Ross. On the left, we have Carol, and then on the right, oh goodness gracious me, that is Pedro Torres.
Yeah, Pedro Helio Torres, a name we are all very familiar with, been around the scene for years at this point. Really good player, huge successes, so a player that everybody is very, very familiar with. Carol Bless out there, we had a top 64 at Liverpool Regionals. Just earlier this season. I was there, it was a fun tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can be building on that. Got a top 64 under your belt. Where can we go from there? And that is a Lost Box deck with Moon and Hands.
And then over to Pedro there, a long list of accomplishments there. World's top 4 EUIC, top 4 OCIC champion, and an EUIC top 4 as well. So yeah, and it is the Lost Box mirror match.
Oh, and yeah, we've got similar kind of decks coming out here. We've actually got very similar kind of decks. They're both playing Hooper, they're both playing Iron Hand, they're both playing Roaring Moon EX, they're both playing Raikou. They are, oh no, only Pedro's playing Iron Bundle, but they've both got Raiden Greninja, Cramorant, Sableye. They're not exact deck lists, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of differences between them, but they are at the core very much the same kind of deck with a lot of similarities.
A lot of similarities here. Both players are just getting ready here. Stockholm Regionals, round 6. Remember, as we do consult the prize cards here, let's have a look for Pedro. We see a switch card, Water Energy.
Comfey and a Mirage Gate, I'm not loving. Forest Seal Stone, that's the only one in the deck. That is a one-off, and Prime Catcher. So they're the two that stand out to me. Pedro's prized his only Prime Catcher.
And his only Cramorant as well.
Oh, and his only Cramorant, and Carol's gone and prized the only Forest Seal Stone. Starting with Greninja, though, you don't really want it in the active, but it's one you want out early, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, so here we go. Our Swiss round 6 feature match here is starting. Here we go. Let's play some Pokemon, as Carol is going to start to turn off there by discarding a Dark Energy to use concealed cards, draw 2, and looks like drew into Manaphy and immediately benches it.
Yeah, Manaphy's always nice if you don't know exactly what you're expecting. Manaphy's a good call, and obviously in this matchup you are expecting Raiden Greninja on the other side, but just a pass after that, not even a single flower selecting.
Looking at Pedro's side, that as he's going to start off his turn, doesn't look like the greatest. Does have one copy of Buddy Buddy Poppin
and a switch, so we're at least going to see a flower selecting.
And the Artisan, so does have some ways, but didn't look too happy with the hand. Hasn't got that Chorus Experiment, you know, that is the backbone of these Lost Box decks, but we'll be able to at least use flower selecting.
And for Pedro here, it's an awkward situation because you don't know if Carol's hand is not great but has a supporter, or is just out and out garbage. When going turn 1 first, we know Carol's hand isn't great, but there could be a supporter card in there, like Chorus's Experiment, which would make it a whole lot better. So that is something that Pedro's going to have to try and figure out. But Buddy Buddy Poffin, no issues here. Straight for 2 Comfey. You obviously at 70 HP or less, you cannot get. To be fair, there's not that many cards in the deck. You can get a lot of over 70 HP, but Comfey to start flower selecting, always a good call. And with one switch in hand, we're at least going to see a card in one player's Lost Zone.
Yep, and that's a good place to be. In case you don't know how the sort of Lost Box archetype works, viewers at home, both players will be trying to get as many cards in their Lost Zone as soon as possible. 4 is the first magic number, as that lets Cramorant attack for free via its Lost Provisions ability, meaning you can do Spit Innocently for 0 energy attached. And then once you get to 7, that means you can now play your Mirage Gates, which let you accelerate 2 different basic energy from your deck to your Pokemon any way you like. As we do see Pedro put an Artisan down and goes to use it. And then the last magic number is 10. Once you get to 10, that means Sableye can use Lost Mine to spread 12 damage counters instead of, what, 2, I believe it is normally. And then if you get to 10 as well, we don't have Giratina V-Star here, but that would also be something to use as well.
Yeah, 4, 7, and 10 are the real pressure points for the Lost Zone. 4 for the Cramorant, 7 for the Sableye, 7 for the Mirage Gate, sorry, 10 for the Sableye. So we do have Iron Bundle in the active, which is always nice. Force your opponent to put a different Pokemon up active. If you could get, and I don't know if Pedro's there, but if Pedro could actually get a Cramorant attacking this turn, using Iron Bundle to force a Manaphy up to KO it to potentially turn on a Radiant Greninja play later in the game, that could be a fun little thing to do.
It would be a fun thing to do. Unfortunately, he did prize his only copy of Cramorant, no Pedro, so that will not be, unless he draws into the Hisuian Heavy Ball, which he does play, so I guess the dream is still alive.
He'd need 4 cards in the Lost Zone and the Cramorant off the Hisuian Heavy Ball. It's not terribly likely. You would need to have another switch into your Comfey and then a Chorus's Experiment to get up to 4. Actually just using a manual retreat here to get the other Comfey, which absolutely works. Now, if this could get a Chorus's Experiment, we might be rolling here.
Oh, goodness.
We do get a call.
Oh, no! Tough choice, though, Ross. One of those has to go to the Lost Zone. We will not get to see it for the rest of the game.
Oh, that's a horrendous choice. Oh, my word. That is how much Pedro wanted Chorus's Experiment. Lost Zone's Radiant Greninja. We're definitely not seeing a Radiant Greninja play in the future now.
No, that poor Radiant Greninja screaming, SOS, I'm in trouble. I'm in the Lost Zone. Pedro, I don't need to be here right now, as that Hooper also gets sent to the Lost Zone as well.
Yeah, that's a one-off, but I don't think we're going to be stressing about that too much. The main reason to play it is for Energy Crush. It's 2 energy, 50 for each energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon.
Yep.
It's used to get big one-hit KOs against decks that play a lot of energy. It is not going to be a great... You don't really want your 2 prizes, especially ones that aren't doing that much here. So, no, that's an easy choice. But, oh, Radiant Greninja, that is harsh.
I guess it is worth noting with that Hooper, though. It is a dark type. It attacks for dark energy, but it is a fighting type. So you could use it to respond on an Iron Hands EX or any fighting weak Pokemon. I guess Pedro isn't to know that Carol does obviously play his own Iron Hands. As Pedro is going to end the turn there and pass it back over to Carol, who kind of needs to get something done this turn. Is there a call? I don't think there was, actually. Did I see a Corvus?
We're going to see an Artisan first.
Artisan first, yeah. Fantastic stage of these Lost Box decks, right?
Yeah, it's great for Lost Box. There was an argument for Pedro to maybe not play it if he really thought Carol's start was that bad, but there is a real line to be drawn between trying to not help your opponent and just trying to actually set up. But you do now see a Comfey down with an energy on the Radiant Greninja. We are going to see at least one flower selecting. We're going to have a flower selecting being used by Carol this turn, so that's always fun.
Yeah, and that's what the aim of the game to do. That flower selecting, let you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. One goes in your hand, one goes in the Lost Zone. That's one way for these Lost Zone decks to get cards in their Lost Zone. And yet, wow, that hand is a whole lot of switching cards. And that's about it. So Carol can be playing musical chairs, and that's about it for now. We are going to see that concealed cards about to be used. This card energy draw 2. What are those 2?
Switch and
more
a Raikou.
switch. Oh my goodness. Carol start playing Ring Around the Rosies with the amount of switching cards in that hand.
Switches, having multiple switches in Lost Zone is great.
Yes.
If you've got multiple Comfey.
I was about to say, if you've got multiple Comfey.
Yeah, with one Comfey on the board, you really would love to, switch 1 or 2 of those cards for other Comfey. Can we get a Comfey off of here?
Another switch?
It's a switch and a switch card and a lightning energy. Oh my goodness. So many switching cards, you're literally throwing one away off of flower selecting. But as much as we make light of this is not good. There are not many options for Carol here. There's very few cards in the Lost Zone. There's no real attackers to be using. Ooh. We are going to see a switch into Raikou to use Fleet-Footed to see one more card.
Here
but we know we can switch it out easily enough.
Yep. what is that? Nope. Oh, Super Rod. I thought it was another switch for a second there. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. But that, Raikou, worth noting as well, both Lightning Energy are in hand, Ross. So what that means is if Carol did want to use Mirage Gate, you won't be able to accelerate Lightning Energy because they're both in hand. As we are going to see one attach to the Raikou and a pass over to Pedro.
And we might literally just see a manual attachment to Raikou next turn and an attack. Oh, there's Usui in Heavy Ball, and we know what this is probably going to be going for. Cramorant is a phenomenal Pokemon in the early game, and not having access to it is rubbish. There's a Cramorant, no hesitation, and that is going to be lovely here, because at least it means that Pedro, all he needs to do is get the Cramorant into the active, and that's 110 damage straight on the board.
Yep, fantastic. Kyle, I've always found it funny how the attack is spit innocently, but there's nothing innocent about it, especially in the Lost Zone mirror, where it will be taking prize cards for the most part every time it is used. So we are going to see those prizes getting shuffled and popping them back. Worth noting that Prime Catcher could be interesting to see where that lands. Players traditionally, not always though, take their prize cards from bottom to top. So let's see where that Prime Catcher does land. And
at the bottom.
Okay.
Also interesting to note, with both the Raikou and the Radiant Greninja on the board for Carol, that means that if Pedro chooses to Iron Bundle, that doesn't guarantee a KO. Iron Bundle will make Carol switch their active Pokemon, but won't actually get a KO because you could whack the Greninja in the active, and that would be able to take the hit. Cramorant does not get a one-hit KO, so actually having both of them down is quite nice. It does mean Pedro's not getting ahead in the prize race.
It does. That Iron Bundle, that ability, Hyper Blower, making it so it puts itself to the bottom of the deck, and then you can force your opponent to switch their active one of their bench Pokemon. As well, going to see a Nest Ball being played for that Roaring Moon EX. One intimidating card, that is.
Yeah, you put free energy on there and you one-hit KO literally anything.
Yeah.
But you don't even really need to a lot of the time. Like, Calamity Storm for free energy does 220 and discards a Stadium.
Yep.
And, like, the only thing in Carol's deck that won't one-hit KO is the Iron Hands. Iron Hands has 230. I'm just double-checking I'm not lying to everyone at home here. But no, like, Hooper's got 220 and Raikou's got 200. And, their opposing Roaring Moon's also got 230, to be fair. So those two Pokemon, you'll be 10 away. Although Lost Zone can drop damage counter sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the best decks in format of doing that, right? That Lost Mine. But you spread an absolute absurd amount of 12 if you have 10 cards in the Lost Zone.
If, you hit into a Roaring Moon for 220, you can use Sableye to finish that off and still have 11 damage counters to put elsewhere on the field. So you don't want to be 10 damage short, but you can be 10 damage short. But mostly for now, it'll KO a Raikou, which is the only big threat on the board for Carol as it stands.
It looks like Pedro is just cutting up that energy. Very important in these sort of Lost Zone decks now, where you do play a myriad of different types. Traditionally, in low numbers, you really have to be meticulous with your energy count, because, if someone gets sent to the Lost Zone, we are going to see a Lost Vacuum here. That will take Pedro up to that second breakpoint number of 7. And what does that mean, Ross? That means those Mirage Gates will be live.
Yeah, Mirage Gate coming on is huge. Also, just sneakily will take Artisan off the board so Carol can't actually use it, which is another kind of burn. And that's always the most fun thing that these Lost Zone decks can do with the stadiums. Play a stadium, leave it down just long enough for your opponent to get excited that they can use it on their turn, and then Lost Vacuum it so it doesn't actually get to be used.
As it looks like we are going to see... here's an interesting play. He had the Iron Hands in hand. Does have the Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle would, everything that gets promoted would get KO'd to an Ampu very much. I don't know if there's enough energy in the hand or deck to support that. I'm guessing not, because you see the Mirage Gate being played. But worth noting that Ampu very much would take multiple prize cards if you KO'd
this
something.
Is where your Iron Bundle would be huge. Ampu very much would get the KO, but we are just, and I love this, it's what I was saying a minute ago. Although you will need a Stadium out now. Double Mirage Gate will put you up to 220 here, but only if you discard a Stadium in play.
Wait, is that a concession? I think Carol just conceded.
That might be a concession. I mean, you could have frenzy gouging for the KO anyway. But it's all irrelevant. We do see a concession, and Pedro will take game 1.
Yeah, Pedro wins that. I think Carol just probably saying, as good as all the switching cards in my hand, if I haven't got the cards to switch into, I'm not going to be able to navigate out of this. And I think it's actually, I don't want to say a fantastic concession, but you have to give yourself enough time to win 2 games now if you're going to lose game 1. So Carol's saying, I need to give myself maximum chance of that happening. think, how do I do that? I don't think I can win this game 1. If I do, it's going to be very long. Chances are I might lose. So let's give ourselves as much time for a game 2. And
you had a triple whammy coming in there. Your board was terrible. Your hand was terrible. And your opponent's board was starting to shape up very, very nicely indeed. And, you know, Carol probably could have dragged this game out for another 5 minutes and lost with 33 minutes on the clock. But instead going, no, you know what, let's go to game 2. And these Lost Zone decks are a bit weird. They can play very quick games. They can also play very long games. But if your opponent has a bad start and you can get a Cramorant going, you know, turn 1 going second, for instance, you can win in 2 or 3 turns in, you know, 5 minutes flat and go on to game 3 with plenty of time. They can do that if you have a really good start and your opponent doesn't. Give yourself the most amount of time possible.
A fantastic point, and that's the point when you're trying to get as many wins as possible, you need to give yourself as much time to do that. So if you're Pedro here, you must be thinking, okay, got a good game 1 there, but if you're Carol now, Ross, what are you thinking?
I'm just thinking this game's going to go better. Like last game, Carol didn't really do anything. They had a very bad game, and it wasn't really anything that they did. They finally got a flower selecting at the earliest opportunity, and it went really badly. They had a bad opening hand. They got Greninja. They used Greninja. They got a Comfy out. They got it in the active. They used flower selecting. They did everything that they could to see more cards, but they never actually got anything. So those kind of games, they frustrate me as a player, but you do think, you know what, it's going to be better next time. Only Sableye prized, 2 Buddy Buddy Poppin prized.
And the Forest Seal Stone.
And the only Forest Seal Stone. It is a one-of usually in Lost Box. Carol prized it last game. Pedro's prized it this game.
Right, as Pedro does open up the turn there with a Comfey in the active, has another Buddy Buddy Poffin in the hand, and does have another Comfey. So Pedro will be able to maneuver and get some cards in the Lost Zone this turn, which is always what you want to do as a Lost Zone deck.
How do you prize 2 Buddy Buddy Poffin and still have one to use turn 1 just naturally in your hand? That's pretty good going. And again, we got 1 Comfey in the active, which is nice. Maybe you can get away with only searching 1 here. Maybe you get a Manaphy. Maybe you get an Iron Bundle stat. No, Iron Bundle's too high, isn't it? It's 100, yeah. So there aren't many options here. You got Sableye and Manaphy. I think they're the only options.
Yeah, or Comfey as well.
I meant Comfey. Did I say so? I meant Comfey and Manaphy. In my head, I said Comfey and Manaphy. In reality, I did not.
As Pedro's going to consult there. And there you go. We do see the Comfey and the Manaphy. Manaphy's fantastic in this matchup there, right?
Yeah, so good for fending off those Greninja attacks. You never get the Manaphy if you don't have 2 Comfey out, but starting a Comfey gives you that luxury of being able to go, all right then, this is quite nice. And then hopefully turn 1 flower selecting, turn 2 you get into your Chorus's Experiment and you're off and rolling.
Yeah, and then Pedro does have the switch cards as well, so we'll be able to use 2, we'll have 2 uses of flower selecting here, selecting all the flowers. Love to see it, get cards in the Lost Zone. And then I think that's the sort of, because you saw that obviously Carol lost game 1, but then let Pedro go first. It's almost like I really hope you have a bad turn 1 so I can try and accelerate in the active or sort of get ahead. But then if you let that happen and your opponent starts using flower selects, and you're a bit like, oh goodness, have I just sort of made a mistake?
Yeah, it's a real risk. You want to have the first turn with Chorus's Experiment. That's what Carol's thinking here.
Yeah.
It is not that unusual to see double flower selecting, Chorus's Experiment, attack with Cramorant, turn 1 going second.
Yes.
That is not unusual to see at all.
That's another big choice there for Pedro of this flower select, and that was a Chorus Experiment and then his only copy of Iron Hands. There are those 2 cards that Pedro has to choose from there. I think it's probably got to be the... Oh, I'm not sure, you know. Yep. Iron Hands into the Lost Zone.
I don't like those decisions. That is a decision where you've really got to look at your hand. You do not want to get rid of the Iron Hands.
No.
But you do need to set up far enough that you can actually get to use an Iron Hand or another attacker. So that really tells us what Pedro thinks about his hand. It is not good enough without that Chorus's Experiment.
No.
But 2 games in a row, that is harsh. Losing a one-off Pokemon because you just had to get your Chorus's Experiment.
Yeah, and you know, that's a sort of balancing factor for these Lost Zone decks, because in theory you have a really high power level. If you can just play item cards like Mariah to accelerate energy, there has to be some limiting factor there, and that is it. Sometimes you just have the top 2 cards of your deck are both very good. One of them has to go. At least for Pedro, the second use of fast I think was a little bit easier. Us, it was 2 copies of Nest Ball, so not a lot of thought needed of which one to send there.
Get a Nest Ball.
Yep,
get on with your life. But that is interesting because, you know, these players don't know each other's deck lists, but they're both Lost Zone players. They probably know that the chances of either of them playing a second Iron Hands is very, very, very low.
Yes.
Not the done thing. They're both playing it as a one-off. So if you're Carol now, you can go through the rest of this game being like, I'm pretty sure my opponent doesn't have access to Iron Hands, and that means I can take some chances I wouldn't take if I was worrying about Iron Hands coming in and taking 2 prizes, or 3 prizes off a 2-prizer.
As we do see the turn get passed over to Carol, going to kick us off here. We'll have his first turn in the Swiss round 6, game 2. Double buddy poffin. Let's go.
Quadruple Pokemon search. Again, it's only Manaphy and Comfort you can actually use to get here. So, I mean, are we going to see 3 Comfort and a Manaphy? You got to imagine you're searching at least 3 Pokemon here.
Yeah. Well, there's the first.
But your only options are Manaphy. Like, how many Comfey do you want? Were you burned enough by the previous game that you're like, I'm getting all my Manaphy this game?
Yep, there's the Manaphy. Yep, just for 3 by the looks of it.
That is what I was expecting. 2 Comfey and a Manaphy. Because you still need to attack with something at some point, right?
Yeah.
You need bench spaces to actually, you know, if you've got a bench of 5, you can't play any more Pokemon. No. You can't replace them. You've got to get them off the field by picking them up with a supporter card or having them KO'd. So you need some bench space. But here's Corus's experiment, and let's hope Carol has the switching cards this game as well.
Let's hope so. He's going to need them as Unconfey gets sent to the Lost Zone. Do see the Radiant Greninja. That's probably going to be an auto keep. Is that Sableye as well? Is it only copy of Sableye as well, Rosso? Again, not the easiest.
Water Energy, Mirage Gate, Greninja.
Not the easiest of decisions to make here.
Gets rid of a Water Energy. Now, there are 3 Water Energy in the deck, so you can Lost Zone 1 and still use Moonlight Shuriken here. That is still an option, but it makes it awkward.
Makes it very, very awkward. We are going to see Flower Slets in there. Cramorant and Roaring Moon again. Is that 2 one-offs? It is.
Oh, my
goodness gracious me. What kind of flowers are these Comfey selecting? Come on.
It's the nature of these deck lists. Both these players are playing a lot of one-offs. And when you're doing it in something like towards Charizard list, you can get these cards back with Super Odd later in the game. But you can't do that with Lost Zone decks. We are seeing some very harsh choices. Carol no longer has access to Roaring Moon. Pedro no longer has access to Iron Hands. These are going to be important considerations as we go through the rest of the game.
Yeah, really, really is. So let's see what Carol can do here. It does have, what, 3 cards in the Lost Zone right now. It's not quite the magic number needed for 4, so we won't be seeing a Spit Innocently unless... I don't think there's any switching cards in that hand, actually, right?
We need Cramorant and 2 switching cards. That's what we need to be attacking with Cramorant. Or it doesn't need to be 2 switching cards. You could manually attach and retreat, but no, we can't. We head back on over to Pedro here, who top decks the boss's orders. And now the question is, has he got enough to be starting to attack with Cramorant? We do see Corus's experiments. This is going to get to 4 in the Lost Zone, and there is a Comfey active for Carol that is a delicious morsel for the Cramorant. But then, can we just get it out and in the active? We got Switch, we got Hooper, we got Water Energy, we got Lightning Energy. There's a lot of decisions to be made, and Lost Vacuum is the other one here. Lost Vacuum is not huge for removing tools in this matchup, but it is just generally pretty good, as we saw in the last game. That's what got Pedro up to 7 in the Lost Zone. By Lost Zoning your own stadium or tool, that gets 2 extra cards in the Lost Zone through an item card. But has to get rid of it here, wants to keep that Hooper and the Energy and the Switch.
As we are going to see that Lost Vacuum getting sent, and the Lightning Energy. I guess Lightning Energy makes a lot of sense when your Iron Hands is there. Only need 1 to attack with Lightning Rondo. So again, not the easiest of decisions there, but it's one we have to make nonetheless. We are going to see the second Water Energy discarded for concealed cards. Draw 2. Got another Water Energy and a Chorus as well.
Yeah. Looking quite nice here. Just need that Cramorant. Need to get it in the active. We're drawing more cards with, and we got what we got there. We got a Switch card and
a Super Odd.
Oh, you want the Switch card now, but you want the Super Odd later. But you do play 4 Super Odd. There's a full 4 copies of Super Odd in Pedro's deck, so there is an argument here, if you feel confident enough you're going to be able to hit another one later, that you can afford to get rid of one, but no, we're keeping it. We're putting the Switch card in the Lost Zone, and it really depends on what's in your hand and what you feel comfortable with right now.
I guess maybe with 2 copies. Oh, I had the Switch in hands. That probably helps. We'll go for another Another use of flower selecting here. 1, 2. There's a switch. Oh, there we go.
Switch and a switch cart. Switch cart there, definitely the better option. You're playing an entirely basic deck. The only difference between them is that switch cart heals 30. So, yeah, that's fine. If you're not playing an entirely basic deck, maybe. Basic deck, keep the switch cart. Do we have enough to attack with a Cramorant? One of the cool things about Cramorant attacking for free is that you can use your energy attachment for the turn to manually retreat and get Cramorant into the active. We've got one more flower selecting here. I suppose there could be another one, but
I think
now there couldn't be another one because that is Comfey number 4.
Yes. So I think the only piece we're missing is the Cramorant itself, unfortunately.
We got an energy to manually retreat. We got multiple energy to manually retreat. That's not an issue. We just need Cramorant.
Cramorant.
Have we really gone through all those cards and not found any way to get Cramorant out?
There's no Cramorant.
That's bizarre.
Cramorant is chilling in the deck right now.
After all that, after all of those cards, after, you know, you've got 7 in the Lost Zone, Mirage Gate is on board now, but Mirage Gate isn't relevant. You've got an energy and you still don't have a Cramorant. That is a big whiff for Pedro and a big win for Carol.
He's going to start the turn off there with his own Chorus Experiment, and got an interesting choice there. We see the Raikou, we see a switch, 2 switch cards, basic Dark Energy, and another Chorus Experiment.
I can think of one card. I mean, you've got to imagine they're keeping the Chorus Experiment unless they already have it.
Yeah.
Raikou really depends on where you're seeing the matchup going from here. Darkness Energy, I mean, you've already got rid of your Roaring Moon, but do you want it for Hooper?
True.
So it looks like, yeah, Raikou and Chorus's Experiment. So the hand must be good enough that you don't need another Chorus right now. And we got Artisan, and we've got a rescue board, sorry.
Fantastic card, reducing that retreat cost by 1, giving Comfey a free retreat cost. Very nice. We want to get multiple use of flower selected.
Yeah,
as we are going to see another one being used there. Buddy Buddy Puffin and basic water energy.
Yeah, that's an easy one. Your bench is looking good, but you always need your energy. I mean, sooner or later, Shay, someone is going to have to launch an attack in this game. Like, someone is going to have to stop flower selecting and actually promote a Pokemon that can attack. It's got to happen at some point.
Let's see who it will be. It's very, very rare to see 2 Lost Box players at 7 in Lost Zone. Oh, the double Nest Ball. Easy decision there. Very rare to see 2 Lost Box players at 7 cards in Lost Zone each, but yeah, not an attack been used yet.
Well, the good news is Nest Ball can get Cramorant, and there's water energy in hand to retreat the active Comfey, so choosing to go Iron Hand instead. Now, this is the question. If you think, well, I mean, it would have to be 2 Mirage Gate, but if you've got 2 Mirage Gate and I've not had a good enough peek at Carol's hand, it's a bit, I think there are 2 in there, you know.
There is 2 there.
Oh, then you definitely, this is a better play than Cramorant. Who cares about Cramorant right now? You know, talking about Cramorant, Shay.
We don't want to be spitting innocently. We want to be amp you very much and thank you very much. Start taking some extra prize cards. And what I really like about this first use of Iron Hands is that it's basically saying to Pedro, you've kind of got to deal with this right now. Otherwise, it's going to take 4 prize cards. It's going to be very hard for you to get back in this game. But we've already seen a little bit of the counter to the counter from Pedro there because he did keep that Hooper.
He kept the Hooper and he's got 7 cards in the Lost Zone, which means Mirage Gate is absolutely on board right now if you wish. And now it's 2 Darkness Energy for Hooper, so it would be 1 energy off Mirage Gate and 1 attached manually.
Yes.
But that's fine, you can absolutely do that. And Energy Crush will do 400 damage.
Goodness.
Assuming no other energy on the board for Carol. So this is going to be nice proactive. But then it does kind of... You're trading a 2-prizer for a 2-prizer, but then you've got the Hooper left. And I know Hooper's first attack isn't great normally, but what you can do is then attach a 3rd energy and use Bandit's Fist to 200 if you've got a 3rd Darkness energy available.
Hey, there we go, as we see Pedro giving it the old Iron Hands. Amp you very much. Carol taking 2 prize cards there. But I feel sorry for that poor little Comfey. Iron Hands was staring right into those angel eyes and said, amp you very much. I'll take those 2 prize cards.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much from the Iron Hands there. Did not need to go quite so hard. And now for Pedro, it's nice and easy. You need a response. Now, Roaring Moon will be a response, but you have to use Frenzied Gouging. You can't use Calamity Storm. Plus, it's a 3rd energy, so Hooper is the obvious one here. Get your Hooper out. You need a Mirage Gate, a Darkness Energy in hand, and your Hooper, and then you will need a switch to get it into the active. There's a switch card straight away. We've got Super Rod, we've got Artisan. Artisan's fine. Oh, is that Mirage? No, it's a...
They're switch cards, yeah. 2
switch card, 2 Super Rod, I believe.
Yeah, so both really important cards, really. But you did say they both are 4 Robs, though. So we have seen one switch card, at least one being played.
Have you seen enough of Pedro's hand to see, is there a Mirage Gate in there? Because you only need one. You need Mirage Gate and an energy from hand. You actually need a lot less than you needed for Iron Hand. It's easier to pull off generally.
Yes. Well, see if we get a look now. So I don't think there's a Mirage Gate.
But we do have 2 flower selecting. There's a bunch of switching cards in Pedro's hand. So Cramorant finally comes out, but it's way too late for Cramorant.
Way too late, Cramorant.
Sorry, mate. Last turn that would have been great. This turn, not so good. We have a Psychic Energy. Look at the size of Pedro's hand there.
So big as well. We are going to see a switch card. Flower selected Comfey.
This is the last one. We've already seen a supporter and Radiant Greninja. Just 2 energy. Is that another whiff from Pedro? He's used his Radiant Greninja. He's used both his Comfey. He's used his supporter card for the turn.
I think it, well... Yeah.
I don't think he's got any more cards to draw here. If he's not got Mirage Gate now, I don't think he's getting it.
And I just don't think he's getting it, Ross. As we are going to see, I think that's a telltale. They're going to discard the dark, well, say discard the Lost Zone, the Dark Energy. That kind of,
This is really bad, Shay.
Yeah.
I mean, not for Karos. Great for Karos. It's really bad for Pedro. You do not want to let Iron Hands attack multiple turns in a row. If you do, that is often going to be the game. So, I mean, you could put a Raikou in the active because it's out of range at least.
You couldn't see a little fleet footage usage, maybe. I'm not sure. I think with the Dark Energy getting sent to the Lost Zone. Oh no, there's another Dark Energy in hand. Could the fleet footed get us there? Is there enough switching cards where we can actually go for it? I think there might be. We want to see a switch card,
one
Ross.
more card to be drawn after all.
Here we go. Fleet
this is so
big. Oh, okay. I'm guessing it. Super Rod.
Oh my goodness.
Super Rod.
Forgot about the Raikou. There was one more card. I didn't know if he had access to it. He did have access to it, but it all turned out to be for naught. It's at least a better Pokemon to leave in the active because it doesn't automatically give up 2 prizes. But oh my word, this is not what you wanted.
They are all there. All the Mirage Gates are there. Pedro has prized 1, so there will be 3 in that deck currently.
But you can see how many cards are remaining in Pedro's deck.
There they are.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge... To be clear, that is a huge whiff. The odds here say Pedro absolutely should have hit a Mirage Gate. That is a big mathematical whiff here.
Yeah.
This isn't kind of like the, if only I'd hit this card. No. The maths is on Pedro's side here. That should have hit a Mirage Gate.
Yeah.
So now, I mean, do you bench Hooper and attach an energy manually knowing that next turn is guaranteed, but you might be too far behind? I mean, it's not exactly a great plan, I'll be honest with you. But what else do you do? I mean, you can't really attack with Cramorant because if you do, you're giving up 2 prizes.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, leave Raikou in the active, hope it doesn't give up a prize, and then Hooper next turn?
Yeah, I think you're right. You have to just leave Raikou there because you can assume that if Karo has the full bench, there's going to be an Iron Bundle, has to actually play Boss if they have it. So just need a low count in Lost Zone decks. As it is over to Karo, going to immediately play a switch, use his own flower select in there from that emergency boarded Comfey, and let's see what flowers we are going to select here.
Yeah, really looking for some kind of gusting here. Like you say, Iron Bundle, not an option with a full bench. So here we go. Now that is Greninja concealing cards. You get to keep both of them.
That was
We've got a Lost Vacuum and a Super Rod. That is not going to do it. Now we see the flower selecting coming down.
Prime Catcher.
Oh, there we go. Doesn't need to be Boss. Prime Catcher will do very nicely indeed. And actually, Prime Catcher's better here because you can retreat into a Comfey, flower selecting, and then Prime Catcher switching into your Iron Hands.
Goodness gracious me. As you do say, there is the retreat. Gets another use of flower selecting. And we see a switch and a Hisuian Heavy Ball straight to the Lost Zone. Here comes that bright pink card, I would imagine. Oh, no. Oh, going to tease us a little bit. Okay, Carol, I see you.
There is still one Comfey. You can switch into that last Comfey, flower selecting again if you want to, and then Prime Catcher to finish out the turn. If there's anything you're still looking for, you do still have one more flower selecting if that's what you're into.
Goodness, so we are going to see the Super Rod there being played, shuffling 3, or well, any combination of 3 basic energy or Pokemon. We're going to see a Dark and a Psychic energy again shuffled back in. Yeah, wow, Carol all of a sudden in a very commanding position.
Yeah, this game's going very, very differently to game 1. Game 1, Pedro just absolutely rolled. But game 2, Carol is in a great position here. Even just naturally attaching to the ninja. There's a plan catcher. And I love this play because what you just saw is Carol setting up for the win next turn. Ampu very much takes 2 prizes off the Manaphy, but now a single Mirage Gate will get enough energy onto the Greninja that you can then just take out 2 Comfey on the bench for the win. Worth noting, however, there is still a water energy in the prizes. It did not get taken by Carol. Is there one in the lost zone? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
There's 3 water energy in the deck, but 1 is in the prizes, and you do need both water energy remaining on the Radiant Greninja to Moonlight Shuriken. So there is only 1 available water energy. You need to hit that one, but of course Mirage Gate will let you search it.
Goodness gracious. So it is over to Pedro now. Just going to consult the discard pile. You have to imagine, if it misses Mirage Gate again, Ross, how do you even deal with this Iron Hands?
Well, I mean, like I said, there was an option to bench the Hooper last turn with a Darkness Energy, but then you did open it up to potentially being KO'd before it could come active.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise you've still got to hit a Mirage Gate. Because again, I'm not seeing it. Correct me if you see someone else here, Shay. I'm not seeing anything other than the Hooper or the same but more expensive Roaring Moon that can actually get a KO on this fresh Iron Hands.
Nope. You are correct. Can't even use a EUIC. As we are going to see, the Pokégear had all 3 of those Mirage Gates in that top 7 there. They do have to get shuffled away, though, as Pedro does conclude that Pokégear taking a Chorus Experiment. So I think, statistically, that deck doesn't look very big, Ross, and we do have Pedro does have his own Chorus Experiment to play, so I'm fairly certain we will be seeing some Mirage Gates.
But you also need to recover the Manaphy and get it back on the bench.
True.
Because if you don't do that, you're going to lose to a Moonlight Shuriken next turn.
Yes.
So you have to both take out the Iron Hands and protect yourself from the Moonlight Shuriken, because Carol's actually got 2 different routes to take 2 prizes next turn.
Well, good news for Pedro. He did find 1 Mirage Gate there. So that's 1 piece of the puzzle. And we do see Super Rod in the hand as well. But I guess we've got to be a little bit careful, actually. You don't want to draw into your Dark Energy, because then you won't be able to Mirage Gate. So that's actually something you do have to keep an eye on here, as we are going to see a Super Rod being played. It looks like Manaphy going to get shuffled in along with 2 copies of water. Basic water energy.
Like I said, Manaphy's absolutely huge. If you take out the Iron Hands but don't get a Manaphy re-established, you just lose to Radiant Greninja next turn. So it's a big part of the puzzle. Oh, and there we go. Is that... Yeah.
Yep,
there we go. The Manaphy had to come back down. The Manaphy is down. So there's 1 piece of the puzzle.
Yes.
The double KO from Greninja to end the game is now off the board.
Yep.
Carol's not going to be able to do that. Now you need to get rid of the Iron Hands, and it really does need to be that Hooper. There's Mirage Gate in hand.
There is. Dark Energy
in hand as well. And there's Hooper in hand as well. And Darkness Energy. And you can always, you only Mirage Gate 1 onto the Hooper, so you could Mirage Gate, if it's there, an energy onto the Comfey for the retreat. So, okay, Pedro's managed it. Pedro has managed to do everything to stop Carol winning next turn. And I don't think it's possible anymore. If Roaring Moon was still in the deck, there would be a way to just kind of Roaring Moon onto the Hooper, but that's no longer an option because Roaring Moon got lost zoned right at the beginning of the game.
It did, we can see it there.
And I don't think there's any other way Carol can one-hit KO a Hooper here.
No. We could see the Dreamer turn of getting back the Iron Hands and setting it back up with a boss, maybe. I mean, it's possible. The hand is very big. We are going to see Heavy Ball, Hisuian Heavy Ball being played. I'm not sure if it... Oh, wait, Sableye is actually currently in the prizes, so we might be seeing Sableye being liberated there from the prize cards. There it is.
And it's still a long way back for Pedro. He still needs to take 6 prizes. These are only prizes 1 and 2. So it's not like Pedro is right about to win after KOing this Iron Hands.
No.
This is basically Pedro stopping the loss. You had to get the Manaphy, you had to take out the Iron Hands, and then barring a very weird play, you've got 1 more turn. And like you say, it is possible you could get the Iron Hands back. Assuming there's 2 Mirage Gate remaining. With a boss, it's a lot to ask. Really, Roaring Moon is the answer here. You want Roaring Moon. but you lost zoned it earlier on in the game. So, and here's the thing, Pedro knows that, and Pedro also knows that you probably don't play a second. So this Hooper play, it seems pretty safe right now, frankly.
Yeah. No, it really does. It's all you can do. That energy crush 50 for each energy attached to all your opponent's Pokemon. But since it is a dark type, it will be taking a big KO. Actually, it wouldn't even matter with weakness because there is one energy on that little Radiant Greninja there, just chilling at the back. But yeah, energy crush for a monumental amount of damage.
Yeah, it's doing a natural 250. The weakness puts it up to 500.
500.
Which is absurd.
It's a large amount, that, isn't it?
That's easily enough. This Hooper, it's a kind of card, it looks so good on the base of it, and then you start playing around. It doesn't fit into many decks, but when it does fit in like this, it's a great little utility card, and it hits a great weakness.
It does.
And it's quite low energy, and it's just, there's a lot to like about this Hooper.
There is. We are going to see that Roxanne being played as well. Now, this is a little bit cheeky.
Yeah.
Going to force both players to shuffle up. Carol will only get 2, Ross. So could we be seeing the pendulum of power swing back to Pedro?
I mean, it does look like the comeback is on at this point. You know, let's be clear, Pedro is not there. We've got a lot of work to do still. But Pedro has managed to take away the Greninja option. We've got a guaranteed KO on the Iron Hands in the active, and he's put Carol down to a 2-card hand.
Yeah.
The thing is, Carol can just take one prize and win the game.
Yes.
Like, Pedro's so far behind, we could just see 2 attacks with Cramorant. But then we've got that Raikou down, so Iron Band of Greninja, so Iron Bundle isn't going to do it. You need to be gusting, but you're only playing one boss's orders, and you've already used your Prime Catcher, so you can't just gust for 2 prizes with Cramorant. That doesn't work. So, yes, Carol just needs to take 2 KOs, or 1 KO on a 2-prizer, but where does it come from? If you hit into the Hooper, that Hooper's never coming to the active again. Or maybe that's it. Maybe you just hit the Hooper this turn and hope you can boss it next turn.
Yeah. No.
And that might be the best option here. It's not a great option, just to be clear, but these Lost Zone decks are not playing stuff like Penny or Professor Turo Scenario, so maybe that could work.
As we do see the turn started for Carol using 2 uses of Flower Selecting. That last one was a switch card and a switch, not terribly helpful. That hand is not the greatest. I see what, a Nest Ball, a Cramorant, a Sableye, a Hooper, and a switch. So the only way of doing damage is via that Cramorant.
And it's worth noting, Cramorant only 2-hit KOs Hooper if no switch card come out.
This is
a single switch card taking 30 damage off that Hooper would ruin the 2-hit KO plan with Cramorant. So we are going to 2-hit KO. And like I said, I don't love this plan, but I cannot see a better plan. But a single switch card here puts it out of range of Cramorant next turn. So let's hope Pedro doesn't have a switch card.
And it's super awkward because Pedro is currently bench locked as well, so won't be able to utilize any other attackers. You can't really use this Raikou because that gets KO to a Hooper. Is also fighting weak, so can't use that. As we are going to see a Super Rod being played. And Pedro did not have any basic energy left in his deck, so we'd have to play that to get some more energy available. There's a Mirage Gate, can't use Bundle, obviously, that is bench locked. Goodness.
I mean, you kind of... If you can switch cart, you can attack with... But then... Sorry, I'm trying to work through these. They're all terrible options for everyone involved. So what you can basically do is, if you can switch cart and get a 3rd Darkness Energy, then you can attack with the Hooper, and you'll be out of range. So what? You'll then be on 80. So you have 140 left. So you will be out of range of both Sableye and Cramorant. But then you're not out of range of a Hooper anyway. Hooper would still KO Hooper in that situation. So a Hooper from Carol KOs Hooper or Raikou.
Yes.
So what you really want to do here is you want to attack with Cramorant. You can't because you're bench locked, but you want to get a KO while leaving a single prizer in the active is what you really want to do, but you don't have a viable attacker.
Worth noting there, Pedro did just use his V-Star, Power Star, Alchemy to grab himself that basic water energy. So whatever Pedro wanted, he was able to get. It was that basic water. Maybe that will give us some insight here, Ross, into what he's planning. Because you're right, ideally, Cramorant would be ideal. But when you've got 5 cards on your bench, you can't bench another one. So that is no longer an option. He does have the Prime Catcher in hand, does have all sorts. But I can see a Pay Retreat. Okay, that's 2 energy into the discard pile. See a promotion of Raikou.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were going to attack with a Hooper, you would have gone and got a Darkness Energy. So getting a non-Darkness Energy told us it was going to be Raikou attacking, because Raikou's lightning colorless. So we know an attack from Raikou's coming, but that does open up the board for Carol to... And there wasn't a switch card. So either Gusting plus Cramorant, that's game. Or Hooper, Energy, Mirage Gate, that's also game. There's more than one win con for Carol on the board right now, if you can make it work. Of course, when I say Gusting, you would also need to get the Cramorant back. You would need to recover that and get it back on the board. So you can win with a Cramorant and a Gusting, or you can win with a Hooper, Mirage Gate, Energy. Those are the win cons that I can see, at least at the moment. What have we got in hand, Shay?
We'll also use the Sableye to use Lost Mind.
Sableye might be the easiest way to do it, you know. Sableye Psychic Energy, thank you very much for that one. But do we have Psychic Energy left?
No, not yet. Well, I don't see it. There's at least not one in hand. There is a Nest Ball. There is a Pokegear. Poke could obviously go try and find a Colress or any sort of supporter to try and get Carol out of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Let's see. Does this Pokegear find something? Oh, there's a Psychic Energy. So it is available.
But you can't bench Sableye until you have Psychic Energy, because you run the risk of, you know, hitting everything you need for the Cramorant win, but then not having it available. There's the boss's orders.
There's the boss's orders.
So if you can get a Cramorant back out, you've won the game. You've got Sableye, so if you can get a Psychic Energy, you've won the game.
Yep.
But you've only got one bench spot. Once you bench a Pokemon, you are committed to that plan.
There is a Nest Ball in hand. I don't think there's a Super Rod, though. There's not a switching card, I think, so we won't be able to use another Comfey. Does have a Dark Energy, so we'd be able to...
He should be able to retreat and use a second Comfey if he hasn't already retreated.
Oh, it definitely hasn't retreated, but then would you be able to switch the other Comfey out the active?
Well, that is a question, of course.
We'll be able to use concealed cards, though, with this Dark Energy. That is an option.
Energy, this could concealed cards is the play. Sorry to cut you off there, Shay. I'm excited.
Could be very impact.
Oh, there's a switch which gives access to another flower selecting.
It does.
Oh, we see right.
There's going to be some important flowers here, Ross.
This is such an awkward turn, Shay.
1, 2, what are they?
What have we got? Buddy Poffin and Lost Vacuum. Those cards are not what you're looking for. You don't have the energy for Sableye. You don't have a way to get Cramorant into the deck, although you can get it out of the deck and do the Gusting. Yeah, you've got Nest Ball and Boss's Orders, but you don't have a Super Rod to get Cramorant in the deck. You have Sableye, but you don't have Psychic Energy to use it.
Yep.
And you have Hooper, but you don't have Mirage Gate. You actually do have a Darkness Energy in hand. Oh, this is risky. You're looking for a supporter now. One card is not going to do it. You need a switch and a card. You need a supporter.
There's a Psychic Energy, but we won't be able to get the Comfey out the active now.
No, it has to be a supporter. There is no one card that I can think of that would get you the win here. It needs to be Switch and Super Rod, or Switch and Psychic Energy, or Switch and Mirage Gate. You are literally one card away from a Hooper win. You had to get rid of a Super Rod. So you've actually got the Cramorant potential, but you can't get out the active now.
Had 3 ways of winning, but was one card off doing each one.
That is heartbreaking. No. There's so many win conditions, and Carol has somehow missed all of them. Boss's Orders on the Manaphy for a stall. That is not what you want, and that is basically a way of saying, look, and let's be clear, Pedro's still got 3 prizes left to take.
This is true. This is very true.
And there's no single prize, there's no 2 prizes on Carol's board. And is Iron Hands available?
For who?
For Pedro.
I mean, it's still bench locked.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, and if Carol takes...
he didn't take any prize cards, right?
There's no way Carol is going to take a single prize and open up the possibility of Iron Hands.
No, I think Carol has win on board, right?
Yeah.
Because he has the Sableye, has energy. Does he actually have a switch? Oh, no, it does have a switching card now, because he took it off the last one. We had to lost on the escape rope. So, as it stands now, Carol is in the driver's seat. It's down to Pedro to try and stop that from happening. A switch card on the Hooper would be really ideal.
Yeah, switch card Hooper to take away the Sableye play is what you're going for here. It's got to be the best plan. So here we see a Prime Catcher.
Yeah. One of a spec. Your opponent, you get to pick your opponent's active, you get to switch yours as well. We are going to see the Raikou V going in active. We'll be able to use Fleet-Footed to draw a single card. Could attack as well, if so desired.
Yeah, would KO the Manaphy pretty easily. Oh, this is such an awkward situation. I mean, Carroll's still, to be clear, Carroll's still in a great position.
Yeah, he is.
Like, we're getting upset about all of the different wins that have been kind of whiffed there. You're going to have at least one more turn.
Yes. Oh, of course. So let's see what Pedro does. I think Fleetfoot into a Mirage Gate. We are going to see Super Odds. Okay, or not. Maybe we are.
Yeah, Super Odds coming down.
There we go.
That's a classic. Just look at my hand one more time just before I make my selections for Super Odd. So it looks like it's just 2 Darkness Energy, no Pokemon going back in there. Obviously important if you want to attack with your Hooper again in the future.
Yep, for sure. You see the Mirage Gate being played as well, so I imagine, well, to be fair, it's quite a fair engine deck now, I believe, so we'll be able to pluck out 2 colours of them. So we're going to see a Water, and was that the Psychic that got moved to the front, or was it a Dark? Oh, it was a Darkness. I apologise.
Both onto, oh, no prizes for guessing what Pedro's planning here. KO the Manaphy with Raikou, hope you get one more turn, finish the game with Radiant Greninja next turn, which you only need 1 basic Water Energy to pull it off. So Pedro is setting up wonderfully to win next turn.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to let Carroll have one more turn before that happens, and it looks like with 110 damage on the Hooper and a Sableye Psychic Energy in hand, and I mean, you could literally just put the Radiant Greninja active and manually retreat it with a Water Energy, and then that is all you're going to need. So as it stands at the moment, it looks like Carroll has got game in hand here.
It really does. Down to Pedro. What can he do? So we're just going to see the Lightning Rondo for the KO. Does have the emergency board Comfey in the active.
That's also a decent retreat, I should mention.
Did top decker switch cart as well, but there's the Sableye.
There's Psychic Energy, and we see the retreat. We lost mine onto the Hooper, and we go to game 3 with 2.5 minutes remaining, Shay.
Wow, there we go. What a game there from Carroll. You know, with that real early concession in game 1, came up trumps there as he was able to win game 2. All to play for in game 3. You never know what could happen.
Oh, no.
We never know. We do have, Cramrant could do some shenanigans, and all of a sudden, game 3 could end rather quick.
Yeah, all you need for Cramrant is for your opponent to have a slow start, and Cramrant can take a couple of prizes, and then you are rolling. And you said about the concession in game 1, that's really important. We finished with 2.5 minutes remaining. If Carroll had let that first game go on for 5 more minutes, all of a sudden, it's over. That game 2 doesn't finish. Pedro's won the match.
Exactly correct, and you would have thought with the earliest concessions game 1 was, you might have assumed there'd be more time, but it just goes to show you these lost box decks traditionally don't win games very far. I say traditionally because anything can happen. So just proving how pivotal that concession was in game 1 gave Carroll with a chance, at the very least, for this to end in a tie, but you never know. Could also end in a win.
Yeah, we've seen this already a couple times on stream today. We saw it with Todd's game earlier, which was very much a case of, look, we've both got more than 1 basic Pokemon. Do you want to just call it a tie? Right as they started game 3 with time about to be called. There's actually 10 seconds left of time when they had that tie there, because they knew there was no way it was happening. We're going to know very, very quickly if it's possible to get a winner in this game. You watch the first real turn. If both players go and get 4 Pokemon on the board turn 1, that's it. 4 single prizes out, game's ending in a tie. Can one player get a big advantage nice and early in the game? So we've got Radiant Greninja on one side. Now, if I want to say Pedro started with a Comfey there.
Yeah, Comfey, but does have Manaphy in hand as well. So Pedro does have 2 basic Pokemon. Consulting the prize cards here, not terribly impactful. The one of Roaring Moon. Here we are going to see, here we go, start the game. Carroll is going to start. Does have the Radiant Greninja, does have concealed cards available, double Buddy Poffin. So
Carroll can't lose this game now, basically.
Chances are Carroll will not be losing.
So guaranteed at least a tie. Well, not guaranteed. That's a silly way to put it. Made it extremely likely that there's going to be no more, though, less than a tie here for Carroll. And then the question is, if Pedro does the same thing, we'll probably see what we've seen in other games, which will be just both players agreeing it's a tie, let's move on. So Carroll, good position, and that should be time being called. We'll get confirmation time has been called. But that means that we finish off Carroll's turn, and then it's turn for Pedro. That is confirmation time has been called. So Pedro's got 2 turns remaining. Carroll's got the rest of this and 1 more, and then that is the game. Pedro cannot win the game at this stage.
No, that is for sure. all Pedro can do is not lose. That is all we can go for. Time has been called. The lost zone counters need to be reset there. I was about to say, oh my goodness, has Carol got 15 cards in lost zone, but that will get reset in between games 2 and 3. There we go. So, yeah, that is fantastic. Once another switch, Flower selecting. I don't mind this from Carol. You know, there is still a chance you can win, and having cards in the lost zone is how you do that. Activate Spit Innocently, maybe even Mirage Gate could be a way to win this game.
Well, you might even need to set up for a Greninja here.
True.
Because if Pedro passes, Carol's got exactly 1 turn remaining. The main win condition here is Pedro passes with 2 Pokemon, and you use Moonlight Shuriken.
Yes.
So, or Pedro passes with 1, use, you know, Cramorant, but you know. So you basically you've got to play this turn out. If you're Carol, you've got to play this turn out properly. Try and make sure you've got the option for Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken next turn. And just as mean as it sounds, hope Pedro's hand is garbage.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. I think that's what Carol is setting up for, you're correct. But that other Pokemon Pedro has in hand is the Manaphy, so that would stop any Moonlight Shuriken shenanigans. So it might be worth keeping an eye out for Carol's reaction when you see Pedro bench that Manaphy. It's going to say, basically, right, no Moonlight Shuriken for you. What is the top deck? Is it no Iron Hands? That's another Pokemon.
Yeah, so if you bench Iron Hands and Manaphy, that's, yeah.
Whoop.
And I do believe that, and you see Pedro basically stopping there going, well, your yeah.
Oh, just
literally just bench them and pass.
Fair enough.
And there we get the tie. So Carol and Pedro, very good game 1, very nice game 2. Unfortunately, no time for game 3. And we go, well, game 1 was fine, I suppose. Game 2 was fun, but unfortunately we end in a tie. There is no time for game 3 to resolve there. And I do like Pedro, ever the, you know, been around for a bit, ever the veteran here, just going, I'm going to bench these 2 Pokemon. It's impossible for you to win. You'll go.
I like that. I could have used Flower Select and good and some stuff, but just said, there's 1, there's 2. Over to you. And knowing full well that Carl couldn't do anything about it, but that was entertaining. I enjoyed that quite a lot. It was nice to get the Lost Box decks on stream, considering they are the second most popular deck here. If you was to lump together all the variants, it was the 2nd most popular deck here. We got to see that played really well. There's a lot of moving pieces to keep an eye on. All the resource management. Oh my goodness me. Very hard deck to play, but very powerful.
Yeah, when you play it properly, it's a very awkward deck. And we've seen it really transform over the years, and it has been years now since it actually came out from the really early Japanese lists that were purely speed focused, just playing Sableye and Cramorant and a ridiculous amount of consistency cards, to, you know, we had all the amazing rare builds there a year or so ago. And now we're into these builds where really Roaring Moon and Iron Hand seems to be the prevalent build at the moment. But even then, you're playing 1 Roaring Moon, 1 Iron Hands, 1 Sableye, 1 Cramorant, 1 Hooper. There's usually a Mew in there as well. So we call it kind of Lost Zone Iron Hands Roaring Moon, but it's not even really that. It's Lost Box, bunch of stuff that fell out of my binder.
Lost Zone, whatever fell out of my mind. I'm sure if you was to ask those players we just had on, they'd have a stern word of you there saying these cards were selected a little bit more meticulously than just shaking the old binder. But I guess you could argue, looking at a deck list, that could be how it looks. But that wraps up this round's coverage. How about we have a little video, bro? We've got some content for you to enjoy at home that we've all worked quite hard to make, by the way. So why don't you go have a watch of that, and then our next round will be back very soon.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating. My whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria. There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No, are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy cyclone we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiaotong is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Erisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Now, Arcanine's going to avoid that, but Gastron survives. It's just a sliver of HP.
It's little Arcanine Sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's instantly Amoonguss. Stats down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tolia Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the GM-Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我一下晋级比赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
I have a lucky item. It's in my fanny pack. I keep it with me. It's a little incubator that has the Pokemon egg in it. It looks like the in-game incubator. And then my ritual for getting ready for these is I build a team and I take a step away. I'll take 6 hours, go hang out with friends, go get some dinner, and then I'll come back to it. And if it looks good to me, that's what I run.
I do have a pre-tournament ritual. I grab all of my Mimikyu. I also have a bag and a poncho, which is not currently with me. But we all just psych out and we just get ready for the first game.
I don't know that I have any specific good luck charms, but something I do like to do for regionals is set my mind on a deck way in advance, and then instead of worrying about trying to figure out like what the best thing is that day, I'm just going to get really good with whatever deck I chose and get a month's worth of reps in so that I know what my matchups are rather than trying to figure it out on the fly.
My good luck charm before or during a tournament are actually plushies that my daughter gave us. So we travel as a family, and they make sure that I always have my little Galarian Ponyta and my little Umbreon that go with me wherever we go.
Before the tournament, I usually just like to really
not play any Pokemon before. I want to just clear my head as much as possible, just so when I go in fresh and having fun. Burnout's the worst thing, and I like to just cleanse a little bit before. Plus, I have Tink as my good luck charm.
I always ride with my friends here, so we always try to listen to the Beach Boys on the way here, and that's always really helped us. One of the first cups my friend won, we listened to the Beach Boys for probably 2 hours straight on the way there, so that really kind of has become the ritual now.
My name is Andrew Ford and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best player in North America. This weekend I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championships 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
I went to my first tournament in 2009 and I don't remember exactly anymore, but I was just really into the game, was playing with my brother, and I think we saw like an advertisement for the German nationals and we were like, let's try, maybe let's try to win this. And yeah, then we went to the nationals and really enjoyed it, so kept going. My favorite deck of all time was probably Seismitoad Giratina from 2015-16 because it was the first deck I really had success with competitively, and it was also a deck which wasn't very popular before I played it and then got pretty popular, so it's always going to be like very special for me. I still really enjoy going to tournaments, just playing every now and then, and so just meeting friends, playing some Pokemon is basically just my motivation now. I wouldn't really say idol, but I'm really looking up to, of course, Todd and Azul, which are two best players in the world right now, and they're just so consistent, and I was just also innovating the decks and always coming up with great new ideas, and that's definitely inspires me to also maybe still try.
Tell you what, I got a little bit lost on the way back here, just trying to find my way through, but I'm here back at the desk just in time, here to join you again, Joe, for another wonderful round of Pokemon action.
Yep, unsurprisingly, lost box mirror last round, ended in a tie. I think everyone expected that, to be honest with you.
The textbook, really.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen a few times, especially with such intricate play with both players. When you're piloting the archetype at a high level, it's going to get tricky. You're going to try and make the game last as long as possible, so it's inevitable that we'll see ties here and there with that Lost Zone deck. But the good news is, because we did have that tie, we were one of the last games to finish actually, we are getting straight back into the action.
Yeah, no pauses, no breaks. We are straight back in it with round 7. Our players are sat and ready to go, so let's throw it over to the table to see who will be featuring. And you'll see we have got a stonker of a match for you for round 7.
This is going to be an amazing round 7. John Eng, fresh off of a top 32 in Orlando and a top 16 finish in Indianapolis just last week, and piloting that Chen Pao deck once again. And Brennan Kammerman has been playing Lost Zone Box since 2022, I think. So certainly an expert in their craft, has played all sorts. They've piloted the Rayquaza, Raikou, amazing rare builds. They've piloted the Radiant Charizard builds. They played the Kyogre builds, I believe, as well, turbo variants, and they've basically always found a way for the archetype to be their choice for a tournament. And they are a textbook definition of a player mastering one deck and getting amazing results consistently.
There is something to be said for taking that approach, right? Especially for, I mean, Brennan is nowhere new to the game, but I think especially if you are someone who is newer to the game, getting really good with one deck means that you can focus on your fundamentals as a player a lot easier, and you can build up that skill set and then branch out to different decks afterwards. But going into the game, yeah, let's take a look at John Eng's accomplishments here. A phenomenal resume.
Yep, an LAIC top 4, Arlington Regional top 4, regional finalist, and a Portland Regional champion. So John Eng looking the picture of focus right now, takes the game very seriously, is in such a hardcore testing group. They play so much Pokemon at a high level, as does Brennan, of course. Yep. One of two brothers, both of which are doing phenomenally this season in Europe. Yeah,
of course, also Owen did have that back-to-back win in Dortmund and Utrecht, and I'm sure Brennan will be wanting to match that. We talked at the start of the stream about that sibling rivalry, right? They're both doing very, very well, but Brennan is going to be chasing after that big win here.
Both players looking super focused and ready to get into things, because they're both on 5-0-1 records, so they know that that 6th win, those 3 additional match points, puts them right in the driver's seat for that day 2. And then they have 2 more rounds to play after this, and they can see how far they can go.
Yeah, and I think both of them recognize as well the skill level like on display, right? This is really one of those you can call an all-star match where both players are, you know, at the top of their respective areas, leaderboards, and they know exactly how tough each one of them is going to make it for the other.
Getting down to the prize cards, there is a big barrel in there for John, as well as one of their Chen Pao. We see for Brennan there was the Sableye as well. That can be a tricky card to get into the mix, especially when you're on defense. But we're getting into turn 1 here. We see the fist bump from both players, and Brennan is going to be kicking off the game with a Cramorant in the act position, and fortunately a Buddy Poffin here for our winning in game on the first of the day.
Yeah, so Brennan going to be taking a quick look at, especially it's important when you're playing these Lost Zone Toolbox decks, one of the main things you want to look at is your energy counts. You play so many different types of energy that it's very important to know exactly what attackers you have access to, especially given the matchup you're up against. And Brennan seeing the Frigivax there chilling in the active, got to be pretty sure about what John's playing.
Yeah, I think they've sat around each other on the last couple of rounds as well, so I'm sure they have a decent idea of what's going on here. As I said, really important to check your Pokemon as well as your energy counts in here, because Lost Box has become a real smorgasbord as of late. It's affectionately called Paradox Box because we're seeing Iron Hands EX, we're seeing Roaring Moon EX. There's even more options in here for Brennan as they look through their deck list here. There's that Hooper EX. We saw Pedro using that to good effect in the previous game. There's also that Raikou V and Mew EX in here. So a lot of one-of options. It makes your flower selectings and Colress's a little bit trickier, but it allows you to have a really wide matchup spread. Both players utilizing that Iron Hands and utilizing Radiant Greninja. So there's so many avenues to take multiple prize knockouts this game. It's going to be an important one to follow.
Yeah, it's going to be a very intricate matchup for sure. And one thing to bear in mind, actually, for that might be an advantage to Brennan in this instance, is playing that Manaphy, whereas John is not. So John's got to be mindful about that threat from the Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, and counterpoint, there's Cancelling Clone in John's list.
Okay, never mind.
Wiggle room in every which way, as we're seeing Comfey make his way into the active spot, and we're going to be flower selecting. Brennan going to take the chance to decide here. Obviously, the goal of Lost Zone engines is to fuel their Lost Zone. There's some critical breakpoints. The Cramorant that you can already see in play requires 4 cards in the Lost Zone to attack for 0 energy cost, which is incredible. But we're also looking to that key threshold of 7 cards in the Lost Zone to unlock Mirage Gate, which essentially opens the entire deck for some incredible burst attackers onto the board.
And a pretty decent turn 1 from Brennan as well. We're able to get 2 flower selectors going already, 2 in the Lost Zone, but that will be all for the first turn, and now it's over to John to see if he can do some kind of great setup here. Then the great start to doing that, there is that Buddy Buddy Poffin ready in the hand.
Yeah, it's a great hand, to be honest with you. Buddy Buddy Poffin and Nest Ball in there as well. I think there was even the Cypher Maniac as well to probably adjust your top decks. Maybe it could be used to follow up next turn, or if there's even means of drawing with Radiant Greninja, you could get even more cherry-picked cards straight into the hand.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Of course, Cypher Maniac's code breaking, one of the really strong new supporters from Temporal Forces, very reminiscent of the old Mallow, of course, just letting you pick any 2 cards and put them from your deck and shuffle the rest of the deck, put those 2 on top, and yeah, you can combine that in so many different decks with so many different draw cards to guarantee exactly what you need on any given turn. Phenomenal supporter. One
of which I can see already in John's hands is the Pokestop. So you could go for that after putting 2 item cards on top of your deck and drawing straight into those. So that could be a great play to get access to even more Buddy Buddy Poffin. The last round I was watching John for all of their best of 3, and they constantly had double barrel established in every game, and that just shows that you are really a setup deck at heart. You're trying to go wide on the board, get multiple Frigi and also multiple Bidoof into play, as well as your attacking threats.
Yeah, and of course it's very nice with the Pokestop because it gives you another option other than Greninja to kind of make use of the Cypher Maniac turn 1. It's usually the kind of card you can only make use of later on when you have established your barrel, but early on you can combine it with Pokestop or Radiant Greninja to get you there.
So it looks like John's going to hold off on using Nest Ball. Could go for the supporter into Pokestop combo first here.
Yeah, it does mean you have one less Pokemon one more Pokemon in the deck that could potentially be that 3rd card that you get mill off the Pokestop. But I guess you're okay doing that as long as you have 2 of the cards that you get are items.
Yeah, it's actually not necessarily a bad thing that a Pokemon gets discarded because there's so many Super Rod in the deck list.
That's
it may actually be a benefit for you that you essentially get a blank that you can recover at some stage. So that could also be going through John's mind right now.
Yeah, better Pokemon than a supporter, right? Yeah,
absolutely. Looks like Earthen Vessel may be one of the choices for John.
Sure looks like it.
You may not want to get Chien-Pao in the mix too early, so this is another means of getting access to water energy, get those flowing, and possibly after the Pokestop you could Nest Ball out Greninja and get even more draws in. You also have to respect the fact that Brennan could be using a Greninja next turn, especially with 1 Lost Vacuum hitting the Lost Zone. That may indicate to John that there's potential for a 2nd copy, or that they can already reach quite nicely towards 7. It's quite a scary number. 2 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's not that crazy for Brennan to get to 7 next turn.
No, it's really not. The possibilities are definitely there. Chorus's Experiment, a few flower selectings, and that 7 is well within reach.
Yeah, and with no protection, as we've mentioned with Manaphy, you just have to go triple Frigibacks. So I think that's the only defense you can go for. So that, sure, Brennan can take a 2-prize KO, but I can at least maintain my engine.
So there it is, Cypher Maniac stacking, and yeah, good. The choice being the Nest Ball and the the Earthen Vessel, and the 3rd one, as you mentioned, is a Pokemon. It's a Chien-Pao, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's looking like a great turn 1 for John here. You usually see the Cypher Maniac helping out with the Bibarrels and the Greninjas, but it does have this niche opportunity to go with Pokestop in addition. There's going to be Chien-Pao coming into the mix early.
I guess you want to get it down early to, maybe bring it into the active as something that might be a little bit harder for Brennan to KO. But of course, like we just talked about, there is that risk of, the very early 7 in the Lost Zone Mirage Gate blowout, and that's something that John will have in mind. And there's a few different ways that Brennan could target down John's board if that does happen.
Earthen Vessel going to discard the Silene, which is a one-of that's been popping up as of late in these Chien-Pao decks, because you are such an intricate puzzle building deck the whole time, and you have so many discard cards with superior energy retrievals, with Pokestop, with your Ultra Ball. Sometimes having that coin flip to get anything back is just so versatile and worthwhile.
Yeah, especially when Ace Specs come into the mix, right? Silene is one of the very few cards that can actually recover Ace Specs from the discard pile, so definitely, as a card that has gained more value since Ace Specs re-debuted in our standard format. But we do see there now the retreat into the Chien-Pao, and then the Shivery Chill, grabbing 2 water energies from the deck, and now firing off that 2nd Nest Ball.
And it's going to be for Radiant Greninja, so there's no guarantee that John's going to find 3rd Frigibacks here. A little bit concerning, just hoping that Brennan don't got it like that. The clear safest play is triple Frigibacks here.
Yeah, but I guess in this instance, just wanted to go for the Radiant Greninja, and just thinking maybe it's worth taking that risk, and I'm just accepting that. But yeah, it does seem a little bit dodgy.
Yeah, there's no doubt that John still needed more for next turn to sort of piece together their ideal combo. So really just crossing their fingers this turn. Brennan going to kick things off with a fantastic Pokestop. 3 items off the top. getting even more ball search. Now you have access to that Greninja as well as a third Comfey. These could be big pieces to get towards 7 this turn.
It's definitely important. There's now
a lot of switching cards in the hand, Forest Seal Stone in the hand, so you can guarantee a Colress.
Okay.
That was a monstrous Pokestop.
That was a monstrous Pokestop. Sometimes it goes like that. We talked about how in the past your opponent plays that stadium, but then you end up making the best use out of it, and when you're playing it down, it's a little bit upsetting to see.
Brennan going to buddy popping out a Manaphy, possibly for a little bit of their own protection. Then likely another Comfey here, unless you lock yourself into using another Lost Vacuum. I believe there is 2 copies within Brennan's list. So even though one is in the Lost Zone, there's still one available somewhere. Just going to be the one Manaphy for now. Might make it a little bit more difficult for a crazy Greninja double Frigibax KO, but that's not the only play available.
No, absolutely not.
There's actually a Comfey in hand for Brennan, so that could also be a reason why.
But yeah, that would make sense. There goes the first flower selecting. So can't quite see what is there.
Everything's a puzzle for Lost Zone box.
But is it
Hisuian Heavy Ball?
A Mirage Gate?
It's a switch, I believe.
Oh, is it a switch?
Yeah, I think it was a switch.
Oh, so it is, yeah.
Here we go, into more flower selectings. We need to use triple Comfey this turn and get a different Pokemon into the active, most likely here. Brennan holding on to that Nest Ball because they would like to use it for Greninja, but might also have to use it for Forest Seal Stone here just to guarantee that Colress.
Yeah, because I don't believe there's one in hand right now, so you really need it in there that turn. And Nest Ball can grab, of course, the higher HP Pokemon, rather unlike the Buddy Poffin. But it depends on which one you're going to want to go for. And it looks like it's going to be the Greninja first.
Going for Greninja, also certainly reasonable. You're continuing to draw cards as well. Let's not forget there's another potential Comfey available to Brennan, so still has a decent chunk of cards to find a Colress here. Obviously not the same guarantee as putting a multi-prizer down, but still more pieces to be found. I think there is a Water Energy in hand for Brennan as well, so he's not that far away. Let's see the 2. I see Roxanne and Super Rod, not much help there.
No, great for later, not so much for now.
Could be filling the bench with Comfey. Getting one more switch in.
Okay, so going to forego the Forest Seal Stone option in this instance, it looks like.
Could also play as safe as possible and simply retreat into Cramorant and say, no, it is going to be the switch. So we are still trying to find the best case scenario, which would be Colress right here. Not happening. New EX finding its way into the Lost Zone. It's going to be the attached retreat into Cramorant. So not the fireworks that could have possibly come together for Brennan here. A big sigh of relief for John, who only put double Frigibacks onto the board.
Yeah, and Cramorant going to sleep as it does a spit innocently.
Tapping the lost provisions, I suppose. Saying that it's live. As we pass things over to John. Big sigh of relief. They can begin to evolve. There's also Irida in the hand. I believe it's from their Greninja last turn. So if we can get Candy Bat's Caliber online, we know that there's Shivery Chill available. Multiple Water Energy starting to flow through the deck now for John, who may be able to piece together some sort of cancelling Cologne combination at some point in the game, but it may not be likely imminently. Iron Hands is another way, of course, to take a 2-prize KO this turn.
It's a really big boon for this deck against the Lost Zone variants, of course. You have so many weak single-prize Pokemon, and that's usually the whole benefit that the Lost Zone toolbox deck has. But Iron Hands really gives you that option to race those 2-prize maps back into Lost Box.
Something of note is that John's already spent Earthen Vessel, so can't easily find Lightning Energy. Possibly using like Pokestop and discarding a Lightning could be your best way to access it, unless you can just naturally draw into this card.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. There's a concealed card.
Bundle.
There's a lot of Water Energy.
Unsurprising. A couple of Shivery Chills and an Earthen Vessel. The Lightning Energy's in the prize cards.
I was just thinking that,
yeah, so that avenue is not available. So what's John's best line here?
It's a tough one because, I mean, it would obviously, under normal circumstances, be the Iron Hands, but I guess if you can put together a Cancelling Cologne turn, that would be pretty great. I don't believe, the Cancelling Cologne isn't prized, so if you could pull together a Wombo combo turn, that would be pretty good, but I don't know if John has the means of putting that together.
Yeah, I think that Bat's certainly the Pokemon of choice. I'm not sure if Rare Candy's already in hand. Maybe attacking with Bat's is one of your better lines as well here.
Yeah, of course, just a solid 160 damage whilst on a beefier Pokemon. Definitely don't hate that. But it might be the choice.
A potential selection for John. You don't really want to put another Frigibax onto this board, because if you're going to candy up into one Bat's Caliber, you're basically neutralizing Brennan's threat of using their own Greninja, because then you're not giving them 2 easy prize cards in one go. You can, of course, still swing with Chien-Pao, but it doesn't feel like it's great value. You want to make these prizes more difficult for Brennan throughout the game. We will see a buddy Poffin though.
What's even left to grab, though? I mean, I guess well, you were just talking earlier about John always establishing two barrels, right? And this is the way to get there.
And this is a low hit point Pokemon that isn't going to be targeted down by Greninja in one turn. So that's still on his mind that John's playing around a Radiant Greninja from Brennan's side here. Just feels like John doesn't have the best attack lined up. The Baxcalibur seems reasonable, but it's vulnerable, and it forces you to find another stage 2 on the following turn.
Okay, so there it is. Oh, wait,
Ooh,
is this happening?
Do we have the access to cancelling Cologne?
Wait, is it? Oh, is it there in hand?
It is. It was already in hand.
He's got it, done it.
Not too shabby.
Wow. Okay.
Also bank an energy onto the bench just to retreat for the following turn. A big combination pulled together from John here. We didn't see the cancelling Cologne. That's hiding in the hand.
Yeah, no, he hit it very well from us, but now just, yeah, makes sense to attach one to the Frigibacks there. You want something to be able to easily pivot and retreat next turn. Also, it gets another card out of the hand, so you can then go for this Spit Barrel. The Industrious Incisors finding...
supporters for next turn, I think.
It's like Iridium and an Iron Bundle, it looks like. Or is it a Cypher Maniac?
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Regardless, John has plays for next turn.
Yeah.
I'm quite content leaving the Manaphy in the active position, to be honest with you. Just go double Comfey here.
Yeah, I mean...
See a quick spin of the Pokestop. Not bad at all.
No.
Getting Ultra Ball and Rare Candy. Baxcalibur does find its way to the discard pile, but as we know, there's a whole heap of Super Rod in John's list. There's 3 copies, so not a huge issue.
So I guess the one reason why you might want to go for the Manaphy is just in case you want to try and go for the play again, but it is a bit, but it is maybe a little bit greedy. So John recognizing that and was saying that I would rather just get the 2 Comfeys and really disrupt Brennan's draw options for next turn. Oh, look at that Pokestop though.
Another big spin from Pokestop. A couple energy finding their way into the discard pile. Both players playing a whole heap of Super Rod though, so I don't think it's the worst thing.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Prime Catcher does open up some interesting lines.
It does.
For Brennan. Possibility to even Cramorant finish off the Chien-Pao without putting any multi-prize Pokemon into play this turn is quite reasonable. Still clutching onto Nest Ball plus Forest of Stone as a combination here for Brennan.
Oh yeah, of course that's true. With the Nest Ball still there, didn't opt to go for it that last turn, of course, opting to go for the Greninja instead. There we go with the concealed cards. Was that Mirage getting a Chorus's Experiment? Wow,
these
what
are
a
the cards we've been missing. And finally, Brennan can access the more powerful side of the deck.
Yeah, and there's that Iron Hands, but
Iron
looks
Hands
like...
into the Lost Zone. That's really curious.
I mean,
Chien-Pao's very good at giving up only 1 prize Pokemon at certain points in the game.
Yeah. It looks like Brennan saying...
Brennan knows better than me, no doubt. One of the most experienced Lost Zone players. Okay, thinks better of it.
Yes.
Does keep the Iron Hands eventually.
I'm sure there was some thought process in the mind about, Brennan must have been thinking about his prize map going into the rest of this game, but then thinking about that realized I've yet to take a single prize. Yeah, I'm probably going to need this Iron Hands at some point if I want to seal this out.
Yeah, I don't mind the... Well, here we see some Super Rod, so we could start seeing some Mirage Gate action.
I mean, you could Iron Hand this Greninja, right?
One of the cool things that Brennan can do is the board lock of John here is that you could set up damage across multiple Pokemon and just set yourself up for Sableye shenanigans later on.
Oh, you could. That could be very, very good, actually.
And that's a way to prevent John from re-establishing Iron Hands.
Yeah.
Brennan obviously doesn't know Lightning Energies in the prize cards. So this could be a great way to make life awkward for John.
But, I mean, this could also just be a really incredible read, right? Because he saw that John went for that Earthen Vessel and didn't get the Lightning Energy.
That's also true.
So maybe he actually does know that the Lightning isn't available because he thought, oh, if it was, John would have gotten it there and then.
We see Prime and Counter Catcher both available, of course, for Brennan. John 2 prizes up right now.
Yeah.
Prime Catcher, possibly a couple of big chunky retreat cost Pokemon. Big Barrel going to be the selection here for Brennan.
So that Frigibax is going down, but then where does this other 90 go? That's going to be the key.
Do you take Frigibax? That opens up the board space.
Oh yeah, no, like we were just talking about. Yeah,
it depends what Brennan wants to go for.
Yeah.
I really like this play.
Yes.
This is a really smart line from Brennan.
Exactly like you were saying, Joe. So spread the damage out a little bit, enable Sableye shenanigans later on, and yeah, really, really solid move from Brennan here.
Asks a lot of questions of John now. Brennan looks on the back foot in terms of a prize race, but can sweep up a bunch all in one turn with Sableye later. And most importantly, is forcing John into a 1 prize turn.
Yeah, exactly, which is really not something he wants to do at this point because, yeah, no way to get the Iron Hands down. I mean, Lightning Energy is still prized anyway, but even so, just having that board lock of really, really putting John in a tough spot here.
Yeah, it looks like a strange play on paper, but this is easily the best line that Brennan had.
showing his expertise with the Lost Zone Toolbox deck for sure.
You see Radiant Greninja coming in first. There is a Cypher Maniac in John's hand, so could try and once again combine it with Pokestop, possibly. The Prime Catcher has been played, so it will be some superior energy retrieval, I imagine, to attach retreat their way out of Bibarel here, using that Super Cold.
But, I mean, the big problem here is no attack feels good, right? I mean, what do you even bring up? I mean, I guess maybe it is, again, just the attack with the Baxcalibur, I guess.
Yeah,
might
possibly
be a
if you
choice.
can Candy Baxcalibur this turn, and then feel safe in that regard. There's that second copy of Baxcalibur is still in the discard pile.
Yeah,
so that's not happening. This Ultra Ball doesn't really have many great targets.
Well, I mean, just grab the Baxcalibur, right? Unless it's already in hand.
It was discarded from Pokestop.
Right. Oh, it was, wasn't it?
So that line's not there.
Are there even any Super Rods left? I see one in the discard pile. How many is John playing? It's good. Oh, yeah, it is a count of 3. Okay, yeah, we did mention, of course, earlier that the Super Rod counts are high in both of these lists.
A little bit troublesome for John here. Possibly the line was to Irida first just for Super Rod, then use Ultra Ball to grab Baxcalibur. That's how you could get the double backs this turn and have some high hit point Pokemon
also
taking out single prizes.
Also important to note, the last Super Rod is priced for John as well, so there's actually only one more available, assuming, because only one's been used, right?
I'm not even sure if, has one been played?
There was definitely one in the discard pile that I saw.
Maybe it was Ultra Ball fodder at some point.
Either way, it definitely makes things a little bit trickier for John going into here. Oh, there's the Irida reveal, but not going to play that. Gonna
Cypher Maniac instead.
So now we'll be able to take a look at the deck and... Or was there some kind of... No, all good, all good. Yeah, there it is. There's one Super Rod left in the deck for sure. And the Superior Energy Retrieval, and it looks like those are going to be the 2 finds from the Cypher Maniac.
So possibly just have one Baxcalibur in play and hope that the Bluster Tail is still a decent attack here.
I mean, yeah, I guess you can, of course, just go for the second Baxcalibur next turn, just attack with the one that's there. That's also fine. You're not quite yet in range for a Roxanne, although you will be as soon as you take this knockout.
That's the problem. That's the big issue, because especially with just a Bidoof, thanks to the Bibarel being in the prize cards for John, and a damaged Bibarel, Brennan has that line of using Sableye to take out the engine Pokemon in one turn, whilst additionally, as we see the great Pokestop value there, once again in combination with Cypher Maniac, less barnstorming when you know what's going to come, but still found a third item, which is handy.
Yeah, in fact, another Superior Energy Retrieval to go with the one that he cherry-picked.
Going to grab back 4 water. I think there's a bunch still in the discard pile, as well as that Baxcalibur for John. I think there's no doubt the Ultra Ball was looking for Baxcalibur there from John.
Maybe just forgot it was discarded.
Yeah, the issue is that even though there's a lot of cards that can be discarded from the deck here, as you sort of filter through, you really want to maintain what can be discarded because you have so many superiors that you have to spam as you get to the late game. As we do see the double Super Cold retreat here.
Oh, okay.
John basically forcing the Sableye here and now, I suppose, from Brennan is the idea. Also get some additional Shivery Chill value to thin the deck of the energy that was just put back in via Super Rod.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there is a chance that Brennan misses. It's currently 7 in the Lost Zone, so Brennan would need 3 more. Flower Selecting and a Chorus's Experiment would get him there, but he does need to find it. And I mean, did we see them in the hand last turn? I mean, there is a Mirage Gate there, but I don't think I see a Chorus's Experiment quite just yet.
It's just going to be 3 energy Super Colded to this heavily damaged Chien-Pao EX. And play will probably pass back over to Brennan. I like keeping at least 1 energy on this Chien-Pao EX.
You do need to discard 3 to take the knockout, of course. 130, just shy of the 120 you do by discarding 2. So then, I guess you...
I think with Greninja having done its gambit already, it's fair to just take it off there.
Yeah.
As well as 2 from the active.
And then you leave
there's a very real possibility that with Hand Disruption from Brennan and taking out both engine pieces, that the Chien-Pao would be stranded otherwise. But it's going to be all off the active here for John. Opens up lines for Brennan once again.
There's a Super Rod to kick things off, going to get that Greninja back straight away, as well as a couple of energy.
It is one of the highest damage output options that Brennan has available in the deck, alongside a Psych Energy as well, because as we know, Sableye could be a big piece this game.
and Brennan going to be wanting to find, oh, I think I saw the Coruscant experiment in Brennan's hand, actually.
Things are looking good. Brennan could continue to board lock John for another turn here with even more Greninja play.
Yeah, just get the Greninja down, spread a little bit more, and then we could see a crazy 6 prize turn from Brennan to win the game.
This is so expertly played. I know I mentioned it earlier on that Brennan's played this deck non-stop for like 2 years on the bounce, but we're really seeing it. We're seeing all the experience come together in this game 1.
Yeah, so I guess here you just go 90-90 on the Baxcalibur and the Radiant Greninja, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Looking good to me. Forcing John down to another single prize turn again, and then once you're at 10 cards in the lost zone, then you fire a Roxanne at the very end stages. The great thing for Brennan is that you know that most of these Chien-Pao decks don't play hand disruption anymore. They've got rid of most of their Iono just for Cypher Maniac, and John's the same. Yep. Especially when you've already seen the Silene. That's also another like giveaway, I suppose.
Yeah, there's literally not.
Brennan is going to go for the Raikou. So possibly it will be a Roxanne this turn.
Or maybe Brennan is just doing that to get the Forest Sealstone target down.
Yeah, but you don't want to give the easy 2 prizes up, right?
Oh,
you want to make it hard for John to target down this Pokemon later. I know the Prime Catch has been played. Actually, also the Silene has been discarded for John.
It has.
So maybe it is a little bit safer. Brennan identifying all the key counts here. The fact that Chien-Pao's got down to a fine art and is almost a guaranteed 60 at this stage works in the favor of Brennan when he knows exactly what to play around with a big Roxanne Disruptor here.
Yeah, 6 for Brennan, 2 for John. Not going to be able to find the 10 in the lost zone this turn, but probably, I mean, doesn't really matter that much, right? Because you can combine this Roxanne with this Radiant Greninja and really start to put the hurt on John.
Are we going to see a Sableye in the mix here? There's still a turn attachment to go, of course, here. It's only been Mirage Gate so far. I think we've whiffed on Water Energy. There is another Mirage Gate in hand, actually, and Nest Ball.
Although we did just see one Water Energy get discarded off that Pokestop, though.
True. Yeah, that could also be another hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm guessing he didn't have the Mirage Gate before the Pokestop, because otherwise he would have gone for the Mirage Gate first, no doubt. But there is another Super Rod in hand ready to go, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, 4 copies of Super Rod in this deck list. So many decks are playing 4 Super Rod these days. Dialga's doing it, Lost Zone Box is doing it. John's playing 3 copies. I've always known it as like a 1 or 2 of maximum. It's so interesting to see how this format's developed and how we manipulate our energy cards.
I think you'd have to go all the way back to Jumpluff when it was playing 4 night maintenance, which is basically like the old version of Super Rod. And but it's very cool to see Liz playing 4 Super Rod now.
The Forest Sealstone's still open for Brennan. There's still a turn attachment for Brennan, so how does he wish to carve out the best turn possible here?
Well, I guess you can just Mirage Gate, Water on the bench, and then something on the active retreat.
Some fodder. Yeah.
It's basically the same turn that we described earlier, just instead of using Chorus' Experiment to get to 10, you just wait to do that next turn, Roxanne now, and go 90-90 with the Moonlight Shuriken. I like it.
Yeah, it seems solid. The Sableye is still in those prize cards as well, with the Hisuian Heavy Ball being lost zoned.
Oh, so it is, and it only plays one copy, right?
Yeah, we are forced into the Greninja. I was thinking about Sableye in like a long-term move, but potentially would have been decent this turn. Instead, it's going to be, interesting, taking out Chien-Pao and the Bibarel. So that's shutting off the guaranteed draw power from the Bibarel side of things, and Shivery Chill no longer can get guaranteed Water Energy for John to unlock the Radiant Greninja either. Let's see what these 3 cards offer.
Ooh, it looks like there is a Superior Energy Retrieval and a Chien-Pao, and what was that last card?
I think it may have also been Super Rod. It could be quite pesky.
Yeah. It is a bit of a shame for Brennan that he was forced into taking the prizes early, because obviously the disruption that he has done is still really good, but in an ideal world he would have liked to spread as much as possible and then finish things off with Sableye.
Sableye would have been more efficient as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But additional damage counters into play whilst taking the same prize map.
Yeah, but denied that option because of Sableye not only being in the prizes, but right at the top as well. So it's unlikely that Brennan's going to be able to take that anytime soon, and so Brennan recognizing that and adapting his prize map accordingly.
John debating the Pokestop. Should they retreat into Chien-Pao first and thin the 1 Water Energy that they still have left in deck? I believe it's just 1 left in deck. Because you're going to want to need this, well, you're going to need this for Radiant Greninja most likely, to continue to draw cards.
Yeah, so retreat, into the Chien-Pao, and Shivery Chill just to enable the
depending on how many water remain in the deck, he may play Super Rod first as well, just to put an additional water into the deck to Shivery Chill out.
Yeah, because that way you can grab 2 of the Shivery Chill instead of 1.
give you a guaranteed attachment in addition to draw power from Radiant Greninja here.
Yeah, and
this is getting dicey for John. Like, they're well ahead in, well, they're even on prizes, but he has the initiative.
Yeah.
It's just really how he can follow through for the remainder of the game here.
Yeah, he's going to consider his options very, very carefully here as he does go for that Super Rod.
Definitely like to see the barrel come back as well. Just to give you that additional out, and of course the other barrels in the prize cards.
Yeah, so he has to go for that now. Although I think we didn't draw too much attention to the prizes at the beginning, but actually specifically
the one lightning, the one Sableye, both huge.
And like right now, with the way the game has panned out, they've ended up really, really hurting both players.
Just the way the lines have sort of come together this game.
So there's the Super Rod, and now we're going to see the Shivery Chill.
Shivery Chill, yeah. Thin the water energy that was put back into the deck.
And then Concealed Cards needs to give John a very big find right now to sort of keep some kind of chain of attacking going.
Even if it is just fodder for guaranteed superior here, you want cards that aren't bad discards.
No, exactly.
So the best case scenario is finding the barrel, and then we're really back. Surviving the disruption. If you just find fodder, you're keeping up in tempo, putting yourself a knockout on Raikou away, or using Iron Hands away. Two big cards here.
Oh, that's an Ultra Ball!
Ultra Ball getting you into that big barrel is huge. And you can keep your superior as well, so that is a fantastic 2 cards from Radiant Greninja.
Exactly what John needed off of that Concealed Cards, as it finds a big barrel now, can use that Industrious Incisors to refill to 5 in their hand, and well, okay, that's part one, but I need to decide, okay, what am I actually doing now that I found the way to draw more cards?
Well, you've guaranteed yourself, by keeping the superior in hand, Bibarel's going to get you 2 cards of fodder here, which is phenomenal, because you're guaranteeing a KO, and then you're putting yourself in Iron Hands range or a Raikou 2-prize KO.
If you can find a way to bring up this Raikou, that would be amazing.
I think there's no Gust remaining. It would be on Brennan really to use a multi-prizer right now. But Brennan also doesn't know that Iron Hands isn't available for John. Might have a suspicion at this stage. Oh, a Candy Bat's Caliber as well. That's going to make the board even more robust. Denying a lot of lines from Brennan here.
Yeah, the more HP you have on the board, the harder time Lost Zone Toolbox has to piece together these cheeky, pick-off KOs. And
at the start of this turn, I would have said that Brennan's in the driver's seat, but John's really got out of this nicely.
Yeah. Also, I didn't quite realize that. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what?
Big Pokestop. 3 hits. Giving you fodder for this superior as well. Not a problem at all for John. What a turn this has been.
The turnaround has been absolutely ridiculous in the most impressive way possible. Yeah, superior energy retrieval. 4 energies coming back, and yeah, wow, John really is in a driver's seat now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, after that really brutal Roxanne.
3 energy super colded into play in one go for this Chen Pao EX to take advantage of and knock out Brennan's Radiant Greninja.
And I tell you what, looks like there's the lightning energy finally taking off the prizes.
That's massive. That gives John so many avenues now to close the game. It's actually probably beneficial for Brennan to use a multi-prize Pokemon at this stage.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe recognizing that, you know, at this point it's likely that the lightning energy has been taken. You can't leave yourself vulnerable to Iron Hands. It's such an easy way for John to steal those last 2 prizes away. So, I mean, we have seen the Cameramuns, when playing on the back foot, do some absolute magic. So let's see if Brennan can pull off the same here. But it's definitely a tough call.
Not a lot of resources remain in the deck. You can basically access the majority of it with the Colress that remain.
Yeah.
And see a lightning energy onto Raikou.
Yeah, so I think he recognizes the game state, recognizes the situation, and that going in with this Raikou is the absolute best move he can make to try and keep himself in this game.
Essentially, a lightning energy hasn't been seen yet for Brennan, so you're hoping that it's in those prize cards still for John. And if the lightning energy is available, your 1 prizes are essentially 2 prizes anyway, so you may as well use your big Raikou instead.
Just put the thing with the largest number in the HP field into the active and hope for the best.
Pretty much. The Colress does find a rescue board to retreat this Comfey quite happily. There is Countercatcher available to Brennan. Not sure if he wants to target anything but the active here. Still 3 prize cards to take for him.
But then, yeah, it does.
You could take out the barrel here.
Yeah, because it does put you in a bit of a spot of bother because, then it's, I guess counter catcher going to go for that barrel because if you leave the Chien-Pao active, then all John needs is 5 energy to win the game, which is not a great place to be.
Well, Brennan resigns himself to a big swing here, and I think John has the resources. Plenty of energy flowing for John. Fantastic display in that first game. What a long and tactical game one. Both players putting on a show there, but John able to come out on top. Really great patient play from John when he was put in a strange position in the mid-game, found a way to re-establish that board and still have enough draw power to see him over the line. Great stuff.
Yeah, it really came down to that key comeback turn after the Roxanne, just piecing together with what little hand that he had, just trying to find the small outs to get him back into the game, found the Ultra Ball, grabbed the barrel, Industrious Incisors gave him everything he needed to set up a almost unbeatable board, and Brennan just could not respond to it.
Yeah, 2 or 3 cards, but played everyone perfectly. Was able to Super Rock first, then Shivery Chill, so you're not drawing into any of those duds. Then the Greninja rewards you, finds the Ultra Ball, the barrel springs you into 4 fresh ones, and you even get the bonus of 3 item cards from the Pokestop. A great comeback from John. Even though they were ahead, they were kind of behind on board states. And Brennan was just about to pounce and capitalize on any slow tempo from John, but he just about had enough gas to see himself over the line.
Yeah. Now, normally at this point, we'd have a discussion about, what can Brennan do to sort of, change things up a little bit in game 2. But I'm having a hard time picking anything here because I
don't price Sableye.
Yeah, exactly right.
Find your Hisuian Heavy Ball and use it this time. I guess that's the only real. Radiant Greninja is an awkward one for Brennan.
Oh, yeah, it is.
2 rare candies for John. Plays 3 copies. There's always the bailout of Silene, and maybe you can take these rare candies as you go. But that's also something that we have to be a little bit concerned about. A number of switching cards for Brennan as well. So if you're trying to get that Turbo 7 into the Lost Zone, having less pivots for your Comfey can also be an issue. Forest Hill Stone's also not live thanks to Raikou V in the prizes.
Oh, is that the only V that Brennan plays?
Yeah, it's all EXs these days, Freya.
Oh, God, goodness, yeah, you're right. Wow. Without, that Hooper EX coming in, Raikou V is the only V in the whole deck.
Not sure how Brennan's kicks things off this game, but has started to shuffle through, so at least most likely some ball search cards going on. Here we go, into Comfey.
Yeah, so Nest Ball to Comfey, attached to active Manaphy, not a great start, retreat, and then the Flower Selecting comes in as Super Rod goes to the Lost Zone.
This can be a pass.
Oh!
Not ideal for Brennan here. Their turn 1 was find Comfey, get into the active and Flower Select. That was it.
That's not a great position to be in, and I mean, John already starting off with a better starter for starters, and finds that Chien-Pao can Shivery Chill straight away and can do that first deck search to do that first deck count and see what's prized. Both the barrels available to him in this instance, but a much better start already. I thought he was going to grab the Radiant Greninja for a second. I was like, hold on a second.
That's not how Shivery Chill works.
No, it's not. Although, okay, no, I see what's going on now. John has all of the search cards in his hand. There's Ultra Balls, there's Buddy Poffins, there is absolutely everything you could ever want or need.
Stark contrast to Brennan's start. Couple energy, then gets the deck flowing so nicely. Radiant Greninja drawing through, getting you into your stage 1s and 2 Pokemon, which we saw John was very diligent at maintaining.
Oh, and actually has a Frigipax in hand already, amongst other things. Yeah, the difference in starting fortunes could not contrast more than they are. Yeah, it's that 2 Frigipaxes in the hand already, as well as the Buddy Poffin. You can just put down 2 Frigipaxes and 2 Bidoofs.
Yeah, that's the dream, really. Keep Nest Ball available as well as I think that's even Irida in hand. You possibly have a hand so good that you hold that for turn 2 Candy Bat's-Caliber.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, you don't really need much else. There's even the Nest Ball to grab the Radiant Greninja too for extra draw. You have enough energy to do it.
Yeah, John is spoiled for choice here. A fantastic opener. Going to continue to do the right thing and look through what resources are in the deck, because there are some crucial one-offs, not just A-specs, but also looking at things like Cancelling Cologne, Lightning Energy, Iron Hands, these sorts of Pokemon.
Yeah, we saw how important Cancelling Cologne was in the last game, of course. Did do that really powerful Cancelling Cologne Manaphy knockout 2 Comfeys, which really hindered Brennan's draw options from Flower Selecting.
Yeah, so early to find that combination of cards to have to search out Candy Bat's-Caliber, but then also had the means of Time Catcher, and Cologne was amazing.
Yeah, so there goes the Nest Ball now for the Radiant Greninja after that Buddy Buddy Puffin. Are we going to see the Ultra Ball played down as well? Probably not. We're going to save that for later, I think.
Man, we can even Cypher Maniac this turn.
I'll just get the perfect draw for next turn too, yeah. Why not, right?
There are so many options for John here.
Too many.
And Lost Zone doesn't play Hand Disruption until Roxanne range, so you know you can bank cards for next turn.
It is not a problem in the slightest. I mean, does Brennan actually have anything to like bail him out? Is there at least a Chorus's Experiment in the hand or something like that?
Don't think so.
No.
I don't think so right now. There's draws. There's draws.
There's draws, okay.
There's flower selecting in top deck,
true,
and
yeah.
you can pay retreat into another Comfey, I think. So we're not out of it just yet, but this is an intimidating start for John here.
So Nest Ball for Radiant Greninja, conceal cards, Water Energy in the discard, 2 more, just more options for John. Why not? And looks like it's another Ultra Ball, and then triple Frigibacks coming down just for good measure, and then going to finish just by putting one on the active.
Not bad at all. You can even proactively Irida here. No, just going to hold everything.
Yeah, I guess you could have gone for either the proactive Irida or the proactive Cypher Maniac, right? But in the meantime, he's doing Heavy Ball, just going straight to the Lost Zone. But was the other
4 Chorus, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That'll be the only thing that trumps it.
Yeah, that's
because Radiant Greninja is in those prize cards.
Yeah, that is tough though, right? Because obviously Brennan hasn't had the chance to look at his deck yet, and if he knew what was prized, he would. Well, I mean, in this instance, you have no choice, right?
Yeah, closer debates.
Yeah, but it's got to feel bad.
Wow, Cramorant and Chorus finding their way into the Lost Zone. Does that indicate that Brennan has a monster of a hand?
Well, I mean, the keeps were Comfey, Pokestop, and a Mirage Gate, I think. So
is Brennan trying to turn the tide with a low odds play to swing themselves back into the game here?
Considering how little time is left on the clock and how long game 1 went on for, I think that might be it. As we do see there, Forest Sealstone discard in this instance doesn't matter as much for the Raikou prized, but does find a Nest Ball. Has a couple of other things going on. There, fires off that Nest Ball now.
Yeah, with Cramorant going into the Lost Zone, you don't have any backup play here. You have to get to 7. I'm not sure if there's a way to.
Well, no, because you've played the Chorus Experiment already, right? And you've done 1 flower selecting. The highest you get to is 6. Go for that
Sableye.
Okay.
Some interesting lines being demonstrated from Brennan. Like I said, it takes me a while to catch up to Brennan's gameplay because they know every in and out of this archetype. Just their pure experience.
Oh, hold on though. Is there Lost Vacuum in the hand?
I don't see it right now. Maybe it was something we were fishing for.
Yeah, that would be the way to get there. It's
Prime Catcher can give you an extra Comfey here before having to pay retreat, or you gain a turn attachment this way.
Yeah, it is funny because not all Lost Zone Toolbox variants have been opting to play Lost Vacuum lately, but yeah, just a part no.
Missing out on a lot of tempo there. Yeah. I'm surprised by the Cramorants, because I feel like it's such an easy win to just swing for 110 here.
Yeah, but maybe Brennan thinking the longer term, thinking if we're in this situation with this timing, maybe it's not worth going for.
That's also true. Time on the clock is also a factor that changes possibly the lines that you have to take here. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with when your back's against the wall and you need to power spike.
Yeah, exactly.
Give yourself as few turns to win the game as possible.
Yeah. And to be fair, actually, in a very unusual, I think, for most Lost Zone Toolbox lists, actually 2 Lost Vacuum in the list. So it's a really...
It's like the turbo shell of old.
Yeah, exactly. Some which we're playing 4 just to really get there, but not finding it there, unfortunately. So a very low tempo turn from Brennan, and John is definitely going to want to capitalize on this.
Yeah, when you see your opponent discarding Irida with Gem now, you know you're in trouble. You know that's not a pretty good hand.
Yeah.
Because typically Irida's the go-to play to get your Candy Bat's Caliber.
Yeah. Do you know what's better than searching for a water Pokemon and an item?
Go on.
Literally searching for any 2 cards in your deck.
Correct. That'll do it. You can barrel up first, then you can Shivery Chill into Cypher Maniac Greninja, or save it for Pokestop as well. There's so much going on for John here.
Yeah, doesn't even, there we go. Just is that the Industrial Synthesizers for 2?
Yep.
Yeah, has another Irida in hand for good measure as well. Just didn't need the second one.
Bat's Caliber comes naturally to the hand. Looking pretty solid for John.
I wonder if John is maybe looking to piece together the Wombo combo again. Can he actually do it?
Well, why not?
Yeah,
when the hand was this strong, why not look towards the Wombo combo?
I don't think he's quite there yet, but I don't think he's too far off either.
You can Shivery Chill a couple energy.
Yeah.
Not sure how many are in the discard pile. You could also make this play, then Pokestop before your final attempt. Or you could just, again, use Greninja first and then Cypher to find cancelling Cologne, plus Prime Catcher.
Yeah, I mean, all the pieces are there in the deck, right? There is 2 Rare Candy Prize, of course, but there's still 1 available. The Cancelling Cologne is in the deck. The Prime Catcher is in the deck. All the pieces are there. It's just whether, I think, because obviously the Cypher Maniac's code breaking can get 2 out of 3, but you need to find the 3rd one.
Yeah, and I think it's likely to be Greninja first here, because you know you can always... They're all item combos.
Yeah,
It's a 3-piece combo, but they're all items. So if you find any of those 3 now, you've got it.
So here it is, concealed cards. 1, 2,
Nespel
no,
Super
not
doesn't
quite.
get the dream.
And I think with that, it's not guaranteed anymore unless you get very lucky off a Pokestop.
Yeah, if the Pokestop gets the 3rd piece just randomly.
Yeah. But it's so tough with 2 Rare Candy Prize, isn't it? Because you only play 3, so it doesn't
They're
make...
all one-offs.
Yeah. It's, it has to be literally the perfect Pokestop. So what's it going to be instead?
May settle for Irida instead here.
Which is also completely fine, right? Because in this instance, you know that your opponent is so far behind on tempo, you can just afford to take it easier, just set up the Batcalibur, and then you can just do the Wombo combo play next turn.
Yeah, we're sighing that John wasn't able to make the dream come true, but still ending up on a really strong turn here. Initiating the prize race. Going to go Candy and Chempao here. Possibly eyeing up potential Ultra Ball lines. Maybe you can even take Bundle to Ultra Ball away to lower your hand size again for Barrel for next turn. There's so much macro sequencing you need to keep in mind to draw as many cards as possible, not just this turn, but also next turn.
Something I was looking at, just because I was curious, is whether there was like a one of Octobacks in the list. We have seen some Chempao lists, so we're putting that in just as a countermeasure against things like item lock, but not really seeing enough play to warrant it. So yeah, no Octobacks in this instance.
Yeah, well, John's testing group were actually one of the innovators of the net, of course.
Yeah. So
you got more reason to look twice.
Yeah, but no, not in this instance.
Yeah, I feel like it's just such a ratio deck. Yeah. You're so tied to having a high item density for the Pokestops. We do eventually see Candy Batcalibur coming into play to unlock that Super Cold ability. John in such a fantastic position here.
Attached to the active, I think you're just happy to get KO, honestly, aren't you? That's
John's a game up, time's on his side. He's initiating the prize race once again. Everything's going smoothly for Brennan. We need to act fast here if we're going to get back into this game. Immediate slam of Pokestop does hit triple item. That's nice.
That's a start.
It's more of the same though. I think we've already got access to Mirage Gates. We've already got access to Nestballs.
Well, I mean, this is why Lost Zone into Chorus's experiment earlier was a really interesting choice, right? Because if he just kept that in hand, he would actually have the guaranteed 7 in the Lost Zone now.
Lightning Energy pitched for Brennan in favor of Lost Vacuum. It's a way of ramping that Lost Zone without using Chorus. Going to get rid of Hooper and their own Pokestop.
So that is the other way to get there, of course, and now another Nest Ball. So now we've crossed the threshold. There are 8 in the Lost Zone now, and it's going to be Iron Hands. No time wasted here. Now that it's all set up.
Yep, I like the aggression that you need to display back on your opponent here. Double Mirage Gate will get Iron Hands into the mix all in one turn. Thanks to the recovery of Lightning Energy as well as Water here. You can throw 2 additional colorless energy on.
And now I guess you can Prime Catcher either the Barrel or the Greninja, right, for that Iron Hands knockout.
I feel like that's exactly what we're going to see here.
Yeah. Which one's the better choice, though, do you think?
I think it's tough. With already a decent hand size from John, I don't mind going Greninja. Because I'm worried of Prime Catcher and Cologne, but at the same time, Barrel's Barrel.
Yeah, it does draw more cards, right?
That's the thing. It's going to be important.
Yeah.
So floating energy attachments. Brennan's going to slam a Psychic onto Comfey here, making sure it could be a Darkness Energy instead. But there is Roaring Room in hand, so
I guess actually thinking about it, what this enables is for a Roxanne next turn to be way more devastating because there's no Bidoof on the field.
That's true.
Yeah, so maybe Brennan thinking ahead in that regard.
Yeah, almost allowing the Greninja combo play. Yeah. Or a Chempao 2-prize KO, trying to set a trap. Definitely a reasonable thing to think about.
We did see that, were it not for John finding the outs off of the Roxanne, that Roxanne could have, put in a world of hurt.
No doubt.
So definitely on Brennan's mind, as we do see now. Back to John, Shivery Chill coming in once again to find a couple more water energies.
Yeah, I think John's pretty content with just taking out the active this turn. I don't think has to get too creative. The prizes are on the table. Getting the most out of Chen Pao is always nice.
Yeah, and especially because this Iron Hands is very threatening, right? So you get 2 prizes, which is good for your prize map, and you can also just save your combo play for next turn. So definitely want to deal with this Iron Hands now.
Yeah, I think your other objective, maybe get Bidoof into the mix again, protect yourself. The only thing it does is it opens up the 60 hit point Frigibacks plus the 60 hit point Bidoof to get KO'd by a Sableye in one turn. So there could be a reason that John chooses just to ramp as many water energy onto the board as possible whilst still getting a KO. Is reasonable here.
You do have the superior energy retrieval already ready to go in the hand, so it's not out of the question in the slightest. Concealed cards coming in one more time. 2 cards off the top of the deck. And it's just a buddy puffin and another nest ball.
Yeah, I think we weren't starving for those.
No.
I think we always had those options. But great fodder for this superior energy retrieval.
That is true.
And that's going to be a big part of John's game plan.
And this is one of the ways that you can sort of INO or Roxanne proof yourself when you're playing Chen Pao, right? Just get the energy onto the board just straight away. Even if you're not using them immediately, you have them on the board, and that way they can't get shuffled back into the deck.
Yeah, proactively swinging energy for retreat cost or just having energy floating so that you need less on the following turn is always a great thing to keep in mind.
Especially with Chen Pao as well, because of course that Hailblade attack, you can discard energy from anywhere on the field, so you don't need to commit them all to the active to do a lot of damage. You can spread the energy to keep yourself safe, but also still go for the big knockout, and you're not forced to kind of make that choice. Oh, having said that though,
4 all onto the active, that's happening. Let's see where else we want to swing energy. One onto Radiant Greninja, makes sense. Has high hit points, not an easy target for Brennan, who's already on even prizes anyway, so doesn't find much benefit in taking just a 1 prize KO. Like we said, it's a great pivot for John. Who's debating Nest Ball as one of their last actions. Do they want to get this Bidoof into the mix, or do they want to force as difficult as a prize map as possible?
I guess you could Pokestop first before you go for this, just so that you know.
I don't mind Pokestop and just not even spinning it. Just have it in play for you next turn. I don't mind that either.
No, but maybe
John's
just
going to hold
KO.
everything.
Okay.
Also reasonable. Doesn't give you a lot of engine to work with. Just Greninja sits on board.
Yeah.
But you're making it an awkward prize map for Brennan this turn.
Yeah. So. Buddy Puffin coming in, and Brennan, as you can see, recognizing how little time is left on the clock, needs to play lightning fast in order to try and clutch a tie from the jaws of defeat.
Exactly. But it's tough. It's tough out here, especially with the clock whittling down. 1 minute 40 remains. See some flower selectings. We're getting to that crucial threshold for Sableye. But I don't know if we have enough turns for Sableye shenanigans anymore.
No, it's tough. You kind of have to go a little bit more aggressive with the prizes now, I think. And now another flower selecting after a retreat. Switch card hitting the lost zone. That is now the 10 needed. Do we see? Oh, there is a Roaring Moon EX that can come into the mix as well. And it looks like
that might stadium in Brennan's hand either. That may have been another reason why John held Pokestop last turn.
That's a very good point, actually, yeah.
If so, that's such a heads-up play. Yes. It's going to be a switch into Sableye.
And I guess now, with the 60 and the 70 HP, the Frigibacks left in play very cleverly by John, only able to take 1 prize here.
This is exactly why John didn't put down the Bidoof last turn, because now Brennan's play went from taking 2 60 hit point Pokemon out on the same turn to 60 and then leaving 1 Frigiback's 10 off.
Yes.
And that's a big difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference. So again, all the, this goes back to something similar to what we saw in some of the previous games, right, where you don't open up an opportunity for your opponents to make a comeback. You close every avenue of a comeback that they have, and John has done that masterfully in this game.
Yep, I think he was always ahead, but he's stayed ahead and given no window for Brennan to creep back into this game. It's so obvious to think, oh, my barrel was KO'd, let's get another one into play so I can maintain card draw. But in this case, it was just a bigger priority to not give Brennan a free 2 prize turn. We're going to see the Super Odd into Shivery Chill combo, a great combination in the deck. Instant access to the water you've just recycled. There is a 2 prize turn available because there's still the Prime Catcher into Catsian Cologne line open to John here.
And I think doing that now as well makes a lot of sense. You have the means to go for it, and it means that in a time scenario, which, speaking of which, time has literally just been called, you can guarantee those 2 prizes, and then you can just knock out anything with your Chen Pao to close things out.
John now taking a little bit more time in the approach to see how they can continue to turn the screw here. Ultra Ball's coming in, going to get rid of Nest Ball and Chen Pao EX.
think it's going to be
second Bats Caliber.
Very important to do here. You don't want to leave something with 10 HP away to enable more Sableye shenanigans, so just get that evolved.
With more hit points, you can then freely put down Bidoof as well, which is nice.
Yes.
So John really going through the motions in the right way, finding the best windows of opportunity to utilize their Pokemon.
And of course, did just get a rare candy off of that last prize as well, so had it in hand, ready to go. Very, very important find there.
Still been clutching that Cypher for a number of turns. Their turns have been good enough without the need to cherry pick 2 cards to the top. Perhaps now is the time to make the most of your Greninja.
Thinking it through, making sure that, again, he does not leave any opening for Brennan to take a surprise win and just able to bring it back to a tie from a loss.
Because even without any time remaining on the clock, there is still 2 turns for both players here. John is turn 0 right now. Brennan will have turn 1 and 3 to try and take the last 3 prizes. That is possible.
Yeah, well within the realms of possibility here for both players to actually close out this game. So both players are going to be very careful. And now we finally see the Cypher Maniac's code breaking coming down. And there it is.
It's going to be the combo that we expected, Freya.
Prime Catcher, cancelling Cologne, sort of put to the field post-haste. And, oh, no, maybe not.
You can still take a 1 prize KO this turn and just focus on re-establishing Bidoof here. Or possibly getting fodder for another Superior, so you just fill your board with a crazy amount of energy. So that even under Hand Disruption, you have every avenue, like just tons of energy around the board. I feel like it's really nice to just take the 2. Yeah. John double thinking it, but overall it's still such a great play.
I mean, there's so many different avenues that Brennan could take, right? You have to just make sure that this is the line that is most likely to give Brennan the least chances to make a comeback. And you know, John, drawing that conclusion, going to get the Prime Catcher and the cancelling Cologne. Those will go to the top. But I imagine we'll see the Pokestop to just build them from the top to get them to the hand. And then we're going to see the Wombo combo happen. So there's Pokestop. 1, 2, 3. Oh, where's the barrel? I mean, if you're not setting up the Bidoof, it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I think we're happy with that, all things considered. It means that we're loading up that Greninja once again. John's been able to peak this combo in Game 1 and Game 2 now, and can ignore the effect of that Wave Veil thanks to cancelling Cologne, a 1-turn deal. But it's a great way to take 2 prizes in a turn.
And in this instance, surely you just go for the Sableye and the emergency boarded Comfey, right?
Makes sense to me. You take out the attacker as well as taking out the only Pokemon with free retreat.
Yep.
Seems like a great play.
And putting on the Iron Bundle, interestingly enough, this is very clever. This means that, say, if Brennan tries to, put out a 2 prizer to stop John from winning, you can just Iron Bundle, and then Brennan has to bring up something weaker, and then it becomes very easy for John to KO that to take the last prize.
Yeah, another great choice from John. Every action being made perfectly here. Also debating whether it's worth preloading energy with Superior.
Well, if you don't
even keeping some in hand so you can Shivery Chill next turn is nice.
Yeah. I do like committing them now because you can kind of try and spread things maybe in a way where even if you do get Roxanne, because you have no barrel established, maybe you just try to set up that checkmate scenario. But I think the big problem for Brennan is you can't even go for a stall win here because say if you just try to stop John from attacking, he's won Game 1. So Brennan needs to take 3 prizes to actually get this tie.
Yeah, it's going to be the Super Rod putting some energy back in. That would once again enable John to have Shivery Chill for next turn. There's no guarantee that Radiant Greninja will still be around, but it could still be a way for you to take that last prize.
Yeah.
Especially with the Iron Bundle established. So John's done everything to put himself in a position where he doesn't need any hand cards to win next turn.
But there it is. The cancelling Clone means the Wave Veil is shut off, and so it is going to be the Moonlight Shuriken KOing that Comfey with the rescue board, and
possibly even double Comfey, so there's just as few flower selectings as possible to find Roxanne is the only other debate here.
Yeah.
John may think I'm not threatened by Lost Mine. Lost Mine doesn't do enough in this case. It is eventually going to be double Comfey.
Because not with the fact that Brennan has 3 prizes left to take. If it was 2 prizes left to take, that would be a very different story, but for the 3, no, not at all. So just take out the consistency.
Some switch card in hand. I don't see any sign of Roxanne. I see Mirage Gates, but no real great targets for them right now. Brennan can just take a 1 prize turn here. Going to see a quick spin of Pokestop.
Oh, that's...
No value whatsoever. Darkness Energy should not be coming to the hand here. That should definitely be discarded.
That's...
That's not an item card, last time I checked.
Oh dear. So turn one at a time now. Brennan looking through to see what he can do. There is an avenue to win, but I mean, actually with that boss's orders gone, that's really rough, because maybe you can take a KO here and then close things out by carrying the Chien-Pao or something, but now you can't even do that.
Yeah. I think there's a line possibly for Roaring Moon to take a one-prize KO here. Get rid of the Pokestop. Maybe without the barrel and no Pokestop, John can't get away to take out the Roaring Moon as kind of the tankiest Pokemon Brennan has access to. Still doesn't feel great, though.
No, it really doesn't, especially if it doesn't look like there's any access to hand disruption in Brennan's hand. So
no, that was what this big flower selecting was for, and it's not hit the mark.
Because, although I guess technically if you hand disrupt, you're giving John more cards, because there's only, what, one in hand right now? Or is it two?
Is there just the one? Is it just the superior that's in hand?
Yeah, I think it might be, yeah.
No, I think
it must be two, right?
It must be 3 from prize cards. You took 2 prize cards.
Right, yeah, of course. He just like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. He just like,
yeah, we're at 4 in hand for John.
It was just stacked so neatly, it looked like one card.
Brennan going to take a quick peek at resources remaining. How many switching outs? That's another thing that he has to keep track of. Whether he has to... Well, he's turn attached to the Roaring Moon already. It's going to be the Super Rod Mirage Gate into Roaring Moon, no doubt here.
Yeah, with no hand disruption, it's so tough, because there's 4 in hand, so you know that the superior energy retrieval is online if John has it, which we know he has 2 of them.
Yeah, it still looks, to me, it still looks like from this position checkmate from John, because you have Iron Bundle plus Shivery Chill guarantees game, because you know there's 2 energy back into the deck. So Brennan needs another high hit point Pokemon.
Yeah.
Not sure if there's one in the hand though. Oh, there is a Nest Ball.
Okay.
So if you can Nest Ball out another multi-prizer. Ooh, going Comfey.
Maybe
saying that you lose on the spot unless you Roxanne exactly now.
Yeah, so kind of need to dig for that, and then maybe off the Roxanne you find that, second high HP Pokemon.
If you go Mew-EX is your tankiest Pokemon. You still draw cards from this Mew-EX as well.
Restart's a pretty good ability.
Yeah. Can be handy.
Yeah, lets you draw until you have 3 cards in hand. Brennan does not have a lot in hand right now, so yeah, that last selecting's already has been used. There's 2 in the hand currently, so I guess debating the switch cards.
You can switch card into Mew just for a -1.
Yeah.
You still have that free retreats available to you.
I think might be the best call. Look, I'll get a Mirage Gate.
The water energy out. Knowing that it's all in on this one Roaring Moon, it has to tank for anything to go right for Brennan here.
And that we're getting the other card out of the hand.
Yeah, still getting rid of cards.
Yeah, and then I guess now you could switch card, but nope, just going to be the restart for 2. Just find the Roxanne!
Finds the Roxanne! Brennan has enough cards to not deck out from their own Roxanne just. And that's going to make things a little bit tense here. This is exactly what we have to see.
Yep. From the slimmest of margins, finding a way to have a chance in this game too. Wow, Brennan, it's like Owen all over again.
They just find the wiggle room.
They do. Oh, phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, this is high-level Pokemon at its finest. Brennan gets 6 cards. John, the 2.
There's only 2 cards left in Brennan's deck at this point. There is plenty going on. Oh, there is a Lost Vacuum as well. Oh, although, I mean, I guess you don't need that.
You need the damage for Roaring Moon.
You
have to discard the Pokestop.
Yes.
Via your Calamity Storm here.
Yeah.
This Mew-EX still the most vulnerable Pokemon, but it at least forces 3 energy from John, so there's no guaranteed win here.
No, not at all. So
Brennan's found basically the only way to not lose on the spot.
Yeah. So, Calamity Storm, Stadium discarded, Greninja KO'd, 1 prize taken.
I've not had a peek yet of John's cards.
It's we await with bated breath to see what exactly they are. It's come on, you got to show us to the camera, John. You can't just do us dirty like that.
The issue is that John has a much higher win percentage if they go Chien-Pao, but their loss percentage also skyrockets if they miss because they're putting a 2-prize Pokemon into the active position.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to make their decision based on what those 2 cards are.
And John doesn't have to win. This is the last turn of time. They don't have to win this turn. They top deck.
Superior energy
That's
retrieval.
superior. That's enough. It's the game for John. It's a top deck of superior energy retrieval, and John is going to close out the game here on his last turn of time. Brennan so close to making that clutch comeback. John, sigh of relief.
Yeah, like
what a great victory.
Shaking his head even though he won. He knew how
That's a John Engel classic.
That is a John Engel, that really, really is. Wow. We said at the beginning this would be a phenomenal series, and what it was. Huge congratulations to John. A very well-deserved win there. And and an incredible match between two of the best in the world.
Huge respect to both players, honestly. John playing so tight with that Chien-Pao deck. Anyone who thinks it's this beginner, easy to learn, easy to pick up deck just because it's a one-hit KO machine, it's not that at all. No. So much great micro and macro decisions being displayed there from both players. I mean, Brennan identified a full board state in game one, tried to pick it apart, wasn't able to find access to Sableye, which kind of hindered their overall strategy, but John was able to recover time and time again from those Roxannes. So incredible.
Yeah, and that's exactly, you have to play in such a way to get to that point where those late Roxannes don't affect you as much. I mean, sure, we can say that, you know, John got lucky off the Roxannes, but he played through enough of his deck to make finding the outs from that Roxanne more likely.
To be one piece away.
Yeah,
exactly. Right? So they were always putting themselves in such a great spot, even without a draw engine, just needing so little. Shivery Chill helping out there as well, possibly at times. Yeah, the deck does flow so smoothly. It feels so nice to filter out all those energy cards. They're typically, you know, useful once a turn, but in this deck, you're filtering them, then you have nothing but items, you're slamming those Pokestops, you have just amazing ratios at your side. The list is just impeccable, and John, who's been playing Chien-Pao to some high placements already this season, continues on a great run.
Yeah, now normally we would love to go to an interview, but sadly we are a little bit over time here, so we're going to throw straight to a break. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be coming to the next round very, very, very soon.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, you know, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, you know, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, you know, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you know, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, you know, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. You know, they've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm fitting a sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We warmly welcome you here to the Casters Lounge. Well, I say warmly welcome. I think there's been a bit of a shivery chill in the air recently, hasn't there, Joe?
Yeah, there's a changing of the tide. Chen Pao Baxcalibur has really put itself on the map at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, half of the top 8 placements, and really giving Charizard the cold shoulder in many ways because it's almost frozen it out of the top 8. So it's had a real change of fortunes recently, and it seems like a really top contender again.
Yeah, it really, really does. And it's funny because so many people were talking about, just before the rotation happened, of course, about how, you know, Chen Pao was going to be one of the top contenders, and it did see play at the European Internationals, but not much. It didn't quite see the levels of success that we thought it would. Shay, why do you think that is, and why do you think it's only taken until now for it to make this resurgence and to claim so many top spots?
I think, you know, Chen Pao's one of those decks where, like, the list needs to be ironed out. You know, we had to make some includes for stuff like Canceling Clone start coming back, and then, you know, Prime Catcher might affect how the deck gets played. So people had to maybe get a few months to work with it. But once the deck is flowing, goodness gracious, that power level, right? Hellblade just says whatever's in the active, it's no longer in the active for the most part. You know, if your opponent has those evolving baits on the bench, you can now go Prime Catcher plus Canceling Clone. That is just a bit ridiculous, if you ask me. And then, yeah, you got the Pokestops to bail you out sometimes as well. So, yeah, the deck's power level, Freya. Ooh-wee!
Wooey, indeed. It's also, I think, we talk about some other decks where sometimes the metagame shifts in a way to, you know, make it more favored. And we did see a bit of a shift in Indianapolis, didn't we? That's kind of led to a more favored environment for Chen Pao.
Yeah, I think everyone expected Charizard to be that 20% plus archetype, and Chen Pao's pretty good at dealing with Charizard. As Shay just mentioned, so many avenues to take multi-prize turns, sometimes even with that Greninja for a big up-trade play. So Chen Pao's well positioned right now, and it's on quite a high power level and consistency that it can be one of the top contenders. So it's benefiting from the amount of Charizard that's in the room and just has a very powerful strategy still behind it. So that's why it's seeing much more play at the moment. And there's been dedicated Chen Pao heads for a while, and they seem to have got the list into a spot where it can take on anything.
Well, it's funny you mention that because, of course, I was just going to talk about, of course, Owen Kammerman is sort of kind of gave a previous successor in Europe, didn't it, Shay?
Yeah, yeah, like you said, one of the biggest Chen Pao heads, you know, and if you do feel as if that Chen Pao does have that sort of cult following, those sort of players that just play it all the time and really work on his list. But we haven't even mentioned one aspect of the deck yet. I just thought of, we've got the Iron Hands as well. So that just gives you, I think it's insane to think about a stage 2 deck that has so many different avenues to, like you said, result in multi-prize turns. And it just feels like when you're playing across the table from Chen Pao, it's like, oh, if they hit this here, I'm in trouble. But a lot of the times they could hit, you know, 2 different avenues and you're in trouble. And it just makes the deck very scary. And Irid is never a bad thing as well, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. A very, very strong contender, and will continue to be so for many tournaments to come, I imagine. So, everyone watching at home, we hope you enjoyed a little Chen Pao analysis, but stay tuned. There's plenty more Pokemon action to come. Don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome back, viewers. Now, I'm going to let you in to a little secret, everyone at home, and you, Ross, as well. I have a dream to bring you the most intense, high-octane Pokemon TCG action, and luckily for me, I found myself in the casting desk at Stockholm Regionals, joined by Ross Gilbert, so we're going to do exactly that. How are we feeling after that round, Ross?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Feeling pretty good. Goodness gracious me. You know what I mean?
No, I was saying watching that last round, I was getting ready. We didn't have an interview. We didn't have time for an interview, which makes me very sad. But I was watching the end of that game intently. I thought, oh, maybe Owen's done this. Maybe he's actually brought this back and, you know, made a game of it, turned it into a tie, which we don't always love ties, but we love seeing those comebacks on the games. And then John Heng was like, nah. And I was having a little peek at his Limitless page, you know, just to see his past results, to, you know, get prepared for a potential interview, and I'm like, top 16 in Orlando.
Yep.
I was like, top 42 in Orlando.
Yep.
Top 16 in Indianapolis. I'm not saying John Heng is guaranteed a top 8 at this event, but I am saying there is a pattern forming which is leading John Heng towards a top 8 finish at this event. He's been getting better and better at every event, and I should say with Chen Pao, with this deck. So there's been 2 big finishes in a row with John Heng in that deck, and there could be a potentially 3rd one coming up here as well. And I think Chen Pao might be for real, and I'm hearing might even be in the same testing group as Grant Chen, who of course took 2nd place at Indianapolis Regionals with Chen Pao. That might be a testing group that is well, they might have solved Chen Pao.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a crazy idea to come there. You know, we're finalists, top 8, and doing very well over here in Stockholm. So you mentioned that, you know, Chen Pao is doing very well, as you can see on stream, but I want to see what other decks are being played here in Stockholm. So let's have a little gander. I mean, it is our 3rd most played deck there, behind Charizard and the Lost Zone Variants. If you were to lump them all together, that's including stuff like the Iron Hands, the Roaring Moon, the Sablezards of the world. If you were to lump them all together, that's at 15%. Any standouts to you there, Ross, those percentages?
I enjoy the fact that there's almost exactly a gap of 30 between 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd, and 2nd and 4th. They're very similar gaps. That makes me happy. The standout for me is Ancient Box, which, you know, is sitting up there as the 4th most played deck, 41 of them. And the other thing is, you know, there's 253 other decks here, decks that didn't make it onto this graphic. There is actually quite a wide variety of decks here, and if we look at the second half of that graph, 41 Ancient Box, 39 Lugia, 35 Arceus Giratina. It's not, you know, when you get past Chen Pao, they are all quite close and quite lumped together here. So there is a decent amount of Ancient Box, but only a couple of players that have pushed it up that high on the list. It is there, it is represented, it is a good deck, but it's just a couple of extra players playing it that have pushed it onto that list. And I want to know how many of these Ancient Boxes are going to convert, how many we see in day 2, whether we can get 1 into top 8. I would be stunned if we saw more than 1 in top 8, but I would also be rather delighted.
Yeah, I would be as well. It's a deck that I enjoy playing and watching as well. You know, it did really well winning EUIC in the seniors division, and it was a joy to watch that unfold. So that's definitely a deck I'm keeping my eye on. One thing I'm a little bit surprised at, though, was that there was no Giratina V-Star as a standalone deck. I mean, it was there just creeping in at the end of the graph when it was paired with Arceus. But, you know, straight Giratina V-Star with Comfey Sableye, not even making it onto the graph.
Giratina's a weird one for me, because on the one hand, it is one of the most inherently strong Pokemon in the format.
Yep.
1 evolution, you've got, you know, 280 HP, which is very big, is what you generally see from the bigger V-Stars. You've got Mirage Gate to build it up. You can one-hit KO anything and do a lot of damage other than that. But Giratina has always thrived in metagames where it cannot be one-hit KO'd.
True.
And between Roaring Moon hanging around a little bit, between Chen Pao, between Charizard after a few prizes have been taken, there are starting to become a worrying amount of Pokemon that can one-hit KO Giratina, and that doesn't make it a bad choice. It's there, it's on the list, it's a good deck, but it's not thriving like it has in previous metagames, and I think a lot of the reason for that is it can be one-hit KO'd, and that's not what you're looking for. Although there are a few Goodra floating around. That's another thing.
Fair enough.
I've always equated that with Giratina. I think it came out in the same set decks, if I remember correctly, in Lost Origin.
Yep.
And of course, it's, you know, V-Star Pokemon, high HP, uses Mirage Gate. There are a few of them hanging around in here, but that is a full-on tanky deck that needs to survive a couple of turns. And again, too many potential one-hit KOs here if you face off against the wrong decks.
And we did see Gudra in the finals. I can't remember if it did win in juniors at EUIC as well. It squared off against Lugia, V-Star, so things we love to see. Speaking of things I love to see, though, in all honesty, we talked a little bit about the decks, but let's see how those decks have been played here in our standings so far. Let's have a little gander there. We just saw John Eng on stream there, sitting at second seed, 601. So we have six currently undefeated players, Ross.
Well, 6 undefeated players, if you don't count the 502s. Stefan Ivanov, Julian Cretino.
Yeah,
sorry for the pronunciation on all of these. No 7-0. No one has actually gone winning every game so far. But we see John Ing there at 601, Stein Nielsen. There's a lot of, you know, we saw Kai Wainwright, who we saw on the stream earlier. Juho Kalama, who might be familiar. Brent Tonneson. There are Stefan Ivanov, won North American Internationals twice. So there are some big names on that. There are some players we've seen before, but then there are also some names on there we don't always see this high up on the list. So we've got a nice little mix, but we have got some names up there.
Massive shout out to Brent Tonneson. Wasn't sure if he was actually here this weekend, but not only is he here, currently sitting at 12 seed, 6-1, all the way from Australia. So I tell you what, that man loves to travel and he loves to play Pokemon. Turns out he's pretty good at playing Pokemon as well, because he finds himself finalist at Liverpool Regionals, then flew all the way back home to Australia and then said, well, I got second last time, I'll find him a little bit better. How about I just win this regional? And now he's here in Stockholm, currently putting in a valiant effort, as it were. So there's another player to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, but it's something we've kind of talked about. Well, the prize money that's available now for regional championships is something we've seen from the real top tier players, is that they win so much they can kind of they can afford, literally and figuratively, to get to all of these tournaments. But I am hearing that our players are on the table and ready to go. So let's go and find out who we've got in this next round. I think one of those players looks a little bit familiar.
Yeah, we were just mentioning, currently, I think it was 502, I believe.
Correct.
Stefan Ivanov, double NAIC champion, doing it in back-to-back fashion, no less. And they are versus Julian.
Yeah, Julian Cretino, or it's probably pronouncing that terribly. I do apologize, as always. We do our best here. We ain't perfect. We got Stefan Ivanov, a name everyone is familiar with. Julian, not such a well-known player, but look, they're both sitting at these fantastic records, and they seem like they have, you know, they seem like they're ready for this. They seem like they're loose, they're having fun. There's a bit of laughter at the table. You love to see it. So we've got Stefan Ivanov here, double North American International Champion, plus a finalist at OCIC and a Bochum Regional Champion as well.
Yeah, fantastic player. You know, that list could honestly take up the whole screen if you were going to include many other achievements there, but they are just the four we're selective. And there's Julian there, sitting across the table. No stranger to the top tables either. I'm seeing some top 32s, Malmo and Liverpool, Utrecht Special Event, top 16 and Warsaw, top 64 as well. So Julian will be trying his very best to topple the mighty Stefan Ivanov and get himself to that 6-0-2 record, which is a very, very nice place to be.
Absolutely. When you see these players are having these consistent top cuts, but not, you know, getting those big finishes, that means they are searching, always looking, and Stefan is playing a deck, which I've just peeked the deck list. It's one we haven't seen so far. It's one I've got a soft spot for. It's Great Tusk. One of the most confusing decks for me, because I adore Great Tusk. And I don't really like mill decks. So internally, there's a real debate going on here of how happy I am. But I don't think I've ever seen this on stream so far. Certainly not in a game that I've casted. So this is going to be a fun one with Stefan and Julian. We've actually got Great Tusk on the stream.
We've got Great Tusk Mirror. Because Julian is also playing one copy of Great Tusk. So the land here, one of these, 14, 15 islands that Stockholm is built on. That land is not safe because there'll be land collapsing all over the shop. Everyone, be careful.
Oh my word, you're kidding me. We've not seen this on stream. And we get a Great Tusk mirror match. I will say, it's not really a traditional Great Tusk mirror match, of course. Stefan is playing like a proper 4 Great Tusk, I am going to mill you deck. whereas when we see Julian here, it is very much an ancient box. We've got Coridon, we've got Fluttermane, we've got Roaring Moon, and then there is a Great Tusk in there, like we saw from Rahul's deck earlier, but it is very much a one-off to try and catch your opponent out.
Yeah, I mean, that land collapse can come out at a scary time and make things a little bit worrying, but you're correct. I'm very excited to see how this pans out because that Great Tusk guy is a big, dense Pokemon, 140 HP on a basic, one prizer, that can discard 4 cards. So looks like both players now have themselves a start in hand, so prize cards are going to be distributed, and then we'll be getting started real soon.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Great Tusk in this game, which makes me very, very happy. Here come the prizes. We do have a Fluttermane, and yeah, nothing terrible. 1 Dunsparce there is not the end of the... Oh, wait. 2 Dunsparce. Oh, we know 2 Dunsparce is pretty terrible. Stefan's playing a free line. That is the main draw engine that we see in the deck. So no, I lied to you. I thought there was only 1 prize. 2, that is actually very bad.
All right, then, so here we go. Our Swiss round 8 is starting. Stefan Ivanov versus Julian here. Let's play some Pokemon potential winning in action. Julian's going to start to turn off. They've been playing Earthen Vessel, discarding 1 copy of Darkness Energy to grab, I would imagine, 2 more and get a little prize check at the same time.
Yeah, this one's going to be quite nice. Get some energy, check your prizes. That is what you're looking for. We see Great Tusk coming onto the screen there. It's a card which, when these cards first became legal in Japan, I'm peeking all these City League results, and I start seeing Great Tusk popping up, and it turns out it's actually a viable deck, but it is not a deck that took off in the West at all. Whereas it was on the periphery over in Japan and getting all of these results, and it was winning City Leagues, I was not seeing these results, and there were players playing it, but it really wasn't popping up anywhere near as much as I was expecting it to. So seeing it at 5-0-2, it's undefeated. Stefan has not taken a loss in this tournament yet, playing Great Tusk. So I'm genuinely excited to see. I want this deck to be good. I'm excited to see how this comes out.
I remember some of my friends at EUIC were playing the Patrol Cap because they were a little bit scared of the Great Tusk, but like you said, didn't really pan out too much over here, as Julian does conclude that Earthen Vessel. We are going to see a turn attachment to the active Fluttermane, so bear in mind, Stefan's active Pokemon will not have any ability. I mean, that Great Tusk doesn't, but if there's any switching cards, that won't be able to use the ability, as Stefan is going to start his turn off there with an Earthen Vessel of his own, discarding a Fighting Energy, and then we'll get to grab any 2 basic energy and look at the deck as well.
Yeah, both players starting off copying each other's homework, starting off that Earthen Vessel straight away, getting a look at their deck, getting a couple of energy out. Julian not doing too much on that first turn. We don't have any other Pokemon down. Of course, if you know you're playing against Great Tusk, you know there's not really any threat of a turn 1 KO. But you're not going to be seeing a big Roaring Moon coming down. You're not going to be seeing Coridon potentially coming along and getting a big swing, which is possible in Julian's deck, for instance. So it really depends on how much information you've got about your opponent's deck as to how worried you are here. Stefan, second those prizes, making sure, as with all of these, non-standard decks, you control your mill. They can be very awkward to play, and the counts are very important. It often comes down to very close games where you just mill enough to win, so knowing what's available becomes very important. And of course, Stefan is about to find out that he's missing 2 Dunsparce out of 3, which is not ideal.
No, because that the Dunsparce engine is really strong, letting you shuffle, draw 3, and then you can shuffle it away. And you, in an ideal world, you'd like to have multiple Dunsparce, so you can keep using it over and over again. But if you've got 2 prizes, that means you can only realistically use 1 a turn. But a fantastic little draw engine there that I think went under the radar for EUIC, and then was popularized when it was played with Roaring Moon. But to be fair, it can be played in a whole lot of decks. The basic Dunsparce has a free retreat cost. And then the evolution can use its ability from the active as well, so you can almost count it as a free retreater. Bear in mind, if it was in the active now, though, that Fluttermane would turn it off. So
Yeah, that would not be terribly ideal right now. Here we do see the Adventurer coming out to play. Of course, it's an Ancient supporter card. You need to play an Ancient supporter card. The way that Great Tusk works is you mill a single card from your opponent's deck, unless you played an Ancient supporter card, in which case you discard 3 more cards. That is 4 in total. So we need to be playing Explorer's Guidance. We need to be playing Professor Sada's Vitality every single turn. We need one of those 2, or else Great Tusk doesn't really work in the way that it's supposed to. Explorer's Guidance, let's look at the top 6 and grab 2, discard the rest.
I was going to say, worth noting, Stefan's Explorer's Guidance did discard 2 copies of the Dunsparce and a Great Tusk as well. So currently working with a 1-1 line, but we do see that full land collapse, getting rid of Explorers. Caridon didn't quite catch the rest, unfortunately, but there you go. 4 cards gone before Julian's had a chance to use them.
There is an argument here that this could end up just making Roaring Moon really good really quickly.
Yeah,
because Roaring Moon, of course, does 70 plus 10 for each Ancient card in your discard, but there's a limit. And also, you kind of want to be in control of which Ancient cards go in the discard and which you have available. But if Julian can get a couple of Roaring Moon set up quite quickly, they will turn into big attackers. And, you know, Stefan's playing Hero's Cape here. That's the ace-spec of choice. You want a 240 HP Great Tusk. Well, if you get enough Ancient cards in the discard pile fast enough, you will actually be able to go through that really quickly. So I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying there might be a silver lining.
Yes, that is true. As we do see Julian play his own Adventures Discovery there. I'm going to play a Pokestop. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, speaking of which, there's 2 Roaring Moon just hit the discard off of that Pokestop, and there's no other Pokemon out right now?
No.
If Stefan can just attack with something, we could be seeing this game ending sooner rather than later. Great Tusk does have the Giant Tusk attack, but it's basically 2 colorless, 2 fighting, so you could actually next turn use Professor Sada's Vitality and attach for turn, hit 140, minus, no, there's no resistance, so you would get the KO. So Professor Sada plus an attachment for turn will win Stefan this game.
Well, we see the Fighting Energy in hand. We do see the Dunsparce. We'll be able to draw 3 from that. Can't quite catch what that other card is in Stefan's hand, though. We do see the Evolution there. Oh, what is that last card? Is it a Professor Sada?
If we've got Professor Sada, there is actually game on board here.
2, 3. To get a Power Pad, probably not the most impactful. We do see a DTE and a Penny get sent to the discard. Is there fighting in the discard already, Ross?
Yeah, I know there's a fighting in the discard. And there's a fighting in hand. We literally just need Sada. And look, this is not the way the deck is supposed to run. You're not supposed to be doing Giant Tusk.
Here we go. Oh, runaway draw, Ross. Are we going to see a Professor Sada?
That is what we're looking for.
We're going to draw 3.
The mill is on, but do we have
one?
Do we see Sada?
There was 2. I'm sure there was 2.
Oh, I don't know if Stefan. We need to double check that we've actually got that.
I'm sure there was.
Oh, it is! So we see Professor Sada and the energy.
Goodness.
Giant Tusk for a KO, and Stefan takes the lead. 1-0 in not the fashion we expected, but I love seeing weirder endings like that. Oh, the second there was only 1 Pokemon for 2 turns, that really opened the door for Stefan to pull off that play. That's a bizarre ending, but I love it.
We just see the rare sort of control mill donk, as it were, there. That Great Tusk saying, hold up, wait a second, I've got a beefier attack. I just need Professor Sada to help me out a little bit, throw us that energy, and then bish, bash, bosh. Now we're going on to game 2. Wow. I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
Oh, it reminds me of my old hit and run Don fan that had a really big 4 energy attack that you barely ever used, but when you did, you find, you know, it worked. It was beautiful. It felt really good. Well, here we've got an ancient version of Don fan using a 4 energy attack that you probably don't use that often. And let's be honest, right? You want a double turbo on Great Tusk, and you play 4 Professor Sada's Vitality, and you play a bunch of fighting energy. So it probably comes out more than you might imagine. But certainly, you know, you saw how that game started off. Stefan went and got Great Tusk in the active, double turbo 1, let's mill 4, and you settle in for the game at that point. You mill 4 every turn, and honestly, Professor Sada's Vitality and Explorer's Guidance, they're the only, stop me if I'm forgetting one, I think they're the only ancient supporters.
Yep.
So you have to play 4 of each of them, so you can play one every turn and get the mill with Great Tusk. But then the opportunity to attach 2 energy per turn is just... Oh, that was fun. I enjoyed that very much indeed.
I tell you what, for me, my Super Trooper was the Dunsparce. I thought just coming in there, only had access to a 1-1 line, only got to use it once, but that runaway draw allowed Stefan to run away with that game and then get ahead and win and be 1 game up here in our Swiss round 8 here at Stockholm. Now that is what it's all about. Let's go.
That takes the pressure off a little bit, because if we're on the sofa later, if Freya's like, oh, Ross, what was your highlight of the day? I'm like, well, I've got my highlight of the day. Bank that one, move on. But if you're Julian here,
that wasn't a highlight for Julian.
Well, that was a worst possible scenario, right? That was it's not working. That's the worst thing that could have happened. I had 1 Pokemon, I drew nothing, I tried my best. I didn't get to play that game. So you can feel pretty confident going into the next game, being like, that's not going to happen again. And if we look at prizes,
okay, well, we can look at Julian as well. Oh, he's playing a heavy ball. Okay, so the game has started. It's just a confirmation.
Oh, that was incredibly confusing for a moment.
Okay, so it looks like our game 2 here in round 8 has started. Stefan is starting us off here and was playing a Hisuian heavy ball. So we'll get to liberate that Dunsparce from the prize cards and pop them back out there so we see what the Dunsparce and a Mimikyu as well. Mimikyu not terribly helpful in this matchup there, Ross. I'm sure Stefan would love to keep it there.
No, that one in the prizes works very nicely indeed. That one was not going to be got out with heavy ball. It was not going to happen. What we are going to get out is a Radiant Greninja, which of course that's going to draw extra cards. It's not really threatening an attack here because this is a deck that plays double turbo and fighting energy, but it can still discard energy, draw cards, and of course you need energy in the discard to use Professor Sada's Vitality.
Yep, you really do. We are going to see that fighting energy get discarded to draw 2. Let's see, we do get a basic Dunsparce down. Big fan of that card, free retreat cost.
Ooh, double Dunsparce.
Now this is where the deck can start to get a little bit out of hand. When you can use multiple runaway draws, and that's 6 cards before you even play the supporter. We just see a turn attachment there to Stefan's active. And I think that might be the turn. I don't think there's any playables. We do see a Hero's Cape, but I doubt that would be getting... Okay, fair enough. We do see it getting attached. And then a pass over.
Get it on the morale. You don't want to give up a prize nice and early.
Fair
I don't mind this. You leave that in the active. It's got an energy ready to retreat, whereas your other Pokemon on the bench are far more important. We see a Pokestop coming down here. Earthen Vessel, Earthen Vessel. Oh, poor Great Tusk.
Julian's Great Tusk was, I'm having none of this business, please. Get me in the discard pile. As we are going to see an Earthen Vessel being played, discarding 1 copy of Basic Darkness Energy. I would imagine to grab 2 more and consult the deck as well. So, Ross, if you're Julian right now, what's going through your head?
This game cannot be as bad as last game. And honestly, I don't mind Great Tusk being discarded. It's not really what you're going for in this game. So let that in the discard. There's an extra 10 damage. I just want to get set up. I want to get potentially Koraidon. That would be fine in the early game. Or Roaring Moon. I mean, ideally, it's my first turn, but it's the second turn overall. I'm allowed to attack this turn if I want to. So what I really want to do is I want to get an attack off. The problem, of course, is that Morile has 190 HP here with that Hero's Cape. It means a KO is very, very unlikely, which, of course, is why Stefan attached it. You know, 3 ancient Pokemon and 2 energy on Koraidon, boom, there's your KO. 2 ancient Pokemon in the discard, 2 energy on Roaring Moon, there's your KO. So I think the whole point here is Stefan is trying not to give a prize up coming into his turn. He wants to make it as awkward as possible for Julian to get to 6 prizes, because it's all about milling and it's all about buying turns. And if you can buy 1 turn, that's 4 more cards. And the thing about mill decks is it's not just the number of mills you need to win the game, the number of cards discarded before your opponent runs out and you win. Every card you can discard is another out for your opponent gone.
Yes.
Their game gets harder and harder every time you mill a card. Sometimes you can mill 20 cards and your opponent's got 25 cards left in their deck, and it's basically over because you've milled the right combination of cards, which is obviously luck-based, but still, the more you can mill, the faster you can do it, the better. Don't give your opponent extra options by letting them take prizes early.
I 100% agree, as we do see the second Earthen Vessel being played there. We see Professor Sada's Vitality.
Ooh, love this.
Love to see that. Attach to 2 and get to draw 3 as well. 1, 2, 3. I imagine that, well, there are going to be more basic energy in hand from those Earthen Vessels, so we are going to see a Vengeance fletching at the very least. I believe for, what would that be?
How many in the discard?
Hundreds.
Because we're doing 70 base plus 10 for each in the discard. There would be a KO were it not for the Hero's Cape.
It would be.
So the Hero's Cape is actually putting in a shift as it stands at the moment, which is quite important to note. And of course, don't forget, we got cards like Penny, which picks up a basic Pokemon and all cards attached to go into your hand. So if you use Penny to pick up that Moral, you do get the Hero's Cape back to use on another Pokemon in the future. That's not necessarily your only use of it. There's only one Penny in the deck. It gets a bit awkward, but it is potentially recoverable from the board. But then again, Penny isn't an ancient supporter card, and as we mentioned, you kind of want to be playing them. So bit of back and forth here as to what's going to happen with that Hero's Cape in the future. But now it's saved a KO.
We do see Stefan play the Pokegear to grab an Explorer's Guidance. It does have a DTE in hand, so if this Explorer's Guidance could find a Great Tusk, we could be seeing, you know, a land collapse this turn for the Mighty 4 as well. I do not see that, though. Oh, I see a Nest Ball, I apologise. And a Dunsparce, that will get you another 3 cards as well.
There is a Bravery Charm there. There is an argument to put the Bravery Charm on the Great Tusk to make it that little bit beefier. But it depends if you can afford to. A lot of the time you can't. Explorer's Guidance is 2 out of 6. That is pretty harsh. So you've got some big decisions to be made here. Oh, is going for the Bravery Charm. Oh, no, the Dunsparce. Okay, there was a real back and forth. Do I get the Bravery Charm or the Dunsparce? Looked like it might be the Bravery Charm, but it was the Dunsparce in the end. Drawing cards, too good.
Worth noting, there was 2 copies of Explorer's Guidance there as well, right? So that means Stefan only has 1 copy of Explorer's Guidance left. So
that's annoying.
So, you know, having to play those ancient supporters every turn is going to be a lot harder if you just had to discard 3. So that's going to be something worth keeping in mind. We do see Nest Ball being played to grab himself a Great Tusk. We do see a DT in hand. We see a Bravery Charm, and we see an Energy on the active Morwell. So we could see a Retreat, Land Collapse plus Bravery Charm. We could even see that runaway draw if Stefan desires. And that will see an extra 3 cards as well.
Yeah, and you got to bear in mind, we saw it in the game with Todd earlier, there is 1 lost vacuum in Julian's deck. There is a possibility for getting rid of that Hero's Cape and taking a mid-turn KO at some point in the future, but maybe Stefan will mill it and it will be irrelevant.
Yep. That is very true. So that's something to keep an eye on. That land collapse 4, that land collapse discarding 4 cards, that adds up. 4 cards is a lot. If you use that multiple times, you know, free use of that, that's 12 cards. It's almost a quarter of your deck being discarded before you've had a chance to use it. You know, like I said, you can't really afford to just, you know, eat multiple uses of that. So definitely resource management is the eye of the tiger here.
And there's only 2 super rods in the deck for Julian, so if you can maybe hit 1 or 2 of those with your milling, that is going to make a huge difference there. For the time being, Julian's got attackers on the board, which is very important because Stefan really wants to mill most of the time here. Now, we did see the double turbo go on, and is that a Bravery Charm? Yep. There is a Bravery Charm there as well, so there was access to 1 in the end. Here we go, Earthen Vessel, Professor Sada, Professor Sada, Ultra Ball. That is 30 more damage with your Roaring Moon, but it's also 2 Professor Sada gone now.
So that's 3 in total.
Oh, and then top deck the Super Rod. Oh, so close to milling the rod.
So close, but yet so far, unfortunately. Let's see what Julian can do here. Does have Explorer's Guidance in hand. Obviously, when you're playing against mill decks, you don't really want to be playing too many cards. You're almost doing the mill job player for him. Explorer's Guidance, I'm sure Stefan's thinking, yep, keep playing as many of those, get those cards out. And looking at that Explorer's Guidance, we see 2 Flutter Mane, we see a Nest Ball, Poké, and a Superior Energy Retrieval. Interesting choices.
Yeah, I mean, really what you want to be doing with Julian here, you need to be getting up to a KO sooner rather than later.
Yes.
And it's going to take 12 cards in the discard. 12 Ancient discarded right now is what you need to get up to that 190 to get over your Great Tusk with your Bravery Charm. So you need quite a lot in the discard to start taking prizes. And the problem is, if you wait a turn or two to take prizes, that's an extra 4 cards milled, an extra 8 cards milled. So you do need to be taking prizes as fast as possible. So, I mean, if I'm playing this matchup, I kind of need to rush to the point where I'm taking prizes, and then the second I start taking prizes, I slow right down. There's another 2 in the discard there, Fluttermane and Koraidon. And, I mean, honestly, being able to keep Super Rod in hand is nice, but there is an Eri in Stefan's deck, sorry.
Eri could be devastating, and it looks like Julian just debating on what to do. Does it turn attached to the benched Roaring Moon? We are just going to see the Vengeance Fletchling for a big KO.
There is enough. We can't see how many cards are in the discard that are ancient, but apparently it's enough there, and that's kind of big, because now Julian is basically done.
Yeah.
You don't need to discard anymore. Hero's Cape, for the time being at least, is gone. You can already KO a Great Tusk with a Bravery Charm, so you don't really need any more in the discard. Now what you really need is just have attackers and just announce an attack every turn, and I hope you can do that faster than Stefan can keep getting Great Tusk out. Because every time you KO a Great Tusk, it becomes a little more awkward for Stefan to use one the following turn.
Yep, you are very correct, as we are going to see that the Dunsparce being played. Runaway draw did draw into Professor Sada's Vitality. Actually a big draw there, because Stefan not only needs to get Great Tusk down with an energy, just needs to play an Ancient supporter as well. We do see Artisan as a stadium replacement, and Stefan opts and chooses. Going to grab another Great Tusk, get it down. Don't mind that, just so you can keep up the stream.
And this is where it gets a little bit awkward, because on the one hand, Stefan is milling quite nicely. On the other hand, Julian's got 2 attackers. So even if Stefan goes, right, I'll take a turn off a milling to KO this Roaring Moon, and then I'm going to get back to my milling, well, there's still another Roaring Moon there. And then you end up in a more traditional prize race, and your deck is not built to do traditional prize races. You are trying to mill. And there's nothing to be stalled there. There's nothing to be brought into the active and kept into the active, you know, using boss's orders to keep summing, or countercatcher as it would be, to keep it in the active while you get a bit of milling done. There are 2 Pokemon down, both have enough energy to attack. Julian has set his board up perfectly here.
Yep. That's it. All Julian's want to do is just top deck and announce Vengeance Fletchling. That's all he really wants to do. As we do see that DTE getting committed to that Great Tusk as well. So Land Collapse is live. We did see a Professor Sada being played, so that we'll be discarding the mighty maximum 4 cards from the top of Julian's deck. Very satisfying, as we do see Bravery Charm as well. Land Collapse, Penny, Lost Vacuum.
That's a big card.
And the Fighter Genji. Why is that a big card, Ross?
Well, because now we can't Lost Vacuum the Hero's Cape for a cheeky prize off of the Morale on the bench.
There we go.
There's only 1 Lost Vacuum in the deck, and now it's not available anymore. That has taken a very easy cheeky prize off of Julian's, you know, potential prize map. I love that. That was a card you really wanted to hit with the milling here.
Yep, and as you said, you know, when you're playing against these mill discard decks, you might have the outs, sure. But if they get discarded without you having a chance to use them, well, it doesn't really matter. You know, Julian can sit there and consult the discard pile. You would have been helpful, but, you know, it is what it is. The Land Collapse swallowed it up.
Yeah, Land Collapse has come in, taken it out, and it's... I just love that Great Tusk is viable. I love Great Tusk. It's a great Pokemon, and just seeing it actually out here is kind of awesome. One thing I'm not seeing, though, I'm not seeing any Iono in Julian's list. And Iono can be great against these kind of decks, because what you can basically do is build up a big hand playing as few cards as possible, and then play Iono to essentially refill your deck full of cards, give yourself an extra couple of turns. But it's Ancient Box. There's no Iono in the deck, so essentially every card drawn is basically a card milled, because it's not going back into the deck. Your supporter cards are Penny, Boss's Orders, Explorer's Guidance, Professor Sada's Vitality. That's what you've got to play with here. You're not... I mean, you Super Rod's what puts cards back in the deck.
As we do see Julian there concluding the turn with a Vengeance Fletchling, I should say, and Stefan's going to start his turn off by promoting that Dunsparce into active. Does have a free retreat cost, of course, so now Stefan can continue his turn. Does have another Professor Sada's Vitality in hand, so we'll be able to play that. This Artisan, I imagine, will grab another Great Tusk, so we can see maximum value from that Professor Sada. Going to accelerate 2 energy cards, 1 to each, and then draw 3 afterwards.
You can see how smoothly Stefan's deck is running here. Like, he really doesn't need very much. Artisan's out, so you search a Great Tusk, you Professor Sada to both of your Great Tusk, one of them's ready to go, one of them's 1 energy away, and if you draw an energy, you can still attach it this turn if you wish, and then you just free retreat the Dunsparce. You don't actually need anything else. But you may want to get into Dunsparce and draw some extra cards, start setting up more in the future, potentially. I mean, I really want to know how many Ancient are in the discard, because I want to know if a Great Tusk with a Hero's Cape is in range. I suspect it probably is at this point, because we saw there's only 50 difference between Hero's Cape and Bravery Charm, and Bravery Charm got hit 2 turns ago and has more been discarded since.
Yeah.
But I still like to know the answer.
I would as well. I can see the Super being played there. Going to shuffle in 2 copies of Great Tusk and 1 copy of Basic Fighting Energy. I must say I'm a big fan of those Ancient reverse cards as well. I'm a big fan of that.
Really thought you were going to say Basic Fighting Energy then after your caster pick. Love your Basic Energy, don't you, Shane?
I do love my Basic Energy, to be fair. You know, reliable energy, you know.
Also, shout out to Stefan for the base set energy. Clearly, it's only that and Heart Gold Soul Silver. They're the only good options. Now the Dunsparce does come down. That is going to give Stefan a chance to draw 3 more cards if he so wishes, which he does. And, oh, double turbo is nice for a future Great Tusk. And it doesn't look like Stefan's running out of steam anytime soon.
It really doesn't.
And this is a really awkward game to cast, because how many Ancient cards are in Julian's discard? How many cards are left in Julian's deck? These are important numbers we need to know that we don't know, because basically Julian wins with 4 more attacks. And if Stefan isn't taking prizes, the attacks are on the board, and there's nothing that is going to be, you know, counter-catching into the active to stall. So 4 more turns for Julian will win the game, but that's potentially like 20 cards.
Got the Awakening Drum. I mean, to be fair, you probably aren't ever playing that Awakening Drum anyway, but it's just not nice to see your 1A spec getting sent straight to the discard pile. But the Power Pad actually could be impactful.
Because Power Pad does put cards from the discard pile back into the deck. And fine, it's only 2 supporters, but it's still 2 supporters. And here's the thing, milling that Power Pad, that's 2 fewer cards Stefan needs to mill. Milling the Lost Vacuum is essentially an entire extra turn, because that means Julian needs 1 more attack in order to win the game. Now we do see Super Rod getting 3 cards back in. I'm not seeing a huge amount of... That's got to be fewer than 15. Sorry, 12.
Yes. I would assume so.
Stefan is milling 12 cards before Julian wins this game. Julian...
Well, if he keeps it in the Ancient supporters.
Yes, okay, that's fine. I'm just
counting now, actually. I wasn't able to keep up.
I'm going to be honest with you. I got faith in Stefan at this point. I've seen how his deck's rolling. It's going very smoothly. But you're right. You whiff a single Ancient supporter card. That's 3 fewer cards milled. So, but if Stefan keep this going, I don't have the perfect numbers, but it looks like Stefan might have enough here to just chill and just roll with it. And yeah, Julian is just going to attack every turn and take a prize every turn. So Julian needs supporter, Great Tusk, energy, and just keep going round and round we go.
It is worth noting Julian does have another Super Rod in hand, opted not to play it, so there is another +3 for Julian there as well. So got to keep an eye on that, as we are going to see what the Artisan activation. We've got another Great Tusk. It's just the army of Great Tusk, isn't it? Just a whole herd of Great Tusk coming down, and it's an intimidating sight.
I was going to say herd is definitely the word here. Now the question is, does he have an Ancient supporter? You've got to probably imagine, but then again, we saw the 2 Explorers Guidance have to get discarded early on in the game. That was less than ideal. There's a lot of cards in hand.
I think there's an Explorer. No, there's definitely a Sada.
Okay.
I definitely saw a Sada.
If there's a Sada, we're good. Honestly, if there's a Sada, I'd love to see a second Great Tusk hit the board. Just so that you can really make the most of that energy acceleration. I know you can get 4 energy onto a Great Tusk, but... yeah, and then actually one thing that Julian's done very nicely here, get the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule onto the Roaring Moon, put it up to 200 HP and put it safely out of range, because 140 actually can be hit by Great Tusk even with a double turbo.
I was going to say, I was just thinking that with Julian having to discard so many Professor Sada, there could have been an argument for Stefan to start going on the offensive, just saying, right, if I start carrying your Roaring Moon, you can't accelerate them in time, but unfortunately that Ancient Energy Booster Capsule says says no, no, no to that.
And that's the thing, when you start committing to, I'm going to take prizes, all it takes is something like an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and all of a sudden you're 2-hit KOing. And you don't want a 2-hit KO. That goes against the whole point of trying to kind of race your opponent. So I think at this time you mill, I love this.
Here we go.
I love this play.
Little sudden transformation, letting you use the attack of any basic Pokemon in your discard pile. Land Collapse, Ditto. There we go. See those 4 cards, they are gone. Little Ditto.
They are gone. How many cards we got left in deck? There cannot be many now. Okay, so Stefan's not, you've got to imagine, if it is free like it looks like, then Rod gives Julian an extra turn, but that's still not enough.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the wire.
Julian takes the prize, goes down to 2. Stefan mills. Julian takes the prize, goes down to 1. Stefan wins. That does look to be, it looks like there's 3 cards left in deck. I cannot confirm that from our vantage point here, but that is what it certainly looks like for us. So then the question becomes, does Julian have any other outs here?
There's definitely one more Super Rod. We can see that there. And there's
only 2 Super Rod in the deck, and one's been played, so there cannot be more than 1 Super Rod.
No.
There is 1 Pow Pad, but Pow Pad has been played. There's no Iono in the deck. There's Superior Energy Retrieval, but that gets cast to hand, not into the deck.
It's also been played as well.
And it's also been played. So I'm not seeing any other way around here. So the question is, does Julian have a way to stop this? Now, if there are 3 cards left in deck like it looks like, that forces Julian to Super Rod now just to survive another turn. Because the rule is, if you have 0 cards in your deck at the start of your turn, that is the moment at which you lose. You can go to 0 cards during your turn, that's fine. But if you have none in your deck when your turn begins, you lose the game.
I think that does look like more than 6.
That does look like more than 6.
That does look like more than 6, yeah. So, Julian,
I think there's 12.
12, wow, okay.
If there's 12, I'm not sure how this works out for Stefan here. There's a boss's orders, gets this, brings up the Great Tusk with a 4 energy, which I actually really like this play, because it's basically saying, look, if you want to try and attack, I've just gotten rid of the one with enough energy to attack, and I've put an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on my other Roaring Moon here to really try and stop you. So it might be that those 2 Super Rod have saved. And again, there was that moment earlier in the game, Stefan milled 4 cards, and the 5th card was a Super Rod.
Yes.
That could have been a big deal. If you hit the Super Rod here, then you are rolling. But then again, if you hit the Super Rod, maybe you don't hit the Lost Vacuum.
Yep.
And Julian wins next turn.
And that's the sort of the ebbs and flows of playing these discard decks, right? You can live or die by what's at the top of your opponent's deck when you use your attack. I'm just thinking, is there ever going to be a world in which we see Dig being used from that Dunsparce? Flip a coin if fed 30 damage. Well, it's always 30 damage. Flip a coin if fed, you're immune to damage and effects of attacks onto this Pokemon next turn. I mean, if you're desperate, yeah, if you're definitely going to lose the game, you might as well Dig. But I think Dig is a kind of, I literally can't win. Yeah.
The only way I win is if I just hit heads on Dig. I love a good emergency attack. Yeah. I love it good. I literally can't win unless I keep flipping heads on Dig. Why not? Because it's nice to have the option, but I don't ever actually want to use it.
No, this is very true. Okay, over to Stefan there. So we did see the Artisan concluding. Going to grab a Great Tusk. We're going to see Super Rod being played as well. Going to grab back 2 copies of Basic Fighting Energy, 3 copies of Basic Fighting Energy. Going to shuffle those back in. And we still have to see the Ancient Supporter here, Ross. We haven't seen that yet. And that would be needed for Stefan to win this game. We are going to have to see that Land Collapse for 4. Land Collapse for 1 here. Definitely wouldn't be getting it done.
No, oh no, that's definitely not going to win. From what it's all from the count, Stefan's basically got this turn plus 1 more before Julian finishes out the game. So it very much looks like that's basically 8 cards milled, and I'm not sure that's going to be enough milled to win the game here.
I don't think I saw an Ancient Supporter there, so we're going to see a promotion of the Great Tusk. The deck will be shuffled after runaway draw. So let's see what Stefan opts to do here.
A single energy Great Tusk in the active would suggest that's a Professor Sada's Vitality coming.
Yeah, surely, there has to be, right? Oh, there's a Dunsparce coming back down. Oh, I see a penny. I'm not sure. Oh,
Oh, it is a penny. So I did say this was a possibility.
Yeah.
This will put. Oh, there's just attachment for turn. So here we're going to get an answer to the question, but I think there's enough here to KO it anyway. Now, if there isn't, that changes things nicely, because that is an extra card. Because remember, it's not just about the milling, it's also about the drawing.
Yes.
So you might mill one, but if you survive for an extra turn, your opponent draws an extra card, because like we said, drawing is equivalent to milling in a deck where you don't play Iono.
Yes.
So it's not 4 a turn, it's actually kind of 5 a turn. But I still think that was 10 when we needed. So yeah, I think it is just literally buy a turn, because if there was 12, that's 5 a turn, that's 3 turns. And Stefan only had 2. But if you buy a turn, you mill one, they draw one, that's still 3 turns. But there's got to be enough to KO this. It's 240 HP, so you would need 17 in the discard.
There has to be.
You've got to think there is at this point.
There has to be. We just had a full look at that deck, which is now 10 cards after that Roaring Moon being grabbed. Wait, is Julian going to play that Sada? I feel as if you're going to grab the Roaring Moon, does that mean he's going to play the Sada? I feel as if drawing cards, I'm not 100% sure if that's what I'd want to be doing right here. But, you know, setting up 3 attackers.
I don't think you need a 3rd attacker, though. Like, it certainly doesn't look like your attackers are in any danger in this game. Stefan did have an attack in game 1, certainly, but that's because it literally won the game outright straight away. Stefan has shown absolutely no desire to take prizes in this second game, and why would you? It's a mill deck. That's the entire point of the deck. You don't want to be trading prizes, you want to be milling. Now, it does look like we are retreating here.
Back to get energy in the discard pile so you can play the Sada.
Oh, did he need to have one more Sada in the discard pile in order to actually get... It might have been 10 damage away and then getting a Sada in the discard again. We don't have the exact count with us, but that might have been the reason.
Yeah,
now with an Ultra Ball,
sense.
We're absolutely... Well, we must be there now, because we've got the Flutter Mane being discarded with the Ultra Ball, and there is an Explorer's Guidance you could discard as well if you want. Get an extra 2 in there. Like I say, 17 is the number we're looking for, because Great Tusk has got 240. So 70 base means 17 extra there to get the KO with your Roaring Moon.
And I think since we saw the Cobalion getting discarded off that Ultra Ball, that would tell me that Julian definitely has got a KO, because if he really did need to discard any more ancient cards, he could have done so. There was some in hand. So I would imagine this would be a Vengeance Fletching for a big KO on Stefan's Great Tusk. The heroic Great Tusk, you could say.
Absolutely. And then if you get the KO, Higgs, I think if he doesn't KO this turn, I believe it worked out perfectly that Stefan would actually...
Oh. There we go, triple nest ball being played.
For absolutely, yeah. For no targets, just want to get them out of your hand. You still got to shuffle up, because you technically search the deck. You don't need to do a real search, but you do need to shuffle as if you did. So that is the KO. Julian goes down to a single prize remaining, and Stefan needs to mill every card this turn now. Julian has got 2 attackers set up. There's plenty of targets on the board. Have we seen the boss's orders come out from Julian yet?
Yeah, it was the Gets this one, I think, wasn't it? We do see the Eri being played.
Was the Eri being played? And it does look like a concession from Stefan here. Not quite able to mill every card he needed to. We go 1 game each, and we are going to be heading on to game 3. Julian is evening this one up very nicely indeed.
Yeah, very nicely. Played that fantastically well, Julian, full credit. Didn't panic after that game 1, you know, mess about, as it were, where he didn't really draw into any Pokemon. Said, okay, that shouldn't realistically be, how the matchup goes. Let me compose myself and get into my game plan. Played it perfectly, executed perfectly, only having 2 Roaring Moon that was just attacking every single turn. And that's what you really realistically need to do against these control mill archetypes, is just say, I'm taking a prize every turn. Good luck.
Yeah, I lived through the Durant days, and when you're playing against mill decks, your general theory is 2 attackers, never 1 attacker in case your opponent drops a surprise KO and then they win the game.
Yes.
You want 2 attackers with enough energy to attack and nothing else. You draw as few cards as you can possibly get away with. You play as few cards as you can possibly get away with. Less relevant here because you don't have Iono, but if you do, you certainly play as few as possible. And the goal is, I take a prize every turn, and I don't waste cards in my deck. Now, we saw at times in that game, Julian extended a little bit to get enough cards in the discard pile to get the KO with Roaring Moon, and that's fine. It's okay to extend to guarantee the KO, but then you stop. The second you've got that KO, you stop. 2 attackers with enough energy. And, you know, Stefan's not going after your energy, which is good. If they are, you may want a bit extra energy there. Radiant Greninja prize is not ideal. And actually, the Lost Vacuum prize for Julian is also not ideal. But then in a weird way, it can't be milled if it's in your prizes, so maybe it works out quite nicely.
Yeah, you can take it at the opportune time, realistically. So let's see how this game 3 pans out here. Swiss, round 8 here at Stockholm Regional. Julian is going to start us off with that Earthen Vessel, discarding that 1 copy of Fluttermane to grab 2 copies, I would imagine, of basic Darkness Energy, and we'll get to search the deck as well.
It seems like everyone just plays Ancient Earthen Vessel, like straight away. Like that's their first play. Both players, every game, that's all they want to do here. Of course, it's a card in the discard for Roaring Moon. Gets you Darkness Energy, which you probably want to get in the discard if you can, to activate Professor Sada's Vitality. And what we're probably going to see is a very similar game to what we saw in the last game. Julian is going to try and set up a couple Roaring Moon, and that's it. Stefan is going to try and mill as fast as possible. The problem is we've only got like 12 minutes left, and this probably explains why Stefan has ties on his record, because actually trying to finish 3 games with this is not easy. If you lose a game, that can go very badly very quickly. It's hard to do 2 full games with this deck.
And it looks like Julian is going to try his best to emulate the game 2 as much as possible. We do see the Awakening drawn, bringing the noise, you could say. Getting to draw 2. Doesn't get a turn attachment to the active. And I think, to be fair, Ross got the Roaring Moon in the active, Roaring Moon on the bench, and basic energy in hand. That's all you realistically need. Yeah,
you're going first. You can't play a supporter card. That works very nicely indeed. Also nice to see Bill making a comeback.
Bill?
It's an old reference to the Bill card from base set. There was just an item card to drew 2.
Oh, okay.
There will be a few people that got that. You're my favourites.
I thought you meant Heart Gold Soul Silver, Bill. I was like, okay.
That was a supporter drew 2 and was objectively garbage.
It was.
So Stefan's again, hasn't gone Ancient Earthen Vessel. Nest Ball instead, but still we are seeing that turn 1 search. And remember, you can attack turn 1 going second, and Stefan, basic Pokemon, single energy attachment with the double turbo. Stefan will be milling from now if everything goes to plan.
Yep, if everything goes according to plan, Stefan would be doing that land collapse, ideally for 4. Can obviously attach a basic energy and Sada a second basic as well, so it's not strictly necessary to be tied to DTE, but I would imagine that would be the easier route, as we are going to see that Nest Ball going to grab a Dunsparce and then shuffling up. I haven't had a chance to consult Stefan's hand yet. Do you see a Pokegear?
The energy in there. That's the other thing, of course. They say single energy basic Pokemon. We've said it like a million times, but it is worth repeating. You do need the Ancient Supporter card, or you're only milling 1.
Yes.
Oh, gets an Eri. I mean, look, Eri might be nice. You might hit double Super Rod turn 1, which would be an amazing... that is basically, if you can hit double Super Rod with Eri, that is the equivalent of milling 6 cards.
True.
Which is better than milling 4 with Great Tusk.
Hey, we do see that. Do get rid of 1 Super Rod, though.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
That's actually
That's
really
kind of
good.
perfect.
That's really good.
Because if you mill 1 while getting rid of Super Rod, that is basically the same as milling 4.
True.
And you haven't had to use one of your Ancient Supporters.
And you know what else that does as well? Getting rid of the Ultra Ball, it means it lowers Julian's acceleration of ancient cards in the discard pile. But okay, just as I say that, Explorer's coming in with some guidance to look at the top 6, keep 2, discard 4. Not a lot of ancient cards in that Explorer's guidance, though.
Julian's hand is terrible.
Oh, it was milled. I apologise. It was milled. Yeah, that was milled, of course. Gonna say that was very quick to play it there.
The only card you can really play there is another Pokemon down, which, as discussed, you don't. Your perfect board in this matchup, 2 Roaring Moon. Not even Koraidon, because Koraidon you need to have more Pokemon out to do the damage and it doesn't get as high. 2 Roaring Moon is literally your perfect board against Stefan here. Again, never won. 1 can be surprise KO'd. Never do that.
I mean, even though we're not Vengeance Fletching for KOs, one-shots I should say, you know, if Stefan wants to try and limit the amount of prize cards taken, it would force some pennies to be played. So even though we're not swinging for massive damage, ooh, hold on. Stefan going to start doing some giant fangs again.
He could. He absolutely could. Remember, Giant Fang does 140 if there's a double turbo, which is the magic number to KO a Roaring Moon. And we're low on time, and Stefan's a phenomenal player. I'm not saying it's the only option, and we've seen the retreat now, so it's definitely not happening. But I'm saying you could kind of say to your opponent, I'm going to KO your Roaring Moon, and if you bench too much, then I'm going to start milling you instead.
In fact, all we are going to see is a pay retreat and a pass. Stefan hasn't got a great deal there. As Julian's going to attach a basic energy to the benched Roaring Moon, I imagine. Just a Vengeance fletching again.
Need something here.
Oh, the Dunsparce.
That was weird.
Runaway draw. I'd say that was perfect. Thank you very much. We are going to see the draw free and then shuffle away. I think I saw a Suian Heavy Ball Bravery Charm. Didn't quite get to see the third card. But
I mean, what you really need here is Explorer's Guidance to hit a double turbo or Professor Sada with an energy. Either of those is fine, but you really need one of those two combinations. You need a way to be playing an Ancient Supporter card while getting sufficient energy onto your Great Tusk. It doesn't actually matter if your opponent isn't taking KOs, but Stefan could have milled 4 more cards at this stage. I mean, well, actually could have milled 7 more cards, but we're not worried about that because the Eri did the job.
Yes.
But you should be further ahead than you are here.
We do see Hisuian Heavy Ball being played to grab Radiant Greninja. Going to discard the Fighting Energy to draw 2. We did see a DT. I don't think I see an Ancient Supporter card still, though. Do you see Hero's Cape?
It's not. I don't know if that's going to...
Here we go. Land Collapse for 1. Counter Catcher. No, that will most likely never get played for Julian, as it is Julian's turn.
Might survive a turn here, you know, because Great Tusk, 110 was done last turn. Great Tusk has 240.
Yeah.
So another 110 doesn't do it.
No, you're all right.
And there wasn't an Ancient card milled just then.
Nope.
So you would need to mill through 2 more? 2 more. You'd need to mill 2 more Ancient cards in order to get the KO. Oh, you can do it with Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yeah, you have to pay retreat first, though, so you have the basic energy and discard pile, but you are correct. Superior Energy Retrieval is now live. Going to discard that Roaring Moon and that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And all of a sudden, Vengeance Fletching is taking some vengeance and will be KOing that Great Tusk.
I was going to say the same thing. You need to have energy. You could only get it by discarding. These are the weird plays we see in these unusual matchups. Retreating to discard your energy so that you can Superior Energy Retrieval just to reattach one of the 2, but it's the only way you're allowed to play that card and discard the Ancient cards. That was a phenomenally heads-up play from Julian there. It was the only way to get the KO, and Stefan has nothing.
Yep, you are correct. I do not see a lot of playable cards in that hand. We see a Dunsparce, but there is no Dunsparce. We see the Mimikyu. That's not going to do a great deal. We see a Super Rod and a Bravery Charm.
Yeah, Super Rod doesn't do much. Bravery Charm doesn't prevent a KO. So, and there's no milling being done. I think Stefan might be out of this game, you know. This might be, and here's the thing, even if Stefan gets going in a minute, you don't want to go behind before you started milling. That literally defeats the object.
Yes.
The whole point is, I'm milling and you're taking prizes, but I'm milling fast enough it doesn't matter.
Yes.
If you let your opponent go up 2 or 3 prizes and then start your milling, that's how you lose.
That is, yep, that is how you lose exactly. We are going to see Super Rod there being played. Not sure what's in Stefan's hand. I think can do a concealed card at the very... Oh, there's a Professor Sada's Vitality now. No targets for that, though.
No, can't play that.
Bravery, that's a 1 Brave Greninja against the world. We are going to see the Mimikyu come down as well, and a pass over to Julian.
Nothing about this is ideal. So we've got 180. The Radiant Greninja is sitting at 180. So that would be 11. So that's probably out of range at this stage.
Yeah, as we are going to see the pay retreat again. So we can see that Professor Sada for maximum value accelerating 2, 1 and 2. And then get to draw 3 afterwards. Nest Ball, Flutter Mane. Is that an Ultra Ball? Oh, no, it got discarded, didn't it? Off the Eri.
Ultra Ball would be amazing here to discard the 2 Flutter Mane. The thing is, it doesn't matter so much here. Because I mean, you've taken 2 prizes. You're not taking a third here, but you are putting a bunch of damage on the Greninja and threatening a KO on the draw engine. and there's no Dunsparce down. There's no cards being milled. It's a Pow Pad. Oh my goodness. Stefan just needs a decent draw here. Explorer's Guidance. Keep thinking of Adventurer's Discovery. Whole different card.
Yeah.
Similar art though. Explorer's Guidance. That is what you'd be looking for here, but it's not coming out. Now we see. Yeah, that was an Earthen Vessel, which gets 2 more cards in your discard. One is the Earthen Vessel, which is an ancient card. One is your Fluttermane. Now we attach for turn. Now we KO the Greninja. Julian's up 3 prizes, soon to be 4. Did Stefan draw anything? No! And Julian does take this 2 games to 1, just under the wire. 3 minutes remaining, but it turns out Ancient Box might be good after all.
Might be very good, and you know, the poor Great Tusk there tried his very best, land collapsing all he could, but Julian, you know, those Roaring Moons had a lot of vengeance in their heart and was able to win 2 games in a row to seal that round as a victory for Julian. But I must say, I was very impressed with that land collapse Great Tusk in action.
I was impressed with both players there. There were little plays throughout that we saw that were really big. Stefan being able to go like, hang on a second, if I overextend here, I can get the super quick win in game 1 and put myself up. Julian in that last game pulling off those weird plays to get just enough cards in the discard to get the KOs of Roaring Moon. It's not the kind of thing we usually see. It's not the way we're taught to play our decks, but it actually worked out beautifully in that particular game. And then, of course, that game 2 was something to behold. The back and forth. Yeah. And here's the thing, right? A game like that, you should be able to math it out.
Yes.
Because Stefan is going to mill X amount of cards while Julian draws Y amount of cards, and Julian needs Z amount of turns before you actually take enough prizes to win. But both players were just doing little things to increase or decrease those numbers as you went, and that meant that that game had to go on. There was never a situation where Stefan definitely wins or Julian definitely takes the prizes before Stefan mills out, which forced both players to play right to the end of the game, and it made a much more interesting game for us. You will see a lot of games with Great Tusk against very good players, where those very good players look at the board, look at the cards in deck and go, it is impossible for me to win, I concede, let's go to the next game. Yeah. Because you can do that sometimes by counting it out if you're that experienced with the game.
Yeah, and like you said, all the minor little intricacies we saw right at the start of the game, and that Explorer's Guidance, I should say, would discarded another 2 copies of Professor Sada, and that came up right at the end because we weren't able to play those ancient supporters and just those sort of mill control decks. You know, things that happen all the way back on like turn 3 come all the way back like turn 15, and we're like, if only that didn't happen, the game would have panned out a little bit differently. But you know, maximum congratulations to Julian there. I think played games 2 and 3 flawlessly, did everything he needed to do, and then got that win.
We've seen some high-level play with Ancient Box on the stream today. We saw it with Rahul earlier. We saw it with Julian in that game. We are seeing some very good players playing this deck very, very well, and it makes a big difference. It is not necessarily the easiest deck to play. I've played a bunch of these decks in the past where you have to just throw as much as you can in the discard as fast as you can, but the problem is if you throw away too much too soon, or you throw away the wrong things, you end up checkmating yourself in the late game because you literally run out of resources. You're a Pokemon away from actually being able to attack with. You've got too much energy gone. You need to be so careful with these decks, especially when your primary what's what I'm looking for here? Plan. There we go. Plan. When your primary plan is going for your Roaring Moon, you've got to discard aggressively while also being super careful about what you discard. It takes a very good player to be able to find that balance.
It really, really does. So you know what? I want to hear a little bit more from Julian and how he's been playing his deck and how it's been panning out for him. So I believe he is sitting down there with Joe, ready for an interview.
Thanks so much, Shay. Yes, I'm here with our round 8 winner with Ancient Box, Julian. Let me know how you're feeling after that game.
I'm feeling super good, Joe. Thank you for asking. No, it's really nice feeling actually after the long tiring week. My girlfriend probably will not be feeling that well because it means that I will be playing tomorrow as well, and she probably wanted to sightsee a bit in the city center. But I promise we will leave on Monday, so we have still time to visit.
Fantastic. Let me take you back to game 1 where things really weren't panning out. And how did you sort of overcome that challenge of really not having much to play with and hunkering down for those next 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, I was completely dead drawing, and as soon as I saw the Sada, I knew that the game was over, so I packed the cards and let's go for the second one. I know the game plan is pretty easy, just put 2 Roaring Moons and that's it. Nothing else, no Greninja that could be taken on the front, and just attack and hope that you have enough cards in the deck before the end of the Great Tusk milling.
Well, I was going to say, because Great Tusk isn't really that common. It's not had many results. So was it something you were experienced against or figured the matchup out on the fly?
No, actually, that was my second pick for today.
Okay,
and
wow.
I'm super glad that Stefan proved everyone that it's a good deck. And yeah, he had also unfortunate draws on the last game. Of course, I will not complain about that, but that's the way it is.
So for your deck choice this weekend, was this a reaction, a metagame call, or is Ancient Box something that you've liked for a while now?
No, I just played it 2 weeks ago to a League Cup. Didn't drop a single game, so I was like, okay, let's go with that. And I was traveling in Sweden the last 10 days, so I really didn't have time to change my cards in the bag. I really had something like 68 cards in the bag, so that was the pick.
Well, it's working out fantastically for you. Perhaps Ancient Box might be the future for you, and you, of course, get to come back tomorrow and improve on your run throughout day 2, which is so impressive. Is there something that keeps you playing Ancient Box? Is it a play style you enjoy? Is it the fact that it's a one-prize archetype? What brought you to that deck in the first place?
I liked, as soon as the Sada was printed out, I played only Sada since then. So I played the big Roaring Moon EX before that. Many different versions, and now that the Ancient Box is really nice actually, and normally don't brick so much. Okay, sorry for game 1, that didn't show well too well on stream, but usually doesn't brick too much, so I like that.
And you're actually playing your own copy of Great Tusk in your own deck list. Have you had a chance to use that at all throughout the day?
I used it once today, yeah, to win the match. That was a surprise to my opponent, and it worked out against Lost Zone actually. Yeah, that was. I'm not sure if it's a good inclusion or not because I used it only once, but it's in there.
Well, it's a fantastic trick to have up your sleeve. It's already helping with your ancient count, so it could never be that awkward of an inclusion. What have been some of your other matchups today? What have you seen around the tables, and what has been some of your toughest challenges today?
I played against everything but Charizard today. I was surprised. A lot of Gardevoirs around me. Played against 2 Gardevoirs. Otherwise, the double Roaring Moon box also with the Dunsparce. Some weird stuff, Chen Pao once also. The current metagame is pretty well represented, except that I didn't face any single Charizard until now.
Well, yeah, seems like your deck can take on a wide array of archetypes, so congratulations once again. One more round to play, carrying on with earning more points as helping you towards that day 2. I'm going to let you go now, and we're going to head to a break, so we'll be going back to our round 9, another winning in coming soon.
Trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
got into the Pokemon TCG about 13 years ago in 2010. Me and my siblings always used to have cards back then, and then we met a friend who actually played the game, and they went to Pokemon League. So we started going to Pokemon League, and then we started playing in tournaments, and then kind of carried on from there until I am here. I got into the more competitive side of Pokemon just kind of gradually as I just played more. Started going to League, and I started playing the smaller tournaments back then, Battle Roads and City Championships, now the League Challenges and League Cups. As I got better and better at the game, and there was more and more on the line as the game grew, and there was more prize money and bigger accomplishments to achieve. I just wanted to try and do the best that I could in the game and see how far I could go. One of my earliest memories regarding Pokemon is probably my first regional win back in 2010. I won my first regionals in the Masters when I aged up. The game is so much different now, but yeah, probably back then, just when things felt a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more casual, but still winning back then as well, which was pretty cool.
And now, your San Antonio Regional Champion, 6-time Regional Champion, Azul Garcia Griego.
International champion, international finalist, most recently that World's Top 4, and this does not even include a 6-time regionals winner.
My ideal starter Pokemon probably has to be Squirtle. What Pokemon type would I be? These are tough. If I was a Pokemon type, I would probably be Dark. Big thing that I guess I've learned as far as being competitive goes in Pokemon TCG is it's a lot easier and efficient to do it with a group or a team. So that's why I really hold that to a really high standard, and I hold me and my team to a really high standard. And I think it makes a huge difference to have people you can work with and not just kind of go solo.
What is it that keeps you being so consistent as you're preparing for these events, you're placing well? What's your recipe to success?
The team, Brant, Caleb, Kid, and Jishan this time as well. So yeah, just the squad.
Everyone that I've looked up to in the Pokemon TCG are mostly all retired. Jay Horning and Kyle Sugovich were two players that, when I was coming up in the game, I looked up to just because of their consistency in the game and how often they were able to put up good result after good result. Was always something that I wanted to try and replicate. I didn't just want to show up to a tournament one time and win and then not do anything for the rest of my career. I want to be able to consistently compete at the top 8 after top 8, try and get as many wins as I could when I get there.
Now, the lucky thing for Grant here is he doesn't instantly lose,
Right,
but
where's the boss's orders?
just needs one.
Brings up that Giratina, and Azul GG becomes a 6-time regional champion here in San Antonio.
My number one goal this season is to just win as much as possible. The reason I keep competing and staying competitive is because I really love the Pokemon TCG, and I'm just a very competitive person. So I'm just going to keep going to everything, keep trying to win as much as possible, and just see what the future brings.
There's only one round left in our day one here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, but it's going to be the winner takes it all as they get the last 3 match points they need to make it into day 2. I'm Freya Pierce. I'm here joined by Joe Bernard. We have had so many good games on stream today, haven't we, Joe?
Oh, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've had great variety, very close games, and some high-level expert play that I've been really impressed with over the last few rounds. I did not have Great Tusk Mill on the winning in as my bingo card in the last round, but Stefan Ivanov loves to surprise us and catch players off guard. I think there's been a number of occasions where he's unearthed a gem in the format that's kind of been underrepresented, and even though didn't come out with the win in that round, he's doing a great job of proving why that archetype is worth respecting.
Yeah, you could see the potential, right? And it was a deck that some people were talking about for a while, but no one quite had the guts to say, you know what, I'm going to cement my stake in this deck and pilot it. But Stefan's saying, you know what, now's the time for it to shine, and he still has a chance, of course, of making it day 2, right? Or no, is it?
I think Great Tusk, it's had like some top 256 placements, but only like a couple, so it's really lacking that big finish. And I feel like a player like Stefan, if you pilot it far into a tournament, a lot of people will take notice from that one, and that could be the beginning of Great Tusk's story.
Yeah, and especially with the Dunsparce for the draw engine, right? I think that's
very cool.
Yeah, that's something that I think some of the earlier variants of this deck were missing, and being able to have that draw to consistently hit your disruption supporters and your other disruption cards, your Sadas, and all of that to consistently be able to use that that collapse to get rid of the top cards of your opponent's deck.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're slamming an Ancient supporter every single turn, and it feels like if ever you miss, then you could end up being a turn away, and because you're often giving up a prize card a turn to opponents in the majority of matchups, the difference between 1 card and 4 can be huge, so having those Dunsparce already with great synergy within the deck list, because you already have Artisan to tap every turn to make sure you're getting additional Pokemon into play, feels like a really nice inclusion that Stefan's innovated with, and it actually makes so much sense. It's strange that it's the first time we've seen them paired together.
It's almost like you just take the engine from Roaring Moon to Dunsparce, just take out the Roaring Moons and put in some Great Tusks and some disruption stuff, and you have a very, very solid shell of a deck. So, I mean, with Stefan having lost that winning in, is there any chance for it to make it into the day 2?
Still in with a chance. I mean, Stefan's on 17 match points, I think, now, so still can win one and get in there, so still looking pretty good. Can't blame him. And got to give them a good chance. You'd expect Stefan to give it his all in the last round. Very accustomed to going deep into tournaments, and is going to have full focus in that last round.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, something very, very important. We're going to want to get you guys at home involved once again. So we have another community choice vote for you guys at home. Wait, no, not quite. We're going to do community prediction first. So getting ahead of myself a little bit. Now, we've had a few of these already. So we've had Charizard coming up atop against Arceus Giratina. That was my good take some credit for that. Even definitely had the advantage there. Control beating Dialga, Chien-Pao beating Gardevoir. So now it's going to be Lost Zone versus Lugia.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're going to be taking, Freya. I know you're leaning one way.
Don't know what you're talking about.
There's no secret that Lugia is one of your favorite Pokemon, and also the archetype's one of your favorites to play as well. So I think that's going to be your choice to convince the public on why it should be carrying on through the bracket.
And 5, 2, 1. Okay, here we go. Here's my argument. It is when it came out, Lugia completely dominated the format. LAIC, it cleared pretty much almost all the top spots, won that whole tournament. It is not every single time where stuff has gone out of the format to make it lose strength, it has come back. Primal Turbo is one of the most busted abilities in the entire game on Archeops, letting you accelerate 2 special energies for each one you have out. The Lugia cheats it out. It has a great attack in and of itself with the Tempest Dive, and now with the Cinccino as well, you can do Special Roll, and it is one of the few decks that can one-hit KO with Charizard. And considering Charizard is the best deck in the game, I think that argument stands by itself.
Enough.
I take that well, actually.
Freya, you are busted in this situation because you can go rapid fire through everything. I feel like I'm already at a disadvantage that you got about 1 million points in there, all for Lugia in one go. Your brain works at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
It's a blessing and a curse, I'll say that much.
I'm going to do my best to convince the public of a Lost Zone box, and I've got a handful of seconds to do it, starting right about now. Well, Lost Zone, it's the top 2 seeds in the tournament right here, right now. Roman Stevenau is on 22 match points with Lost Zone Giratina, and Brent Tonneson is on 21 match points with Lost Zone Box. So there's 2 different ways that Lost Zone is thriving right now. Got second at the EUIC with Isaiah Bradner. You may be noticing I'm talking about the best players in the game. They're all choosing to play this strategy because it gives them so much versatility, a ton of single prize attacking threats, a ton of multiple prize attacking threats with Mirage Gate, some of the most insane item energy acceleration I've ever seen, unlocking with 7 cards. Ooh, and breathe.
Yeah.
I did my best. I did my best. I think you got a few more points in, a few more jabs, but I'm looking for a big left hook to try and get my way through the community vote.
In the interest of honourable competition, I think you did an absolutely solid job. But it's not up to us, of course. It is up to the viewers at home. So we've made our arguments, but now you get to vote. Lugia versus Lost Box. Get your votes in only on Twitch. Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, you can't vote along. But make sure you go on twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG and get your votes in for who you think wins.
Yeah, I'm crossing my fingers. I didn't really have much of a chance in the last one, I don't think. No. So this is my redemption arc, as you can see. We want to hear all your thoughts on the socials as well. We obviously want you voting, but also you can see you can be watching us in all these different platforms and getting in touch with us as well. We're going to be keeping our eye out for the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We want to see how your weekend's going from a viewer's perspective, as well as those around the hall and catching the stream and seeing where you're going. We want to hear your stories this weekend.
Now, I'm actually quite curious about this one because all personal bias aside, I genuinely think this is one that could go either way, to be honest. I mean, both decks have merits in this format. Lost Box may be seen a little bit more success overall.
Much
but,
more.
Yeah, but
I'm joking.
Lugia did literally win the first tournament of the format, though, so I can legit see this one going either way.
Yep, it's a sort of pick your poison style situation, I suppose. Although both of them now do have single prize attacking threats.
Yeah, that's true.
So there is similarities to the two.
Yeah.
They're both quite boxy at times. Well, certainly Lugia has been at different points in its career. Lost Zone Box is like a cockroach. I don't know how it's managed to survive all this time with just a random attacker that you think just has no synergy or no right to be in the deck list. Because Mirage Gate exists, you can power it up all in the turn and somehow fits perfectly.
And Lugia's kind of done the same, right? I mean, I mentioned in my argument, right? Oh, never mind, forget that. We've just had word in that the community vote results have come in, so let's see who has won between Lugia and Lost Box.
Oh, I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
Yes.
I'm a believer. Come on. Lost Zone Box has made it through, and it's going to be facing off Chen Pao in the top 4. It was a close vote, I think.
Yeah, no, not quite the closest one yet, but about par with the Dalga versus Control one.
I think I might have a bit of bias because there has been a good amount of Lost Box on stream throughout today as well.
Yeah, you did have that going in your favor. Yeah.
Throughout the day, and there are a number of pilots right now on great records. So well done, community. I knew you'd back me on this one. I finally had my redemption, and I thank you for it.
Yeah, and you know what? Well played.
Yeah, well played. Fair game. Fair game.
Fair game.
Fantastic.
Stark contrast to the other two, I think.
Well, with that fun out of the way, we're getting to crunch time. We're getting to winning in Central. No more lifelines remain for some of our players. There's already a handful of people patting themselves on the back for getting above that 19 match point record and trying to accumulate more for day 2. But there's a handful of players who are currently white-knuckling their next round. They're constantly spam refreshing their phone, looking for the round to finish so they can see what their opponent's going to be. At this point, players getting towards the top tables will have seen what's around them, who's playing what, and keeping an eye out for their opponent, because that's a little bit of what it comes down to, but also seeing that opening hand and seeing how you get into the game. These are the critical moments to see your way into day 2.
Yeah, and for the last round, we always do tend to feature, of course, one of those win and min matchups, because, you know, a lot of players, when they're at the record where maybe a tie will guarantee them the day 2, they do tend to do that intentional draw so that they can make their way in. But say if you're on 13 match points, you do not have that privilege. You need to win, otherwise your chances of making day 2 are over.
Yeah, and just to catch up on some players who we've already followed the story along with a little bit today. Tord Reklev already sat on 19 match points, who we've seen playing that Charizard / Pidgeot control combination. Rahul Reddy already on 19 match points as well, playing that Ancient Box. Pedro Eugenio Torres, who we've seen playing Lost Zone Box, actually is at 20 match points. So these players are already locked in and looking at the bigger prize tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking of prizes, let's take a reminder of what's exactly on the line for our players, of course. First of all, that championship point breakdown. If you do win a regional championships or a special event, you do, of course, get that automatic invitation to the World Championships. But other than that, there are plenty of championship points on the line to get your invite the other way by, of course, reaching that 500 point threshold in Europe.
And yeah, it's all about accumulating those last handful of points for your invite in some cases. And for other players, they're going to be looking to improve and maybe leapfrog some opponents when they're getting towards that sort of stipend and travel award race. So there's a lot on the line for our players here. Championship points will get you towards Honolulu, which is a destination that everyone wants on their bucket list.
Yeah, but of course, even if you do well here, there are some cash prizes on the line here at the regionals as well. So $10,000 now, new this season, of course, after the prizes have been up. So for a win in the Masters division, that's a phenomenal cash prize.
Yeah, it's not too shabby, a big buff this season. Part of the reason why we're seeing so many players attend and have reason to travel a little bit more flexibility, because of how generous these prizes are. If you are getting it into that top 32, and the higher you go, the better the payout. It can fund basically the rest of your season if you have a great placement at one of these tournaments. So it can be a great thing for our players to make sure that we see the top competitors coming back time and time again.
Yeah. I mean, $10,000, right? You know, if you win a regional championships, I mean, that would pay for your flight and everything, right? You don't really need anything else. Yeah.
Quite a few flights.
I made some souvenirs along the way.
I'm trying to take a look at some of the top players who are in that winning in situation, as we have had pairings, so there should be matches coming very soon. Not too long to wait here. A few names are already standing out to me, and I'm looking at a few interesting decks. Nico Alabas is coming up against Brennan Kammerman on table 135. We've already seen Brennan in action today, so I doubt we'll be looking at that one, although it's not down to us fully today. It's going to be a community vote on this last round for winning ins. So we're going to give you 4 options. All of them will be winning ins, and you're going to pick the best for us, because it's hard to decide from up here. There's so many great players on that sort of threshold of 16, 17 match points trying to push their way to 19.
Yeah. And to give a better overview of sort of that wider picture of where people are at, let's take one look at the standings right now, just to see where players are currently at. So looking at the top 16, we do see right there at the top, Stian Nilsson from Norway, over there at 7-0-1, a phenomenal record there. Brent Todderson and Rowan Staffenau, both names that I'm sure will be very familiar to everyone at home. Pedro, who we had on the stream earlier. There's, as ever, it's a mixture of like the new and the old guard, right? And actually one name I want to draw attention to, Sander's back, baby.
Yeah, Sander kind of had an understated season so far. It only takes like one new creation from Sander to spike a tournament and completely take it down. Sander's playing a twist on Pidgeot control. Obviously, we know that Sander's going to be playing a control variant of some description, but accompanying the Pidgeot EX, he's also got Lipard in the list to give you additional draw, because it can keep cycling even when Pidgeot's taken out. It allows you to attack with the Pidgeot a bit more freely, pick it up off the board, knowing you still have an engine to fall back on as well. I actually played against Sander in day 2 of the EUIC, playing the exact same deck list.
Okay.
So I know from first-hand experience it's a terrifying concept to combine even more draw power with Pidgeot cherry-picking cards throughout the game.
Yeah, Lipard's an interesting choice because a lot of people might think, oh, why don't you just play Curlier, right? But of course the difference is the ability is the same, although having different names. Discard a card from your hand, draw 2 cards, but unlike Curlier, Lipard has 100 HP, which makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping your engine online is exactly what it's all about here. But we're not going to keep you waiting much longer. The community choice is ready to go for our 4 win and in matches. Let's see what you have to choose from. Azul GG up against Nikola Veskovo, which is going to be exciting. Sami Sakum, my goodness, my jaws just hit the floor. What a throwback. Sami Sakum is a hero of mine. Everyone in the UK should know Sami Sakum, and players who have been around the block for a long time. One of the most storied careers in the World Championship level back in the day. Along there, honestly, on the Mount Rushmore with the likes of Jason. Even without a victory, Sami is so consistent at the world level.
Yeah, and Caleb Gedema and Ryan Harris as well, 2 phenomenal players. And now the bottom one, Christian Donofrio, we've seen him, like, you know, do some murmurs of performances. Very important to note, he is playing Raging Bolt Sandy Shocks, which I mean, if you guys want to see that deck on stream, that's definitely the match you want to go for.
Yeah, that is something I wasn't expecting. I can't quite see the matchups just yet, Frey. You might be able to have access to them because that's also some great information that we can hand over to you. But Raging Bolt with Sandy Shocks, it is that Sada's Vitality, Sada's build that's allowing you to just cycle through, throw a bunch of energy into play and get big one-hit KOs.
Yeah, so Anthony is playing the Roaring Moon EX, Iron Hands EX Lost Zone toolbox essentially. So that would be Raging Bolt against Raging Bolt Sandy Shocks against that.
And for the other matchups, Azul is playing that Snorlax, just a quad lax, and it's up against Chempao. And I think that gives you a slightly better time into the matchup than possibly like the Pidgeot builds, where Pidgeot is a vulnerability against the Chempao. So Azul going purely down the route of having Snorlax in all 1 prizes, you can eventually run the Chempao player out of resources to move certain Pokemon. So that's the matchup that we have there. What else are we looking at here, Freya?
Yeah, so we've got on 125, that's Sammy against Matthias. Sammy is playing Charizard, makes sense. He tends to go for the best deck in the format always, and no different there. And Matthias will be playing Lost Zone Giratina. So yeah, just 2 very solid decks going head-to-head against each other. A rematch of the finals of the EUIC, in fact.
Yeah, great call out there. So the community, there's no wrong choice for this one, to be honest with you. They're all looking like really tasty matchups, as well as some great players, as to be expected, getting them in this fantastic position to be in a winning in, to see them again in day 2 of the competition. Oh man, it's just great to see Sammy back at the top tables playing Pokemon again, because he is such a big personality in the game. I know Faris is out there as well, also playing Charizard. The Sakum family just have a storied history in the Pokemon TCG, and if ever you get the chance to play against them, you'll never forget it. Because they are so charismatic, so fantastic, and hilarious people, as well as great Pokemon players.
Yeah, we always joke about throwing the sepia filter on whenever we're talking about old times. These 2 have been around even longer than the 2 of us have.
Oh,
so
miles longer.
So they're true veterans of the game. Up there with, like, you know, the Ross Corfins and the Pablo Mesas of this world.
No doubt, no doubt. And if you don't know Sami Sakum, go and do your research, because they've been a great innovator of decks, as well as a fantastic pilot. And it's unfortunate with some of their Worlds runs, honestly. They've had multiple top 8 placements and better. And
lost in the finals of 2009 to Steven Silvestro.
Yeah, that was the Beedrill deck, the Speedrill archetype from Steven Silvestro. I think Sammy was playing a Flygon deck. I think it was Flygon Machamp, possibly.
Yeah, which was, I think, the best deck in the format at the time. So even I wasn't playing then, so you know, it's definitely way more of a throwback there.
So So we've got so many options. We've got the old and the new kind of debate going on, as well as some wild matchups. You know, we haven't seen Lost Zone Giratina yet on the stream. We haven't seen Sandy Shocks. I know that much.
No, definitely not.
So if you want to see some Raging Bolt EX action, now's the chance to get your votes in and have your voice heard. As we've been going through all the games today, we've had a good amount of variety, I think, on the stream.
Absolutely.
But it feels like no matter what's picked this time, it'll be another different choice in the mix today.
Yeah, it's going to be great players, great decks, unique deck stuff we've never seen before. Have we had a Raging Bolt on stream at any point? Maybe it must happen at least once, right? I'm trying to think back.
I'm trying to rack my brains. I feel like it has once or twice, but I don't think it's had many deep runs per se. So if there's been new innovation, that would also be a great thing to see.
Yeah, it really, really would. I don't know. Personal, like, I find myself torn because I'd love to see Sammy play on stream, but I also really want to see the Raging Bolt. So that would be like, if I were voting at home, that would be like my toss-up between those two. But like you said, any 4 of these matches would be a great pick.
Well, worry no more, because we have the votes in. Let's see who our community picked. It's going to be Azul GG. No surprise there. No. To be honest with you, Azul, one of the most popular content creators out there, as well as being possibly, you know, in that conversation as best in the current era. I think him and Tord are kind of on that pedestal right now. Azul's certainly the best in NA in terms of results in the last handful of years. Obviously doing well at Worlds, as well as multiple international championships and so many regionals. I think a 6-time regional winner, something like that. It's absurd, to be honest with you. So we're going to see the Rat Pack in action in this winning in.
Yeah, absolutely. Rat Pack is in the house, and Azul, it's kind of interesting to see him on the winning in, you know, because normally, he makes his way into day 2 sort of way above, but sometimes even the top players can have these runs where they're still like sort of riding the edge a little bit and sort of need to get squeaking that last win to make it to day 2.
Yeah, interestingly enough, hasn't actually lost yet today. They're on a 5-0-3 record.
Oh my goodness,
so they're still undefeated, and that is pretty much smooth sailing for Azul, which we do see over and over again. But it's not really the way that he expects things to go. So I think might be quite happy with Chen Pao as a matchup. I think for the Pidgeot, it's a lot sketchier, but for a pure Snorlax control, I think that might be the reason why Azul went away from Pidgeot. You know, played Pidgeot in the previous regional and now has gone back to a quad lax, all basic, low to the ground list, and just saying that the block ability is still that strong.
Yeah, kind of that reaction, right? We did talk about how we thought the metagame would evolve further going into this tournament, and right at the start of the day, we even mentioned, looking at the metagame breakdown, how the Snorlax control players, it was such a small percentage of the metagame, but not to discount that, because the quality of play in that archetype was immense. And here we have a little deck spotlight for you guys as well, just so you can have a better idea of how the deck works.
Yeah, that 2% really wasn't the full story, as you said, Freya, because a lot of our high-level contingent of players who have already achieved invites are the ones piloting the Snorlax deck. It revolves almost entirely around the block ability from Snorlax. When it's in the active, the opponent's active Pokemon can't retreat. That's going to force Boss's Orders or switching cards or Jet Energies to be able to move these awkward Pokemon out the way. So the main goal of a Snorlax player is to continually use things like Counter Catcher or Boss's Orders to trap certain Pokemon, possibly even Erica's Invitation or Mantine, to bring Pokemon from the discard pile or their hand or anywhere you can find them into play, so that you can trap them and stop the opponent from pressurizing you, and thus they can't take the 6 prize cards required to win, and eventually you can stall long enough, gain enough time that you can start using possibly even Chi EUIC to close out a game.
Yeah, such an annoying ability to deal with, right? The amount of times where I've been on TCG Live on the ladder and I played against Snorlax, and I think to myself, well, okay, normally I'm pretty glad I'm playing Lugia because I actually have Jet Energies, but you can run out of those, sometimes. Sometimes they have these ways of doing cheeky plays to run you out, and even Lugia can lose sometimes.
Temple of Sinnoh as well, a big card, of course.
Big one.
You try and catch the opponent, you have a look at what deck lists are playing, look at standard counts, and then you adapt your counts accordingly so you can out-resource the opponent. That's always the objective of the Snorlax player. You're not looking to take prize cards, you're looking to just stop the opponent from taking 6 of their own, which is most decks' typical win condition, and if they can't complete their win condition, it means you're eventually going to win on your own end.
Yeah, and so we have Azul being featured here. We don't have it quite yet, but like a little bit of a sneak preview of something that might be coming up later. We actually had the privilege of speaking with Azul earlier, just before the Stockholm Regionals. I really can't wait for you guys to see that. It was a really, really great interview that we did.
Yeah, I think we've already seen a little bit earlier from Azul, but I don't think there's been the interview between us so far. And that was a joy always to chat with Azul, rack his brains. He's such a fantastic pilot of decks and innovator and builder. I think he has one of the most broad knowledges of the metagame because he just plays so much Pokemon, and he does it all on stream as well. He does a bit of private testing within a very tight-knit group of players, some of them making the travel out with him here, but just playing rep after rep, game after game on PTG Live against basically any deck you could come up against means that you're basically never caught off guard and always quite accustomed to any matchup that's thrown at you.
Yeah, I think he might be in like literally the top 10 or top 5 of players who put the most time into practice with the game. Just so the amount that he plays is, you know, absolutely absurd, and that time pays off.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And if you want to be good at this game, you've got to get the reps in. You've got to put the work in. It's not just about turning up and shuffling up and hoping that you get good RNG every single game. You're trying to put yourself in the best spot possible, and that's often by being prepared, figuring out what the best archetypes are, and that comes through lots of practice, lots of training. And Azul and Tord are both great poster boys as our top highest echelon of players right now in the game, because they put so much work in, and it always is rewarded. And I feel like that's a great message for the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, it really is. You know, you have Tord on the European side, we have Azul on the North American side. The two, you can almost put them as like the two giants of the game right now. Of course, it's not just them. Both of them have, you know, big teams and a lot of friends and family support behind them as well. But if you're talking about individual players, you know, those two have got to be the ones in the conversation.
Yeah, so often you watch the stream games, they're completely unfazed. They're used to being on the stage at this point. It doesn't faze them whatsoever, and their in-game play is just so correct so often. They're getting nothing wrong, and nothing really slips by them. They're juggling so many balls at once, keeping an eye on the clock, keeping an eye on their resources remaining, knowing their best lines and how to disrupt opponents. We've seen them claw out of all sorts of awkward situations and finding small percentage lines, and you just don't often see that from other players at these tables, especially in high-pressure spots.
Yeah, and at least not to the same extent, right? The fact that they're such consistent performers, as you already mentioned, Azul having won 6 regional championships, Tord with the 5 international championships, and Azul with 2 of his own. There are very, very few players that can boast that level of consistent performance across multiple major events.
So talking a little bit more about this matchup then, Chien-Pao, it's not completely out of answers. It's obviously going to play the Prime Catcher. There's also Silene in the deck list as well.
Yes, there is.
And of course, you have a number of Pokemon that you can simply just start attacking with and attaching to. So if we see an early Frigibax or even a Chien-Pao, you can lose resources as you go, but you don't always give the Snorlax player easy outs to trap. Even if you're not taking KOs turn after turn onto the Snorlax players, you're going to be pressurizing most turns, I imagine, and that's got to be the key here.
Yeah, it's got to be. You know, you also have a lot of ways to get back energy, of course. You have, you know, so many energy retrievals, superior energy retrievals, and like you already mentioned, ways to get back that Prime Catcher to switch out if you get stuck. So definitely going to be, you know, a few tools available in the Chien-Pao's arsenal to counteract the block lags, but it's still going to be a tough matchup.
I also think it's just so interesting that Snorlax was really high up on people's radar going into the EUIC, and then it basically petered off immediately because the Charizard lists all came prepared at the EUIC. It's taken a few weeks, but we've gradually got back into this spot, almost gone full loop, and now it seems like there aren't enough outs in different decks because we now have to worry about Chien-Pao, we now have to worry about Dialga, we have to worry about the Mirror Match so much. How many TM Devolution should I be playing? Mist Energy, all these other tech cards come into other decks, and as soon as something slips under the radar, especially a deck like Snorlax, when you know your opponent doesn't quite have enough outs, that's when it can really spike, and I think it's a great tournament to pounce on that, and it feels like, once again, Azul is right on the money with his metagaming.
This is exactly the kind of metagame that Control can exploit to the maximum. Exactly like you just said, you know, you have to wait for that right time, wait for the right way to play it, because up until now, the pitch-up Control lists have been the ones that have seen the most success, but with this shift, people have adapted accordingly, and now is the time for Snorlax to come in and block the competition from victory.
That's all it needs to do. We've already seen a regional win this season with Block Snorlax.
We sure have.
With Wukash, so it could be history repeating itself if Snorlax can once again go far. And it looks like we can head down to the table because our players are getting set up, ready to rumble here for a win and in here, our round 9. You can see Azul on the left there, shuffling up. No stranger to the big stage, as we've mentioned a few times, and Nicola on the right-hand side, going to be playing that Chien-Pao deck.
Yeah, very interesting that both of these players are on 503. In theory, they could have actually taken an intentional draw to make their way into day 2 if they wanted to, but I think both of them deciding, you know what, I would rather take the win and give myself a better chance in day 2.
I think Azul's been quite vocal about this. Because he's not here just to get into day 2, he's here to make it into that top 8 and give himself the best advantage possible. And the way you do that is by winning more rounds of Pokemon, be it today or tomorrow. So simply accepting that you're not getting a win is not as beneficial as taking the additional points and just helping you a little bit more in day 2 when the competition is even more fierce.
Oh, actually, I've just had a word. There was a slight mistake. Actually, Nicola has 1 less match point than on the screen, so he has to play it out.
Yeah, okay, it's a down pair for Azul.
Yeah,
I don't think it actually matters.
No, I don't think so
because Azul
either.
will still have that mentality.
Yeah.
He is not here to just get day 2. That's a huge achievement for so many players, but Azul's been around the block for a long time. He is one of the greatest players we've ever seen. He is hungry for more than making it into day 2. He's only interested in top 8s and better.
Yeah, it all seems like, like, I try to find the right word for this. It's the sort of thing where when you say it right, it sounds so silly. Oh, you wouldn't be happy with a day 2, but for someone like Azul, that is the case. Exactly like you said, he is so much of a successful player. But here we go, win and in time here at Stockholm. We are kicking things off, and it looks like Nicola will be going first.
Starts with a Chien-Pao. That's not that bad. Obviously, you can attack with Chien-Pao. It is one of your main attacking Pokemon. I did get a quick scout of the prize cards, and Azul has prized Rotom V, which can certainly be awkward. That is your main drawing Pokemon. So that being in the prizes can be a little bit awkward. It can slow Azul down, certainly. Nicola's going to start things off with a Shivery Chill to get 2 water energy out of the deck. You immediately know what you're up against. You see a block Snorlax.
Yep.
There's no question of what the matchup's going to be here. So Nicola is already, from turn 1, going to be having to adapt their strategy entirely here.
Yeah, gotta have very much in mind, you know what, I need to play differently. I can't go too wide with too many things that can be stalled easily. I need to make sure that anything that I put down, I can easily attack with. That's going to be the absolute key here to deal with this Snorlax. And actually, with that exactly in mind, Nicola just attach passes.
Yep, I really like the choice, to be honest with you. You're starting to threaten an attacker, and you're making Azul have to react to this this Chien-Pao. You're not really going to attack into it, so you are just allowed to slowly attach and swing with Hailblade turn by turn.
Yeah,
is that an early Hisuian Heavy Ball? That's huge for Azul.
Oh, wow, okay, yes.
Turn 1 Hisuian Heavy Ball. I just mentioned Rotom V found its way in there, and this is a big break for Azul to be able to access this card so early to make sure you're drawing through the deck. There are actually 2 copies in Azul's list, but having instant access to instant charge is massive.
When you play multiples of something and you prize one of them, Hisuian Heavy Ball goes from not just being able to fish the card out of the prizes, it almost turns into a pseudo search card by itself, right?
It's the perfect time to find it, and Azul is going to be shuffling up those prize cards. Probably won't be accessing those again, I would imagine.
I would also
if
not
everything
imagine,
goes as expected. Azul does play a Sandshrew in his deck as well.
Oh, okay.
A Sandscreen tech card. It's been something I've heard murmurs of throughout the weekend, and that could be denying the Silene from getting back item or supporter cards later on in the game. That could be big.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to get it up on screen so we can show you guys. Yeah, that Sandscreen ability, specifically trainer cards in your opponent's discard pile can't be put into their deck by an effect of your opponent's item or supporter card.
So that's going to be blocking Super Rods, and there's actually no Silene in Nicola's list either, but it would be preparing yourself for that.
Yeah. Oh, we do see an Airy though here from Azul, and
Turn 1.
So Azul's gonna have a good look at the hand, and straight away 2 superior energy retrievals. That is brutal on Nicola.
That is massive. These are the ways that Nicola can recover these energy, and it's so inefficient to get through Snorlax. They're so chunky. There's always a 3 energy discard for Chien-Pao to Hailblade through, and that's before we even start considering the hit point buff tools that Azul can add on to make them even more awkward to KO. Yeah. So getting rid of 2 superior is ideal for Azul.
Yeah, it's if you think about it in a roundabout way, Azul has essentially just used 1 Airy to discard 8 of Nicola's energy.
Absolutely wild. Yeah. Azul's able to Artisan here, gets another Snorlax developed, and still has Rotom available to end the turn, drawing 3 cards. Is that already the Sandshrew in hand, even?
It sure looks like it.
It might be a card you wait on until you've seen Prime Catcher, because you know that the Sandshrew is going to be a lot safer. So it's nice to have access to it and know it's available, but it may be something you hold on to for a while, as it's also just going to end on the 3 cards from Rotom V.
Yeah, instant charge. Lets you draw 3 cards anytime you want, but you do end your turn when you do it. But in a deck like Control, where you don't really want to attack, don't really mind.
Let's see the avenue that Nicola wants to take here. There's a few things to keep track of. We're going to see Bidoof as one of their options from Artisan here, at least put to the front of the deck. It's likely you're going to need Bat's Caliber at some point throughout the game. and it is instead going to be just a Frigibax here.
It's always tough, right? Because although, yeah, you definitely do need the draw, if you put a Bidoof down, that is something that can't really attack that well. I mean, you can do Tail Smash, I guess, with the big barrel, but...
yeah, you don't want to be in that spot.
No, you really don't. So I think Nicola recognizing that and saying, you know what, especially now that 2 of my superior energy retrievals are gone, I want to try and win more quickly. What's the way to do that? Get just the one that Frigibax out, evolve it into Baxcalibur, so you have access to that super cold ability, and you can start taking KOs.
We do still see a Buddy Buddy Poffin, though, from Nicola.
Okay.
So may still want to develop just a draw engine so you don't get hit with Iono and just sort of sputter.
Yeah, I guess that's the other tricky part. Cause
that's the only thing that I'm weighing up in my head, but yeah, it is going to be the early Bidoof here.
Yeah, and actually early Bidoof and another Frigibax for good measure, but why did those go into the hand?
Yeah, the Buddy Buddy Poffin should definitely put them immediately to the bench.
Yeah, that's not
we'll
how
make
Buddy
sure
Poffin
that that's corrected because we need to get those onto the board here before the Shivery Chill coming in.
Yeah, and
Azul's just pointing out that the Buddy Buddy Poffin goes direct to bench.
Yeah, and then Nicola realized, like, oh, whoops, there we go.
I feel like it's one of those things where, because you're already thinking about doing other actions and trying to skip shuffling, essentially.
Yeah.
I think that's what was going on with Nicola, but happy to bench the Bidoof. Also benching the Radiant Greninja that was found from the Irida as well. So Nicola going for like a traditional early game, I suppose. I'm just hoping that they can maximize tempo here as their best choice. It's a risk, though, as we know. Yep. This is going to be a real easy target for Azul throughout the game to try and block.
Yeah, very understandably as well, does discard that lightning energy. Iron Hand's not really going to be a great thing to go for in this matchup. All of Azul's attackers, if you can call them attackers, all of Azul's Pokemon have too high an HP to really do anything meaningful. So it looks like it's just going to be 120.
Yeah, 120 damage, 2 energy into the discard pile for Chen Pao. And starting to pressurize Azul's Snorlax early on here. Maybe trying to force Azul into early pennies rather than other hand disruption supporters.
I mean, I guess maybe one thing Nicola could be thinking of, by going fully wide on the bench, you kind of you prevent Erika's invitation from being able to be played.
That's also true. So it may be based on what's in hand. Maybe there's like a Manaphy or something awkward that's in hand. So you say, well, maybe I just go wide instead, as Azul's going to continue getting multiple Snorlax in play, thanks to Artisan here. Has a pretty safe and secure early game, by the looks of things.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty content with things right now, especially, as you already mentioned, Joe, seeing that Radiant Greninja come down has got to feel pretty good, because I guess the one difference with Radiant Greninja in Chien-Pao specifically is you can attack with it. That is the one thing. You can, of course, do Moonlight Shuriken, but 90 plus 90 doesn't usually get you that far.
No. Azul is going to use that penny as his supporter for the turn. Going into Mimikyu, force Nicola to retreat this Chien-Pao. Now, of course, is able to retreat because block is no longer affecting it. But again, it's just one of these things where you've already taken a couple superior out of the sort of resources available for Nicola. Making them pay retreat is going to be just more resources gone for good, essentially.
Now, there's an interesting choice here for Nicola, because with this Mimikyu in the active, you could maybe consider attacking with Greninja. It would be able to knock it out. But then, of course, you run the risk of it being stuck in the active and not being able to do much else with it. And also, where would you even put the other 90? Maybe one of the Snorlaxes?
Maybe onto Rotom.
Yeah, onto Rotom,
maybe onto a Snorlax, yeah.
It's no, Rotom has 190, which is so awkward.
It looks like a glaringly obvious play to go for the Greninja because it's such a clean KO on the Mimikyu. But also just the fact that you could keep announcing an attack with Baxcalibur every turn is also quite appealing.
Yeah.
Especially with those superiors gone early. I don't want to have to keep discarding my energy turn by turn.
Yeah, Baxcalibur is one of the few attackers in the deck that doesn't need you to discard energy, and just doing a solid, was it 130 damage, I believe?
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, really just in this matchup, both your engine and an attacking option, just being able to deal with this Mimikyu quite nicely. Not quite doing enough damage to KO a Snorlax, though, which could be a problem.
Yeah, having to slowly churn through Snorlax is so awkward when Penny is a card that can be slammed very often by Azul, playing the full 4 copies and 3 Palpad. So making no secret of the fact that Penny is a crucial supporter and will be used freely throughout the game.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Irida here from Nicola. Obviously rare candy to get into Baxcalibur so he can continue the pressure here. Something that was a little bit awkward was that Super Rod was drawn into from the Radiant Greninja.
Oh,
and once again, Eerie becomes a scary threat now.
Yeah, that is true. I'd like to take a brief aside to ask you something, Joe. So put yourself in like the mind of someone who's playing against Control. Now, for me, for example, if I were playing against this, to me, Rotom is one of the first targets I want to go for, mainly because not just because it's 2 prizes, but the way Control and Stalling Archetypes tend to win is just by building up the resources to always being able to disrupt you, and Rotom gives you exactly that. Are you...
I certainly agree, yeah. Especially because, again, with Penny being an option, Rotom's not there forever. You can just remove those easy prizes later on in the game. Whilst Azul like accumulates this value and builds a big enough hand size, once he gets to that crucial threshold of cards where he thinks, yeah, I'm good for a number of turns, I don't need any more resources from my deck, let's pick up this Rotom, this liability, and even maybe force Azul to like recover the Rotom even later down the line, could just force them to play things like Arven, which aren't hand disruptors. So I do think it's a good thing to target down early. The fact that it's an annoying Mimikyu though might also just mean, oh, it's just going to be the attachments. Not going for full pressure here. Had plenty of water energy with the Earthen Vessel in hand as well. Could easily have launched an attack here with a Radiant Greninja or a Baxcalibur, but taking things a little slower, not wanting to walk into Countercatcher so early, perhaps.
I guess so, but I mean, like you very rightly mentioned, Joe, there is a bit of a risk of an Eri here being absolutely devastating. There's so many good resources in hand that Nicola held onto, and if Azul can find another Eri, Nicola could be in for a very, very bad time.
I mean, there's no knowing that, like, Azul can't know that Super Rod was drawn into, possibly also trying to get value from cancelling Cologne, perhaps. Possibly, it can be used on block as well as with Mimikyu. Maybe that's something that's playing on Nicola's mind. You can, of course, cancel out the ability of Mimikyu and then attack into it via this Chien-Pao.
Yeah, certainly a lot to think about in any case, but just ending on the instant charge.
Yep, Azul's gone full Snorlax on the bench and is going to keep churning through his own deck. And you can just see he's holding a huge chunk of cards here. Let's see how Nicola wants to play this now.
So
it's going to be a Shiver Chill once again, kicking off the turn. Is there even any more water energy in the deck? Not at this stage, but just continuing to have a look through at what resources remain here. One crucial thing from Nicola's list is that he does play 1 copy of Iono, and that's quite different from a lot of Chien-Pao that we've seen so far today. Most of them carry no hand disruption, so if there can be a situation where you can Iono a ton of resources back into the deck for Azul and just leave him with a low hand size, that can be something you can use to punish. It's going to be another couple cards from Greninja here. What do we think Nicola's looking for this turn? For me, I'm a little bit concerned. With so many Superiors gone, I do not want to get rid of my water energy for anything but attacks, I think.
Yeah, I think the honest answer is I'm not sure. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking there are definitely a few lines that Nicola could take, but if I were in Nicola's position right now, I would be feeling a little bit iffy about what I actually go for here, because especially given that you've started things like a little bit slower, I think there's a temptation to do that when you're playing against Control, because you think to yourself, oh, I don't want to, burn through too many resources too quickly. I want to make sure I play responsibly, but you have to strike that right balance, because if you give the Control archetype too much time, like we just mentioned, they can find their resources, they can find their disruption cards, and that's when they can take control of the game.
Yeah, it's not as evident as like your opponent going 2 or 3 prizes up on you, but they are slowly accumulating those resources to create the most detrimental and awkward turns for you every single turn of the game. So the fact that Azul's had a few free turns to just draw with Rotom with no real prize pressure is still a big detriment. So we do see the Earthen Vessel from Nicola here, getting those energies into the hand. We do see an energy going onto the Chien-Pao. Oh, and just the retreat here, and it is going to be the Greninja. My concern is we are already quite low on energy recovery cards with 1 Super Rod played and that huge hit of 2 Superior right on the first turn from Azul. It's been a game changer already.
Yeah, it really has, but it looks like Nicola is going for this. So Moonlight Shuriken, KO on the Mimikyu, and going to be doing 90 to something. And
it's just going to be a Snorlax. I think that's reasonable as well.
Yeah.
Like you said, 190 hit points on the Rotom means it's not that logical to like continue spamming Greninja, really. So just putting something on the Snorlax, give them something to worry about, seems pretty reasonable. You can still see some switch card shenanigans, some bravery charms, so Azul can still offset the math without having to use a penny this turn.
Yeah, it almost goes back to something we were alluding to earlier, right, about giving your opponent a good excuse to do a pickup move. We saw that earlier with the Professor Turo scenario. If you put the 90 on the Rotom, it is such an easy idea to just, you know what, I'm going to pick this up now.
And that's already what Azul wants to do at some point in the game. So yeah, good call there. It's going to be an Arven for Azul. Arven is a big supporter in this deck because you do play a number of crucial one-of item cards, but at the same time, you have a lot of hit point buffing tools and, of course, Forest Hill Stone, which can cherry pick any card out from the deck. As it stands, it's going to be a Defiance Vest picked up from Azul. Obviously, now is behind on prize cards and is likely to remain behind on prize cards for the rest of the game. And it means that your Pokemon take 40 less damage from attacks.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I remember seeing a Defiance Vest in the prize cards, but Azul is playing the 2 count, so able to find one more from the deck at least. And yeah, very, very strong tool card in these controlling archetypes that basically almost never take prizes.
Yeah, sometimes the Bravery Charm is preferred because it's just an extra 10 hit points naturally, but when Pokemon are kind of poking you, sometimes you can get additional value from a -40 instead.
Yeah, and big moment here. This is exactly what we were talking about that Nicola might be worried about. Counter Catcher bringing up that Bibarel, and now that Bibarel is an absolute liability.
Yeah, no surprise that the Bibarel is the first thing that Azul targets. Also going to Bravery Charm the Rotom, force even more resources out of Nicola if they are going to find their way out of the trap. And will Nicola be opting for a cancelling Cologne play or spending Prime Catcher? These are the options that we have to move this Bibarel at the very least.
I don't hate using Prime Catcher and just taking out the Rotom. You know, the Bravery Charm is on it now. You can just load up a Chien-Pao just to get rid of it. It's not great discarding so many energies, but I think you need to just do that and then... I was going to say find a way to disrupt the hand, but no, Nicola's not playing it. No, there's one Iono.
Yeah, there is an Iono in the
deck.
So unlike most traditional Chien-Pao, it is playing one hand disruptor.
Yeah. So if you can combine that, maybe that's something to think about. Just reduce the hand size, KO the Rotom, and maybe just, you know, hopefully poke the bear, as it were, and eventually run us all out of healing out.
Well, Prime Catcher inbound by the looks of things for Nicola. So this is obviously one way to move this Bibarel, and as you said, it can lead to a 2-prize KO this turn.
Yeah, like I said, I don't hate it. It might just be the best way to go. Yep, it looks like that is going to be the choice. Prime Catcher found off that Irida. And do you find a water Pokemon as well? No, but just the Prime Catcher in this instance.
My fear is if the KO is not guaranteed right now, that you're not getting maximum value from the Prime Catcher. So I hope we also have Superior in hand here for Nicola.
I mean, the hand is pretty big, right? I do remember, like... oh, no, okay.
I think.
Okay, I misremembered in that case.
They can lower their hand size quite substantially for a Bibarel.
That is true, yeah.
It's not the vacuum that gets lost. Yeah, figured it out.
Wrong way around. There we go. So they lost vacuum to get rid of the Artisan. Not so much for the Stadium bump because the Pokestop is in hand already, but just, as you mentioned, Joe, getting the cards out of the hand. And yeah, I guess you play down as much as possible. Prime Catcher, Nicola's going for it.
Yep, these are the big plays you have to make when you're a little bit behind thanks to early Eri. You want to try and get as much tempo as possible. It's going to be a quick Shivery Chill first. This means you can't get any Bibarel draws. But you can immediately Super Cold. So that's fine.
Yeah. So you're actually just improving your odds by fitting a card out of the deck. Is that only one energy left though?
Yeah, this is my fear. we've not even seen Sneaky Sandshrew just yet.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And with Prime Catcher played, Azul can freely bench Sandshrew next turn.
Yeah.
And it's going to be even more troublesome.
It might be that Nicola doesn't even know that Azul plays Sandshrew. It is a relatively new tech inclusion. Oh, that's a very good Pokestop though.
Yeah, we do hit to Superior. That's exactly what Nicola was hoping to see.
Yeah, and 2 good fodder cards too.
Exactly. Getting rid of double Nest Ball, which won't be useful. There's 4 more energy coming back into the hand. Can immediately be reined into play.
Yeah.
With Bat's Caliber.
Oh, there's gold energies as well. Just got blinded a little bit. Super shiny. Lovely to see that. But yeah, 5 energies currently in hand. Definitely enough to KO this Rotom, even with the Bravery Charm. I guess, do you commit all of them at this point? Maybe then you can go for a draw of Bibarel?
Well, there's 4 cards in hand right now. Bibarel could draw you 1. You can commit another Water Energy, but it feels risky because your opponent can target so many Pokemon to be an awkward Pokemon to retreat.
Yeah.
It's going to be one onto the other Chien-Pao EX. Then it's going to be a Bibarel for 2 cards.
Yeah, Industrious Incisors coming in. Let's see, what does Nicola find here? It looks like it's a... Oh,
there is the Iono.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be handy at some point, especially when you're taking out this Rotom here.
Yeah, so it's going to be... Yeah, there's 3 energies, 4 energies discarded in total.
4 energy discard. Keeping 1 on the active Chien-Pao. It's going to help get over the Bravery Charm, of course, for those additional hit points as well. And Nicola does go down to 3 prize cards remaining, but I think this is where Azul's going to put on a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Because this Sandshrew is going to deny the last Super Odd that Nicola has available. And we've already seen a lot of those switching resources spent. I think it's just 1 cancelling Cologne to get through and 1 Superior. I think that's all that remains.
Yeah,
for Nicola in terms of resources.
It's not
one superior may not even be enough here, because if something's trapped, you might have to use that superior just to retreat a Pokemon in the first place, and that's alongside a cancelling glow. So I feel like Azul's actually in a commanding position here.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at the book of cards he's holding. It's insane.
I can't even count how many that is in hand. How many cards is that in hand? Yes.
Exactly. And Azul can actually start filtering out cards now as well. It's going to be as expected. A countercatcher. Bibarel's coming straight back into the active. Sandshrew plus Hero's Cape coming on as well. Make it as tanky as possible, just in case there is any shenanigans in the deck list. Going to see a Power Pad as well. I think there was at least a penny in there for Azul getting back into the mix. And yeah, I think this is the turning point for the game. Nicola's got through a couple of resources, and it's going to be down to Azul to just shut the door at this stage, and it's going to be basically no more prizes taken, I think.
And I think the judge there is having to read the Sandshrew just to get a good reminder of what it does. Yeah, don't worry, we had to do that too. Just we had some familiarity with it going in, but definitely not a card a lot of people expected, I think it's safe to say.
No, I mean, it's a card I heard murmurs about, but it's really just shining this weekend, I think. This Sandshrew could be handy against Charizard players as well. You can stop things like Team Yelchir getting back things like Professor Churro into the deck, so Charizard may even run out of resources against you. So, yeah, it's not just for one matchup, although it can be very handy here.
Yeah, and of course, it's very important to note with Sandshrew, it's a one-sided thing. It only blocks your opponent from doing their thing, so, you can still use all your resources, all your Team Yelchirs to get your things back. It is only your opponent that is prevented.
Let's see if Nicola wants to go for an Iono play here to unlock the hand a little bit more. I think there's a Cypher Maniac in hand, but I don't know if you can lower your hand size enough to actually draw from Bibarel here. Possibly you can combine it with Pokestop.
Yeah, possibly. I guess maybe you also look through to see what actually can you even get.
So the Super Rod's shut down. The Superior's still alive, and the Cancelling Clone. These are the only resources remaining.
Yeah. Is that a counter-catcher that Nicola's thinking of grabbing? But
I wouldn't expect. I think it's just looking through what's
Super
left.
Rod, yeah.
I mean, Super Rod's not helpful at all. Sandshrews blocking it.
Yeah.
Oh no, it only stops item and supporters coming back. Okay, so the Super Rod's still alive.
Okay.
But it's still going to be expensive.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, trader cards.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Yeah. Okay, so you can't pay the engine back. So the Super Rod is still okay.
But maybe Bibarel's getting powered up then.
Yeah. Tail Smash, let's go!
You can immediately access these energy with the vessel that's in hand. It is going to be the Pokestop Slam.
Yeah, so there it is. Yeah, Superior Energy Retrieval, Super Rod, and Rare Candy for good measure as well, just in case.
Yeah, that's actually decent for unclogging the hand. There's a Baxcalibur in there, although it does have an even higher retreat cost than the Frigibax, so it may not even be a card you want to play.
I mean, to be fair though, there's already one Baxcalibur out, so I think it's almost like irrelevant.
Yeah, it's only if you were digging for additional cards and wanted to go lower in the hand size for Bibarel to top you up, but at this stage we've already ciphered out kind of the best stuff.
Yeah. But it is important to note that, although the Super Rod does still work, it is still very important that Azul put down that Sandshrew, because it does deny the recovery of the Prime Catcher, which is a huge resource for Nicola.
Yeah, a couple energy coming back in. And let's see how Nicola can construct a decent turn here. Keeping enough energy in the discard pile to still Superior for full value here. Going to get rid of 2 Buddy Poffins.
Can't play those right now.
Yeah, not too handy, so good to get rid of those. And is it Tail Smash time?
It might well be.
There comes a time in every Chien-Pao player's life where they have to go for it.
Oh boy, here
we are.
Tail Smash. So, I mean, we've seen it a couple of times before, but reminder for everyone at home, it's free energy, flip a coin. If heads, it does nothing. If tails, it does nothing. Heads, 100 damage, but that is a tails.
It's a free turn for Azul, effectively. Oof. And this is where he can start making life even more difficult. Azul hasn't used any Eri for a while. A lot of cards have been drawn since he last scouted the information, and I think that this is the right call for Azul, just to see what's remaining resource-wise.
Yeah.
Really handy to know that there's an Iono possibly coming his way, so he may play out some additional cards that you may not have expected to use for a while, so that you're safeguarding around a hand disruption here.
Yeah, like we mentioned, Iono, disruption cards in general kind of coming out of a lot of the Chien-Pao lists, so now that Azul sees that, he's going to be, gears going to be turning, thinking, hold on, maybe I need to play a little bit differently to how I usually expect.
But looks like Azul still content with the situation. When you're getting hit with the barrel, you know that your opponent's kind of on fumes. So just going to draw 3 more cards from Rotom.
Yeah,
passes back over to Nicola.
Tail Smash is really not where it's at, I think it's safe to say. But yeah, going to fire off that Iono.
Yep, going to see 3 fresh cards for Nicola, and of course has Barrel in play. It's in the active to top up that hand size. But most importantly, Azul had like 20 plus cards, so let's just deny that real quick.
Definitely a wise choice.
Maybe you find some wiggle room, especially if you start flipping heads on these Tail Smashes.
Yeah. There is another rare candy that's just been found, plus a Serene Heavy Ball. Here we go, Tail Smash again. Oh, no, wait, no, sorry. Injustice Incisors first.
Yeah,
getting ahead of myself once again.
Drawn into the cancelling clone.
Oh, okay. But, I mean...
I think we're just kind of out of resources to even use cancelling clone at this stage. Oh, it is going to be used for a retreat.
I guess we're not. Is it going to... Oh, that's...
Is there a superior in the prize cards that Nicola's trying to dig towards here?
No, there isn't. There is one more water energy.
There's a boss's orders. That's another way to unlock yourself. But yeah, running out of ways to attack at this stage.
I do believe there's 1 superior energy retrieval left. Because there was 2 discarded, 1 used. Oh, wait, there's 2 been used. No, actually, I think 2 have been used. No, actually, so that's...
We're running low in every which way you look at it.
Do you actually have enough energy to finish this game?
It's going to be... Well, it's going to be... That's just shy of the KO. Because the minus 40.
Oh, yeah, from the Defiance Fest. Maybe, Nicola must have thought that he would have had enough, but no, the
that's
Defiance.
Trouble.
Oh,
especially if there's a penny here, that is big trouble for Nicola.
I think there's a penny in hand. I can see it. It's right there.
Yep, like I said, that's trouble. That's going to be a real problem, I think. Azul going through the motions. Is there any reason to play anything but penny here?
I don't think so, and maybe there is.
Let's go take a look at resources. Azul might be thinking that as soon as he slams the penny, it might be game over. So at this stage, have a look at just how many energy your opponent plays, just how many of every single card they play, because it's always about a resource war here.
Yeah, although he did kind of already reveal that he had it, right?
Yeah,
so Nicola knows what's coming, but yeah, there is the penny. Nicola, okay, not packing up his cards yet, so maybe thinking there's a chance, but yeah, he just throw on the Defiance Vest, and now as Nicola, you've discarded free energy for essentially nothing, which is so brutal.
Yeah, that's horrific, because you need to capitalize on all of these energy if you're going to get through an army of tanky Snorlax. There's just so much bulk, so much meat to get through. When Hailblade is constantly discarding, it becomes a real issue. We do see a Greninja for a couple cards here.
Yeah, concealed cards. I mean,
not much help.
What is even left in the deck at this point? It can't be much, right?
Yeah. It's tough out here. Yeah. You can use Ultra Ball and discard some cards and barrel up again.
Yep.
Can spin Pokestop.
Yep. So Pokestop coming in again. Oh, I mean, it's a hit.
More ways to discard. There's Iron Hands EX hitting the discard pile as well now. That was an attacker that maybe have been lined up at some stage for Nicola, but even the Lightning Energy has found its way into the discard pile at this point.
I'm really curious to see what's up. Okay, we're going to see it now. Ultra Ball coming in, discarding another Ultra Ball and a Pokestop. What is left in the deck? Yeah, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing.
We are fresh out of resources. It's going to be a concession in game 1 from Nicola here.
Yep.
Azul taking game 1 in the winning-in situation with Snorlax. He looked pretty well set from turn 1 onwards. The Eri was massive, and that really set him up nicely to just cruise through that game, it seemed.
Yeah, it's almost weird to talk about the game-winning play being on the first turn like that, but just 2 superior energy retrievals off of that first Eri. Absolutely brutal. And we saw that Nicola, that was what Nicola needed. If there were more superior energy retrievals left, he might have actually had a chance to make a comeback there, but with both of them gone, no way.
Yeah, it's the stuff of nightmares for Nicola. You know that Eri is in the deck, and you kind of expect it throughout the game, but not necessarily turn 1.
No.
Oftentimes, Azul's trying to set up with Arvans, get Rotom into the mix, get Forest Hill Stone, get multiple Pokemon established. It just so happened that Azul's hand was good enough to slam an Eri, and hey, presto, that's 2 of the best things you want to find straight away in the discard pile, and it really gave him a lot of breathing room, I think, that game to just keep trapping Bibarel as expected. So I want to see how Nicola adjusts to this game too.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because I don't think there was any reasonable way for Nicola to play around that turn 1 Eri. I mean,
you can't play around the Eri.
But it's
just don't draw them.
Just don't draw them.
It's so simple. Yeah. But it's going to be more about that bench management. It's going to be about capitalizing on those Hail Blades and not missing out on any, making every damage counter count and actually leave no damage counter in play. Yeah. More importantly, so Penny can't get value. You see the fist bump. Azul has started with EUIC. That's a great thing for Nicola because it's a water weak 2-prize Pokemon. That could be helping you on your way quite early on in the game to begin racing prize cards.
Yeah, Chiyu is something you really want to end the game with. Of course, with that Burning Singe, I believe it's called, it discards the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. But early on, you really don't want to put it out. It is 190 HP. It's not very strong. And as you already mentioned, weak to water as well. So Nicola's going to have a very easy time carrying this. And that's going to be a very easy part of the prize map for him.
We're going to see Radiant Greninja as well as Buddy Buddy Poffin. So Nicola is still developing the board quite nicely here. Still looking for the Bidoof. So once again, even though it was the way Nicola lost, it's still finding its way into play here. Nicola's still valuing drawing into your item cards rather than them being milled away either via Misfortune Sisters or via Airy, I suppose. Just making sure that you're not missing a beat. As we do see the Radiant Greninja coming in early.
I guess maybe Nicola's thinking, if I can just get a strong enough start quickly enough, and Bibarel helps me get there, that's how I win. So even though it opens up a potential avenue for a stalling trap play on the Bibarel, that's still worth it in the end.
So it seems like a pretty routine opener for Nicola. Got the attachment. We pass things over to Azul, who does have an Arven, so certainly getting into the game here.
Yes.
And see immediately Sandshrew getting eyed up, also having a look at Rotom, basically just trying out, making sure you know what one-ofs are available to you, just keeping track of all of these Pokemon. There's all actually playing a number of 2 counts of cards, just have even more safeguarding of certain things, a second copy of Mimikyu in the list, second copy of Rotom, so you're not getting caught in an awkward situation that you have a Pokemon and a Heavy Ball. Sometimes you see double Heavy Ball in the list, even with still one-of Pokemon. And there's the Forest Seal Stone coming into the mix, as well as Nestball, as expected.
Yeah, it's ever since, Arven came into play, it's funny because at first it wasn't a card that saw a lot of play, but, now that it's the only way to get tools from the deck, and given how important Forest Seal Stone is, it's become one of the staple supporters of our format. And, so as such an early option to find the key items to set up with, it's such a strong card. And even in these controlling archetypes, we see there grabbing, all the important resources needed to get going.
Earthen Vessel going to fish a couple Fire Energy out the deck. We could even see some early attacks with EUIC if we really wanted to. Could also be used for retreating here to get into a Snorlax early, or just even a Mimikyu could be useful straight away. Trying to deny the early pressure of Chien-Pao.
Yep, so going to put down that Rotom V there from the Nestball. And another Nestball now coming down.
Yeah, this is a really strong start from Azul. I think one of the only issues of like a Snorlax archetype is that sometimes it can have a couple slow turns, but already we see a bunch of Ball Search for Azul, including his Draw Engine, and has Forest Seal Stone to fall back onto as well. So yeah, he's had a really great opener, can retreat this EUIC, not giving Nicola those easy prizes and forcing more out of them. And we've seen that Nicola is happy to spend resources to rush the prizes whenever possible.
Yeah, and that's going to be the way forward, right? Especially now with so many 2 prizes on board, and with Nicola having this very wide setup and not getting hit by a turn 1 Airy, most importantly, is going to be able to find the pieces to put this all together, as Azul does just end the turn on an instant charge. Now it's back over to Nicola. Let's see how he can set up.
Well, Irid is a nice pickup, so you can candy into Baxcalibur. And I wonder if this time we're still going to see a Radiant Greninja swing, or if this time it'll be Baxcalibur getting into the action. I still feel like it's such a great shout to go with Baxcalibur. It's not a huge amount of damage, but it's something you can spam every single turn and keep pressurizing Azul. Yeah, force him to play pennies rather than the disruption supporters. It's such a good thing to do.
Yeah, you have to run them out of resources somehow, right? And yeah, if you can keep doing attacks, but do those attacks in a way where you're not discarding energy every single time, especially if you're not going to be going for the big KOs on 2 prizes, that's definitely going to be the way to go.
We're going to see the Greninja drawing a couple cards here. See the Earthen Vessel find its way into the hand. See another Frigibax here.
Yep.
A few water energy rattling around, so we can launch an attack. Obviously, we have to retreat this Chien-Pao EX.
Yep, and then now... I really would love to see an early KO on the Rotom here. I don't know how possible it is, but, you know, given how we talked earlier about the earlier you hit it, the better it is. If you can set up here the Baxcalibur and get that early KO, you're in such a good position to win because you've denied so many extra instant charge draws from the Rotom, and then not only that, you're 2 prizes closer to winning because you just getting those early 2 prize knockouts in. Yeah,
I think Nicola was trying to draw towards Rare Candy just naturally so they could play Boss's Orders instead, but it looks like they may be forced into Irida here.
It looks like there's some kind of discussion going on.
Yeah, if we get confirmation about the game paused, I know exactly what's happening. I know what's what, but the players may just have had something stopped here because I've actually spotted a deck list error for one of the players, for Nicola, unfortunately. So our judges are going to confirm what's going on here. It's one of those things where I have to notify people when I see it, but it's unfortunately Nicola's got a deck list error. They play Iron Hands EX. We've seen it. We saw it in the deck, and their deck list does not say Iron Hands EX. It has the single prize Iron Hands in their list.
Oh no! It's so, yeah, that's, you can't have that.
Yep, okay, so that's the situation, and it's going to be down to the judges to figure out what's going on here. But in any case, Azul was in the driver's seat in the first game. Nicola still chose to develop the board in a very similar way to game 1. Do we think it's going to lead to different outcomes in this game, simply because maybe Azul started with a multi-prize Pokemon? Actually, it looks like the game's restarted here.
Yeah. I guess
we've seen so it turns out it was a judge call about something else, which means we might have another judge call in a moment, which is going to be great to see. Really can't wait for that. We'll try and get confirmation of the first judge call, and then we're going to give you confirmation of the second judge call. I really wish the game could stop as soon as possible, because the outcome might change, as we saw the Boss's Orders on Chien-Pao to take 2 prizes for Nicola there on Chien-Pao, on Chi-Yu EX.
Yeah, it's one of the other treasures of ruin.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we can get things under control once again.
Yeah, so
but as it happens, Azul's still carrying on with his turn.
Yeah, so Forest Steel Stone coming on, and Star Alchemy being fired off. It's always a little bit tough in this situation, right? It's so different because Azul has not played an Airy turn 1. There are still plenty of superior energy retrievals left. And not only that, but, you know, Nicola has set up very, very nicely. Not even got a Baxcalibur out yet, and has already taken a 2 prize KO.
Yeah, that's a great thing. Azul just unfortunate to lead the Chi-Yu EX. And as we saw, Nicola got pretty close. They were in touching distance in that game 1. So possibly by just taking these cheeky 2 prizes early on, could put him right back into the mix here. That 1 copy of Boss's Orders. Also not like 100% in every Chien-Pao list, because most of the time you want to fill your deck with item cards instead. But yeah, 1 physical copy of Boss, quite handy in this situation.
Yeah, it's always a good thing to have, right? For so many different situations, there's more gusting outs is always a good thing. We did see, you know, it means you're not as reliant on that, you know, on that Prime Catcher plus Silene, as strong as that is. And there's just the more options you have to kind of pick off those things on the bench, the better, especially up against something like Control, where you don't want to be, you want to be able to retreat, right? And so you need to get Snorlax out of the active.
Absolutely. There's potential Silene coming in for Azul here. Definitely something they were debating. Before you can just immediately rotate into those cards to end your turn.
Yeah.
Definitely a nice combo to have in the deck.
Yeah, you're giving it Lucky Shake with the dice, and it looks like that was
just the one head, I think.
Yeah.
Pointed at 1 at least.
Yeah.
It's just going to be Nest Ball. So you're not caught in an awkward situation. Going to be the payment of retreat from Mimikyu into Snorlax here, because Counter Catcher is live.
Oh, here it is.
And stop me if you've heard this. It's going to be Counter Catcher into Bidoof here. Yeah. Try and trap something that's not great at attacking.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Bidoof only has 1 retreat, but of course it doesn't really matter if you have an ability.
Yeah, retreat cost ain't that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's, I guess if you cancel in Cologne, you can retreat for 1 energy.
Yeah,
but,
that's true.
Yeah. Oh boy. So now how does Nicola respond here? Probably doesn't want to evolve, I think it's safe to say. Well, you can find the Prime Catcher now, maybe, and just go
in
super
hand,
aggressive.
Cypher's in hand. There's a few different avenues for Nicola here. Depends how they want to navigate this. There's Ultra Ball, so you can go Bit Barrel, like you mentioned, but doesn't feel great unless you're committing to early Tail Smacks.
It definitely doesn't feel great. Going to play down that Super Rod, though, and I mean, with that, you can get some energies back, Shivery Chill them out, if you can find the combo with the Baxcalibur, and you can find the Rare Candy, start attaching some energies, rain down with Super Cold. there is a lot that you need, right? Because you need to find the Rare Candy Baxcalibur combo, but you also need to find the Prime Catcher. There's a lot you need to sort of put together here, and it looks like the Cypher Maniac's code breaking is going to be the way that you start to do that.
Yep, I think there's already Baxcalibur in hand, so you can go for Cologne or you can go for Prime Catcher and get into the mix early here. To continue taking multiple prize KOs. I think this is how you pressurize Azul. If you can take out another Rotom here, could be absolutely massive. I think there's already Earthen Vessel in hand, and there's Shivery Chill. So you can go early Prime Catcher, get out of the way, also find Rare Candy. And obviously you need that to get backs rolling, to get super cold, all his energy down in a turn.
Yeah, he's putting it all together. If we see the Prime Catcher, I didn't quite see where he grabbed off the second one, but I can't.
It was the candy.
It was the candy.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, putting together all the pieces, and we'll be able to find enough energy to take a very, very quick 4 prizes. And I mean, the contrast to game 1 is stark.
And actually, plenty of resources remain this time around. That's the key difference. Nicola took a decent chunk of prizes in game 1, but was basically out at that point. And now, with those easier prizes available, you can slowly just crawl to victory over a long number of turns just by virtue of finding eventually your superior energy retrievals.
Yeah, you find 2 knockouts, right?
You should be able to at that stage.
Yeah,
I mean, still have all 4 superiors available this time.
Yeah. I mean, it is a shame that you can't combine the Prime Catcher with a Silene just so that you can sort of get it back before the Sandshrew comes down, but, you know...
There's no Silene actually in the deck list. I think Boss's Orders and Iono are in the list instead.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we were talking about something that wasn't even relevant then.
Well, from Azul's perspective, Sandshrew is blocking Silene, which is still a big deal.
Yeah, but perhaps not relevant is a little bit harsh, but more in the sense that it's a valid point that it ends up being moot in this specific instance, and it is something that, as you mentioned, is still going to be in Azul's mindset.
I think it's definitely going to be Prime onto Rotom V here.
Yeah,
no doubts about that. Azul's still got a low hand size, hasn't been able to accrue much value from this Rotom just yet. So the full steam ahead approach from Nicola really paying off in game 2.
Yeah, it really is, and with that Shivery Chill, able to find 2 more energy, and I do believe there's enough in hand as well to just, I mean, it is a bit annoying that you need 4, again, just that 190, a really awkward number, just 10 above what would be a free energy knockout with the Hail Blade.
A little bit more expensive.
Yeah.
But we do get there with the combination of Shivery Chill and this Earthen Vessel. So 4 slammed into the active thanks to the super cold ability of Baxcalibur. And it will be another 2 prize KO. It looks like even getting another bit barrel into play here, so you could just draw back into some more resources.
Yeah. Right. Just a quick clarification, by the way, we just got word that first judge call was just for a small question that apparently took longer just because a translator was needed. But we'll keep you up to date on the other thing we mentioned as well with the decklist error.
Yep, no problem at all. The game's still going on. It feels like it's a genuine mistake from my perspective at the very least, and I imagine that's probably why it's still being debated right now. But it is, regardless, going to be another 2 prize KO. Nicola actually in a pretty good spot, as we've said, not too far away now. 2 more prize cards. It's difficult for Azul to deny them.
Yeah, and I imagine even though right now the position looks horrible for Azul, I can only imagine that the reason why he's carrying on is because he knows, like, there's about 10 minutes left on the clock at this point. So, maybe if he can buy himself just enough turns with, sort of bringing out this barrel, he can still, especially an Airy can help him get there. Exactly.
Airy's big. You have to get rid of that cancelling Cologne. Getting rid of Ultra Ball also means that Nicola's hand is a little bit more clogged up. Irida can obviously find Superior. But the fact that you're stopping Ultra Ball, getting rid of these awkward fodder cards that sort of wait around in hand, means that Industrious Incisors isn't getting the maximum value that Nicola's looking for here.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward when your hand is clogged up with things you can't use. Nicola has gone wide on the bench, so you can't play that Buddy Puffin. So yeah, getting rid of the Ultra Ball, definitely the right move there to just stop Nicola from being able to find more resources to take KOs.
Azul's going to be going for a Hisuian Heavy Ball here. And I don't think there's any cards that you can grab, but Azul does have a trusty notepad to keep track of what's available and what's not this game. So that's why we're going to see a few notes being taken from Azul there. Great thing to have access to when you need to know this information at times, especially when you have tutor effects like Arven in the deck list. You don't want to be caught into this awkward spot where you're looking for one thing and you actually don't have the ability to grab it. So definitely great to use one of those notepads. I'm a fan of them myself.
Yeah, it's one of the digital ones as well, which is great fun because every you just reset them and they're just they're fun.
Not an advert, but they are fantastic.
No. We're not endorsing any particular anything like that. It's just they're just handy things. So yeah, the prize is going back in. Actually, something we should mention. It was in the prizes earlier, and well, it still is now, of course. Yeah, Azul does play that Mantine, which is kind of the replacement for Echoing Horn.
Yeah, but what's better than Barrel? Barrel's already in play.
Yeah, so. Exactly right.
Look at this. Azul knows that his hand is on fumes and needs to put Rotom into play. This is a huge risk because it does mean he could lose, as early as next turn, right? In theory.
Just the boss's orders needed, right?
Yeah. Well, we've seen boss's orders and Prime Catcher.
Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah,
course,
we have. Yeah.
But it's something that Azul's already seen a couple of strange counts in Nicola's list compared to the traditional 60s that we've seen in recent top cuts. So it's a small risk from Azul here, but he has to do it because he just needs cards so badly here.
Yeah, and is Nicola playing a Pal Pad? Actually, no. There's no way to get back the boss's orders. That is it for Gusting.
The Superior does find its way to the hand. That's a big piece. It's huge that Eri was getting rid of the cancelling clone here.
Yeah.
Because it may force Nicola into back to Tail Smash.
It's really not the position you want to be in. I mean, because now, you do the Tail Smash, especially on this Snorlax as well. It's got 250 HP thanks to that Hero's Cape.
That is not a small Snorlax by any stretch of the imagination.
That is a free hit KO where, not even a free hit KO because you also need to hit heads 3 times as well.
Looks like Lost Vacuum is a piece that Nicola's trying to grab here. Definitely makes sense. The Hero's Cape is kind of the most valuable tool in Azul's toolkit.
And it looks like we just got word now, so we're just going to throw it back to the desk here just whilst I think the word has gotten through.
Yeah, as expected, I think we're going to see the Judge Call come to fruition now. Yeah. I feel like it's been debated backstage about what we should be doing. It seems like a genuine mistake, but we'll let you know as soon as possible that it was, once again, to repeat, a decklist error from Nicola here. They've put a 1-prize Iron Hands in their decklist, and they're playing an Iron Hands EX. It's the card you'd expect to be in the Chen-Pao deck, but it's one of those situations where at the end of the day it is a mistake that's been made.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when things like this happen, of course, and it's not the way we want to see day one end, especially after such a amazing slew of games that we've had. But we have no to say, we can't not call it out, right?
No, we absolutely have to.
Yeah.
All right, because this might be a long one, we have Azul chatting as a video that we can have a look at in a moment, because it's the case that he came, fortunately, on a Thursday, so we could have a chat with him. And we spoke about all sorts. We talked about his historied career in the TCG, and we also talked about the here and now and how his year is going. Obviously, he already has his Worlds invite in multiple ways, but it's great to hear from him, obviously.
Yeah, it was really lovely to get to spend all that time with him. It was a really lovely interview. We even talked about it at the beginning of the game, right, that we got to spend that time, and it's really cool to be able to share that with you guys at home. And I do believe I just got word the video is ready for you guys, so take it away, us, I guess.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. You join us once again in the Casters Lounge, where we have for you a very special interview with absolute legend and veteran of the game, Azul GG. Azul, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. First time in Sweden, so that's exciting. Haven't really made it too far out into other regions of Europe besides like London. So yeah, excited to see the city a little bit and play some Pokemon.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's your first time coming to a regional championships. You've been to a couple of international championships. What is it about this tournament that you thought it was worth coming across the pond to compete in?
I just kind of want to see what the vibes were, how the vibes were a little bit different at the regional championships, the more, I guess, like regional, local European tournaments compared to the ICs. The ICs are a lot more, they're bigger, flashier, bigger production. So I want to see what the, what the smaller but still major tournaments look like over in Europe. I mean, I go to plenty of regional championships in America and Canada. So yeah, I just want to see how the vibe is different.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Now, that's about now. Let's go back into the past a little bit. So you've been playing for a heck of a long time. Like, where did you get your start in the game, and sort of why don't you tell us a little bit about your background to start with?
Yeah, so
those might not know.
Yeah, so I've been playing since 2010. I got into the game initially with my siblings all the way back then. I'm the only one who plays now. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not sure. They've all moved on with life, which is a good thing, but I do miss playing Pokemon with them. They were all pretty good as well. They were all pretty good. They all kind of,
took a step away from the game as soon as I got to like the Masters division. So, you know, they had their come up in seniors and stuff like that. But yeah, I started playing all the way back in 2010, and I've been playing pretty consistently throughout those years, sometimes going for my Worlds invite, sometimes not. And then I started taking everything a little bit more seriously, a little bit more aggressively in 2016 when there was the major shift and boost to the scene, and kind of have been playing super all-in competitive-wise like since 2016.
Yeah, fantastic. And throughout that career, you've had countless top 8 placements, even victories at the regional level, multiple IC winning champion. When you go through that catalogue of great tournament runs, what are some of one of the two that are you're most proud of or stick out in the memory? Because there has to be some where you've had more innovation or involvement in a deck list, or just one or two highlight games that you felt was fantastic just getting over that line.
Yeah, I think the first one that probably stands out to me most is the NAIC victory. Because like going to that season, post-COVID, we had a long break from major tournaments. And the first couple tournaments did not go really well for me. And I was kind of in a situation where I was like, for the amount of time I'm putting into the game, is it enough anymore? Where does everyone sit as far as how good the general player base has gotten? Everyone kind of got better with that break and coming back to the game. Just the knowledge and information that was out there for everyone to kind of take advantage of was so much higher than it was back in 2019. And for a second there, I was like, maybe I don't have it anymore. And maybe for the time I'm putting into the game, it's not enough. And I was kind of getting content with that. But then Milwaukee came around. I got day 2, got top 16, almost was able to get a top 8 there. And then the next event I won NAIC, and I was like, all right, I think I still got it. I think it's still possible with the ideas and thoughts that I can put together with my group and then my play on the actual day of the tournament. I think it's enough to keep me at the top for right now. But I am excited for the future of the game when it does get to the point where I can't compete anymore with the time I put into the game. I'm excited to see what the landscape of competition looks like then.
And of course, I mean, that was a long time coming for you because, of course, if we go back all the way to 2018, of course, you made it to the finals of the Latin American International Championships. I remember it was a very, very hype game, but yeah, it didn't go your way. So how much of that did that sort of first finals loss really fuel the fire for you to sort of, take it back all the way after COVID?
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough one. That was like my first big, I mean, like, regionals are great victories, major tournaments, but the ICs are definitely like a step above that, and you definitely feel that as far as accomplishments go. So getting to the finals there was great, and it was a pretty tough loss, probably the toughest loss in my career, because I felt like I was playing the best deck, playing the best list for the best deck, and I feel like I played better than my opponent. Some mistakes there were still some mistakes on my end. Of course, I got the slow play warning into this 2 prize penalty, which I was playing slow, and people always like to this day still bring that up to me. I'm like, no, and I was like, no, I was deserving of it. I wasn't playing fast enough. I'm understanding of that. So I feel like I let that one slip away from me a little bit because of that. It
must have been hard as well. Like, what was like the home field disadvantage, right? It was obviously against the Brazilian local and all that. But it was still like a very hype moment.
Yeah, and with all of that time that you put into the game, it's separated between being a fantastic player and really trying as hard as you can to win every single tournament, but you also commit a lot of time to being a member of the community with your podcast and also with streaming almost daily. A lot of time in the week, you're spending a lot of time playing Pokemon. Tell us about why you love, streaming most days and how that helps your process of testing.
Yeah, I mean, as far as just streaming and the content creation that I do, I just I enjoy the game a lot. I enjoy playing the Pokemon TCG, and I feel like the game is in like a ridiculously good spot right now. Every time a new set comes out, there's so much to work through. Like Dialga just won, and everyone thought Dialga was pretty mid. Yeah, which is super cool to see. A shout out to Hedrick on getting that victory over in Indianapolis. So it's like, I feel like there's so much depth to the game right now, and the sets are coming out at a rate that keeps everything super, super fresh, and I just really enjoy playing the game, so it makes wanting to play as much of the game as possible that much more enjoyable. So I enjoy streaming, making YouTube videos, and all that kind of stuff. It helps me prepare in the sense that I have a lot of knowledge about the format. But what I always tell people is I wish I had more time for like the try-hard testing games, because like one try-hard testing game is worth like 10, 20 PTCG Live games. Like it's like exponentially that much more valuable in terms of just sitting there playing with one of my testing partners, and we talk about the game that we're playing and get as much information out of one game of Pokemon as possible. So I wish I had more time for that. I basically have no time for that besides like the days leading up to a tournament while I'm at the location for the tournament. So, I've got a couple days here to do do some grinding if we come up with some ideas we really want to flesh out. But yeah, definitely, it's the knowledge I bring to my group specifically is just like everything. I know every list, I know every deck, I know every tech card for every deck, I know how to play most matchups. So the general knowledge base is definitely nice with how much Pokemon I do play.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for your time. Some really, really great insights there. Sadly, all we have time for right now, but stay tuned for more Pokemon action, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back to not the caster desk, but we are here in the lounge. So to keep you guys updated, in that last feature match, we did indeed have a game loss due to a deck list error, the wrong Iron Hands on the deck list. So Azul will win that last feature match, and with that does lock a place in day 2. An unfortunate end, but you know, sometimes, Joe, that's the way these things go.
That's the rules of the game. Yeah. So I suppose that's one way to get your way into day 2. It's nice for Azul in an awkward situation with that Chi-Yu starts, but displayed a great way to win in game 1. So still a deserving winner, I think.
Yeah, definitely. So with that in mind, we don't quite have the full standings for round 9 yet, but we can take a look at round 8 standings just to give you guys an idea of who's likely to make their way into day 2, who's locked up their position. We did go over this before briefly, Joe, but Ross, you know, talk about some names.
Oh, there's a bunch of names on there. Pedro Henio Torres, who we did see on stream earlier, with 602, no losses taken yet. Obviously, Brent Tonneson coming back over to Europe from Australia again and smashing it again. And honestly, if I kept having results like Brent, I'd keep coming from Australia to take part in European regionals. It seems to be working out. And speaking of people who have had a bit of a journey, John Anger already coming over from the US and having amazing finishes as well. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of good names on that list.
Yeah, there really is. We do actually have a list as well just of the players who have made day 2. So let's take a look at that. Shay, once it comes up, again, talk about some names for us.
Yes, we've got Rowan there right at the top. Brent, we just mentioned. Peter coming there from Poland, one of the best players there. We had Julian as well. We had him on stream, I believe. Pedro, Rahul, James Cox. You know, we've got a fantastic amount of players there. Hermione, Tord, Ethan, Sander. It's been a while since we've seen him knocking on the door of day 2. So I'm very excited to see how he pans out. You know, I've always said there's no scary opponent round 1, day 1 in Sander, because you have not got a clue what you're sitting across the table from, I should say. So yeah, or shout out to Matthew Clark there making it as well.
Yeah, great to see Sander back. I would love to get him on stream day 2. Just get him back on the stream table after so long. Now, if you want to follow along tomorrow, make sure you're following along on the usual channels. So on YouTube with /Pokemon and on Twitch /Pokemon for us /Pokemon TCG to make sure that you can tune in tomorrow. And yeah, you can tune into another amazing day of Pokemon action. I mean, it has been such a good tournament today, hasn't it, guys?
There's been some barnstorming games. I know it's an obvious one to pick out, but Tord and Fabian's game was amazing. Some of the best played Pokemon I've seen. Such great back and forth, and it was chaotic. There was Iono, big whiffs, into Iono, into big whiffs. We had the carousel of prize cards, the 50-50 from Tord, ever the showman. That's a highlight for me.
It was a good highlight, and it would have been number 1 if we hadn't seen Great Tusk come along with like the turn 2 donk on a Fluttermane. Did not have that on my bingo card for this weekend. I enjoyed that greatly.
I didn't have that on my bingo card either. Actually, we do have updated standings now from round 9, so let's take a quick look at those to wrap things up for the day. And Stian Nielsen won another round, so finishes today on 801. Wow, going to be in very good contention for top 8 tomorrow. Someone chime in?
Yeah, we got Brent Tonneson got a tie, sitting at 711. You got Lukash there, 702, very good. No 9-0 like we tend to see here, but yeah, that's just Tord's there at 711 again. We got some good players there, and again, we got a few Americans who have come over and made a bit of an impact.
Yeah, absolutely, and Rowan Stavenau maybe looking to get another big notch on his resume, having done so well already this season. John Eng we talked about it right at the beginning, right? The potential American invasion of Stockholm here, and it's kind of coming to fruition, isn't it, Shay?
Yeah, and I think that's just a testament to how big the game is now. I think this cash prizing really does incentivize players travel and try their best to win as many games as possible. Especially John Eng on a bit of a hot streak there with that Chen Pao deck doing well in Indianapolis and the region before that in America. I forgot where it was. I apologize. Orlando. So yeah, I mean, even if you're him, you're thinking, well, I'm on a bit of a hot streak. There's a regional over there in Stockholm. Well, what's the harm? Let's go and have a little crack. And now he's finding himself in day 2. So yeah, exciting to see.
Yeah, have a little crack, especially considering there aren't that many tournaments left. We talk about it at the start of the day. Let's remind everyone, we are getting towards the end of our tournament season here. We're here in Stockholm. There's only, in Europe at least, Bologna left.
Yep, just one special event remaining. So for us Europeans, just these few events to get those last few championship points. Unless you're making that trip over to New Orleans, it's going to be a fantastic city to visit. I'm really looking forward to that one myself. And it's all about getting to Honolulu, Hawaii. It is such a historic venue, I feel like, and place for the Pokemon trading card game. It's been such a great location that's been on some fantastic worlds of the past. So there are players who have always wanted to go and now have a fantastic excuse to have a phenomenal holiday.
Yeah, it's really cool as well because although it has been in Hawaii before, it's the first time it's actually in Honolulu specifically. So it's going to be a little bit of a flair of like bringing back the old, but also somewhere new and fresh. Now, very important for you guys at home, make sure that we got the Twitch schedule coming up for you guys so that you get, so that you have a good idea of what's coming up next. So Pokemon Advanced Battle, you can tune in from 2 to 5 p.m. on Tuesday. This it's really fun to watch back some of the older anime series, isn't it?
Best music as well, that's all I'm saying. The opening to that is absolutely unrivaled.
Pokemon Advance.
Didn't think you were going to go there, but well done. Real ones know.
They really do. I mean, the rest of the schedule doesn't matter, right? That's what we're going for here.
Stay for the song at least.
Wow. And with that, it's very important to, so tomorrow, you're going to want to tune in. Sorry, just like, it could be lost it there. But yeah, you're going to want to tune in tomorrow for the start of day 2, 10 a.m. Central European time. Shay, once again, doing the due diligence, pointing out there, just so you guys don't miss it. I'll join in as well. 1 a.m. Pacific. I mean, if you guys are over on the West Coast want to stay up then, get the real troopers, right, saying to watch it live, you can do that too. But yeah, 10 a.m. Central European time for that. We're not going to want to miss it, especially not after the day 1 we've had today.
We had some good games. We had some great games. We had some good players. We saw Ancient Box getting on stream a couple of times. And I think both the Ancient Box we had on stream have ended up into day 2. And we legit saw a great Tusk deck on stream doing its milling thing, which made me very happy.
Yeah, let us know what your highlight moments were. We do have the usual social media channels like on X, #PlayPokemon, Instagram as well. And follow along on YouTube again and Twitch, /Pokemon for both, /Pokemon TCG specifically for our side on the Twitch side, so that you can tune into all the trading card game action tomorrow. I think then, for now, it's thank you for the music. It's at the end of day 1. We hope you've had a wonderful time tuning in, but come back tomorrow for plenty more Pokemon action. And for now, it's goodbye and good night.
Thank you.